Hello guys, like this video now for more and more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Brainless and refreshing article, put your brain here. The vast mountains are shaded by green trees, under the shade of a tree. A large python about 2 meters long lowered its head with a melancholy look on its face, looking at its thick body. It turned into a python. This big python was Xiao Teng. He remembered that he was doing a good deed on the road just now, and then suddenly a dump truck hit him and flew away. When he opened his eyes again, he looked like this. It seems that I died and was reborn into this python. In fact, Xiao Teng was not opposed to becoming a beast. After all, he did not have many happy times as a human in his previous life. Most resources are monopolized by wealthy families, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to make a comeback. Every day I just work numbly carrying bricks. Perhaps it would be happier to be a simple beast. Since it's a rebirth, the matching cheat code should also be there. Xiao Teng shouted tentatively. System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for binding to the devouring evolution system. Ding. It is detected that the spiritual energy of the host's world will be revived in 7 days. A plugin is being tailored for the host. Ding. The host's innate talent has been changed to Endless Devouring, SSS level. Please check. Endless Devouring, SSS level. Every time you devour a corpse, you have a chance to gain one of its talents. Ding. Warm reminder. The world will change after the spiritual energy is revived. Please seize the opportunity and start practicing in advance. Xiao Teng was extremely excited when he heard the familiar mechanical voice. Haha! What a system! Take off! After a while, Xiao Teng suppressed his excitement. Because he found that the system seemed to be talking about something extraordinary just now. Wait a minute! Will the spiritual energy revive after 7 days? Is this the spiritual revival I was thinking of? The system did not respond. But since the system said it, it must be true. Originally he thought he would just be an ordinary snake in the future. But according to the system, he seemed to be able to start practicing before the spiritual energy revived. Xiao Teng's eyes darkened. Although I don't know what will happen when the spiritual energy is revived, no matter what, I must prepare well in these 7 days. It starts practicing 7 days earlier than other creatures. Even if the spiritual energy revival really came, Xiao Teng could foresee that he would definitely have a great advantage. As for now, let's grow up first. Listening to the chirping sounds coming from the sky, Xiao Teng swung his tail, turned around and climbed up the big tree behind him in a spiral. I came to a tree branch and saw a nest of newly hatched baby birds in front of me. Looks delicious. It's actually a golden eagle chick, which means there is at least one adult golden eagle living nearby. But it seems to be gone now, haha. All lights are shining. There was no adult bird in the nest, and Xiao Teng quickly noticed the information above the head of each chick. Golden Eagle Hatchling, Ordinary Body Level 1, Talent to be Awakened, Big Eater, Level D. Golden Eagle Hatchling, Ordinary Body Level 1, Waiting to be Awakened Talent, Sharp Eyes, F Level. Golden Eagle Hatchling, Ordinary Body Level 1, Talent to be Awakened, Diamond Claw, Level D. System Prompts. The talents to be awakened are the innate talents of other creatures that will awaken in the future. The spiritual energy revival has not yet started, except for the host. The talents to be awakened of other creatures are not available. At this time, another line of system prompts appears. Xiao Teng nodded. It is reasonable that unawakened innate talents are unusable. Now he is the only one who can practice. Xiao Teng remembered that his innate talent was to devour the other party's talent. These fledglings all have D-level and F-level talents, which are far from his SSS level talents. This is a bunch of useless people. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Xiao Teng's eyes, and he swallowed the baby birds one by one. The golden eagle is one of the natural enemies of snakes, and by doing this he is also eliminating a potential strong enemy in the future. Ding! Kill the golden eagle chick, evolution points plus 10. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations on devouring the D-level talent glutton. After eating 3 baby birds, Xiao Teng gained a total of 30 evolution points and also swallowed up a talent. Big Eater, level D. Your digestion speed increases by plus 200%, your stomach capacity increases by 200%, and your digestive ability increases by 200%. This talent is not bad. It allows me to eat more. In addition to talents, you will also gain evolution points. You can gain evolution points by killing creatures. At this time, Xiao Teng was also very curious about what the evolution points could be used for. A thought came to my mind. Panel. With a call, a light blue screen appeared in front of Xiao Teng. Really? This screen is visible only to him. Species, Reticulated Python. Level, Mortal Level 1. 0/10 invested in evolution points to upgrade. Status, 2 meters long, maximum strength 100 kilograms, speed 10 kilometers per hour. Innate talent, endless devouring, SSS level. Other talents, Big Eater, D level. Evolution points, 30. Looking at the level column, Xiao Teng said with a firm expression. System, invest all evolution points to upgrade. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 2nd level of the mortal body. The next level is the 3rd level of the mortal body, which requires 20 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 3rd level of the mortal body. The next level is the 4th level of the mortal body, which requires 30 evolution points. With one order, Xiao Teng's rank was raised by 2 levels. At the same time, Xiao Teng's body was also growing rapidly. It suddenly jumped to 4 meters in length, and its strength and speed also increased a lot. Cool! Just by swallowing a nest of chicks, its body size increased by 2 times. Becoming the Beast King is just around the corner. The number of evolution points required to level up is increasing. Next time, it will take 30 points. It's already 4 meters long. You can try to hunt bigger prey. Xiao Teng turned his head to look at the sky above his head, and after confirming that there was no golden eagle, he slid down the tree branch with peace of mind. After sliding down the tree, Xiao Teng prepared to leave the dangerous area where the golden eagles were. Go somewhere safer to grow up. As soon as he turned around, Xiao Teng met the eyes of a 2-meter-long reticulated python in front of him. Staring at each other, Xiao Teng was stunned, and a few pitiful memories of this body emerged. The fellow in front of him seemed like a real brother who had hatched from the shell at the same time as him. And above his brother's head, a line of words was hanging brightly. Reticulated python, mortal body, 1st level, waiting to be awakened, talent, indestructible body, S level. Damn! S rank. Bro, you smell so good. Additional realm, ordinary body, ordinary people, transcendent, initial awakening of extraordinary powers, able to withstand multiple bullets without dying, extraordinary, completely invulnerable to bullets, able to withstand rockets without dying, transcendent, watershed, formal awakening of extraordinary powers, rockets the realm after awakening, bloodline is stimulated, most thermal weapons are ineffective, and it can withstand nuclear bombs without dying, will be supplemented. There are 10 levels in one realm. Chapter 2. However, the big flowered python in front of him didn't seem to feel the danger from its own kind. Instead, he nodded his snake head to Xiao Teng in a very friendly manner and said hello. Hiss! If you do this, I would be embarrassed to kill you. Xiao Teng stared at the fellow who nodded ignorantly to greet him. Sighing, he still didn't kill him. After all, his talent only has a chance to devour the opponent's talent, and the probability is not 100%. there is a high probability that you will get nothing. It is better to train a subordinate first. The talent is good. If you are still alive after the spiritual energy is revived, come hang out with me. I just need a human shield. There are golden eagles in this area, which is very dangerous. I advise you to change your life quickly. You know the golden eagle, it's a very big bird. Of course, Xiao Teng still can't speak and uses the snake clan's communication method. After a few neighing sounds, the big flowered python opposite seemed to understand what he meant. He also hissed twice at him. Hiss! Xiao Teng was stunned for a moment, and he understood. This meant thank you. Quite polite. I hope you won't die in the future, otherwise my kindness today will be in vain. Xiao Teng muttered, looked at the other person's leaving figure, and found a direction to leave. A 4-meter python is not considered big or small. Xiao Teng did not dare to touch porcelain, such as jackals, tigers, and leopards, but some small creatures, such as rabbits, mice, and squirrels, were still in Xiao Teng's diet. In half a day, Xiao Teng caught a rabbit, a mouse, and a squirrel. The talent has not been swallowed up, but the evolution point has reached more than 70 points, which is just enough to rise to 2 levels. System, upgrade with all your strength. 2 system prompts came, and Xiao Teng's size increased by 2 meters again, reaching 6 meters, with a waist as thick as half a person. Xiao Teng nodded with satisfaction. Finally, I have some fighting strength. A 6-meter python should be in the upper reaches in nature. Xiao Teng remembered that his race usually grew to about 10 meters long. 6 meters is far from the limit. Wandered around twice. I saw a lot of various small creatures, but they were too cautious to catch. Xiao Teng discovered that the talents of most creatures are below A level. So far, S level has only seen the same kind before. In one afternoon, Xiao Teng caught a few more small animals, raising the level by another level, reaching 7 meters in size. Talent also swallowed up one. Breathing concentration, level A. You can hide your breath and make it difficult to be discovered. With this talent, Xiao Teng felt that he could freely control his breath. After becoming stronger, the whole body will faintly exude a deterrent force. But with this talent, Xiao Teng can hide himself like an ordinary beast. This talent is simply a magical skill that guarantees survival. Not only does it reduce the possibility of being discovered by natural enemies, it also helps with hunting. This greatly increases my hunting efficiency. The probability of endless devouring this talent is not very high, and it is not possible to get the talent every time. But even so, the effect of this talent is amazing. While most creatures only awaken one innate talent, Xiao Teng can accumulate more than a dozen or even dozens of talents. If this continues, Xiao Teng's strength will reach a terrifying level. I can't even imagine how strong I will be in the future. At night, Xiao Teng did not go out hunting again. He has been out all day today and needs a rest. I just found a tree hole and crawled into it, which I considered as my temporary home. After covering the tree hole with some leaves, Xiao Teng held his breath, listened to the cicadas chirping outside, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the sunlight outside shone into the tree hole. Xiao Teng opened his vertical pupils and got up on time. I yawned, woke up slowly, looked at the unfamiliar scene in the wild, and was stunned for a while. Then I remembered that I was no longer human. His thoughts gradually became clearer, and after reviewing yesterday's experiences, Xiao Teng fell into deep thought. I only devoured 2 talents in the whole day yesterday, and the evolution points required to upgrade are increasing. I have to speed up. Don't waste a single day in the 7 days. Hunting is too difficult. It's better to kill more bugs first and devour talents. This way it will be easier to hunt in the future. After a walk in the mountains yesterday, Xiao Teng discovered that not only the wild beasts had talents waiting to be awakened on their heads, but many insects also had talents waiting to be awakened on their heads. There are a lot of insects and they are easy to catch. It's just that the evolution points gained from killing bugs are too few. I was just reborn yesterday and need to improve my strength quickly, so I can't waste time eating bugs. I am now 7 meters long, and most beasts cannot defeat me. As long as I don't commit suicide, my life is basically safe. There is no need to rush to upgrade. I can focus on absorbing talents. Xiao Teng made up his mind not to hunt today, but to find a few insect nests to destroy. I remember seeing a beehive when I was chasing rabbits yesterday. I missed it because I was busy chasing rabbits. I'll go take a look today. Bees can be said to be creatures that most animals dare not mess with. They will sacrifice their lives to drive away the invaders. When hundreds or thousands of bees attack together, even wolves will retreat. But unfortunately, Xiao Teng happened to be one of the few animals that was not afraid of bees. Its entire body is covered with hard scales, and the stinger of a bee cannot penetrate it at all. It's just that normal pythons won't provoke bees, because the honey that the bee colony will protect with their lives is not in the python's diet at all. Buzz buzz buzz. A beehive was hanging on a branch 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Countless industrious little bees are flying around the hive. It can be expected that once any creature approaches the hive, they will launch a fierce attack. Xiao Teng saw that some bees had something on their heads that needed to be awakened, but not all of them had it. There are also many bees whose talents to be awakened are not displayed on their heads, only their levels. The number is about 1 to 10, the talented to the untalented. All the beasts he had seen before had talents that needed to be awakened, without exception, and the lowest was F level. This situation does not seem to be the case when it comes to insects. What's going on? Could it be that some insects won't awaken their talents after their spiritual energy is revived? Xiao Teng was very confused. In this case, the number of talents that can be devoured will not be as much as imagined. However, even though many bees do not have talents to be awakened, there are still thousands of bees here. Hey, hey! I can have a good meal now. Putting this doubt behind him, Xiao Teng climbed up the tree trunk and aimed his tail at the beast, pulling it hard. Take off! Suddenly, the beehive was blown away like a ball by the power of Xiao Teng's tail. Buzz! Buzz buzz! Many bees immediately rushed out of the hive, and even the buzzing sound became several times louder. Xiao Teng could feel from the chirping sound that the bee colony was now extremely angry. Chapter 3. Hundreds of bees rushed out of the beehive that fell to the ground in an instant. These are just the bees that rushed out. There are more bees in the hive, and they are also coming out one after another. Soon they discovered the intruder Xiao Teng. Hundreds of bees swarmed over and surrounded Xiao Teng tightly. The worker bees constantly attack intruders with their stingers. But it couldn't pierce the python's rough skin. Xiao Teng's entire body was surrounded by bees. At this moment, Xiao Teng also felt a tingling sensation. He had the illusion that many toothpicks were pricking him. Cut it so thin and small, it's useless. Facing the attack from the worker bees, Xiao Teng swung his python body and came to the big tree. Then he suddenly exerted force and slammed into the tree. Many bees were killed before they had time to dodge. Dozens of bees died in just one blow. The bee's body fell, and a space was left on Xiao Teng's python's body. At the same time, Xiao Teng heard continuous system prompts. Ding! Kill a bee, mortal body level 1, evolution point plus 0.1. The evolution points gained from killing insects are really few. Only 0.1 for a bee. It would take 100 bees to kill one golden eagle chick. However, there are probably thousands of bees here. If I kill them all, it will give me a lot of evolution points. After one attack, Xiao Teng quickly ate the talented bee on the ground. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations on devouring the D-level talent swiftness. Agility, D-level your movement and reaction speed increases by 30%. I swallowed up a talent so quickly. The moment the system prompt sounded, Xiao Teng felt that his movement speed had indeed become a little faster. However, Xiao Teng seemed to be slowing down the speed of these bees. This is because Xiao Teng's reaction speed also increased. Keep up the good work. With the talent of speed, Xiao Teng moved even faster, constantly hitting the trees with his body. Boom boom boom. He felt pain all over his body, but more bees were killed by Xiao Teng. FK, it hurts a bit, luckily I have thick skin. With a few snaps, hundreds of bees were brutally killed by Xiao Teng, and a layer of bee corpses piled on the ground. Even the number of bees flying in the sky has decreased visibly. I'm so tired. It's really a physical job. After continuously hitting the trees, Xiao Teng felt pain all over his body. There was no other way. The python had no means to deal with a large swarm of bees, so Xiao Teng could only kill them by hitting the trees. Now there are very few bees that dare to sting Xiao Teng, perhaps because they have realized that Xiao Teng is not afraid of them at all. Looking at the swarm of bees in the sky that no longer attacked him, Xiao Teng felt a little headache. Why don't you fight? How can I kill you if you don't come to fight me? Seeing that the bee colony was no longer attacking, Xiao Teng simply twisted his body and swam to the front of the hive. If you don't come and fight me, I will tear down your home. Wrap your body around the honeycomb and use your muscles to exert force. The hive was crushed by the huge force. Countless bee corpses mixed with honey flowed down. Suddenly, a series of system prompts came. Ding! Kill the bee, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding! Kill the bee larvae, evolution points plus 0.05. Xiao Teng was stunned by the large amount of evolution points credited to his account. Holy crap! There are still so many bees in the hive. I'm so happy. Xiao Teng's ears suddenly rang with continuous system notification sounds, and he was overjoyed. This wave of harvest is not bad. A little bit adds up to a lot, and it is also a large amount of evolution points. However, even if Xiao Teng crushed the beehive, the bees in the sky no longer attacked Xiao Teng. They then scattered and attacked other small animals nearby. It seems that this wave of evolution has reached its limit. Xiao Teng looked at the layers of dead bees on the ground, his eyes full of excitement. These corpses that can devour talents are the big ones. Xiao Teng probably killed thousands of bees, even if it was only 1/10 of the proportion. There is also a chance that the corpses of hundreds of bees will devour talents. Next comes the detailed work. As long as Xiao Teng devours the bees on the ground, he can devour the talent. A few hours later, Xiao Teng curled up on the ground, exhausted, not wanting to move at all. He never thought that eating could be so tiring. The python has no hands, so he can only lie on the ground and pick up the dead bees one by one. After picking up the trash hundreds of times, he was exhausted. However, whenever Xiao Teng thought about the gains this time, he felt it was well worth it. This time he swallowed up several talents in total. Most of them are E and F grades. It is worth mentioning that some of these talents can transform Xiao Teng's body. His body has changed slightly compared to before. Looking closely, Xiao Teng's scales actually reflected a metallic luster under the sunlight. This is one of the talents he swallowed, which can make his scales have a hardness comparable to that of alloy. Having devoured so many talents, I am probably now more than an ordinary beast. Let's see what specific talents there are. While lying on the ground to rest, Xiao Teng also had time to check what kind of talent he had swallowed. Panel. A light blue screen appeared in front of Xiao Teng. Species, Reticulated Python. Level, Mortal Level 7, 0/70. Status, 8 meters long, maximum strength 4 tons, speed 20 kilometers per hour. Innate talent, Endless Devouring, SSS level. Other talents, Big Eater, D level, Breath Restraint, A level, Swiftness, D level, Iron Scales, B level, Strength Enhancement, F level, Copper Teeth, F level, speed enhancement, F level, killing mind perception, E level, paralysis toxin, E level, mind control, A level, telepathy, F level. Evolution points, 50. When slaughtering the swarm of bees, Xiao Teng had already upgraded once, so now he is a 7th level mortal body, and his body length has reached 8 meters. Looking at the large number of talents on the panel, Xiao Teng was extremely excited. Simply put, these talents have greatly increased Xiao Teng's physical strength. Whether it is speed, strength, or defense, he has surpassed his peers of the same size. Especially in terms of defense, the steel scales make it difficult for ordinary beasts to bite through Xiao Teng's defense. There are several talents that Xiao Teng cares about here. The copper teeth made Xiao Teng's teeth much larger, a bit like crocodile teeth. Xiao Teng licked his fangs with the tip of his tongue. There is one more part I can attack. Now I should be able to tear my prey into pieces instead of just swallowing it whole. The paralyzing toxin even gave Xiao Teng poison glands, and his teeth could secrete venom that could paralyze living things. It is also very useful when hunting. He may only need to bite his prey once, and the prey will lose the ability to resist. However, the talent that Xiao Teng is most concerned about is mental control. This is an A-level talent. What is the effect of mental control? It sounds awesome. Xiao Teng also touched the panel with his head out of curiosity and clicked on the talent introduction. Chapter 4. Mental Control. A level you can influence the minds of other creatures to a certain extent, including memory erasure, brainwashing suggestions, and cognitive changes. The specific effects depend on the level gap between the user and the person being controlled. The higher the level of the user than the controlled person, the better the effect. It may not work when facing mental resistance talents. Seeing the detailed introduction of talent, Xiao Teng was immediately shocked and made a sound of surprise. Damn! This ability to change the minds of other creatures is too powerful. So I can also give hints to other creatures. This is so damn unnatural. Maybe, I can even control humans. I wonder what I can achieve at my current level? It would be great if I could directly brainwash humans into becoming my subordinates and make them work for me, haha. Xiao Teng's previous life was a world where aristocratic families had a monopoly and ordinary people had no chance at all. The aristocratic family not only controls the economy, but also has complete control over the military and politics. Behind the elders who hold the highest power are all major families. The world is heaven, at least for now. If he could directly control a descendant of a family and let him continuously provide resources, Xiao Teng's growth would be smoother. But Xiao Teng also knew that this was a whimsical thing. Because it has no access to these big shots now, no descendant of the family is willing to come to the deep mountains and forests. Bang! Just as Xiao Teng was lying on the ground recovering his strength and thinking wildly, he suddenly heard a harsh gunshot, breaking the tranquility of the mountain forest. That's right, it's gunfire. Xiao Teng was startled, and the whole python stood up, his eyes full of vigilance. It's gunfire. Someone is coming. No, doesn't Long Country ban guns? Why are there gunshots? Are they from the military or poachers? Xiao Teng was very nervous. People who go up the mountain with guns are not at the same level of danger as people who go up the mountain with bare hands. Human thermal weapons are simply a dimensionality-reducing blow to the beasts. Although he had just gained the talent of strengthening his scales and his defense had greatly increased, he had not tested it before, so he didn't know if he could withstand bullets. As for the talent of mental control, Xiao Teng was very unsure and had never actually used it. It seems they are coming here, hide first. Swinging the python's body, Xiao Teng quickly climbed up a big tree. If he didn't raise his head, he wouldn't be able to see him. Just when Xiao Teng climbed up the big tree, 4 big men emerged from the forest. One person walks in front, and 3 people walk in the back. Xiao Teng keenly noticed that the 3 people behind were all carrying shotguns. The person in front seemed to be a guide, showing them the way. Brother Zheng, why do we have to kill so many animals? Didn't the country always advocate the protection of wild animals before? The guide in front asked in confusion. They have killed a lot of animals along the way, basically killing everyone they see, and there are also many animals sitting in jails. If it weren't for the fact that they were members of the military and the remuneration was not low, Xiao Taizu would not have dared to take them hunting in the mountains even if he had 10,000 courages. There are many beasts in this mountain. Don't worry so much. This is decided by the higher UPS. We don't know the specific situation. Just lead your way. The man called Brother Zheng replied impatiently. They are soldiers and they only need to carry out orders. They don't know the intentions of the higher UPS. I heard that a strange thing happened a few days ago. All the satellites in the sky exploded and lost contact overnight. Is this related to it? Not only the satellites of Longyuan, but also the satellites of other countries have all exploded. The explosion of all satellites a few days ago has caused a sensation on the internet. Many major actions taken by the top management also started from this incident. Brother Zheng was silent for a moment. He felt that what the guide said made sense. The orders given to them from above also started with this incident. Combined with the nationwide mountain clearing campaign, is there really something big going to happen recently? However, although Brother Zheng had this idea in his mind, he still refuted the guide's words. The higher UPS wanted to conceal the truth, and he didn't want any word to get out of his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. It's just speculation. Talk less, observe your surroundings more, be careful of sneak attacks. Tisk, it's just a beast. How can it be stronger than my gun? That's true, but we still have to be careful. This is a primeval forest, and the animals here have never seen humans. They might dare to attack us. Xiao Teng heard everything they talked about. After rising a few levels, Xiao Teng's 5 senses became stronger. He could see farther and hear more clearly, so he heard every word of their conversation. Killing a beast? Satellite explosion? High-level decision? This is a bit too much information. First of all, the satellite explosion was something Xiao Teng had heard of in his previous life, and it happened before he was reborn. Xiao Teng didn't know whether the satellite explosion was related to the revival of spiritual energy, but it was obvious that the top management had realized something. They actually sent the military to clear the mountain. Could it be that the top brass had already predicted the revival of spiritual energy? Why didn't they inform the civilians? In my previous life, I didn't know anything about it. Even the soldiers on the mission didn't know about it. After thinking deeply for a while, Xiao Teng felt that it was normal. Because the top leaders are all from aristocratic families, they always have to think about themselves. They may want to seize the initiative when the spiritual energy revives and maintain their status. When Xiao Teng learned that they were here to clear the mountain, he became more alert. If they saw us, we would definitely kill them without hesitation. From the conversations, we know that they have killed many animals before. I wonder how many people there are? How long will it last? What equipment do they have? After listening to their conversation, Xiao Teng wanted to know more. This was related to whether he could survive the 7 days before the revival of spiritual energy. Since it was a matter of life and death, Xiao Teng's eyes were firm. I have to find someone to ask. He looked with ill intent at the 4 people who had already walked under the tree. Just as Xiao Teng was about to randomly pick a lucky person to use mental control on, he noticed that the man called Brother Zheng raised his head. Very good, no need to pick. It's you. Brother Zheng just wanted to look up casually, but he didn't expect that he would see something wrong when he looked up. Damn! Giant python! Brother Zheng opened his lips slightly and was about to shout. But the moment Xiao Teng's talent was activated, Brother Zheng's eyes instantly became clear. What was I just about to say? Brother Zheng scratched his head, then slammed his hand suddenly, suddenly realized, and said to the other 3 people. I suddenly need to poop. You guys go ahead, I'll go to the side and relieve myself. I'll catch up with you soon. Chapter 5. The people traveling with me were a little speechless. Why do you need to poop at this time? Isn't this the 3 urgent things that people have? Brother Zheng didn't know why he always had an obsession to leave the team, but he didn't know where it came from. Do you want us to watch over you? Be careful of being attacked by wild animals. No, you can't pull it out. Stay away from me. I will catch up with you soon. Okay, there are so many things to do. A grown man is still shy. Let's go first, walk slowly. If you encounter a wild animal, shout loudly and we will come over immediately after hearing you. Good. The other 3 people left, leaving Zheng Jie alone standing there stupidly. He only knew that he wanted to leave the team, and then what? Phew, they should be far away. Seeing that Brother Zheng's eyes gradually became clearer, Xiao Teng immediately got down from the tree and appeared. An 8-meter-long python appeared before his eyes, but Brother Zheng did not react at all. He still looked stupid and did not even think of fighting back. What's your name? Xiao Teng used telepathy to directly transmit his thoughts into Brother Zheng's mind, casually strengthening his mental control again. Zheng Jiang. How many of you are assigned here for this mission? Brother Zheng said numbly, 12 of us have been assigned to the Qingfeng Mountains. Xiao Teng nodded. It was okay. There weren't many people. At least Xiao Teng had room to maneuver. What exactly is the content of your mission this time? Try to clear out the beasts in Qingfeng mountain range. Why? Brother Zheng shook his head and said truthfully, I don't know. Where is your base camp? It's a wooden house on the hillside. How many weapons did you bring? 1 shotgun and 1 pistol per person, that's all. How long will the mission last? Half a month. Xiao Teng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that although the top leaders had made predictions, they did not send out many troops. At the same time, Xiao Teng also knew where he was. The Qingfeng Mountains are very large, and only 12 people were sent. As long as Xiao Teng is careful, it won't be easy for him to be exposed. I want you to come here every night during the mission and write in the dirt where your movements will be for tomorrow. After thinking about it, Xiao Teng added another sentence. By the way, bring me a piece of meat from each beast you kill and leave it under the tree. Now, forget about meeting me. After getting away, Xiao Teng released the mental control. Zheng Qiang gradually regained consciousness and looked around in confusion. How can you fall asleep while taking a shit? Zheng Qiang scratched his head and ran towards the other 3 people. After releasing the mental control, Xiao Teng felt extremely tired and fell into a drowsy state. He returned to the tree hole and curled up to rest. I only controlled it for a short while, but the consumption was so great. It seems that this talent is not invincible. After all, it's just an A-level talent. To completely brainwash a human being to become his subordinate is simply impossible at his current level. However, this talent is still very useful. It helped me avoid a crisis and obtain intelligence. If it weren't for his talent in mind control, Xiao Teng might have been discovered by those people just now. A fight is inevitable. Xiao Teng did not kill Zheng Qiang because if Zheng Qiang disappeared, the higher UPS might send more people over. It would be better to keep him as a traitor. Now the main approach is to forbearance. You need to develop quickly. The next day, Xiao Teng woke up full of energy. He stuck his head out of the tree hole and saw the sun already halfway up the mountain, and he said to himself, "Oh no! I slept for so long." He fell asleep shortly after using his talent of mind control yesterday. But I didn't expect that he slept for so long that he slept until the next day. Xiao Teng decided not to use his talent for mind control indiscriminately until he became stronger. Although it can change the cognition of other creatures, it is also very exhausting to oneself. He doesn't want to sleep 18 hours a day. Xiao Teng twisted his python body and walked out of the tree hole. He already had a plan for what to do today. Go find an animal with better talents and take it in as your subordinate. After the spiritual energy revived, he couldn't fight alone. He always has to find some animals to help him share the pressure from humans. The one we found before was pretty good. Let's go look for it. I hope it hasn't been killed by humans yet. Thinking of the four-man mountain sweeping group he met yesterday, Xiao Teng felt unhappy. I originally wanted to let it go, but now it seems that's not possible. Xiao Teng planned to bring that fellow creature to his side. Swinging his body, Xiao Teng moved towards the direction of the same kind in his memory. Suddenly, Xiao Teng saw a huge figure behind the grass in front of him. Xiao Teng decisively moved towards the bushes. It turned out to be a wild boar weighing 300 kilograms that was feeding on the roots in the ground. Humph humph humph. The wild boar also saw Xiao Teng, shook its head, showing its two fangs, and made a few pig calls at him, hoping to scare away the predator. Unfortunately, it was of no use to Xiao Teng. He was determined to eat this wild boar today. Before, I only killed small rabbits and squirrels. Finally, I came across a big one. I can't let it go. Xiao Teng swallowed, wondering how many evolution points this wild boar would give him. Hiss! The moment Xiao Teng saw the wild boar, he rushed forward. Seeing Xiao Teng rushing towards it, the wild boar was not afraid and aimed the fangs in its mouth at the python in front of it. When Xiao Teng arrived in front of him, he suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, Xiao Teng felt a huge force hitting his body, which was about to push him away. The next second, Xiao Teng's teeth bit into the wild boar, fixing himself in place and starting to secrete venom. Seeing that Xiao Teng Gong failed to fly away, the wild boar bit him directly with its mouth. With a crisp sound, two of the wild boar's teeth were broken. Howl! The wild boar uttered a miserable squeal. After a while, Xiao Teng also injected a large amount of venom. He is a python with a large amount of venom, and he injects the venom into the wild boar's body as if it were free. At this point in the battle, the outcome has basically been decided. The wild boar couldn't bite through Xiao Teng's defense at all. After being injected with venom, its body gradually became paralyzed and unable to move, so it couldn't even run away. Xiao Teng wrapped his arms around the wild boar, tightened his body, and exerted force, and the sound of broken bones was heard. The wild boar turned into a pile of dead pigs. Ding! Kill the first level wild boar mortal body, evolution points plus 100. Xiao Teng was overjoyed, haha. This wild boar is much more valuable than a rabbit or something. Combined with the remaining evolution points, this is enough for Xiao Teng to advance 2 levels. Xiao Teng said without hesitation, System, upgrade. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 8th level of the mortal body. The next level is the 9th level of the mortal body, which requires 80 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level of the mortal body. The next level is the 10th level of the mortal body, which requires 90 evolution points. In an instant, Xiao Teng's body grew another 2 meters, reaching 10 meters in length, and his strength also increased a lot. Xiao Teng vaguely sensed that if he reached the 10th level of mortal body and then advanced again, he would evolve into a new species, gain a great improvement, and completely escape the category of mortal beasts. After killing the wild boar, Xiao Teng began to tear into the wild boar's corpse piece by piece. It's good to have teeth. It's not like before when I had to swallow it whole. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Swallowing failed. It doesn't matter if the devouring fails, this wild boar has an F-level talent, the worst talent. E-level and F-level talents are very common, but talents above A-level are rarely seen. Of course, after the revival of spiritual energy, there will definitely be fewer beasts with such trashy talents. If you can't compete with others, you will die. The S-level python before was a genius among beasts. This further strengthened Xiao Teng's idea of bringing it under his command. Now Xiao Teng can be said to be invincible in the wild. Even if a tiger came, it would not be a match for Xiao Teng. After all, he still has two talents, paralyzing poison and steel scales. The giant python, whose scales are as thick as alloy and can release poison, is invincible to normal animals before the revival of spiritual energy. After rising 2 levels, the deterrent power emanating from Xiao Teng became stronger, but he still kept his breath restrained. He also chose to walk in the shade of trees, and the patterns on his body provided him with good cover. Chapter 6. Unknowingly, Xiao Teng had returned to the area where he was just reborn. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the front. If you listen carefully, you can hear a hint of sadness in the eagle's cry. It's the golden eagle. After his strength increased, Xiao Teng was naturally not afraid of the golden eagle. He ignored the eagle's cry from the sky. Although he is not afraid of the golden eagle, he cannot hit it either. Xiao Teng does not have the means of long-range attack for the time being. Xiao Teng chose to ignore it. It seems to be looking for the murderer of its chicks. After walking for a while, Xiao Teng found that the eagle's cry was still there. Xiao Teng looked up and saw that the golden eagle was following him. Moreover, Xiao Teng had already seen the golden eagle swooping down from time to time, grabbing a snake and killing it. A total provocation. Roll. Xiao Teng transmitted the message to the golden eagle in the sky. Cry. The golden eagle let out an unwilling cry, looked at Xiao Teng with hatred, and then flew away weakly. Xiao Teng left a scent when he ate the chick, and the golden eagle already knew who killed its child. And the murderer even dared to show up in its territory so brazenly. What's even more frustrating is that it can't do anything about the murderer. A 10-meter-long python is big enough to swallow an eagle. So you are here. Xiao Teng stuck out his tongue to feel the smell and pulled out a 2-meter-long python from a hole in the ground. The python tilted its head, stuck out its tongue to analyze the smell, and then wagged its tail in a friendly manner, obviously recognizing it. Hiss! Xiao Teng didn't waste any time and directly transmitted the message. Come with me, I will protect you. It's very dangerous in the mountains now. Hiss! A group of 2-legged beasts came here. They are very powerful. If you encounter them, you will die. After saying this, Xiao Teng threw the only remaining wild boar leg to it to show his sincerity. The python ate the wild boar's leg happily, and then rubbed Xiao Teng affectionately. Xiao Teng pushed it away with disgust, then sent a message. My name is Xiao Teng. You probably don't have a name yet. I'll give you a name, you'll be called Huang. Huang was the name of the dog Xiao Teng raised in his previous life. The old dog has passed away. Huang nodded to show his acceptance, then rubbed Xiao Teng again. Hiss! Xiao Teng pushed him away helplessly, don't get so close. In the afternoon, Xiao Teng and Huang caught a lynx, and then dug a rabbit hole. Although they did not devour the talent, their evolution points successfully reached over 100. After closing the panel, Xiao Teng exhaled with satisfaction, more than 100, I can level up again. System, I want to upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 10th level of the mortal body. The next level is the first level of the mortal body. 300 evolution points are required. 300 evolution points. The number of evolution points required to upgrade is increasing. The name of the level has changed. The next level is the first level of Transcendental. Xiao Teng had a premonition that when he advanced next time, his body would undergo earth-shaking changes, which would be the sublimation of his life level. After rising 1 level, Xiao Teng's body became larger, reaching 11 meters, and his strength also increased accordingly. An 11-meter-long python is probably the limit that a python in the wild can reach. After throwing the remaining lynx leg to Huang, Xiao Teng looked up at the sky. It's almost time, let's go see if Zhangjiang has arrived. Xiao Teng climbed up a big tree and observed the surroundings. Huang also followed Xiao Teng's example and climbed up the tree. Xiao Teng told Huang, "Don't move." Then I waited nervously. In fact, Xiao Teng was not sure whether Zhangjiang would come. He had given Zhangjiang a hint before, but there were many variables. After all, Zhangjiang is surrounded by people now. Sneaking out of the camp alone in the middle of the night is very suspicious behavior. The worst outcome is that Zhangjiang lifts the mental control and brings a group of people to encircle and suppress Xiao Teng. Fortunately, what Xiao Teng worried about did not happen. When the time came, Zhangjiang arrived as scheduled. Xiao Teng found that Zhangjiang looked dazed and had no weapons on him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mental control effect is still there. After Zhangjiang finished writing on the soil with the branch, he put down a bag of meat. Xiao Teng felt that this was not safe enough, so he once again spent his energy to strengthen his mental control over Zhangjiang before letting him leave. Forget about having seen me and come again tomorrow. After waiting for 2 hours and making sure that no one was following him, Xiao Teng slid down the tree nimbly. He stared at the bag of meat and couldn't help feeling excited. It looks like a pretty big portion. After picking out the bag, Xiao Teng opened his mouth wide and ate all the meat. This pile of meat included the results of a day's hunting by the mountain clearing team, including wild boar, goat, tiger, and a variety of other wild animal meats. Suddenly, a series of system prompts appeared in Xiao Teng's ears. Endless devouring talent is being activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the F-level talent physical enhancement. Ding! Strength enhancement F-level, speed enhancement F-level, and physical enhancement F-level have been merged into D-level talent comprehensive enhancement. Comprehensive enhancement, level D. Your strength, speed, and stamina increase by 50% based on your basic attributes. Xiao Teng was also stunned when he heard the system prompt. FK. Talents can actually be combined. 3 F-level talents were combined into 1 D-level talent. Xiao Teng remembered that the original F-level enhanced talent description was a slight improvement, and Xiao Teng did not change much at that time. As soon as he obtained this talent, Xiao Teng clearly felt a surge of power in his body, and the whole snake's aura became sharper. This talent directly improved Xiao Teng's combat effectiveness. And that's not all. The next moment, another system prompt came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the C-level talent Lightning Element Affinity. Lightning Element Affinity, C-level. You have gained the favor of the Lightning Element. It will be easier for you to master the Lightning Element talent. The power of Lightning Element attacks has increased, and the physical strength consumed by releasing it has decreased. Thunder Element, what is this? Xiao Teng stared at this talent in a daze. This is obviously something that will only appear after the revival of spiritual energy. He has not yet mastered lightning elemental attacks, so this talent is useless to him now. But maybe I will master the element of lightning in the future. Tonight, Xiao Teng absorbed these 2 talents, one of which directly improved Xiao Teng's physical fitness by half. Xiao Teng felt that his current strangulation strength was enough to easily break steel. Chapter 7. After eating, Xiao Teng carefully looked at the message left by Zhangjiang on the soil. After memorizing the information, it used its tail to smooth the soil and walked in the opposite direction of the mountain clearing team. Today is the 3rd night after rebirth. There are still 4 days before the revival of spiritual energy. Xiao Teng does not plan to rest, but chooses to seize the time to hunt under the cover of night. After rising a few levels, Xiao Teng clearly felt that his energy had become more vigorous, and it didn't matter if he slept a little less. Perhaps after a few more realms, he would no longer need to sleep at all. I'm only 300 evolution points away from breaking through to the next level. Let's do it in one go. After walking for a distance, Xiao Teng found a cave with a fresh smell of urine at the entrance. It must have been left there by an animal marking its territory. So fresh? There must be animals in it. Xiao Teng rushed into the cave happily. Inside the cave, a 2-meter-tall bear was lying on the ground, looking at the intruder in confusion. As if to say, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" When Xiao Teng's 11-meter-long python body was fully exposed in front of the bear's scalp suddenly went numb. Then he reacted quickly, howling at Xiao Teng and standing up to make himself look bigger. Wow! It's huge! I didn't expect there was such a big bear in there. Deterrence was useless to Xiao Teng. When he saw such a big bear, Xiao Teng's eyes widened. Such a big one should have a lot of evolution points. Xiao Teng's huge python body blocked the entrance of the cave. Xiao Teng refused to retreat, and the bear had no way to retreat and could only fight to the death. Roar! After a roar, the bear raised its big paw and smashed towards Xiao Teng. Bang! The heavy bear paw hit Xiao Teng's python body with a heavy sound, but Xiao Teng was unharmed, not even a scratch on his skin. Instead, the bear's palm became numb from the recoil and he took several steps back. A cold light flashed in Xiao Teng's eyes, and when the bear tried to retreat, he suddenly rushed forward, and the huge python body wrapped around the bear. The bear became anxious as its body was constantly being tightened. It opened its mouth wide and tried to bite the python wrapped around its body, but it was useless. Then the bear used its 2 paws to slap the python wrapped around its chest frantically, but the python remained motionless. Xiao Teng exerted force gently, and the sound of broken bones was heard. The air in the bear's chest was constantly squeezed, and his eyes turned red. After a few minutes, he completely lost his life. Ding! Kill an adult bear, evolution points plus 200. 200 evolution points. Xiao Teng was delighted. It looks like I can break through tonight. Just take a bite at the bear's corpse. Endless devouring can be activated with just a bite of the corpse, without having to swallow the whole thing. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the B-level talent and increasing your strength tenfold. Another talent has been devoured, not bad. Following the system prompt, Xiao Teng suddenly felt as if he had endless power in his body. He casually swept his tail towards a large rock, and after a loud bang, the rock instantly broke into pieces. This is the power after being amplified tenfold. Haha! I'm getting stronger and stronger now. Xiao Teng felt that if he were to kill the bear again now, he would only need a sweep of its tail and the bear would lie down. After all, even stones can be crushed easily. Xiao Teng's strength has now reached an incredible level. After obtaining this talent, Xiao Teng's aura became more and more terrifying, but fortunately he had the talent of concealing his breath to cover it up. After taking a quick look around, he didn't see anything worth noting in the cave, so he retreated. This will be my new home from now on. Xiao Teng looked at the cave entrance and nodded with satisfaction. After it grew longer, the original tree hole could no longer accommodate Xiao Teng, and he had to move to a bigger place. After exiting the cave, Xiao Teng continued hunting. I finally managed to save up 300 evolution points. Just American Samoa. The sky began to turn light. Xiao Teng returned to the cave and checked carefully, but found no danger. System upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the first level of Transcendental Transformation. The next level is the second level of Transcendental Transformation. 400 evolution points are required. It is detected that the host can evolve. Do you want to evolve immediately? Yes. Xiao Teng closed his eyes, his breath continuing to rise. 2 hours later, Xiao Teng opened his eyes again, and a huge aura emanated from him. The python is 15 meters long, with a single horn on its head and its scales are shiny black, turning into a translucent black. Faint blue lightning flashed through the gaps between the scales, and the terrifying power of thunder was brewing in the body. Black Evil Thunder Python. Xiao Teng exhaled and looked up into the empty sky expectantly. Panel. Race, Black Thunder Python. Level, Transcendental Level 1, 0/400. Status, 15 meters long, maximum strength 80 tons, speed 30 km per hour. Innate talent, Endless Devouring, SSS level. Other talents, Big Eater, D rank, Breath Restraint, A rank, Swiftness, D rank, Iron Scales, B rank, Copper Teeth, F rank, Killing Sense, E rank, Paralysis Toxin, E rank, Mental Control, A level, Telepathy, F level, Comprehensive Enhancement, D level, Lightning Element Affinity, C level, 10 times Strength Amplification, B level, Lightning Breath, B level. Evolution Points, 0. The ultimate force is 80 tons, which is more powerful than a truck crash. Almost no living creature can withstand it. As soon as Xiao Teng had a thought, a ray of lightning shot out of his mouth, and struck the bear's body with a crackling sound. In an instant, the bear's body turned charred, and the air was filled with the aroma of meat. At the same time, Xiao Teng also felt some of his physical strength being lost. A giant python that can spit lightning from its mouth. A look flashed in Xiao Teng's eyes. This is totally extraordinary power. Can I master the power of elements after reaching the first level of Transcendental? It seems that my talent of affinity with lightning element can come in handy. Affinity with the lightning element can enhance the power of lightning breath and reduce the consumption of lightning breath. Maybe it can actually resist bullets. After the evolution, his physical fitness was comprehensively improved and his scales became harder. Xiao Teng looked at the shiny black scales on his body and felt a little confident. At this time, Xiao Teng discovered a Huang who was trembling with fear. Xiao Teng sent a message. Don't be afraid, it's me. Hiss. A Huang cautiously stuck out his tongue and then let out a delighted hiss. Stay in the cave and don't run around for the next few days. A Huang nodded. After the evolution, its speed increased a lot, and it was not easy to hunt with a Huang. The next upgrade will require 400 evolution points. With the current animal attributes, it will be difficult to upgrade as easily as before. The stronger the animal, the more evolution points you get for killing it. The sun gradually rose, and a ray of light shone into the cave. There was a leak in the ceiling that let in sunlight. Looking in the direction of the light, Xiao Teng saw the natural big pit in the corner of the cave, and a plan was born in his mind. Chapter 8. Xiao Teng thought very simply. Since there are no strong creatures for Xiao Teng to hunt now, it would be great if those animals could become stronger after the spiritual energy revives. Therefore, Xiao Teng wanted to raise a group of animals, such as pigs, and then kill them all at once when the spiritual energy revived. Xiao Teng, who has evolved once, is also very adept at hunting, and his hunting efficiency has increased many times. After catching the herbivore, Xiao Teng did not kill it on the spot, but took it back to the cave and threw it into a big pit. The pit was very high, and once the animals were thrown in, they couldn't climb out. They were trapped inside and couldn't go anywhere. If you catch a carnivore, just eat it. Ding! Kill an adult tiger, evolution points plus 300. Ding! Kill an adult lynx, evolution points plus 100. Ding! Kill an adult leopard, evolution points plus 150. At the end of the day, Xiao Teng had accumulated a lot of evolution points, enough to upgrade to the next level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the second level of Transcendental Transformation. The next level is the third level of Transcendental Transformation, which requires 500 evolution points. More and more evolution points are needed. I don't know if I can break through to another level before the spiritual energy recovers. Xiao Teng estimated that it would be difficult. After all, there are only 3 days left. After the upgrade, Xiao Teng's body length increased by another 2 meters, and his strength limit increased by 5 tons. The 17-meter-long python is like a huge monster. Admiring his own sturdy body, Xiao Teng secretly said. If I were to appear in the outside world with this face, I don't know how big of a sensation it would cause. Fortunately, this is a primeval forest where no one has set foot for a long time, and no one noticed that there was an unusual giant python here. It's just that there have been a few outside visitors recently. As night fell, Zhang Qiang arrived as expected. It was obvious that the tree could no longer support Xiao Teng, and he could not hide in the tree. After making sure that no one else was following, Xiao Teng appeared in front of Zhang Qiang and ate the wild animal meat he brought. Ding! Congratulations on swallowing the B-level talent clairvoyance. Clairvoyance, level B. Your visual nerves have been greatly enhanced, and now you can see things thousands of miles away. At this moment, Xiao Teng's eyes seemed to become much brighter, and his vision was greatly enhanced. The viewing angle has the function of zooming in and out. As long as he wanted, he could see many details, and further away, he could see the bustling human towns thousands of miles away. At the foot of the Qingfeng Mountains, with a population of 2 million, is Qingcheng. A tall and magnificent building, full of singing and dancing, the Chen family is at the top of Qingcheng Power. Armored vehicles lined up in rows, missiles loaded, countless armed helicopters on the tarmac, Qingcheng military base. Retracting his gaze and returning to normal perspective, Xiao Teng narrowed his eyes dangerously. This talent is very convenient for obtaining intelligence. Once again used mental control on Zhang Qiang. I am now at the second level of transcendental transformation. At my current level, I can control humans more deeply. The talent of mental control means that the higher the level of the opponent, the better the control effect. Therefore, Xiao Teng also wanted to see to what extent he could control humans at his current level. Xiao Teng stared at Zhang Qiang with red light in his eyes and spoke slowly. From now on, you no longer belong to the human camp. I will be your only master. I want you to devote your whole life to me. My words are your supreme command. You must not do anything that is not in my favor at any time or place. As soon as these words came out, a trace of confusion flashed across Zhang Qiang's eyes. He struggled for a moment, and then was covered by even greater fanaticism. Zhang Qiang knelt down with a thud and looked up at Xiao Teng with fanatical eyes. Yes, my lord. Xiao Teng was delighted, successful. However, afterwards, Xiao Teng felt that this control seemed unstable. Although he has Zhang Qiang under his control now, if Zhang Qiang's level goes up, there is still a possibility that he will get out of control. Zhang Qiang looked at Xiao Teng and asked enthusiastically, "My master, what do you want me to do?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Teng said, "Everything remains the same. Stay in hiding for the time being. Behave normally during the day so as not to be spotted." Zhang Qiang responded, "Follow your instructions." Mental control is actually giving the other party a hint. Except for making different choices at critical moments, the rest of the time is no different from usual. At this time, Zhang Qiang had not changed at all except that he regarded Xiao Teng as his master. It was difficult for people around him to see that Zhang Qiang had actually betrayed the entire human race. After the experiment, I felt extremely tired and sleepy. Mental control is good in every way, but it consumes one's own mental energy. Xiao Teng yawned, then returned to the cave and curled up to rest. 2 days later. System upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 3rd level of Transcendental Transformation. The next level is the 4th level of Transcendental Transformation, which requires 600 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th level of Transcendental Transformation. The next level is the 5th level of Transcendental Transformation, which requires 700 evolution points. A 21-meter-long python emerged from the jungle. It had a single horn on its head, shiny black scales, a pair of majestic and inviolable vertical pupils, and blue lightning surrounding its body. A wild boar was frightened and jumped out. After grunting a few times, it was swept by the giant python's huge tail and flew several meters high, then smashed into a pulp. Xiao Teng happily swam to the side, swinging his python body and tearing off the flesh in one bite. Ding! Kill an adult wild boar, evolution points plus 100. Endless devouring in progress. Swallowing failed. I have reached the 4th stage of transcendental transformation, and my strength limit exceeds 100 tons. Now I am not afraid of any ordinary bullets. Missiles are still a bit threatening to me. The spiritual energy will be revived tomorrow, so go back and prepare first. In the past 2 days, due to the decrease in prey nearby and the pig farming, Xiao Teng did not absorb any talents, but he collected a lot of evolution points. Before the revival of spiritual energy, he successfully advanced to the 4th level of Transcendent. The next level, the 5th level of Metamorphosis, requires 700 evolution points. Strength limit, 100 tons, speed, 35 km per hour. Even if it collides with a truck, the truck will become scrap metal. After returning to the cave, the sounds of various animals were heard. The moonlight poured down and fell into a large natural pit, inside which were dozens of deer, sheep, rabbits, and other herbivorous animals. Hiss! A huge shadow appeared next to the pit. Hearing the roar, all the animals were immediately terrified and became chaotic. They all retreated, trying to get away from the terrifying aura. But there is no way to escape from this pit, and they can only huddle in the corner shivering and face their tragic fate. Chapter 9. On the eve of the revival of spiritual energy, in the early hours of the morning, as if they had sensed something, the animals became increasingly restless, while the noisy herbivores suddenly quieted down, staring at a certain place with their sharp eyes, and no longer making any sound. Xiao Teng coiled up into a small hill, guarding the food he raised, without making a sound. For a moment, the Qingfeng Mountains were eerily quiet. It's like the calm before the storm. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky. Boom! A strange bloody rain poured down. Xiao Teng shuddered. When he swam to the entrance of the cave, a fishy and sweet smell hit him in the face, along with an instinctive urge to devour, which made him want to roll in the blood rain and fully expose his body to it. Looking at the miraculous scene outside the cave, Xiao Teng was so excited that he couldn't breathe. Spiritual energy is reviving. It's really here. So, he followed his instinct, walked out of the cave, and let the heavy rain hit his head, looking very enjoyable. The blood rain disappeared as soon as it touched his body. He did not feel any discomfort, and even felt a cool sensation. He felt a force of energy transforming his entire body. Every once in a while, a system prompt will pop up. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 10. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 12. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 9. After the bloody rain came, all the animals that had been hiding in the Qingfeng Mountains followed their instincts, walked out of their hiding places, walked to the open space, and accepted this baptism. A wooden house in Qingfeng Mountains. A man walked to the window, and just as he opened it, he was brought back by the stench of blood and immediately closed the window. He looked out the window with a worried look on his face. Captain Yu, the strange blood rain outside is getting heavier, and the rain stinks, just like blood. No, this must be the blood of some creature. Captain Yu put down the microphone, ended the call, and consoled them, calm down. I've already reported this to the higher UPS. Everyone's eyes lit up. What does it say? Captain Yu said, we were told not to go out for the time being and wait for follow-up orders. Zhang Qiang asked, what about the task of clearing the wild animals? Captain Yu glanced at Zhang Qiang and said, the mission continues. After getting the answer, everyone sat back down. The strange phenomenon outside made everyone unable to sleep, and they started chatting around the fire. A soldier sighed, it's a pity that there is no signal in the mountains. I don't know if it's just our place that's raining blood, or if it's the same across the country. It must be just a local problem. It would be disastrous if it happened all over the country. This bloody rain is too weird, it's like something that only appears in mythical novels. I may be crazy. I actually want to go get wet in the rain. I felt the same way, wanting to go outside so badly that I even wanted to drink the rain water. Captain Yu glared at the two guys who said they wanted to go out and spoke loudly. This shows that this bloody rain has exceeded our understanding. If the higher UPS tell us not to go out, then we should not go out. If anyone says that again, wait until the rain stops and then go out and run 10 laps. Do you feel that the mountain is particularly quiet tonight? Normally at this time of year, you can hear the cries of wild animals from time to time, but I haven't heard a single cry so far. Maybe the animals in the mountains were also scared and hid themselves. Among the anxious crowd, Zhang Qiang appeared flustered on the surface, but he was actually very calm in his heart. Because his master had told him long ago that many strange things would happen today. If he had not been afraid of conspicuous, he would have rushed out of the room to be baptized by the blood rain. The first rain of the spiritual revival came strangely and suddenly, although many people felt the instinctive call telling them to go out of their homes. But most of them still choose to go home quickly and close the windows and doors tightly, not wanting to let the unknown rain of blood get wet. Only a handful of lunatics dare to rush onto the streets and face the bloody storm. The opposite of human choice is the animals. Animals all over the country, as long as they have the conditions, follow their instincts and fully expose their bodies to the rain of blood, hungrily absorbing the energy in the blood rain. Xiao Teng is no exception. Blood rained all night, and Xiao Teng was soaked all night long. After the rain stopped, Xiao Teng opened the panel and looked at the numbers on it, feeling happy in his heart. Haha! More than 2,000 evolution points in one night are enough for me to advance several levels. Therefore, Xiao Teng said without hesitation, "System, upgrade." With an order, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 5th level of transformation. The next level is the 6th level of transformation, which requires 800 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 6th level of transformation. The next level, the 7th level of transformation, requires 900 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 7th level of transformation. The next level, the 8th level of transformation, requires 1000 evolution points. He rose 3 levels in one go. After the system prompts, Xiao Teng's body immediately grew 6 meters longer, reaching 27 meters. After upgrading, Xiao Teng felt refreshed and felt the surging power in his body, secretly saying, "The strength limit is 140 tons and the speed is 40 kilometers per hour. I am terrifyingly strong now." At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Teng's heart. Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng had a guess in his mind and turned around to look. A 7-meter giant python appeared in front of him. It was Xiao Teng's younger brother, Huang, who was also a reticulated python. Reticulated python mortal body level 6, talent, indestructible body, S level, telepathy, F. Are you Huang? It's me. Huang was very happy that Xiao Teng could still recognize him, and he wagged his tail excitedly. "Xiao Teng, what should I call you? I took a fancy to you and picked you up. You are my subordinate. You should call me boss." Huang quickly accepted his position as Xiao Teng's subordinate. "Okay, boss. How do you feel now?" Huang raised his chest and raised his head, and said with pride, "Boss, I feel very good. My mind has become much clearer. Many things that I couldn't understand before can now be understood. And I've learned how to talk into other people's heads like you do." Xiao Teng nodded the huge snake head, then raised its thick tail. "I know, let me hit it. Huang was stunned for a moment and said in a panic. No. Boss, if you hit me, I might die. Xiao Teng frowned and said softly. You won't die. Your talent is S level. Let me test it and I will stop. Huang closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Okay, boss, please be gentle. Xiao Teng waved his tail, and with 50 tons of force, he slapped Huang's body with his tail. When the tail whipped Huang's body was suddenly covered with a layer of golden light. Xiao Teng felt that this was the hardest object he had ever hit. This tail directly sent Huang flying out and fell more than 10 meters away. However, it seemed that Huang was fine. He shook his head and got up, smiling carelessly. Hey, it doesn't hurt. Chapter 10. 50 tons of force did not hurt Huang, he was indeed an S-level talent. Xiao Teng had only seen this one S-level talent in all these days. Xiao Teng became more and more satisfied. He looked at Huang with appreciation and said. Very good. From now on, you will be the front guard and I will be the output behind you. Boss, what does meat shield mean? What does output mean? Don't worry about it. Just stand in front of me when we fight. Oh. Xiao Teng shook his head. This newly awakened beast was really stupid. No one paid attention to Huang, who was secretly wondering what meat shield and output meant. Xiao Teng turned and entered the cave. Dear food, I'm here. At this time, the calls of various animals sounded more ferocious than before. Because the ceiling was leaking, they were also baptized by blood rain last night. All the animals in the pit were larger than before, and their eyes were red. They looked extremely ferocious, as if they wanted to tear Xiao Teng to pieces. Xiao Teng's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Wow! You've grown so much! That should give me a lot of evolution points. After a night of bloody rain, the herbivores in the pit became larger and more ferocious. If it weren't for their herbivorous diet, they might have killed each other and devoured each other's flesh and blood. Xiao Teng wanted to raise them for a few more days, but the pit was not high enough and he was afraid that they would run away when they grew too big. So let's solve it now. Xiao Teng opened his bloody mouth and exhaled a tree-shaped lightning breath towards the gathered herbivores. In the pit, the herbivores had nowhere to hide and could only endure the breath of lightning. Sizzle! A flash of lightning passed by, and the ground was charred black. The animals in the pit suddenly fell down with their bodies turning black, and their whole bodies twitched continuously. Obviously, even if he didn't die, he would have lost his combat effectiveness. Only a few animals with defensive talents were still standing, but they were also seriously injured and looked at the giant python in front of them with horror. Suddenly, curses rang out in Xiao Teng's heart. Stupid python! I curse you to die as soon as you step out of the door. You will die. There were also voices begging for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die, why are you killing me? Hearing these words, Xiao Teng was still a little surprised. It seemed that many animals had awakened their intelligence. The common point among these animals with awakened intelligence was that they had all learned the talent of telepathy. However, whether it was cursing or begging for mercy, Xiao Teng ignored it all. Why listen to the voice of ants? Being weak is the original sin, this world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Sizzle! Another breath of lightning passed by, and even animals with defensive talents could not resist it. A large number of system prompts appeared, and there were no animals standing in the pit anymore. Most of them fell to the ground, motionless, completely dead. Ding! Kill a mortal level 4 goat, evolution points plus 300. Ding! Kill the mortal level 5 black bull, evolution points plus 400. Ding! Kill a mortal level 3 rabbit, evolution points plus 200. After 2 breaths of lightning, most of the animals in the pit died. Xiao Teng climbed down to finish off a few tough animals, and these animals were completely slaughtered by Xiao Teng. It only took a little bit of energy to get a lot of evolution points, what a great deal. Xiao Teng called out the panel and couldn't wait to check the harvest. He was surprised when he saw the series of numbers in front of him. 15,000 evolution points. It's great to be able to upgrade. System, upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 8th level of Transcendental Transformation. The next level is the 9th level of Transcendental Transformation, which requires 1,100 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level of Transcendental Transformation. The next level is the 10th level of Transcendental Transformation, which requires 1,200 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 10th level of Transcendental. The next level is the first level of Extraordinary. 9,000 evolution points are required. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Extraordinary Level 1. The next level is Extraordinary Level 2, which requires 10,000 evolution points. After this series of system prompts, Xiao Teng's body suddenly expanded to an astonishing 35 meters. The entire body of the python is extremely thick, even thicker than some trees. The ceiling was right above his head, and Xiao Teng suddenly felt that the cave was crowded. He advanced 4 levels in one breath and even broke through a realm. Now Xiao Teng has become a giant python in the extraordinary period. Now most of the other creatures are still in mortal bodies, but they are 2 realms ahead of the others, which is a huge lead. There is no creature in the entire world that is higher in level than Xiao Teng. This still includes the ocean where many experts gather. Even in the ocean, there are no strange beasts that can exceed Xiao Teng's level. However, in time, some terrifying creatures will appear in the ocean. After all, that is an area that even humans have not fully explored, and the world's largest creatures all exist in the ocean. The ocean itself is a place where it is more likely to give birth to giant beasts that are several hundred meters long. Xiao Teng let out a breath, and his body felt extremely comfortable and full of strength. The lightning element in his body became even more violent, clamoring to destroy everything. Xiao Teng couldn't help but moan, "Great!" At this time, another system prompt came. Ding! It is detected that the host has 1 evolution point. Do you want to start evolving immediately? No, evolve later. Xiao Teng refused. He still has a pile of animal corpses to devour. He can gain talents by devouring them, so he can't let them go. Moreover, Xiao Teng guessed that these talents could affect Xiao Teng's evolutionary direction to a certain extent. For example, the last time he swallowed a thunder element talent, he evolved into a black evil thunder python and gained the ability to breathe thunder and lightning. The black evil thunder python is obviously a giant thunder element beast. Looking at the pile of corpses on the ground, Xiao Teng couldn't help but look forward to it. There are dozens of corpses here. Endless devouring should be able to devour at least 1 talent. Moreover, he looked at the pile of herbivorous animal corpses and saw several guys with good talents among them. It would be a profit if he could devour them. Chapter 11. Endless devouring in progress. Ding! Congratulations on engulfing the A-level talent Thunder Field. Mad Thunder Field, A-level, summons extremely powerful wild thunder to attack all creatures within a range of 500 square meters. The attack range and the lethality of the wild thunder increase with the level. It's actually an A-level talent. Another lightning element talent. It seems that I am destined to evolve into a lightning element beast. This group of herbivores devoured only 1 talent, but it was an A-level talent. Xiao Teng would rather swallow talents of better quality than a large number of F-level talents. And it's a rare offensive talent. Looks like I'm lucky this time. It's almost time to evolve. Xiao Teng was also satisfied after swallowing an offensive A-level talent. Ah Huang, go and guard the door. Xiao Teng rolled up Ah Huang with his tail and threw it at the entrance of the cave. Don't let anyone bother me. Huang stared at the bloody meat at the bottom of the pit reluctantly. Boss, do you still want this meat? Xiao Teng tilted his head and thought for a while. He couldn't finish the food anyway, so he had no shortage of food. You can take it and eat it. Huang happily dragged a cow to the cave entrance and swallowed while helping Xiao Teng keep watch. Thank you, boss. System, evolve. 2 hours later. Huang felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him, and his body stiffened instantly, even the beef in his mouth fell out. Boss. Huang turned around and saw a giant python that was about 30 meters long but had 2 claws on its belly. Xiao Teng nodded, it's me. The species he evolved this time is Jiao, the black electric crazy Jiao. Not only did Xiao Teng's body not grow longer, but it shrank by 5 meters. However, the aura emanating from his entire body became more terrifying. Not only is there a sharp horn on the top of its head, but there are also 2 short horns slanting behind its ears, like undergrown dragon horns. The entire head shape no longer looks like a python, and the snout becomes longer, like a dragon. The scales are still shiny black, but the texture seems to be made of black iron. The scales have also become much larger and no longer look like tiny snake scales. What excited Xiao Teng the most was that he finally had a hand. 2 claws grew out of his abdomen, which looked like eagle claws and had 4 fingers. Each nail is like a small dagger, cutting through iron like mud, very flexible. According to legend, a python turns into a jiao, and a jiao turns into a dragon. Then his next evolution would be to transform into a dragon. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Xiao Teng was also extremely happy in his heart, and couldn't wait to know his current attributes. Panel. Race, Black Lightning Crazy Dragon. Level, Extraordinary Level 1, 0/10,000. Status, 30 meters long, 300 tons of strength, 60 kilometers per hour. Innate talent, Endless Devouring, SSS level. Other talents, Big Eater, D rank, Breath Restraint, A rank, Swiftness, D rank, Iron Scales, B rank, Copper Teeth, F rank, Killing Sense, E rank, Paralysis Toxin, E rank, Mental Control, A level, Telepathy, F level, Comprehensive Enhancement, D level, Lightning Element Affinity, C level, 10 times Strength Amplification, B level, Lightning Breath, B level, Clairvoyance, B, Wild Thunder Field, A level, Rain Caller, B level. Evolution Points, 2730. Evolving into a new race also gives you an additional talent. Rain Call, level B. You can continuously summon heavy rain. Summon the weather? Not bad, I like it. It switches the background automatically when it appears, which is very cool. No matter how you perform in battle, just be handsome. In just a short while, after eating a lot of wild animal meat, Xiao Teng discovered that Huang had also changed. The python's body grew by 3 meters and reached 10 meters, and its level also reached the 9th level of the mortal body, and it was almost able to evolve. I think after being drenched in blood, the beasts' bodies are also full of spiritual energy. Just now when Xiao Teng was eating those beasts, he also heard the system prompt that his evolution points had increased. However, the evolution points gained from eating meat are too few, and it is easy to get full, so the efficiency is not high. It is not as fast as gaining evolution points from killing. Thinking of evolution points, Xiao Teng felt a bit of a headache. The next upgrade would require 10,000 evolution points, which was really difficult. However, it had to be done no matter how difficult it was. Xiao Teng restrained his breath and walked out of the cave. If you don't restrain your breath, other animals will be scared away. Huang, finish eating this meat first. I'm going to go out hunting. There is some wild beast meat at the bottom of the pit, which can almost allow Huang to reach the transcendent stage after eating it. Boss, I can go with you. I'll help you. Xiao Teng glanced at Huang and refused. Your level is too low. How can you help me? I will take you with me when you become stronger. Wang's level is too low now and he can't be of any help to Xiao Teng. Boss, I can help you eat meat. Forward. That really makes sense. The meat that Xiao Teng couldn't eat after killing the pig could be given to Wang to deal with. It would be wasted anyway, so it would be better to give it to his younger brothers. After evolving into a dragon, it could fly at a speed of 60 km per hour, which was faster than many birds. Any wild beast discovered by Xiao Teng would have no chance of escaping death. After wandering in the mountains for a while, Xiao Teng discovered that after the bloody rain, the animals here became much more ferocious. Xiao Teng even saw many groups of herbivores chasing and killing carnivores by relying on their numbers. Some herbivores even began to try to eat meat and grew fangs, becoming no different from carnivores. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, these animals have become more ferocious. However, this kind of frenzy made hunting easier for Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng could also feel the faint murderous intent emanating from them. After he restrained his breath, his aura was no different from that of an ordinary wild beast. So some animals with low IQ thought they could control Xiao Teng. The result was that he was turned into charcoal by Xiao Teng's lightning breath. Idiot! A flash of lightning passed by, and a golden eagle that tried to sneak attack Xiao Teng was struck down and fell straight down from a height of 100 meters. Ding! Kill a mortal level 6 golden eagle, evolution points plus 500. The lightning breath of the black electric crazy dragon is more powerful than that of the black evil thunder python, and its range is also longer, reaching up to hundreds of meters, which can be regarded as a means of long-range attack. This golden eagle is 1.5 meters long, half the size of an ordinary golden eagle. After being drenched in blood, all animals grew larger, and some even grew beyond the upper limit of their original species. Xiao Teng swallowed the corpse that exuded a meaty aroma. It tastes good when it's grilled. Wang, who was following behind Xiao Teng, was also eating with his mouth full of oil, and his breath was slowly rising. It had never eaten so much before. It thought to itself, it's so happy to follow the boss. Chapter 12. Boss, I feel like I'm evolving. After Wang finished eating the corpse of a goat, he raised his head and shouted at Xiao Teng. Well, you evolve first, and I'll watch you. The aura on Wang's body is very unstable. The information above his head shows that he is at the 10th level of mortal body. After evolution, he should become the first level of transmortal body. After a while, Wang's body was enveloped by a white light and entered a state of evolution. Xiao Teng turned off his breath-concealing talent, allowing the extraordinary first-level aura to be fully released. The few animals that were originally watching immediately ran away when they sensed this aura. 2 hours later, the white light covering Wang's body disappeared, and a brand new giant python appeared. The python's body is about 17 meters long, and its scales have the same texture as rock and appear extremely hard. The whole python looks like it is made of rock. Rock Python, Transcendence Stage 1, Talents, Indestructible Body, S Rank, Telepathy, F Rank, Earth Wall, C Rank, Earth Spike, C Rank. Boss, look at me! Wang shouted, eager to show off. Boom! The ground shook and a giant earth spike suddenly burst out from the mud, piercing a bison in the distance. Not bad. Xiao Teng said perfunctorily. It seemed that Wang had mastered the talent of earth element. Mastering this extraordinary power for the first time, Wang happily controlled the soil to continuously form earth thorns to chase and kill animals in the distance. Stop playing around. When you just evolved, I saw a group of wild beasts gathering dozens of kilometers away. Something must have happened over there. Let's go there. Boss, you can see from this far away. I have a gift for enhanced vision. Boss is awesome. Xiao Teng stood on the top of the mountain, and below him was a black mass of wild beasts like a tide. Beasts of this scale can be called a beast tide. In the center of the beast tide was a wooden house, which looked very small in the beast tide. There were 12 human soldiers surrounding the wooden house, struggling to hold on by using shotguns to kill the beasts that rushed up. Many wild beasts dare not move forward because they are afraid of the extremely lethal thermal weapons. Several human soldiers shouted. "What the hell? Captain Su, what should we do? Are these beasts crazy? Why did these beasts suddenly grow so big? What happened? Is it related to the bloody rain last night? These creatures must have mutated. They are so big. Why are they surrounding us?" Captain Su frowned. He didn't know what was going on. "Hold on, send support immediately." Roar. "You killed my wife and took my son's life. Give me your life." An extremely angry tiger roar was heard, and at the same time an extremely sharp wind blade came and directly cut off the head of a human soldier. Boom! The shotgun was aimed at the tiger, and with a loud bang, the tiger fell down. Huang was frightened by the gunshot and turned his head to ask. "Boss, is this the two-legged beast you were talking about? These two-legged beasts are so powerful." The tiger fell down as soon as the stick sounded. Xiao Teng also looked at the battlefield with a serious expression. "Yes. Stay away from them. You are not strong enough to fight them now." Although he asked Huang to stay away from them, Xiao Teng was not afraid. He knew that these soldiers only carried guns, which were useless to him. As long as it was not a missile, Xiao Teng was not afraid. "But I'm afraid that this mountain will not be peaceful in the future. In order to eliminate dissidents, countless human armies will come to kill the wild beasts in the mountains." Xiao Teng was feeling a little irritated. No matter what, just kill them all. These beasts gathered here, which was perfect for him to display his new talent. The thunder field. Aiming at the center of the wooden house, Xiao Teng threw a field of thunder over there. This was his first time using this talent, so he wanted to see how it worked. By the way, summon heavy rain to enhance the power of thunder and lightning. Suddenly, the sky darkened, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. Countless thick blue lightning bolts fell from the sky, chasing and striking the creatures in the area. "Ha ha ha ha! Even the heavens are helping us. Let's strike these beasts to death." A soldier laughed with joy when he saw the beast being killed by blue lightning. However, before he could be happy for a while, a bolt of lightning fell from above his head and landed precisely on him. Boom! In an instant, the human soldier who was laughing just now was chopped into charcoal. "It's fleeting. FK, what the hell is going on? Is it the end of the world? There's blood rain and lightning chasing after people." When the soldiers nearby saw their teammates being chopped into charcoal, they immediately retreated and cursed. They still couldn't understand that these lightning strikes were actually man-made, and just thought they were strange phenomena of heaven and earth, just like the blood rain yesterday. While the beasts and people in the thunder area were avoiding the lightning, Xiao Teng was overjoyed. There were a series of system prompts in his ears. Creatures were constantly being killed by him, and his evolution points were also rising rapidly. Soon, apart from Zhangqiang, there was no human left in the thunder region, and the mountain sweeping team was destroyed. Xiao Teng controlled the thunder and did not attack Zhangqiang. There was also a tiger, so Xiao Teng spared its life. There were no living creatures left, the field of mad thunder had ended, corpses were scattered all over the area near the wooden house, blood flowed like a river, and the smell of meat filled the air. There were also many creatures that saw that the situation was not right and ran away at the beginning, otherwise more creatures could have been killed. Unlike some creatures that lay on the ground eating the corpses of other beasts when the thunder struck, they were harmed by their own greed and finally turned into a charred corpse. 40,000 evolution points, I can level up a few more times. Xiao Teng closed the information panel and felt his irritable mood disappear. System, upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching extraordinary level 2. The next level is Extraordinary Level 3, which requires 12,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the Extraordinary Level 3. The next level is the Extraordinary Level 4, which requires 15,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Extraordinary Level 4. The next level is Extraordinary Level 5, which requires 19,000 evolution points. 3 system prompts were heard, and Xiao Teng advanced 3 levels in a row, reaching the extraordinary 4th level. The entire dragon's body also expanded. Now Xiao Teng is 36 meters long. The thunder element contained in his body has also increased a lot, and it has become more violent, constantly flashing around Xiao Teng. It seemed as if anyone who came close would be struck mercilessly. Status: body length 36 meters, maximum strength 400 tons, speed 70 km per hour. Huang, who was standing by, stared in amazement as Xiao Teng's body continued to swell, and cried out in surprise. "Boss, you've grown bigger again. You are the most gifted creature I have ever seen." Xiao Teng glanced at Huang and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Go eat the meat quickly so that you can become stronger and help me in the battle." Huang looked at the corpses of wild animals on the ground and his eyes lit up. There was so much meat, so he quickly moved and agreed. Good. Xiao Teng also swung his dragon body down. There were more than 200 corpses of wild beasts here, which was a good opportunity to devour his talent. Chapter 13. Xiao Teng kept wandering in the sea of blood and corpses, devouring his talents. Even if he only took a bite from each beast, Xiao Teng would still feel full. Soon, a system notification came that the talent had been devoured. Endless devouring in progress. Ding! Congratulations on devouring the A-level talent Frenzy. Frenzy, level A physical fitness increases 3-fold within 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. Frenzy, this talent is great. It can temporarily increase my combat power by 3 times, greatly enhancing my ability to survive. With my physical fitness tripled, I should be able to resist missiles. The talent of Berserk is very powerful, but the cooldown time is as long as 1 day. It cannot be used continuously and can only be used at critical moments. It can be considered as Xiao Teng's life-saving trump card. With this trump card, Xiao Teng will be more confident in fighting against the human army. It can at least withstand 10 minutes of indiscriminate bombardment from human weapons. But he could only hold on for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, his body would return to its original state and he would have to retreat. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the D-level talent Explosion Resistance. Explosion Resistance, C-level. Your body's explosion resistance is greatly increased, and the power of all explosion damage is reduced by 50%. Oh shit! Hearing this system prompt, Xiao Teng paused in his wandering steps. Explosion Resistance. Human missiles should all be classified as explosive damage. Having this talent means that the power of all missiles hitting Xiao Teng will be reduced. This talent is useless when fighting against alien beasts, but it is simply a magical skill for fighting against humans. With these 2 talents, Xiao Teng's ability to save his life instantly increased. Although it is a C-level talent, in the environment of Blue Star, Xiao Teng feels that it can be comparable to A-level talent. If there was no one around, Xiao Teng would have wanted to be hit by a missile right away to try out the effect of his talent. Xiao Teng paused and forced himself to suppress this dangerous thought. It was better not to seek death or be a pessimist. What a great harvest! This talent alone is worth it. Ding! Congratulations on enchanting the B-level skill Lightning Enchantment. Lightning Enchantment, level B. Your ability to control lightning elements is greatly enhanced. You can cover any entity with the lightning elements in your body and add lightning attribute attacks to it. This. Xiao Teng scratched his head. If this talent was given to humans, it would be very powerful. They could enchant weapons and become an enchanter, making a good living. But giving it to a strange beast would be useless, as strange beasts can't use weapons. Maybe in the future he can have someone make him a knife to wield, and that's seen. Xiao Teng took a deep breath and used his lightning enchantment talent. The violent lightning element in his body instantly became extremely docile and could be deployed at will. After thinking about it, Xiao Teng decided to let the electric current cover his claws, so that his claw attacks would have lightning attribute attacks. He grabbed the air twice, and there was a bursting sound in the air. It felt good. The power of his claws became stronger. Then let the electric current cover the teeth, and the biting will also have the attribute of thunder. After imagining it, Xiao Teng felt that his current look should be very cool, with lightning in his mouth, his claws covered with blue electric current, and small lightning bursts around his body from time to time. This time, 3 talents were devoured, but they were all of relatively good quality and were useful to Xiao Teng. This wave directly made Xiao Teng no longer so afraid of the human army. Xiao Teng was confident that he could survive the bombardment of human weapons. The main reason for the improvement in quality is that there are fewer E-level and F-level beasts. Because their talents are not strong enough, they were eaten by other animals in the early stage of spiritual energy recovery. In this era of great contention, these beasts with low-level talents are destined to be stepping stones for beasts with high-level talents, and can only become nutrients for the growth of the strong. Unless they can awaken powerful talents later in life, they will have the opportunity to awaken new talents every time they level up, and they will definitely awaken new talents every time they evolve. This is their chance to counterattack. After swallowing it, Xiao Teng glanced around. Apart from himself, there were only 3 living creatures in the area, a Huang, Zhangqiang, and a tiger he had let go. A Huang was busy eating meat with big mouthfuls. The whole python seemed to have become much fatter. Its level was still slowly improving. After eating this big meal, its level could rise by 1 or 2 levels. Zhangqiang knelt on one knee with a respectful look on his face, not saying a word. He did not dare to disturb Xiao Teng while he was eating, and waited for Xiao Teng's order. As for the tiger, there were several large holes in its abdomen caused by bullets, and blood was gushing out of the wounds. It looked horrifying, but because its level had reached the first stage of transcendental realm, its vitality was strong and it had not died yet. The wounded tiger lay in front of a corpse, desperately trying to stuff meat into its mouth with its front paws. It was so weak that it didn't even notice that Xiao Teng had arrived in front of it. "Is this your meat? Eat it." The tiger paused, raised its head and glanced at Xiao Teng. Its pupils shrank, and it was shocked by Xiao Teng's size for a moment, then it quickly buried its head in eating. He mumbled as he continued to stuff meat into his mouth. "I'm sorry, but I can't spit it out and give it back to you after I've already eaten it." Xiao Teng was so angry at this bad answer that he laughed and asked with his mouth wide open. "Do you know why I spared your life?" The tiger shook his head and said directly, "I don't know, but I want to live, I want to become stronger, and I want revenge." Tiger had raised his head and looked at Xiao Teng with a firm look in his eyes. "If you can let me live, I can do anything. Those 2-legged beasts killed my wife and my children. I have nothing to fear anymore. I want them to experience the pain of losing their family members." Xiao Teng grinned, very satisfied with the tiger's answer. It might become a sharp knife for Xiao Teng. Looking at the tiger eating voraciously, Xiao Teng did not stop it and spoke slowly. "I will let you live, but from now on you have to obey me and be my loyal dog. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Can you do that? Answer me." The tiger raised its head, its face covered in blood, its eyes full of evil, its mouth wide open, revealing its teeth covered in minced meat, and it let out 2 strange dog-like barks. "Woof! Woof! Does this mean you agree to my request? My name is Xiao Teng, you can call me boss. What's your name?" "I don't have a name." "Then I'll call you Tiger Wuming, is that okay with you?" Hu Wuming shook his head. Names and such were not important. "No. Wind Tiger, Transcendence Level 1, Talents, 10 times Speed Increase, B Level, Wind Blade, B Level, Wind Element Affinity, C Level, Telepathy, F Level. Chapter 14. His innate talent was not particularly outstanding, and the main reason why Xiao Teng kept Tiger Wuming was because of its high level. He has reached the first stage of Transcendental and mastered the element of wind, with the talent for wind element attack. Unlike a Huang, it did not have Xiao Teng's help. It relied solely on itself to reach the first level of Transcendental Realm on the first day of the revival of spiritual energy. It was extremely powerful and had outstanding combat capability. The tenfold speed increase makes Hu Wuming extremely fast. He is the king of beasts with strong physique, and the prey he sets his eyes on cannot escape at all. Relying on this B-level talent and the desire to become stronger, Hu Wuming killed all the creatures in his territory in a very short time. After that, he wandered all the way here and discovered human presence. He lost his mind when he thought of his wife and children who were shot dead by humans a few days ago. His wife had just given birth to a tiger cub and was still weak. He went to visit his wife and children with food, and then he heard a gunshot. His wife was lying in a pool of blood, and so were his children. Nor was he spared. It twitched its nostrils vigorously, memorizing the smell of its enemy. When it smelled it again today, it recognized it at a glance. As the king of beasts, how could it tolerate such an existence? It tried its best to become stronger and find its enemy to fight. After Hu Wuming surrendered, Xiao Teng curled up on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. The release of the wild thunder field just now was not without consumption. Half of his physical strength was drained away, and he felt a little tired. This talent is powerful but also consumes a lot of energy. Hu Wuming ate a lot of animal meat rich in spiritual energy. His wounds gradually healed, and he was out of danger. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Wuming tilted his head and asked Xiao Teng in confusion, "I said, why did you leave a two-legged beast behind? They killed a lot of wild animals, they deserved death, and they only killed them and didn't eat them, they just killed them. As if he had a grudge against us." Xiao Teng opened his eyes, knowing that it was referring to Zhang Qiang, and responded calmly. "He is under my control, so he is still useful to me. Besides, I am your superior, so remember to call me boss. Those two-legged beasts are called humans. They are the masters of the outside world. Although they are not physically strong, they can create extremely lethal weapons. Don't confront them head-on for now." When Hu Wuming mentioned Zhang Qiang, Xiao Teng suddenly remembered and shouted to Zhang Qiang, "You should also go eat some meat. You are only at the first level of the mortal body. You were not stained at all by yesterday's bloody rain." Xiao Teng is now at the fourth level of extraordinary realm, several levels higher than Zhang Qiang, so there is no need to worry about him escaping from mental control. If Zhang Qiang's rank could be raised a bit, he would be able to climb higher on the human side, and this chess piece would become more useful. "Yes, Master." Zhang Qiang responded enthusiastically, then walked to the corpse of a wild animal and started eating the raw meat without any hesitation. "Really obedient." Hu Wuming muttered, and gave up the plan of killing Zhang Qiang after his wounds healed. "By the way, the outside world. From what you've said, it sounds like you've been to many places, boss. Can you tell me about the outside world? The world outside is very dangerous. I advise you not to be curious." "Boss, if you tell me, I won't be curious anymore." Hu Wuming sadly found that he was calling him boss more and more fluently. "All right." Xiao Teng nodded and agreed. He felt that it was necessary to let them know something about humans. After all, they would come into contact with them frequently in the future. It would be good to give them some scientific knowledge in advance to let them know how terrible humans are and prevent them from going to their deaths foolishly. It is obvious from this mountain clearing operation that humans' attitude towards wild animals has changed, from protection to suppression. As a former human being, Xiao Teng naturally knew what was the most terrifying thing about humans. The most terrifying thing about humans is the technology they have developed for thousands of years. With this technology, it is easy to suppress these beasts that have not yet fully grown in the early stages of spiritual energy recovery. Xiao Teng also called a Huang to listen, and he explained to them almost all the types of weapons he knew. The two beasts ate and listened at the same time, stunned. After the bloody rain, the top leaders of Longyuan reacted quickly and the bloody rain samples were taken to various major research institutes for testing and analysis. Only after the test results came out did they realize what a huge opportunity humans had missed. In a research institute, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat held up a tube of blood and said, "These blood rains contain substances that can enhance human activity. If the human body absorbs these substances, it can not only strengthen the body, but also prolong life. This substance is very similar to the aura in the novel, so we decided to name it aura. Do you think this kind of rain will continue in the future? I can't be sure, but I think this is a beginning. A new era is coming, and the Dharma ending age is over." The above conversation was reported in the news and reposted by major media, causing a stir among the people. The novel has come true. With official approval, the spiritual energy revival has actually arrived. It doesn't feel real right now. My dog suddenly talked to me yesterday. I almost thought I was mentally ill. It turns out that it's not me who is sick, but the world. Luckily I was in the wild yesterday and had no place to hide from the rain. I am now a level 3 mortal. 666, Big Boss, accept my greetings. I was wondering why so many farms closed down this month. It turns out the government had predicted this. There are armies everywhere outside my house. The sky is completely occupied by bugs. It's overwhelming. I don't even dare to go out. How are you doing? Same here. The sky is completely occupied by bugs. I dare not go out at all. I can only wait for the army to deal with it. FK, I advise you to keep a close eye on your pets. My friend was almost mauled to death by his dog last night. Oh, no way, my dog and I are quite talkative. I was just teaching him how to play cards, and he even won a round. My cat insisted on jumping onto the air conditioner yesterday, and was caught in the rain all night. What should I do? When I woke up this morning, I saw something wrong in its eyes, as if it wanted to kill me. What level of talent have you awakened? The official just released a comparison table. You can check your talent level. E level, useless. +1, I'm also E level, so miserable. Damn it, I'm A level, a 1 in 100,000 chance. After the bloody rain, everyone awakened something called talent. Talents have different strengths, from low to high. They are divided into F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level. Among them, the number of people awakening to E level and F level is the largest. So far, no one awakening to SSS level has been found. Many experts even believe that there is no SSS level at all. Some people who were accidentally or intentionally exposed to the bloody rain had much higher physical fitness, and people began to realize that human strength is divided into different levels. So far, there are only mortal bodies, and no one has broken through to a higher level. The above is the data of the first day of the Spiritual Energy Recovery, National News Report. Chapter 15. At the foot of the Qingfeng Mountains is Qingcheng, the closest human city to the mountains. In the Chen family council hall, several old men sat together. Regarding the request for support from the Qingfeng mountain range sweeping team, I don't think we need to send in military forces. That's right. They really don't know that the city is in chaos right now. We still have the insect plague to deal with. We can't even take care of ourselves. As I said this, a few beetles flew towards the window with a few bangs, and the sky outside was full of flying insects. Since the bloody rain, the first challenge faced by mankind is the ubiquitous insects in the city. There are hundreds of millions of these insects. After being drenched in blood, their sizes have expanded several times and can now pose a threat to humans. These insects that used to only dare to hide in the dark are now openly appearing in the city, covering the entire sky. But this was only 1/10 of the total. After absorbing the spiritual energy, most of the insects exploded and died because their bodies were too weak. Otherwise, bugs would have taken over the world. But the Qingfeng Mountains are so close to us after all. Now is the easiest time to contain the wild animals in the mountains. If we give them enough time to grow up, it will not be so easy to deal with them. After all, the message came from above. We can't just ignore it. We still have to send some troops over and investigate the situation of the strange beasts in Qingfeng Mountain Range. The beasts are growing too fast. With the same amount of spiritual energy, the beast's ability to absorb it is much better than humans. Moreover, they are killing each other and devouring each other, growing stronger like a goo. Who knows when they will appear? A beast beyond our imagination. You're right. If the beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains grow up, the first city to suffer will be our Qingcheng. At this moment, an old man slammed the table and stood up. Humph! I think you guys are getting more and more cowardly as you get older. Even a first-level transcendent beast can't withstand our concentrated fire. In front of our hot weapons, they are nothing to be afraid of. Everyone looked at the old man. So, what the master means is... The old man stroked his beard and said. So, I think we should focus on surveillance of the Qingfeng Mountains. Our military strength is limited, so we can only solve the crisis at hand first. Moreover, we humans can also absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. There are many people with advanced talents and abilities among the people. If we recruit them, we may be able to fight against the beasts with our own strength in the future. Even if we give them a few more days to grow, no matter how big they are, can they still withstand our missiles and nuclear bombs? We don't use these weapons only because we haven't reached that stage yet, not because we are afraid of them. Xiao Teng took back his clairvoyance. During the rest period, Xiao Teng used it to monitor the Qingcheng military base from time to time. Now he could see dozens of helicopters flying towards him. We can't wait any longer. Xiao Teng said to Huang and Hu Yuming. We'll give you another 10 minutes to eat the meat. After 10 minutes, we have to leave here. Also, Zhang Qiang, you stay here and get discovered by the army. You are now at the 3rd level of the mortal body, and you have an A-level talent. I want you to show your talent and strength, get a high position on the human side, and then find opportunity to contact me. As you wish, Master. Huang looked at the pieces of meat on the ground and felt reluctant to part with them, so he asked in confusion. What's wrong, boss? We still have a lot of meat left. It would be such a waste if it was eaten by wild animals after we leave. Hu Yuming guessed, maybe the support from humans is coming. Then what are we going to eat? Boss, let's go. Huang spat out the meat in his mouth and shouted hurriedly. Huang, who had just received some scientific education, had fully understood how powerful humans were. The effect was even a little too good. Xiao Teng glanced at Huang and said, Don't be afraid. As long as it's not a nuclear bomb or a weapon with greater power, it can't hurt you. I believe in your S-level talent. Boss, I'm full, we can go now. Xiao Teng grabbed one with each claw, and carried Hu Yuming and Huang in his hands as he walked. Huang's speed is not as fast as Xiao Teng's, and Hu Yuming was seriously injured, so it would be better for Xiao Teng to carry them and run. Walking on the grass at a speed of 70 km per hour, Xiao Teng seemed to be flying close to the ground. Xiao Teng didn't stop until he entered a dense forest. Putting Hu Yuming and Huang on the ground, Xiao Teng breathed out a breath of lightning towards the sky. Boom! A helicopter chasing them was split in half, resulting in the destruction of the helicopter and the death of all on board. The pilots of several nearby helicopters were immediately shocked. FK. A giant python that spits lightning. This python is almost turning into a dragon, even its horns have grown out. Too scary. This is only the first day of the spiritual energy revival. This python is so huge. It's taller than my building. It's incredible. They can grow to this size. Damn it. Beat it to death. What will happen if this beast is allowed to grow up? Da-da-da. Bullets poured out like crazy, shooting at Xiao Teng. The bullets hit Xiao Teng's scales with a tinkling sound, then bounced back and fell down without any effect. Xiao Teng scratched the place where he was hit by the bullet and felt a little itchy. Seeing the helicopter, Huang exclaimed, "Boss! The humans are catching up. Huang, protect Tiger Wuming, I will take care of them." Huang wrapped up the seriously injured Hu Wuming and protected it with his body. When the bullets were fired, bursts of golden light appeared on Huang's body, completely blocking the bullets. "You're chasing me so closely. Die!" Sizzle. Xiao Teng continued to spit out lightning into the sky, and two more helicopters crashed, their fuselages were charred. It was extremely tragic. The pilot next to him was so scared that his scalp tingled and he shouted, "Bullets are useless. Switch to rockets." Rockets with long tails of flame came from the sky, targeting Xiao Teng. "Boss!" Huang sensed a dangerous aura from those rockets. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." Xiao Teng's eyes were cold, he opened his mouth wide, and fired a breath of lightning to fight against the rockets. Boom! A huge explosion was heard, and several rockets exploded in midair under the influence of the breath of lightning. Several more rockets passed through the breath of lightning and attacked Xiao Teng. Huang threw Hu Wuming aside and rushed directly to Xiao Teng. It still remembers standing in front of the boss when the boss asked it to fight. Chapter 16. Huang rushed to Xiao Teng, with golden light shining on his body, and helped Xiao Teng block most of the rockets, but two of them still hit Xiao Teng. Boom! Thick smoke rose up, accompanied by loud explosions, and the thick smoke obscured the view. After seeing their companions being struck by Xiao Teng's lightning breath, several pilots were still frightened and no longer dared to fly at low altitudes. They quickly pulled the lever to increase the distance and flew high into the sky. "They should be dead," said a pilot uncertainly. "He must be dead. This is a rocket, how can a flesh and blood body resist it? No matter how powerful you are, you should be blown to pieces after being hit by so many rockets. Ha ha ha! You are just a beast. You still want to fight against our wisdom accumulated over thousands of years." Several pilots laughed heartily. Suddenly, the sky above our heads darkened, dark clouds gathered, and raindrops as big as beans fell from the sky, dripping onto the fuselage. "It's raining." A pilot looked at the raindrops falling outside the window, a little puzzled. Boom! The sound of thunder, like the beating of a drum, rang in everyone's ears, deafening. "It's not only raining, but also thundering. How could it be such a coincidence? That giant python spits lightning. Could it be that it did this?" "Don't scare yourself, it was just thunder. After the spiritual energy revived, the weather has become increasingly strange." Sizzle! Thunder and lightning are coming. Two thick blue lightning bolts suddenly struck down with lightning speed. At the same time, two helicopters were struck by lightning and disintegrated instantly, and the pilots inside were turned into charcoal. "FK! That giant python isn't dead yet, keep firing rockets." A pilot reacted and yelled. But it was too late. In an instant, two more lightning bolts struck and shot down the only two remaining helicopters. Their eyes were filled with terror before they died. After the smoke and dust cleared, Xiao Teng's scales were cracked and blood was flowing out, but it was only a minor injury and did not affect his movement. He recovered in a few hours. "This is what happens when you mess with me," Xiao Teng glanced coldly at the wreckage on the ground. Qing Cheng sent out dozens of helicopters equipped with rockets and heavy machine guns, as well as many drones to monitor the situation in the Qingfeng Mountains. Several helicopters spotted Xiao Teng and chased after him. Xiao Teng didn't want to be followed by them, so he took direct action to eliminate them. This was the first head-on confrontation with humans. Now Xiao Teng was sure that it would be difficult to destroy it even with rockets, unless it was attacked by a large number of rockets. If I evolve once more, even rockets won't be able to do anything to me. Xiao Teng muttered to himself. Boss, are you okay? Huang asked with concern. Hearing this, Xiao Teng glanced at Huang. Even after withstanding several rockets, he was still unscathed. His S-level talent was truly incredible. However, his SSS-level talent is even more amazing. After all, his talent can be used to grow himself. It's okay, just a minor injury. Xiao Teng waved his paw, telling Huang not to worry. Hu Yuming, who was lying behind him, swallowed his saliva. This was the first time he felt the shock of human beings' powerful weapons. Humans are horrible. Before, it didn't really believe what Xiao Teng said, but now faced with the impact of the facts, it has no choice but to believe it. Thinking of the terrifying smell of those rockets and the heat wave that was coming towards him, Hu Yuming couldn't help but feel dry mouth and numbness in his hands and feet. What shocked it even more was that Xiao Teng and Huang actually managed to withstand such a terrifying attack. It seems that this boss I recognized really didn't admit his loss. He is really clinging to his thigh. Originally, it thought that its strength was already in the first tier, but it didn't expect that there are always people better than you. Hu Yuming lowered his head. I still need to practice harder. Humans have sent many drones to monitor us. I'm too big, so I need to move to a secluded place. I saw a lake in the distance before, and I plan to live there for a while. What about you? The footage of him shooting down the helicopter must have been transmitted. Xiao Teng planned to keep a low profile for a while. The lake was a good choice as it could avoid the surveillance of drones. Boss, I'll go wherever you go. Huang said without thinking. Well, I can live near the lake. Hu Yuming said after thinking about it. Okay, since everything is fine, let's go. After traveling for a while, Xiao Teng was no longer spotted by the helicopter on the road and successfully arrived at a large lake. The lake water was a little red, obviously affected by the blood rain, and from time to time a few big fish could be seen jumping out of the water. Xiao Teng analyzed, there should be spiritual energy in this water. If there are a few more bloody rains, this place may become a thin spiritual spring. The dragon instinctively likes water, and Xiao Teng is very satisfied with this lake. Boss, I found a cave nearby. I'm going to live there first. I won't stay with you guys. Hu Yuming dragged his seriously injured body and staggered to say goodbye to Xiao Teng. Huang, I don't need you for the time being. Go take care of Hu Yuming. You two can also take care of each other. Looking at Hu Yuming's injured body, Xiao Teng frowned and pointed at Huang and gave orders. Huang nodded and did not refuse. It also wanted to settle down on land. Of course you can, boss. Actually, I prefer land to water. After all, it is a rock python, and its body mass is too large, so it will sink into the water, and its earth attribute also makes it not very sensitive to water. Hee. Brother Hu, let's get along well with each other from now on. Huang put his tail on Hu Yuming's shoulder. Don't call me brother, I should call you brother Huang. I still need you to take care of me. Hu Yuming felt a sore tooth when he thought of the scene where Huang had just taken the rocket and remained unscathed. After thinking about it, he really couldn't bear this title. While the two beasts were communicating with each other, Xiao Teng jumped into the water and released his breath of lightning. In an instant, a large number of dead fish floated up on the water with their bellies turned upside down. Take these fish and eat them. They have absorbed spiritual energy and are nutritious. Okay, boss. Huang and Hu Yuming didn't hesitate to catch a lot of fish and brought them back to the cave. When Xiao Teng just entered the water, he found that there were quite a lot of fish in the lake, and they had grown fat and strong after absorbing spiritual energy. In the water, his lightning attack can spread far along the water flow, turning it into a range attack. By the way, one electric shock can kill many fish, which is quick and labor-saving. Chapter 17. After Huang and Hu Yuming left, Xiao Teng began to frantically slaughter the creatures in the lake. It opened its bloody mouth and released the power of thunder. Lightning flashed across the lake and spread along the lake water, which was constantly heated. Many big fish hadn't figured out what was going on before lightning flashed and instantly it turned into grilled fish. Ding! Kill the mortal level 4 black fish, evolution points plus 351. Ding! Kill the mortal level 5 bluefish, evolution points plus 378. Ding! Killed the mortal level 4 carp, evolution points plus 361. It's still fun in the water, ha ha ha. After a day, the fish in the southwest of the lake were almost wiped out by Xiao Teng. No matter how big the fish was, it would basically die as soon as a burst of lightning was breathed over it. To the southwest of the lake, there were fish carcasses and pieces of meat from unknown animals floating. The water turned redder and emitted a faint smell of blood, which looked extremely terrifying. So many corpses were very tempting, and the smell of blood spread for several miles. During this time, other creatures were attracted by the fish, but then left in shame because there was an extraordinary middle-stage dragon in the lake. Just by looking at the lightning flashing in the lake, you can tell that it is extremely dangerous. Any wild beast that dares to steal the corpse will be affected by the breath of lightning and often become a corpse. Xiao Teng couldn't finish eating all these fish carcasses. In order to save space in his stomach, Xiao Teng only took a bite, just to launch endless devouring. 60,000 evolution points, a great harvest. Upgrade first. After checking the evolution points, Xiao Teng was also very happy. Now, killing these wild beasts in the early stage of spiritual recovery was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. There was no existence that could compete with him. The advantage he gained from practicing 7 days in advance would only snowball. After killing for a whole day and night, my mouth is sore. Xiao Teng also decided to take a break and transform his evolution points into strength first. If he continues to kill, all creatures in the lake will become extinct. For the sake of sustainable development, Xiao Teng still wants to raise the remaining creatures in the lake first. System upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Extraordinary Level 5. The next level is Extraordinary Level 6, which requires 24,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Extraordinary Level 6. The next level is Extraordinary Level 7, which requires 30,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching Extraordinary Level 7. The next level is Extraordinary Level 8. You need 37,000 evolution points. Cool. After a series of systems passed, Xiao Teng rose 3 levels and reached the extraordinary 7th level. His body grew another 6 meters, reaching 42 meters. The whole body of the dragon became thicker, the teeth became longer, and the head became more ferocious. I'm at level 7. I can evolve again soon. I'm looking forward to it. Will I still be a Jiaolong next time? Or will I become a legendary dragon? Xiao Teng was wrapped around a protruding stone pillar at the bottom of the lake, full of anticipation, when he suddenly found that he seemed to have been under the water for several hours without even coming up to the surface for breath. It must be because of talent. This massacre has devoured several more talents. Xiao Teng said secretly. I was so engrossed in the killing before that I didn't even look at it. Now is a good time to take a closer look. Xiao Teng opened the system panel. A blue light screen appeared before my eyes. Underwater breathing, F rank your lungs have evolved and you can breathe underwater. It must be this talent that allows me to breathe underwater. Xiao Teng blew out a few bubbles while speaking, but he didn't feel any suffocation. Xiao Teng is now a completely amphibious creature. He can live both in water and on land, and there is no problem for him to stay in the water all the time. Xiao Teng even felt more comfortable in the water, so he continued to check. Water battle, D-level your speed and physical fitness in water environment are increased by 20% each. So this is my talent. No wonder I feel my body movements are much easier and more agile. Not only have they adapted to life in the water, but their combat effectiveness in the water has also become stronger. If I summon heavy rain, I wonder if this talent will still take effect. Xiao Teng touched his chin with his claws, and he seemed to have discovered the coordination between the talents. As long as the heavy rain continues, his water combat talent will continue to be triggered. This way, my fighting power has become much stronger. In fact, in later experiments, Xiao Teng did discover that his talent for water warfare could actually be triggered by the rainstorm he summoned. This time, Xiao Teng swallowed 2 talents. The talent of endless devouring is not very stable. Perhaps the success rate of devouring is also related to whether the talent fits the individual. Xiao Teng found that he was more likely to absorb talents with thunder attributes, and he had already absorbed 2 talents with thunder attributes. However, this is also related to the fact that the current beasts are too low in level and generally have only awakened 1 or 2 talents. If their talents were richer, Xiao Teng's success rate in devouring would be higher. There was no killing for a while, and suddenly, Xiao Teng sensed that the school of fish above his head seemed to be gathering more and more. Xiao Teng looked up towards the lake. The surface of the lake seemed to be boiling and the fish were fighting fiercely for food. They were frantically devouring the corpses left by Xiao Teng, their eyes glowing red, and they even fought and devoured each other for food. Eat, eat, grow up. Seeing this scene, Xiao Teng did not stop it. These corpses could be used to strengthen the surviving creatures in the lake, and the surviving creatures would only become stronger and stronger. It can also provide Xiao Teng with more evolution points. With the nourishment of so many corpses, it might even be possible to raise a dominant creature. By the way, it seems the human helicopters haven't left yet. While hunting, Xiao Teng also used his clairvoyance to observe the situation in the distance. Although he didn't see any helicopters here, there were still many helicopters bombing everywhere in the Qingfeng Mountains farther away. It had only been a few days since the spiritual energy had revived, and the beasts in the mountains were no match for hot weapons. Except for some beasts with extraordinary talents, it was almost a one-sided massacre. They killed the wild beasts in the mountains and carried their bodies back home, occasionally capturing living creatures, apparently for research purposes. Before humans and alien beasts go to war, I need to become stronger. The alien beasts have developed intelligence, and such a cruel massacre has caused hatred to condense. Many alien beasts have begun to actively attack helicopters. The conflict between humans and alien beasts is getting deeper and deeper, and a war will break out sooner or later. Chapter 18. In the past few days, Xiao Teng hid at the bottom of the lake and did not kill any more people. The lake returned to its former tranquility. Occasionally, a few drones flew over, but they flew away after detecting no useful information. Without the overwhelming predator, the creatures in the lake regained their former vitality, and after a few days of growth, their average level reached the 7th level of the mortal body, and creatures in the metamorphosis stage could occasionally be seen. Xiao Teng was still coiled around the stone pillar, with green moss growing on his body. After the plants absorbed the spiritual energy, their growth rate became extremely fast, and they actually made their home on his body. He restrained his breath, closed his eyes, suppressed the lightning element in his body, and pretended to be a statue. Even if there were fish swimming by, they did not notice the existence of an extraordinary 7th level dragon. Xiao Teng dozed with his eyes closed, but he was well aware of the changes that had taken place in the lake in the past few days. Not long after the massacre, several strong auras appeared in the lake. There is a Loch King in the northeast, it is at the second level of Transcendent, and has awakened the lightning element. There is a golden carp in the southwest that has reached the third stage of metamorphosis. It has a faint dragon aura on its body. It may evolve into a dragon in the future. Its potential cannot be underestimated. The most powerful one is the giant catfish in the southeast. It has reached the fourth level of transcendental transformation, the highest level. No one dares to mess with it. It is the bully of the lake. 3 powerful auras gathered together. Xiao Teng suddenly opened his eyes, and the moss on his body was instantly peeled off by lightning, revealing his originally shiny black scales, and his pair of vertical pupils were filled with murderous intent. I have made you happy these past few days, it is almost time to harvest. At the same time, somewhere in the lake, the 2 huge figures collided with each other, making a loud bang. Then, thunder and lightning struck around a figure, releasing dazzling lightning. Another figure was also not afraid. His body temperature suddenly rose, boiling the surrounding lake water. Hey! You two, give me some face and stop fighting. At this time, a fat figure came from a distance and spoke in a domineering voice to persuade them to stop fighting. It turned out to be a 5-meter-long giant catfish. It was so huge that it staggered towards them, giving a very oppressive feeling. Fat catfish, our levels are almost the same, why should I give you face? One of the figures, Golden Carp, said unconvinced. The giant catfish glared at the golden carp coldly and subdued it with just one sentence, because the dragon hasn't left yet. What? What? The other figure was the Loch King, and at this moment, it also cried out in surprise. After that killing, I never sensed his presence again. I thought he had left here. The Loch King murmured, his voice trembling a little. He was present at the massacre that day, but he was just watching from a distance and was already trembling with fear. The dragon, which possessed a lightning element several times more powerful than his, slaughtered a quarter of the fish in the lake. It was the most powerful creature he had ever seen, bar none. Although that killing was a blessing in disguise, it ate a lot of fish meat rich in spiritual energy, otherwise it would not have been able to grow so fast. One of my men just saw him still lurking in the depths of the lake. He didn't leave. He was motionless, and his breath became very weak. I suspect he was injured. The giant catfish explained, with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. If that terrifying dragon was really injured, if it could eat the dragon's flesh. No wonder he has been quiet these days. Jin Li suddenly realized. This is a rare opportunity. The giant catfish looked at the two of them and said meaningfully. Do you want to kill that dragon? The Loch King asked in disbelief. Giant catfish, this is why you found us. The golden carp was not surprised. You want to join forces with us to kill the dragon? That's right. Don't you think this is an opportunity? An opportunity that can help us achieve great success in one step. But what if the dragon wasn't injured? The Loch King retorted. The giant catfish and the golden carp didn't see the dragon take action that day, but it had seen half of the lake turned into blood and thunder. There are not so many buts. If he is not injured, why is his aura so weak? The giant catfish glared at the Loch King and said coldly. The Loch King instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it, so he could only be depressed. Our pond is too small to accommodate a real dragon. If we allow the dragon to grow, all of us will be in danger. We can't leave the lake, and if he kills us, we can only wait to die. Just tell me whether you will do it or not. That's right. We are not as strong as we were a few days ago. We have become stronger. If there are 3 of us fighting against one of him, how can we not defeat him? The golden carp was obviously convinced. It had the rare blood of a true dragon, and its characteristic was that it had 2 long dragon whiskers growing around its mouth. It knew best how much benefit it would get if it swallowed a dragon. A glimmer of longing flashed across its eyes. If it could devour the dragon, its true dragon bloodline would become stronger, and perhaps it could also transform into a dragon. I agree to join you. The Loch King spoke weakly. After hesitating for a moment, the Loch King finally agreed. After all, if this is true, and these two guys have gained huge benefits and improved their strength, then this is the dangerous one. The three of them usually compete with each other and have fought countless times for territory. It's only this time that they have a common enemy that they formed a short-term alliance. Where is the dragon now? Jin Li asked. Don't worry, my men have already found the location of the dragon. It is lying on a stone pillar, gasping for breath. It is almost no different from an ordinary beast. The giant catfish informed the two fish of Xiao Teng's situation. It seems that he is really seriously injured. Upon hearing this, the Loch King felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. No matter how badly injured we are, we must not let our guard down. Before we kill the dragon, none of us can engage in internal strife. The giant catfish called out to a smaller catfish and asked it to lead the way. It was it that discovered the location of the Jiaolong. Everyone, follow me. For the sake of survival and evolution, let us unite once. Okay. For evolution. Jin Li's blood boiled with excitement, and fiery red flames burst out from his whole body. Xiao Teng, who was at the bottom of the lake, sensed that the three powerful auras were gathering together and moving towards him. Interesting. They are actually coming towards me. Xiao Teng was entangled in the stone pillar, his whole figure shrouded in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, and he spoke slowly. Chapter 19. Ha 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 ha. Jiaolong, you really are very weak. In a short while, the giant catfish, the Loch King, and the golden carp had arrived in front of Xiao Teng. When the giant catfish saw Xiao Teng coiled around the stone pillar with his breath so weak that it was almost undetectable, it couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Jiaolong, you have killed so many aquatic creatures, you deserve it, die. The golden carp's face lit up, and he shouted, moving forward. The Loch King did not speak, but was cooperating with the giant catfish and golden carp in their encirclement. Three figures slowly came towards Xiao Teng, with no attempt to conceal their murderous intent. However, facing the encirclement of the three overlords in the lake, the dragon in front of them did not show a frightened reaction as they expected, but looked at them with a strange expression. Sensing the murderous intent coming towards him, Xiao Teng finally couldn't help it and cursed softly. Are you guys stupid? After sensing the three auras coming towards him, Xiao Teng thought of many possibilities. After thinking it over, he still felt that they were most likely here to surrender, but he never expected that they would show murderous intent towards him. It turned out that they were here to die. After seeing Xiao Teng's fearless reaction in the face of danger, the giant catfish was suddenly shocked. Damn! The script is wrong. Why isn't this dragon afraid at all? Is this dragon not injured? No, the aura of a dragon is not deceptive, he must be pretending. After thinking about this, the giant catfish calmed down again. Moreover, it had already revealed its hostility, and it was too late to regret it, so the giant catfish had no choice but to go ahead with it. Giant catfish, there's something wrong with the reaction of this dragon. Are you lying to us? The golden carp also noticed something strange and turned around to ask. The giant catfish shouted, can't you feel the faint breath on him? He must be pretending. Let's attack him together. Good. In order to win with one strike, the giant catfish, the golden carp and the Loch King all used their strongest attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant catfish opened its huge mouth and a powerful column of water rushed towards Xiao Teng at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the golden carp was covered with fiery red flames and charged towards Xiao Teng with heat waves. The Loch King also released lightning elements from a distance, and a chain of lightning accompanied by a dazzling light struck towards Xiao Teng. It's just a trifle. Facing the attacks of three monsters in the transcendental stage at the same time, Xiao Teng showed no fear at all. He did not dodge or evade, and let the attacks fall on him. The water column and lightning chain hit Xiao Teng first, but they failed to even break Xiao Teng's scales. Their strongest attacks seemed to have no effect. How could this happen? The giant catfish was stunned, and then it felt a belated fear, and its body couldn't help but tremble. The worst thing was the golden carp that rushed in front of Xiao Teng. After seeing that the attacks of the giant catfish and the Loch King were ineffective, the golden carp was horrified, stopped attacking, and wanted to turn around and leave almost immediately. Want to run? A gleam of light flashed in Xiao Teng's eyes, and he grabbed the golden carp in front of him with his claws covered with electric current. Puff! With one claw, the golden carp's body was pierced through and blood was everywhere. Ah! Help me! The golden carp's body twitched intermittently, and it struggled between Xiao Teng's claws, screaming in extreme pain, a scream that was creepy enough to make people's hair stand on end. Run! The giant catfish and the Loch King in the distance made their choice without hesitation, turned around and left immediately, without caring about the golden carp that fell into Xiao Teng's claws. Damn it! The gap between us and this dragon is so huge. The giant catfish roared unwillingly as it ran. They are both strange beasts, and the giant catfish can't figure out why Xiao Teng is so powerful. This is not fair at all. Xiao Teng casually tossed the dying golden carp away, opened his bloody mouth and bit it, kindly helping the golden carp to end its suffering. Ding! Kill the third level metamorphosis golden carp, evolution points and 3105. More than 3000. This is a lot of evolution points given by a transcendental creature. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Teng felt delighted. It seems that my wait these few days has not been in vain. As the creatures grow, they provide me with more evolution points. It won't be long before I can evolve again. After obtaining the evolution points, Xiao Teng became more motivated. He looked at the two huge figures fleeing in the distance as if he was looking at a piece of gold. Why are you running away? Now that you're here, why don't you stay and sit for a while? Xiao Teng tried to persuade him to stay. Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth, and the lightning element surged violently around him and gathered in Xiao Teng's mouth. Sizzle! The lightning breath that was far more powerful than that of the Loch King was fired towards the giant catfish. Boom! The 5-meter-long body of the giant catfish turned black in an instant after being hit. Its huge body turned over with its belly facing up, and a faint fragrance floated in the lake. Ding! Kill the 4th level giant catfish, evolution points plus 4236. I was coerced by the two of them. Please don't kill me, Xiaolong. I am willing to work for you. The Loch King knew that he could not escape, so he began to beg Xiao Teng not to kill him. Humph! It's too late. The moment you showed your murderous intent towards me, your fate was sealed. Die! Xiao Teng had no mercy and breathed out the same lightning towards the Loch King, turning it into a dead loach. Ding! Kill the 2nd level Loch King, evolution points plus 2563. At this point, the 3 most powerful overlords in the lake were destroyed. However, strength and weakness are not eternal. Without 3 powerful competitors, the lake will give birth to a new generation of overlords. Unfortunately, these 3 creatures did not allow Xiao Teng to devour their talents. However, when devouring the golden carp, Xiao Teng felt a sublimation of his blood. His true dragon blood became thicker, and he was one step closer to the legendary true dragon. This golden carp really has extraordinary blood. If I devour some more creatures with true dragon blood, perhaps I will be able to evolve into a true dragon more easily. After killing these 3 idiots, Xiao Teng wanted to continue killing and accumulate evolution points. However, when Xiao Teng approached the lake, he suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy here was very rich. The second bloody rain. Xiao Teng excitedly leaned out of the water and looked up at the raindrops falling from the sky. He keenly noticed that they were rich in spiritual energy, which was very attractive to him. Without bothering to continue killing, Xiao Teng stopped all movements like other creatures and absorbed the spiritual essence in the blood rain. After the second bloody rain, the average level of the strange beasts will rise again. At the same time, Xiao Teng also had a hunch that the blood rain was just one of the forms of spiritual energy descending on Blue Star, and that even greater changes would occur on Blue Star in the future. Completely start the frenzy of biological evolution. Chapter 20. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 5368. 5000 evolution points? The spiritual energy concentration of the second blood rain is much higher than that of the first blood rain, but it's a bit too little for me. After a night, the bloody rain stopped. The lake water turned a little redder than before, mixed with blood rain rich in spiritual energy. The body was still slowly absorbing the remaining blood rain in the lake, but it was just a drop in the bucket and was really too little. Fortunately, Xiao Teng can gain evolution points by killing creatures, so it is not a big problem that the evolution points given by the blood rain are few. For Xiao Teng, the biggest benefit of this bloody rain is that the average level of the beasts in Qingfeng Mountains has increased again, and killing them can provide him with more evolution points. After the blood rain stopped, the surrounding scenery also changed, and plants could absorb spiritual energy and evolve. As a result, the weeds in the mountains grew to half a meter in length, and the tall trees grew into the size of towering trees in the primeval forest, often reaching 50 or 60 meters in height. The fact that these plants grow so lushly is good news for the strange beasts. The view of helicopters and drones is blocked by dense trees, which makes it more difficult to detect the situation of the strange beasts in Qingfeng Mountains. There are wild animals coming to the lake to drink water. There are many wild animals licking the water by the lake. They look so greedy, as if they want to drink up all the water. Soon, Xiao Teng figured out what was going on. The lake is filled with blood rain, and these creatures are absorbing the spiritual energy in the lake. In that case, let me use you as a snack first. Seeing this scene, Xiao Teng suddenly felt murderous. After all, the number of creatures in the lake is limited, but the number of creatures outside the lake is unlimited. Xiao Teng is really afraid that one day he will kill all the creatures in the lake. Then he would have to move. There are drones everywhere outside now, and he doesn't want to give up this hidden feng shui treasure land. These beasts did not notice Xiao Teng's murderous intent, or perhaps they did but were unwilling to give up the rare spiritual resources. Who wouldn't like spiritual energy that can be obtained safely without having to fight with other beasts? Too greedy. Xiao Teng murmured, turned his head to look up at the sky, activated his clairvoyance, and looked up at the place thousands of meters in the sky. Well, no human equipment. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no drone surveillance, Xiao Teng swung his tail, stirring up a huge splash, and suddenly pushed half of his body out of the water. A dragon emerges from water. Such a huge noise naturally alarmed the wild animals drinking water nearby. Their eyes trembled and they all looked towards the center of the lake in horror. Die! A chill flashed in Xiao Teng's eyes, and as soon as he thought about it, the weather in the sky suddenly changed. The sky, which had just cleared up, was once again covered with dark clouds. Blue lightning flashed between the clouds, emitting a dangerous aura. The wild beasts looked at Xiao Teng in doubt, then at the sky, and then at each other. They were hesitating whether to run away or to attack this guy who looked the most dangerous. While he was hesitating, he had already lost the best opportunity to escape, as a violent thunder suddenly struck. Boom! It struck every beast's head with precision. As long as it was alive and within the range of the thunder, it would not be able to escape death. The scope of the wild thunder field has expanded. Looking at the heavy casualties in front of him, Xiao Teng also realized that the wild thunder field would increase as his level increased. And the power seems to have increased a bit. After the blood rain, the levels of the beasts were upgraded, but they would still die instantly if hit, and some could not even withstand a single blow. After being hit, the body fell straight to the ground. Ding! Kill the mortal rank 8 red fox, evolution points plus 813. Ding! Kill the mortal 9th level yellow cattle, evolution points plus 936. Ding! Kill the mortal level 7 sika deer, evolution points plus 768. Ding! Kill the mortal level 8 forest wolf, evolution points plus 871. The system's kill notifications kept ringing in my ears, and my evolution points were also rising rapidly. The Wild Thunder Field is indeed a powerful tool for harvesting evolution points. After a while, there was only a large number of charred corpses left on the ground, and no creature outside the thunder area dared to approach. They finally realized that the lake water was not a spiritual energy resource that could be obtained safely. This is too horrible. They would rather fight with other animals and have a chance of surviving. Entering the field of mad thunder means there is no chance of survival, there is no hope at all. At this time, the ground was piled with corpses, and the smell of blood drifted for several miles. The attraction of the lakeside was greater than before. But no wild beast dared to eat the corpses on the ground. This wave of more than 30,000 evolution points is not bad. Just releasing a wild thunder field can earn more than 30,000 evolution points. This is too much profit. If you want to upgrade to the extraordinary 10th level in one go, you will need about 100,000 evolution points, so just accumulate 100,000 evolution points in one go. Then advance again in one fell swoop and evolve once again. Xiao Teng happily rushed to the shore and devoured the corpses of the beasts to see if he could devour their talents. And just when Xiao Teng was busy devouring his talent, on the edge of the cliff in the distance, there was a pack of about 20 wolves staring at the situation here with sharp eyes. Each of these wolves is the size of a calf, with strong muscles, exposed teeth that flash sharp cold light, and a ferocious look on their faces. Obviously, he hunted many creatures and absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. There was even a second-level transcendent wolf leader in the wolf pack. It had obviously evolved once, and its entire body was much larger than the other wolves, reaching nearly 3 meters, and it was very ferocious. Wolves are one of the top predators in the Qingfeng Mountains. They hunt in groups, and with so many wolves, even top predators like tigers have to give way. They had already seen the process of Xiao Teng releasing the thunder field to kill creatures. Such a powerful creature, this is the king we have been looking for, the wolf leader shouted excitedly. At this moment, after seeing such a bloody scene, the wolf's eyes were filled with excitement instead of fear. He will definitely lead us further, a wolf said confidently. Yes, I have a feeling that he will be the most powerful king in this area in the future. A wolf agreed. All the members of the wolf pack stared at Xiao Teng devouring the corpse with fanatical eyes. Let's go. Let's follow the king's footsteps. After staring for a while, the leader wolf raised his neck and announced loudly to the other wolves. Then he turned around and walked down the cliff with brisk steps. Other members of the wolf pack also followed behind the leader in a mighty manner. Chapter 21. Endless devouring in progress. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the B-level talent Healing Infusion. Healing Infusion, Level B. The spiritual energy in your body has healing power. You can infuse your spiritual energy into the wound and consume your own spiritual energy to heal the wound. This time, Xiao Teng swallowed up this talent. Fortunately, it was B-level and of good quality. B-level talent, Healing Infusion, a rare healing talent. Looks like I need to work part-time as a nurse. Now that Xiao Teng is not injured, it is difficult to test this talent. I don't know what the effect is and whether it consumes a lot of energy. I don't know if Hu Yuming's injury has healed, but I can use it to test it. There's still so much meat here, don't waste it, ask them to come and eat it. Thinking of this, Xiao Teng immediately activated his clairvoyance talent, wanting to see where Hu Yuming and Ah Huang were now. At this moment, Xiao Teng suddenly sensed a stream of aura moving towards him, and among them was a second-level transcendent being. Even though there are 3 creatures above the second level of transcendental realm in the lake where Xiao Teng is, that's because Xiao Teng intervened and deliberately raised pigs. But outside the lake, at this time, the exotic beasts that can reach the second stage of transcendental realm are also the first echelon of exotic beasts. However, Xiao Teng could not sense any murderous intent from the auras in front of him. Come and surrender to me? Xiao Teng guessed something in his mind, so he simply crossed his body and waited to rest on the spot. Looking at the dog-like figures gradually approaching in the distance, they were a group of grey wolves, one of which was particularly large and blood-red. King! Please accept our allegiance. Sure enough, when the wolves arrived in front of Xiao Teng, the leader of the pack lowered its head first, made a gesture of submission, and spoke piously. The other members of the wolf pack followed the leader's example, lowered their heads in submission, and roared in unison. King! Please accept our allegiance. Xiao Teng looked over and saw that the leader of the wolves was about 3 meters long, with solid muscles and red hair all over its body, as if it was bathed in blood, with blood boiling. The information panel of the wolf leader appeared before his eyes. Blood Refining Wolf, Transfiguration Stage 2, Talents, Bloodthirst, A level, Blood Tracking, B level, Calling the Wild, A level. Bloodthirst, Level A. Extremely bloodthirsty, blood excites you. The more serious your injuries, the greater your strength, speed, and stamina, with the highest increase being 300%. Blood Tracking, Level B. You can track the opponent's whereabouts through his blood. Calling the Wild, Rank A. By howling, you can inspire your fellow creatures around you and increase their attributes by 100%. Sure. 2 A-level talents and 1 B-level talent. After reading the information panel of the wolf leader, Xiao Teng's eyes lit up and he was a little excited. These talents were very strong. The most important thing is that wolves fight in groups, and there is also a group enhancement talent, which makes the wolf pack's combat effectiveness rise to a higher level. Although the other wolves are only in the mortal body stage, this talent can allow them to exert the strength of the metamorphosis stage. Even many creatures in the transcendental stage can be hunted. If he could tame such a group of wolves, it would undoubtedly be of great help to him, whether it was in collecting information or sending them to hunt for him. However, although Xiao Teng was very excited inside, he didn't want to show it, as it would lose his dignity, so he opened his bloody mouth and asked lightly. Why do you want to be loyal to me? With your strength, even if you don't pledge allegiance to anyone, you can still dominate the Qingfeng Mountains. Hearing Xiao Teng's question, the wolf leader was stunned. He still lowered his head, but answered with a hint of sadness in the corners of his eyes. King! Although we are very strong among the alien beasts, we still have an external enemy that we cannot resist. That is the two-legged beast. Our wolf pack originally had more than 30 wolves, but after being surrounded by the two-legged beasts, the staff has been reduced by 1/3. We need a more powerful king to lead us against those two-legged beasts. Two legs? You mean humans? Yes, king. As far as I know, humans seem to have been deliberately eradicating the powerful beasts in Qingfeng mountain range. We were accidentally exposed to their sight and were targeted. We were almost wiped out. After hearing the answer from the leader wolf, Xiao Teng's eyes instantly became serious. It seemed that the humans were really restless these days. At this moment, Xiao Teng used his clairvoyance to find the locations of Ahuang and Hu Yuming. When he saw their situation, Xiao Teng's pupils suddenly contracted and anger flashed in his eyes. Xiao Teng said to the wolf leader lying on the ground. Since you want to pledge your loyalty to me, I will give you a test. If you pass the test, I will recognize you. We will be a family in the future. I will also do my best to protect you if you are in danger. Hearing that Xiao Teng agreed to his allegiance, the wolf leader was excited and asked hurriedly. King! What's the test? We will do our best to complete it. 2 of my men are in danger, go and help them. Xiao Teng stared at them seriously. This was a good opportunity to test whether the wolves were truly loyal, to see if they were really willing to be loyal to Xiao Teng, rather than just talking and running away when they encountered danger. He would not casually accept subordinates he did not understand, otherwise he would be betrayed by his subordinates one day and it would be too late to cry, so this test was necessary. May I ask what are the characteristics of those 2 people? One is a rock python, its body is like rock, and the other is a wind tiger. It is injured and very fast, and can shoot wind blades. Xiao Teng said patiently. Injured? That's easy. I can track their whereabouts through their blood. Don't worry, King. We will definitely bring them to you safely. The alpha wolf assured confidently. Then he tilted his head back and moved his nostrils vigorously, as if analyzing the smell in the air. At this moment, there seemed to be an invisible blood-colored thread in the air guiding the leader wolf. Then his eyes became stern and he roared at the wolf pack members behind him. Wolf cubs! Come this way! Let's go and bring back our 2 good brothers! Awoo! The leader wolf howled first. Awoo awoo! Wolf howls rang out one after another, as if responding to the call of the leader wolf. The howl of the leader wolf seemed to have magical power. The bodies of the wolf pack members instantly swelled up, their teeth became sharper, their claws became sharper, and their movements became faster. Without much hesitation, the leader wolf and the strengthened wolf pack members took the order and left at a very fast speed. When the wolves left, Xiao Teng was also silently observing the situation over there with his clairvoyance. With a Huang here, they should be able to hold out for a long time. Whether he can let his men solve it or not, Xiao Teng doesn't want to be exposed in front of humans so easily. Chapter 22. In the Qingfeng Mountains, a giant python with a body over 20 meters long and a body made of rock was leaning against the stone wall to resist the attack from the sky. Layers of golden light appeared on the surface of the body, blocking all the rockets fired by the helicopter. Boom boom boom. In an instant, gravel flew and smoke rose. At the same time as the rocket bombarded Wang's body, an invisible airflow whistled out from the smoke with a fierce momentum. It hit a helicopter and cut off its entire propeller. The helicopter fell crookedly, emitting black smoke and falling like a bird without wings. Brother Tiger, hold on! Feeling the breath of Hu Yuming, who was wrapped in his arms, gradually weakening, Huang shouted anxiously and kept sending messages to Hu Yuming's heart, hoping that he would cheer up. Roar! I can still fight! Hearing the call, Hu Yuming opened his eyes, emitting an evil light. He roared, forcibly driving the exhausted spiritual power in his body, and fired another wind blade, destroying a helicopter. Huang and Hu Yuming were out hunting together. Unfortunately, they encountered human helicopters and were chased by 7 or 8 helicopters. They were able to cope at first, as Hu Yuming's wind blade was a long-range attack and destroyed several helicopters. But it seemed that these helicopters were endless, and there were more and more of them. Support kept coming. They were flesh and blood, and their physical energy was constantly being consumed. In the end, they could only stay where they were and struggle to hold on. Not dead yet? What level of talent do these 2 strange beasts have? They are not dead even after being hit by so many rockets from us. A pilot nearby saw his companion crashing again, feeling extremely stressed. He must have a talent for defense, and it must be at least A level, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stop it. We are running low on ammunition. What should we do? Should we continue fighting? Let's report to headquarters. Reporting to headquarters, we have found 2 transcendental creatures, one at the 3rd level, and one at the 4th level. Their talents are estimated to be above A level. We have suffered heavy losses. Should we continue the attack? Damn it, the level is so high, why not eliminate it now and save it for the new year? Keep attacking. Receive. The order to continue the attack came from the other side. Although the pilot wanted to withdraw, he had no choice but to continue firing and risk crashing. Rockets came whistling in with long tails of flame, but were still all blocked by the mysterious golden light on Ah Wang's body. "Brother Tiger, let's not attack yet. Save some energy and wait for the boss. The boss will definitely come to rescue us." Seeing Hu Yuming's breath becoming weaker, Ah Wang couldn't help but speak up to persuade him. "Human! You shall not die well." Hu Yuming took a deep breath and stared at the helicopter above his head with a fierce look in his eyes. The helicopter was unable to hurt Ah Wang and Hu Yuming for the time being, but Ah Wang and Hu Yuming were also out of ammunition and food, and their physical strength was almost exhausted, so the two sides were in a stalemate. At this moment, a loud and long bird song was heard in the sky. It is a large bird with a wingspan almost as big as a helicopter, covered with colorful feathers and a few long tail feathers behind its butt. It looks quite like the legendary phoenix. Along with this colorful golden pheasant came a suffocating heat wave. The wings of the golden pheasant were covered with flames as if they were burning. With a cry, it flapped its wings towards one of the helicopters. A storm cyclone composed of flames appeared in front of the wings and attacked the helicopter, and the air was distorted in an instant. Ah! The helicopter was enveloped by the storm, the iron sheets were melted into molten iron, and the pilot inside was turned into charcoal as well. It disintegrated before it even landed. "Another alien beast in the transcendental stage has appeared," one of the pilots cried out in horror. "Oh no, kill it first. Otherwise we will all die." Da-da-da! Many helicopters instantly changed direction and fired bullets at the golden pheasant. "Big bird, come behind me." When Ah Wang saw the golden pheasant coming to help them, he was delighted and quickly called out to it to hide behind his body to avoid the attack. Although the golden pheasant's attack just now was very powerful, it does not seem to have any talent for defense. Upon hearing this, the golden pheasant glanced at Ah Wang, and without further ado, folded its wings and hid behind Ah Wang. Then they continued to create firestorms and attacked the helicopters in the sky, and dozens of helicopters were shot down. "Thank you." Although he didn't know why the other party wanted to help them, Ah Wang still thanked them sincerely. "You're welcome. I'm helping you because I have something important nearby. I absolutely cannot let these two-legged beasts get close to it." The golden pheasant said this with a firm look in his eyes and then turned his head to ask. "My spiritual power can't attack too many times. Do you have any companions? If no one comes, we will be dead and will be exhausted to death here." "Yes. The boss will definitely come to rescue us." Ah Wang answered without hesitation. "Boss? I think you are quite strong. There are creatures that can make you bow down to them. The boss is much stronger than the two of us. If the boss were here, these helicopters would be a piece of cake." Ah Wang stared at the helicopters above his head and said disdainfully. "Is it really that strong? I'm afraid you're just bragging." The golden pheasant obviously didn't believe it. It was already a first-tier beast, so could there be a stronger beast than it? It has never been seen before. "Who boasted to you? You will know if you meet our boss." Ah Wang quickly retorted. While the two were chatting, the golden pheasant did not give up its attack. After a few firestorms, it destroyed several helicopters in the sky. "They have no reinforcements." A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the golden pheasant. "If we hold on a little longer, maybe we can repel them. Unfortunately, my spiritual power is about to run out." At this moment, the flames on the wings of the golden pheasant went out, the suffocating heat wave disappeared, and even the colorful feathers on its body became dull. "I'm coming!" Roar! After a roar, Hu Yuming slashed out another wind blade, shooting down the helicopter, and then he spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Brother Hu! You should take a rest first. Your spiritual power has been used up." Ah Wang shouted hurriedly. "There are only 5 left. These are the last ones. If only we had more spiritual power, it would be great. What a pity! Having managed to hold on to this point, the golden pheasant was almost in despair. Its spiritual power was exhausted and it could not move easily. Wait, is that your companion? The golden pheasant sighed, then raised its head hopefully and looked at the figure running towards them in the distance. Oh! It was a blood-red wolf, leading a pack of more than 20 wolves rushing towards this side. Chapter 23. Damn it, they come again. In a group again. There's even one in the transcendental stage. It's over. The pilots of the only 5 remaining helicopters almost vomited blood when they saw the wolves approaching. After sacrificing so many people, we finally exhausted the enemy's mana, but the enemy's reinforcements arrived. Retreat. If we continue to fight, we will die. The remaining support has to rush over from the base. It's too late. It's pointless for us to continue fighting and die here. The evolution of these beasts is beyond our imagination. I must report this to my superiors. When several pilots saw the wolf pack coming from afar, they all looked ashamed and began to think of retreating. It was obvious that just a few of them could not defeat such a group of wolves. All their rockets had been used up and there were not many bullets left. At this point, the battle had already ended and the scene was in ruins. A large number of trees had fallen, the ground was littered with helicopter wreckage, and the terrain was bumpy everywhere. The battle has reached its final stage, and the appearance of wolf reinforcements is the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Wolf cubs! Go! Avenge our dead! It's time to counterattack! The leader wolf roared, and the wolves rushed over. They soon arrived in front of the helicopter and sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Ouch! The wolves braved the hail of bullets from the helicopters, and even the fall of some of their companions did not stop them from moving forward. With murderous intent in his eyes, he vowed to avenge his dead companions. The wolves with long-range talents in the pack were released one after another. Various energy balls were fired from the pack and hit the helicopter. Their power was no less than that of bullets. Boom! The helicopter broke into pieces and disintegrated, leaving 2 helicopters here again. The pilots were obviously killed on the spot. The remaining 3 pilots did not dare to hesitate any longer and stopped firing bullets. They quickly pulled the lever, flew high into the sky, turned the nose of the plane, and escaped in a panic. Go away! Damn 2-legged beasts, don't come to Qingfeng Mountains again. If you dare come back again, I'll kill you all. The wolves kept howling at the fleeing helicopter, but the pilots didn't even dare to turn their heads and could only leave with humiliation on their faces. In the past, they were the ones who slaughtered the exotic beasts. They had never been treated like this by the despised beasts. They didn't even dare to turn their heads back when being hit, but they had no other choice. They just couldn't win. Thank you, Brother Wolf, for saving me. Thank you. Seeing all the helicopters leave, Huang and Hu Yuming finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked up to the wolves to express their gratitude. Don't thank me. The king sent us to help you. King? Who is your king? Hu Yuming stepped forward and asked doubtfully. The king is a dragon that can summon thunder. He is the most powerful creature I have ever seen. The wolf leader answered patiently. If you successfully complete the test and get the king's recognition when you return, the 2 people in front of you will also be your companions, and you can fight together and move towards the future together. Huang was surprised to hear the leader's answer. Xiaolong, Lei Ting, that's right, the boss. Xiaolong? It must be the boss. Were you sent by the boss to save us? I knew the boss would definitely come to save us. Huang turned around and wanted to take Hu Yuming away with him. Let's go, Hu Yuming, let's go back together to see the boss. Yeah. Hu Yuming nodded and responded. They had indeed not seen Xiao Teng for several days. They also tried to look for Xiao Teng these days, but Xiao Teng had been practicing at the bottom of the lake, and they were embarrassed to disturb him, so they did not succeed in meeting him. By the way, do you want to come with us? You've helped us and you're so powerful, the boss will definitely be willing to accept you. After taking a step forward, Hu Yuming stopped again, turned his head and asked the colorful pheasant behind him who was neither speaking nor moving. After hearing Hu Yuming's question, the golden pheasant showed a conflicted look on his face. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly nodded and said, "If your boss is as powerful as you say, I will definitely go and make friends with him. We can fight those two-legged beasts together. But I have something important to protect, so I have to go and come back quickly." The golden pheasant finally made up its mind and decided to follow Ah Huang and the others to meet the legendary boss. If they can really become friends, then next time when it meets a two-legged beast, it will have a powerful helper. It is a matter of great benefit and no harm. Xiao Teng saw the whole process through his clairvoyance and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they had successfully repelled the human drones. The tense body also relaxed. If they were really in danger, Xiao Teng would not just stand there and watch. Even if there was a risk of being exposed to humans, Xiao Teng would go and save them. After all, he would be discovered by humans sooner or later, not to mention that Xiao Teng had personally killed several helicopters before, and his existence had been discovered by humans. He just doesn't want humans to pay attention to him so quickly. He doesn't want to expose his full strength in front of humans and delay his development. But if humans bully him to the point of being bullied, he will definitely fight back to the death. He is a beast in this life, so he must stand on the side of the beast. The blood-red leader wolf walked in the front, followed by the huge group of wolf pack members, some of whom were limping, and some of whom were carrying seriously injured companions on their backs. In this battle, many wolves in the wolf pack were hit by bullets and seriously injured. After all, they were still in the mortal body stage with flesh and blood, and could not fight against hot weapons. Next to the wolf pack was Ah Huang, who was more than 20 meters long, and Hu Yuming, who was 5 meters long. There was also a colorful pheasant flying in the sky, and its feathers looked like a beautiful rainbow under the reflection of the sunlight. During the days they were separated from Xiao Teng, Ah Huang and Hu Yuming did not stop working to become stronger. They hunted many creatures and even caused a bloody rain. They have reached the 4th and 3rd stage of the transcendent realm respectively, and their bodies have grown a lot bigger, becoming stronger than before. As for the newly arrived golden pheasant, Xiao Teng knew that it had helped them before and would not make things difficult for it. Xiao Teng was even ready to bring it under his command. It was clearly a strange beast that had nothing to do with him, but he took the initiative to rescue him. No matter what its talent was, they would become his companions in the future. Xiao Teng took a deep breath and looked towards the golden pheasant. After taking a quick look, he saw the information on the top of the colorful golden pheasant's head and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Hey! This golden pheasant seems to have some good talent." Chapter 24. 5-colored golden pheasant, Transfiguration Level 3, Talents, Fire Phoenix Bloodline, S rank, Firestorm, B rank, Body transformed into flame, C rank, Telepathy, F rank. Fire Phoenix Bloodline, S rank. With the Fire Phoenix Bloodline, there is a chance to cross the barrier and evolve into the legendary Fire Phoenix. All attributes are increased by 500%, it is easier to awaken the Fire Element talent, the Fire Element talent effect is increased by 200%, and the consumption is reduced by 50%. The innate talent of this colorful golden pheasant is actually an S-level talent. With the blood of the Fire Phoenix, there is a chance that he will evolve into the legendary Fire Phoenix in the future, so he has great potential. Seeing the information above the 5-colored pheasant's head, Xiao Teng couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In addition to Ah Wang's indestructible body, this was the second S-level talent. Mighty Jiaolong, Kai Chang sends you greetings. You can call me Xiao Cai. The 5-colored pheasant landed on the ground, bowed slightly, saluted respectfully to Xiao Teng, and introduced his name by the way. If you look closely, you can see that Cai Chang's body is trembling slightly when facing such a big dragon. In fact, while Xiao Teng was in a daze, Cai Chang was also in a daze. Because the dragon in front of it felt very dangerous, extremely dangerous, its body's instinct was even telling it to run away quickly, it was no match for the dragon in front of it. Cai Chang had been trying hard to suppress the urge to turn around and run. No need to salute, stand up. Xiao Teng raised his paw, indicating to the golden pheasant that it didn't need to salute. My name is Xiao Teng. If you are willing to submit to me, you can also call me boss. Xiao Teng spoke lightly, his voice was majestic and loud, with the attitude of a superior. Surrender? There was a trace of struggle and confusion in the eyes of the golden pheasant. It remembered that it came to see the dragon just to make friends with it, but how did it turn out like this inexplicably? How come I have to become his subordinate? It had never expected that the boss that Huang and the others were talking about was so strong. It thought it was just a strange beast that was a few levels stronger than them. It was completely unable to see through the realm of the dragon in front of it, which meant that the dragon was at least one realm higher than it. It was truly terrifying. Yes. I simply don't have the strength to be friends with such a powerful beast, so I can only surrender. Cai Chang felt a little depressed, but at the same time she was convinced. If she had such a powerful beast to protect her, she would be able to deal with the humans easily. Following such a powerful dragon, the safety of survival is indeed much higher. Boss. Cai Chang is willing to surrender. Cai Chang lowered her head completely and showed a gesture of submission. Cai Shang, that's a good name. Did you choose it yourself? Xiao Teng asked curiously. If it was a wild beast that had always lived in the mountains, it would not have the consciousness of giving itself a name. No, it's a name a human girl once gave me. Cai Chang hesitated for a moment, told the truth, and then looked at Xiao Teng with trepidation. After all, after the repeated bombings in the past few days, many of the strange beasts in the mountains have developed prejudices against humans. And I have had contact with humans in the past, and it would be bad if the boss had a bad impression of me. I understand. Go eat some meat. It would be a waste if you don't eat so much meat. Xiao Teng said, pointing to the animal carcasses on the ground. Cai Chang had been waiting for Xiao Teng to follow up with his words, but there seemed to be no follow-up. Xiao Teng didn't care about its previous experiences. It probably had only a few things in common with humans. Golden pheasants are protected animals. First of all, if we exclude pets and those in zoos, they would not be here. So Cai Chang should be a creature released into the wild by a wildlife rescue center. Cai Chang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the boss was easy to get along with and didn't care about its previous experiences. But when Cai Chang turned her eyes to the corpse on the ground, she was so shocked that she was speechless. This scene could simply be described as a sea of blood and corpses. The corpses of wild animals on the ground were piled up into small hills. It was extremely tragic and shocking, and among them there were even 2 corpses of wild animals in the transcendental stage. It was obvious that a massacre had just taken place here not long ago, and looking at Xiao Teng, he looked calm and unharmed. This was a one-sided massacre. Cai Chang had a deeper impression of her new boss and was shocked by the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In Cai Chang's mind, Xiao Teng had already turned into a bloodthirsty devil. Why are you standing there? Eat. If you don't, someone else will eat you. Xiao Teng reminded him in confusion. Cai Chang was still immersed in her imagination, so this sentence was automatically translated into, eat it. If you don't, I'll eat you later. Cai Chang was suddenly startled and began to eat the beast's corpse frantically, fearing that she would be eaten later. Seeing Cai Chang eating so quickly, Xiao Teng nodded in satisfaction and sighed, look how hungry the child is. I am such a good person. Afterwards, Xiao Teng waved to Hu Yuming who was waiting there, come here, Hu Yuming, let me take a look at your injuries. I recently learned 2 new moves that can heal wounds. Okay, boss. Hu Yuming didn't know that he was being used as a test subject. He walked forward excitedly, shaking his head. Healing infusion. Since the talent description says that my spiritual power has healing properties, then all I have to do is infuse the spiritual power into other people's bodies. Unfamiliar with controlling the spiritual power in his body, Xiao Teng grabbed Hu Yuming's head with one claw and roughly poured the spiritual power into its body. Ah! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar came out of Hu Yuming's mouth. He was sweating profusely and his teeth were trembling, as if he was experiencing a life-and-death disaster. Why are you screaming so miserably? Xiao Teng paused and looked at Hu Yuming's wound. The wound was indeed recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Teng breathed a sigh of relief and continued to infuse spiritual power. The system didn't lie to me. This talent can indeed heal injuries, but the healing process looks painful. I was right to find someone else to try it out first. After the infusion was completed, all the wounds on Hu Yuming's body had healed, and Xiao Teng also consumed some of his spiritual power on the treatment. However, the person being treated, Hu Yuming's eyes lost their luster, and he fell to the ground motionless with a look of being beaten up. You guys are also injured, come over here, I will help you heal your wounds. Xiao Teng waved his claws at the wolves. With the previous experience of Hu Yuming as a lesson, several injured wolf pack members looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward to receive treatment. His ears were drooped and he shook his head quickly, with a look of rejection on his face. How can you refuse treatment? Xiao Teng did not allow them to refuse and took action directly. Suddenly, several cruel screams were heard by the lake, which made people cry and feel sad. Chapter 25. After treating the injuries of all his men, Xiao Teng remembered that he seemed to have not yet given the wolf leader a name. Even if we are in the same camp from now on, we still have to be addressed each other. Calling the wolf leader to his front, Xiao Teng held his paw in thought, then spoke. Since you are a blood-refining wolf, I will call you blood-refining from now on. Xiao Teng's talent for naming is not very good, so he simply uses racial pronouns. Thank you for the name. You guys should also go eat these corpses and improve your strength. Xiao Teng pointed at a mountain of corpses and said to Shuelian. Thank you, King. Shuelian responded happily and swallowed his saliva. He was very sensitive to blood and had long been tempted by the smell of blood on the ground. The wolves surrounded a mountain of corpses and began to devour them. As for Huang and Hu Yuming, Xiao Teng didn't need to tell them specifically, they knew that the corpses on the ground were specially left by Xiao Teng for them, and they had already started to feast on them, enjoying them very much. I guess they have to work hard to hunt for food these days. At the boss's place, there were mountains of corpses for them to eat, and they could eat until they were full. Huang and Hu Yuming felt that their lives were extremely comfortable. Not to mention submitting to Xiao Teng, even if Xiao Teng drove them away, they didn't want to leave. After eating, Xiao Teng dismissed the wolves and let them hunt for him, specifically killing creatures above the transcendent stage. He also specifically instructed not to kill the prey, and it would be best to beat it half dead, leaving it for Xiao Teng to kill and accumulate evolution points. After eating this big meal, the ranks of the wolf pack members rose by several levels, their strength became stronger, and one even broke through to the first level of transcendental. There is no problem in letting them hunt creatures in the transcendental stage. The strength of the wolf pack is among the best in the Qingfeng Mountains, and there is basically no one who can resist it. And Shuelian also successfully reached the third level of transcendental realm. Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chang's levels were also raised by one level each, reaching the 5th level, 4th level, and 4th level of the transcendent realm respectively, and their aura became even more ferocious. After reaching the transcendent stage, more spiritual energy is required, and it is no longer as easy to advance as before. You guys can move around freely for now. Help me keep an eye on the situation in Qingfeng mountain range. Check if there are any unusual phenomena or human armies. If so, report to me at any time. Xiao Teng gave instructions to Ah Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong. Okay, boss. After the three beasts agreed, they left together. Xiao Teng did not restrain them and let them move freely, serving as Xiao Teng's eyes. This is the significance of recruiting many subordinates. With subordinates to help him investigate the situation, Xiao Teng only needs to keep killing and become stronger. The task of obtaining intelligence is left to Ah Huang and the others. If he has more powerful monsters under his command in the future, Xiao Teng also has the idea of forming a force and constructing a human restricted area, completely turning the Qingfeng Mountains into a place that humans cannot set foot in. Even extending its tentacles further afield. Of course, these ideas are all based on one's own strong strength. Without strength, they are just thoughts. You have to seize the time to grow. After the second blood rain, the average strength of the beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains became stronger and stronger. The creatures in the transcendental stage could already fight against helicopters. The helicopters that came to detect the situation also often crashed, and more the more frequent. If it weren't for the Zerg ravaging the city, the army would have already gone to the Qingfeng Mountains and carried out a comprehensive cleansing of the mountains, even using missiles and even nuclear weapons. Thinking about it this way, perhaps he should thank the insects in the city for helping him delay the pace of mankind, allowing Qingcheng's army to waste time killing insects. Xiao Teng also used his clairvoyance to see the situation in Qingcheng clearly and knew that Qingcheng was experiencing an insect plague. Many people in Qingcheng died in this insect plague, resulting in countless casualties and a huge population reduction. It was a very serious disaster. For the Qingfeng Mountains, which are hundreds of kilometers away, the insect plague is the first thing that the people of Qingcheng have to deal with. The priority of the Qingfeng Mountains is not so high. This is truly a primitive mountain area with few human visits. Many places have never been visited by anyone. Even if drones and helicopters are sent, it is difficult to fully understand the situation in the Qingfeng Mountains. What Xiao Teng needs to do is to improve his own realm as soon as possible to the point where he is no longer afraid of human thermal weapons and turns them into scrap metal. I still need 160,000 evolution points to break through to the next level. Keep killing. Xiao Teng fixed his gaze on the unknown lake behind him, murderous intent surged in his eyes. He swung his body and went under the lake. Thick blood suddenly surged on the surface of the lake. Ding! Killed the mortal 8th level grass carp, evolution points plus 851. Ding! Kill the 1st level black scaled fish, evolution points plus 1368. Ding! Kill the mortal level 7 crayfish, evolution points plus 793. The killing prompts kept ringing in Xiao Teng's ears, and the numbers representing the evolution points kept jumping and accumulating. This time, Xiao Teng planned to kill them all in one go until he had enough evolutionary points to break through to the next level before stopping. Xiao Teng swung his dragon body and completely turned into the deadly god of death. He was not picky about food at all, and any creature that appeared in front of him would die. The lake water was dyed blood red, so red that it was shocking. The strong smell of blood rushed straight into Xiao Teng's nostrils, which instead aroused his ferocity even more. Lightning flashed continuously in the lake. As his spiritual power was exhausted, Xiao Teng simply attacked with his claws and bit with his mouth. Anyway, the creatures in the lake were no match for Xiao Teng. It didn't matter whether he used lightning or not. They were all killed in seconds. Existence. During Xiao Teng's killing process, he also absorbed a lot of talents. Endless devouring in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the B-level talent and increasing his physical fitness tenfold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the B-level talent and increasing the speed tenfold. Ding! B-level talent tenfold strength increase, B-level talent tenfold physique increase, B-level talent tenfold speed increase have been integrated into the ultimate enhancement of S-level talent. Ultimate enhancement, S-level your strength, physique, and speed are increased 15 times based on your basic attributes. Talent fusion. S-level talent appears. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Teng was extremely excited. His first S-level talent was actually born from the fusion of talents. He originally had a tenfold increase in strength, and after absorbing a tenfold increase in physique and a tenfold increase in speed, these three talents were combined into the ultimate enhancement of S-level talent. The talent introduction is short and simple, but the effect is very powerful. It directly improved Xiao Teng's physical fitness to 15 times the original level, which was incredible. Are all S-level talents so strong? Feeling the power coming from his body, Xiao Teng couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 26. I got an S-level talent. This is a great deal. With the blessing of this S-level talent, Xiao Teng's combat effectiveness instantly increased several times. His physical fitness increased 15 times, so even if a missile was fired at Xiao Teng, he would not be afraid. The speed increase was 15 times, making Xiao Teng's current speed infinitely close to the speed of sound. The waves created by the boat as it shuttled through the lake made some fish dizzy, and it crossed the entire lake in just a few minutes. Woohoo! At this speed, save your strength. If you reach S-level, your talent will undergo a qualitative change. This S-level talent is much stronger than A-level talent. The evolution points are almost there, it's time to upgrade. System, upgrade. Realizing that he had accumulated enough evolution points, Xiao Teng stopped killing and couldn't wait to invest the evolution points into upgrading. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the extraordinary 8th level. The next level is the extraordinary 9th level, which requires 45,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the extraordinary 9th level. The next level is the extraordinary 10th level, which requires 54,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the extraordinary level 10. The next level is extraordinary level 1, which requires 100,000 evolution points. After advancing 3 levels in one breath, Xiao Teng is now at the extraordinary 10th level, only one step away from breaking through to the next realm. However, this step requires 100,000 evolution points. After rising to the 3rd level, Xiao Teng's body grew a lot larger, reaching 50 meters. The entire dragon body was extremely strong, about 3 meters thick, almost as tall as 2 people. Even its claws were 2 meters long, like a sickle, able to cut iron like mud. It was like a huge monster, and it could create a deep groove on the ground just by walking on it. King! As you requested, we brought back the half-dead prey. Soon, the wolves also came calling Xiao Teng at the lakeside carrying prey. Several wolves worked together to carry a transcendental beast, and Xuelian was carrying a giant bear that was bigger than the beast in his mouth. The giant bear's body was covered with wounds and it was dying. It seemed powerless even to struggle. Xuelian tied it with vines and dragged it behind him. Oh! You're back so soon. You're quite efficient. Not bad. After upgrading, Xiao Teng's hearing became very sensitive. Even underwater, he could hear Xuelian's call clearly. Xiao Teng raised a huge splash of water, exposing the entire body of the dragon above the water. The 50-meter-long giant beast could cause quite a stir with every move. A majestic voice came, and Xiao Teng saw them coming back and praised them a few words. Xuelian lowered his head, deeply shocked. After only a few hours of not seeing Wang, he had grown so much bigger. Don't kill me. I'm telling you a secret. A big secret. Let me go. The giant bear that was dragged on the ground by Xuelian felt even more desperate when he saw Xiao Teng appear. He couldn't run away, so he tried to struggle one last time and beg for mercy. It seems that Xiao Teng is the leader of this pack of wolves, so the giant bear also talked directly to Xiao Teng. Secret? What secret? Xiao Teng became interested. The secret that can improve your strength, I will tell you if you let me go, said the giant bear. That depends on whether this secret is worth exchanging your life for it. Xiao Teng said slowly. You have to tell me first, then I can decide whether to let you go. What if you don't keep your word? No, you let me go first and I'll tell you. The giant bear shook his head and said firmly. Oh, then you go die. Negotiating terms with him is like seeking death. Xiao Teng raised his paw, ready to smack the giant bear to death with one paw. The giant bear was suddenly sweating profusely, and cold sweat broke out. Stop! Stop! I'll tell you that. Say! Xiao Teng's claws stopped in midair and might fall down at any time, waiting for what he would do next. About 80 kilometers away from here in the west, a magical stone appears in a cave. Eating it can directly improve your own strength. The giant bear said quickly. Spiritual stone. Xiao Teng said in surprise. Xiao Teng thought of the spirit stone in fantasy novels, a stone containing spiritual energy. Spiritual stone? So that kind of thing is called a spiritual stone, the giant bear murmured. Xiao Teng's eyes flashed with light, and he turned to look to the west. It's a pity that the trees are too dense, and the spirit stone seems to be in a cave, so it cannot be seen directly with the naked eye. However, Xiao Teng saw that many strange beasts seemed to be nearby, rushing in that direction, and many strange beasts were fighting. This news may be true. Xiao Teng's raised paw did not fall down in the end. Let's go. This news is enough to change your life. Hearing this, Shuelian helped the giant bear bite off the vines on its body. The giant bear was delighted and quickly broke away. Then, I'm leaving then. If there is any news like this in the future, please report it to me at any time and I will reward you. Okay, okay. The giant bear promised, but he was whispering in his heart. If there was such a good thing, I would have kept it to myself. If you hadn't forced me, I definitely wouldn't have told anyone about it. What about you? Do you have any secrets? Xiao Teng glanced at the dying beasts on the ground and asked with his mouth wide open. My mother-in-law laid 10 eggs. A big rooster raised its head and shouted loudly. Die! This doesn't count. Xiao Teng directly slapped it with one claw and turned it into a pulp. Ding! Kill the first level giant yang chicken, evolution points plus 1258. In the end, Xiao Teng still didn't get any useful information from the torture, but he gained a wave of evolutionary points. To the west, right. Xiao Teng turned his head to the west, his body ready to move. He was currently short of evolution points, and he could gain evolution points by absorbing spiritual energy. It just so happened that he had been here for several days and wanted to go out for some activities. Shuelian, you ask some wolves to inform Ah Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Shang. The rest of the wolves, follow me. Let's go and take those spiritual stones for ourselves. Okay, King. Shuelian responded quickly and called a few wolves to call Ah Huang and the others. After saying this, Xiao Teng turned on all power and rushed towards the west at full speed. At a speed close to the speed of sound, the wolves could not keep up with Xiao Teng's pace. Xiao Teng ignored them and ran rampant in the woods, knocking down several trees. Such a big movement attracted several drones to follow Xiao Teng's head. Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth and released his thunderous breath, knocking them all down. Xiao Teng no longer wants to worry about whether he will be exposed to these drones. He can't hide forever. With his current physical condition, it is not a problem for him to carry a few missiles. Chapter 27. At this time, inside a building in Qingcheng, the two staff members sighed at the same time as they looked at the black monitor. Another one has been destroyed. How many planes has this been? It's probably the 53rd one. The situation in Qingfeng mountain range is not optimistic. Don't just talk about the Qingfeng mountains. This is happening all over the country. The wild animals seem to have mutated and have mastered all kinds of strange and bizarre skills. After the second bloody rain, the monsters became stronger and more aggressive, with a very strong desire to attack. The helicopters we sent out yesterday were almost destroyed, and only 3 pilots escaped. The 2 staff members were discussing the situation in Qingfeng mountain range, and their brows were frowning for a moment. Ever since the incident yesterday, Qingfeng Mountains has been completely listed as a red alert zone, meaning an extremely high-risk area. Except for military personnel, any exploration is prohibited. And this is only the early stage of the revival of spiritual energy. More than a dozen areas across the country have been listed as red alert zones. Most of these areas are deep mountains, and there are also plateaus, ocean areas, and other places where there are few people. The remaining 30 or so areas are listed as yellow warning zones, which means general danger areas. The degree of danger exists but is not high. At this moment, a sharp dripping sound suddenly came from the instrument in front of the 2 staff members. What is going on? The giant python appeared. A staff member hurriedly enlarged the surveillance screen. The video shows a 50-meter-long behemoth with crackling lightning flashing all over its body. The speed of movement was so fast that the drone could only capture a blurry figure, but from the long shape it was still possible to tell that it was a python-like giant. Suddenly, the python seemed to have discovered the existence of the drone. Its vertical pupils suddenly widened and it glared at the drone with anger. Then there was a flash of blue lightning, and the view from the drone instantly went black. There was no doubt that the drone was scrapped. The 2 staff members looked at each other and saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. "What did it eat to grow so big?" a staff member exclaimed, hardly able to believe his eyes. "This should be the most evolved one in the whole country." A staff member muttered, staring at the screen in a daze. "He has grown so much. I have to report this to my superiors immediately." Another staff member immediately picked up the walkie-talkie in a panic and reported everything he saw to his superior. Soon, an emergency meeting was held at the Qingcheng military base. Next to a round conference table was playing a video of Xiao Teng destroying a drone. The major leaders sat around a round conference table, some in military uniforms, others in white research coats, and it was obvious that they were all urgently pulled into the meeting while still at work. After watching the video, the conference room fell silent for a long time. "Mr. Ji, what level do you think this strange beast has reached?" A high-ranking officer of the Chen family was the first to break the silence and asked an old man in a white research suit. Everyone seemed to focus their attention on Mr. Ji, and everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. The researcher known as Ji Lao pushed his reading glasses, squinted his eyes, and was silent for a while before answering. "I don't know. The highest level recorded by humans at present is the 7th level of Transcendental Stage, which belongs to the first person in Dragon Country. As for what realm is above the Transcendental Stage, I'm sorry, without samples, our research institute cannot research it. But, that giant python has obviously surpassed the 7th level of Transcendental Realm and reached a higher realm. Based on the analysis of the reports of exotic beasts across the country, this one is probably the highest level one, assuming it has a talent that allows it to grow in size. The talent of growing bigger." Several leaders in the conference room looked at each other, wondering why they hadn't thought of this. After the revival of spiritual energy, all kinds of strange and bizarre talents were born along with it. If there really is a talent that can make the body larger, then it is entirely possible for such a giant beast to be born. It would be great if that's the case. Judging from the video, this python is not only gifted in size but also in speed. Even if you have the talent to grow in size, it's still incredible. A phoenix cannot fly out of a sparrow's nest. Something strange must have happened in the Qingfeng Mountains that we don't know about, causing the concentration of spiritual energy there to be extremely high, which gave birth to such a giant beast. Simply relying on drone surveillance is too limited. I think we need to send more troops to Qingfeng Mountains for investigation. Let those high-level talents we recruit lead the team. They also need some experience in fighting against strange beasts. You are stupid. We have spent so much effort to train these people with special abilities. There is only one A-level gifted person among 100,000 people, and they may not be good at fighting. How can we send them to the front line like this? What if they die in battle? These are all talented people. An officer from the Spiritual Qi Bureau slammed his hands on the table, obviously anxious, and immediately retorted. Those highly gifted people with special abilities are the seeds of the future. They have great potential and will be the main force in the future against alien beasts. How could he bear to let them go to explore the unknown mountains and forests and be used as cannon fodder? By the way, how is the insect infestation in the city? Just as the two officers were about to quarrel, a white-haired old man, who was also the head of the Chen family, the most powerful person in Qingcheng, suddenly spoke. After the head of the Chen family spoke, the two officers who were about to quarrel sat down and calmed down a little. The bugs are gradually being defeated. Most of the bugs in the city have retreated to the suburbs and surrounding towns. It won't be long before we can completely drive them out. An officer in charge of the insect plague replied. The losses from this insect plague were truly devastating. Even if the insects were driven out, hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives forever. Very good, that means we already have spare manpower, right? The head of the Chen family was shocked. Amid all the bad news, this is clearly good news. Yes. Then let the army enter the Qingfeng Mountains one after another. After we have thoroughly explored the Qingfeng Mountains, we will send out the supernatural beings. When necessary, we will launch missile strikes. We must absolutely crush these strange beasts to death in the mountains. The head of the Chen family slammed the table and decided on the next action plan. Chapter 28. Before reaching the location of the Spirit Stone, Xiao Teng felt a powerful spiritual energy pulling him towards the location of the Spirit Stone. It seems that there are not only spiritual stones in that place, but also a large amount of spiritual energy overflowing. Is this a spiritual energy tidal explosion? The closer you get to that location, the stronger the feeling becomes. Along the way, there were a large number of strange beasts rushing towards the location of the Spirit Stone, making terrifying roars from time to time, with red eyes and losing their minds. Even Xiao Teng's mind was affected, and his irrepressible desire made him want to kill all competitors who competed with him for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Roar! The beasts lost their minds and dared to provoke Xiao Teng. Get lost! Lightning gathered in Xiao Teng's mouth and blasted towards the wild beasts that pounced on him, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere in an instant. Ding! Kill the second level Nightmare Bull, evolution points plus 2561. Ding! Kill the 9th level Mortal Goat, evolution points plus 903. Ding! Kill the 9th level Siberian Tiger, evolution points plus 980. Another wave of evolution points is credited. Cool! This is a good place to earn evolution points. Even if I don't get the Spirit Stones, I can still earn a lot of evolution points just by killing monsters nearby. It is not easy to find such a place where wild animals are densely populated, and Xiao Teng did not give up such a good opportunity. Xiao Teng killed people as he walked, carving out a bloody path, with corpses littering the horizon behind him. The smell of blood attracted more exotic beasts, and more exotic beasts came here to seek opportunities. They could obtain a lot of spiritual energy just by picking up corpses on the periphery. Every time Xiao Teng killed a wave of strange beasts, the strange beasts waiting behind would immediately rush over to pick up the corpses. Over time, a large number of strange beasts gathered behind Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng didn't pay any attention to them and let them take advantage of the situation. He could kill them again on his way back. Soon, a cave appeared in front of Xiao Teng. A large amount of spiritual energy condensed into a solid body and turned into a light blue gust of wind that rushed out of the cave. This is it. A group of bison were stationed at the entrance of the cave, forming a circle and domineeringly blocking the entrance. There were about 30 bison in the group, each of them was 5 meters long, with sharp horns on their heads. Members of the bison herd took turns going in to eat the spiritual stones, and the remaining members blocked the entrance of the cave to prevent other wild animals from entering. Because they have occupied this place for a period of time, each member of the bison herd has broken through to the transcendent stage and has extraordinary strength. It is obvious that they have benefited from the spiritual energy tide. Get out of here, this is our territory. A bison noticed Xiao Teng, mooed, and glared at him, declaring its ownership of the cave. Your territory. Xiao Teng sneered, summoned heavy rain, and launched a field of thunder. He wanted to show them whose territory it was. The weather changed in an instant, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Yes. We were here first. Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're older. Let's attack together. No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat so many of us. Go. Let's kill this dragon together. With this magical cave, our bison tribe will definitely reach the pinnacle. We must not let this dragon snatch it away. Faced with a 50-meter-long behemoth, the bison herd also felt the pressure, and they unanimously decided to besiege Xiao Teng first. The bison pushed the ground with their front hooves, white air came out of their nostrils, and they were ready to launch a charge. And just at this moment, boom! Crazy thunder is coming. It was almost brewing, and along with bursts of thunder, several wild thunders suddenly fell, hitting the bison that screamed the most happily. Even before they could scream, they turned into charred corpses, exuding an alluring fragrance. Instant kill. Gudong. The bison beside him couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and stayed where he was. This sudden thunder stopped all the bison. It was so powerful that it killed them instantly with one strike. The clamor disappeared for a while, and the bison herd was as quiet as chickens. The next moment, Xiao Teng swung his body and arrived in front of the bison herd at a speed close to the speed of sound. I won't bother you all to rush over and die, I'll do it myself. Xiao Teng's speed was so fast that the bison had no time to react, and the claw attack with thunder and lightning directly tore a bison apart. Then the huge tails followed one after another, and a sweep of the tail threw a group of bison up more than 10 meters into the sky. When they fell again, they were spitting blood and were seriously injured. Then he opened his huge mouth, bit his head forward suddenly, picked up a bison in his mouth, threw it up into the sky, and disappeared into the open mouth. Seeing how fierce Xiao Teng was, it was a slap in the face. The remaining buffalo herds immediately fled in all directions. No matter how important the spirit stone was, it was not as important as life. Preserving one's life was more important. Don't kill. Don't kill. This place belongs to you, don't you think? A guy who was bigger than the other bison and seemed to be the leader of the bison begged Xiao Teng for mercy. Xiao Teng noticed it and grabbed it. Die. A sharp claw penetrated the abdomen of the bison leader, and the electric current enchanted on the claws rushed through the body, scorching the internal organs black, and he lost his breath after a few seconds. Ding! Kill the third-level giant horned bull, evolution points and 3680. These buffalo were in the mortal stage and were given a lot of evolution points. Xiao Teng killed them with great pleasure, how could he stop? Cool. Ho! Xiao Teng's claws and mouth were covered with blood, his eyes were full of violence, and his heart was extremely happy. He looked up to the sky and roared, making a long dragon cry. A few minutes later, dozens of bison carcasses were spread on the ground. Xiao Teng spared no one. Under Xiao Teng's incredible speed, these bison could not escape and were all wiped out. 40,000 evolution points. It's so cool to kill. I also devoured a talent. Suspended death, Level A. When you receive a fatal attack, you will not die immediately. You will retain your breath and fall into a state of suspended animation. It's actually an A-level talent. You won't die immediately after being attacked by a fatal attack. This is a life-saving talent. I don't know which guy I got it from. Logically speaking, with this life-saving talent, one would not die so easily. He was probably beaten to a state of suspended animation by Xiao Teng, and then was chewed and died completely. A clearing suddenly appeared in front of the cave entrance, and no living creature survived except Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng continued to release the crazy thunder domain, and any creature that dared to enter the crazy thunder domain was blasted into charcoal. After increasing his physical strength by 15 times, Xiao Teng could also release the crazy thunder domain for a longer period of time, and simply kept it open at the entrance of the cave. Facing the wind of spiritual energy, Xiao Teng got into the cave. The cave was so big that even a behemoth like Xiao Teng could enter. There were several surviving bison inside the cave, and Xiao Teng also eliminated them one by one. Soon, Xiao Teng found the source of the spiritual wind. A transparent vein of spirit stone that looked like a long dragon appeared in front of Xiao Teng's eyes, fixing Xiao Teng's gaze firmly, and his pupils remained motionless. Spiritual energy continuously overflowed from the cracked spirit stone veins, accumulating into large amounts, and eventually formed a huge astral wind rushing toward the entrance of the cave. Xiao Teng scratched the vein of the spirit stone with his claw, making a clanging sound, and a transparent spirit stone fell into his claw. Chapter 29. So many spirit stones. I can eat to my heart's content. First grade spiritual stone, a stone containing spiritual energy, but the purity of the spiritual energy is not high. Feeling the spiritual energy surging in his claws, Xiao Teng did not hesitate and threw the spirit stone into his mouth, chewing it and swallowing it. The spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone instantly exploded in Xiao Teng's body, and his body absorbed it eagerly and accepted it completely. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 658. Xiao Teng's eyes lit up. This small piece of spirit stone actually had more than 600 evolution points. There was an entire spirit stone vein here. If all of it is absorbed, that would be a lot of evolution points. Great place. Xiao Teng was extremely delighted. Even if you stay here, your body is passively absorbing the overflowing spiritual energy. It won't be long before he can break through to the first level of transcendence and evolve again. Looking at the spirit stone vein that looked like a long dragon, Xiao Teng's eyes focused, and the lightning element gathered violently in his mouth, and he exhaled a breath of lightning at the spirit stone vein. The spirit stone vein was instantly blown into small pieces of spirit stones that flew all around. Even more powerful spiritual energy gushed out, and if an ordinary beast stood here, it might be blown away by the strong wind. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 93. The body is bathed in spiritual energy and passively absorbs it. System prompts pop up one after another, and there are system prompts every once in a while. King! At this time, a greeting came from behind. The wolves also rushed to the cave, their eyes shining as they looked at the transparent spirit stone veins in surprise. It was obvious that they also felt the unusual spiritual energy here. They passed through the field of mad thunder, which did not attack them, and they arrived at the depths of the cave smoothly. King, what is this? Why is the spiritual energy here so rich? Shuelian couldn't help but ask. It was the first time they saw a place with such a high concentration of spiritual energy. Xiao Teng didn't turn around, but explained while cutting the spirit stone with his claws. This is a spiritual stone mine, which contains a huge amount of spiritual energy resources. If you see such a place in the future, notify me immediately. Ah Huang, are they here? Not yet, King. I have sent someone to notify them, they should be here soon. Great, this is an opportunity to improve our team's strength. Xiao Teng turned around, his claws full of cut spirit stones. He tilted his claws, and the spirit stones fell to the ground with a clinking sound. The wolves' gazes followed the trajectory of the falling spirit stones, staring intently. These spirit stones were very attractive to them. Eat. Seize this opportunity. Xiao Teng said softly. Shuelian was suddenly startled and looked at Xiao Teng with gratitude. If it weren't for Xiao Teng, even they would have found it difficult to get a share among the numerous wild beasts. Even if they got the spirit stones, they would suffer heavy losses and many wolves would be injured. But now they can obtain spiritual resources without any effort and without sacrificing any wolves. Thank you, Wang. Shuelian thanked him sincerely, and felt more and more that following Xiao Teng was the right choice. At the same time, somewhere in Qingfeng Mountains, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, and a large number of troops were broken up into small teams. Each team had about 100 people sitting in several armored vehicles. Their mission this time is to serve as the vanguard and find out the situation in the Qingfeng Mountains, not only the evolution level of the strange beasts but also the unexplored strange phenomena in the world. It would be even better if we could clear out a safe base area to facilitate subsequent troops to enter and explore. At this time, Chen Hao, the highest-ranking officer in this operation, was sitting in an armored vehicle. After the revival of spiritual energy, the military leadership was reshuffled, and talent became the decisive factor in whether one could obtain a high position. However, as an officer, Chen Hao only has a D-level talent, and Qing Cheng is still firmly controlled by the Chen family. Just relying on his surname is enough for him to sit in this position. Because behind him is the entire Chen family. But even he had many worries in his heart. He was not talented and was not valued by his family. He was forced to become the vanguard to pave the way for those behind him. He was almost like cannon fodder and was treated as an abandoned pawn. Oh, how come the spiritual energy suddenly revived? Chen Hao sighed. Only one D-level talent has been awakened. If it weren't for the revival of spiritual energy, he would definitely still be in the office drinking tea, reading documents, and spending his days leisurely, instead of watching the beasts baring their teeth here. He would never come to a dangerous place like the front line. Suddenly, a smartly dressed woman next to him looked up from her computer, pushed the computer towards Chen Hao and said, "Chen Hao, take a look at this document. It has the latest news. Spirit stones appear. New phenomenon of spiritual energy revival. A large number of spirit stone veins have been discovered in the Beishi Mountains." Chen Hao read out the words on the document and his eyes widened. The woman continued, "According to expert analysis, the spirit stone contains a large amount of spiritual energy. Absorbing the spiritual energy inside can assist in spiritual practice. This way, we humans also have a way to speed up our spiritual practice. Besides eating beast meat, this is also the second method that can speed up cultivation, and its efficiency is many times higher than eating beast meat. Humans are naturally less efficient than animals and plants in absorbing spiritual energy. Humans are no longer the protagonists between heaven and earth. After the revival of spiritual energy, their level has fallen far behind. After the revival of spiritual energy, the first research topic of major research institutes was methods to speed up human spiritual practice. However, it was only the initial stage of the recovery of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy was very thin. Except for 2 bloody rains, there was actually no spiritual energy to be absorbed between heaven and earth. After the first bloody rain, the country built a special pool to store the blood rain. However, if the blood rain is not absorbed, it will gradually evaporate into the air and cannot be stored. Next, they discovered that eating the meat of wild animals rich in spiritual energy could also help absorb some spiritual energy, but this method was also very inefficient. People have limited appetites, the mutated wild beasts are extremely large, and the spiritual energy contained in the wild beast meat is very rare, so not much meat can be eaten. The Qingfeng Mountains are both red alert zones, just like the Beishi Mountains. Spiritual stones have been designated as strategic resources. If spiritual stone veins can also be discovered in the Qingfeng Mountains. Cheng Hao murmured. They are the first group of people to face the spirit stone veins, and also the first group of people to reap the benefits of the spirit stones. When I reach a higher level, maybe I can awaken another advanced talent. Then I won't be used as cannon fodder for the family anymore. I can join the superpower team and receive strong training from the country. From now on, I will be superior to others. Chen Hao suddenly felt that the future was bright and that fighting on the front line also had its advantages. So, Cheng Hao immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and issued an order. Attention, all units! If you find any spiritual stone veins, notify me immediately. We must take them down at all costs. This is an exploration that concerns the fate of our human race. Chapter 30. Ah Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong also rushed to this spiritual stone mine. There was curiosity in their eyes, and they looked at the spirit stone veins with shining eyes, as if they were looking at a great treasure. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. There is such a magical place. With this magical stone, we can gain spiritual energy even without having to fight other monsters. Now that you are here, eat these spirit stones quickly. Eat as many as you can. The sooner you become stronger, the longer you can live. Xiao Teng pointed at the spirit stone vein nearby and said to the three beasts. There are so many spirit stones here, enough for so many exotic beasts to share. Xiao Teng has other means to obtain evolution points, so this spirit stone vein that seems very precious to others is actually just ordinary to Xiao Teng. He can take this opportunity to improve the strength of his subordinates. After all, he still has the idea of establishing a human restricted area in the future. It is impossible to do everything by yourself, so you still need to train your subordinates as early as possible. Okay, the three beasts responded. Without any hesitation, the three beasts each found a place to gnaw on the spirit stone veins, their aura slowly rising. If humans got a spirit stone, they would hold it in their hands and slowly absorb the spiritual energy in the stone. They would never devour it savagely like strange beasts. It's just that the absorption rate is faster if it is swallowed directly into the stomach, and the strange beasts don't care so much. After evolution, their stomach acid became stronger, and it was easy for them to digest stones. Swallowing them directly into the stomach could ensure that the spiritual energy in the spirit stones would not be wasted. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 1253. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 863. While the military was heading towards the Qingfeng Mountains in search of spirit stone ore veins, they were unaware that Xiao Teng and others were happily chewing on the spirit stone ore veins in the cave. Click click. With each sip, a system prompt would pop up. Even if one just stayed in the cave and did nothing, the body would automatically absorb the overflowing spiritual energy. With a constant supply of spiritual energy, Xiao Teng can also keep the wild thunder field open at the cave entrance. A large number of strange beasts lingered on the edge of the thunder area, feeling the attraction of the spiritual energy to them and staring blankly, not daring to cross the line. They have all witnessed what happened to the strange beasts that entered the field of wild thunder, and the corpses in the field are a warning to them. Entering the field of wild thunder will lead to death. As time goes by, the distance to breaking through to the first level of transcendence is approaching. As the spiritual energy in his body gradually accumulated, Xiao Teng had a vague premonition in his heart. The extraordinary period will be a watershed in biological evolution. If he passes this level, his strength will increase again. And this realm is not so easy to break through. Going against the will of heaven, he will have to accept the test from heaven. Xiao Teng lowered his head, feeling the restless spiritual energy in his body that was eager to be released. He had a premonition of something and talked to himself. My breakthrough this time might make a big noise. A large amount of spiritual energy was brewing in the body, as if it could no longer be suppressed, and gradually formed something like a cyclone of spiritual energy around the body. It can be expected that once he breaks through to that level, all the spiritual energy accumulated in his body for a long time will be released to help him survive the disaster from heaven. By then, the cave may collapse and cease to exist. The fact that he could cause such a big commotion also shows that his advancement this time will definitely not be easy. Boom! Roar! Da-da-da! The sound of artillery fire was intertwined with the roars of wild beasts and the rattling of machine gun fire, and it basically never stopped. Shoo! A loud cry rang out, and a giant eagle with a wingspan of 4 meters and claws as sharp as cast iron rushed towards an armored vehicle with an excited look of finding prey. The sharp claws aimed at the human soldier who stuck his head out of the car window. A huge shadow came towards him at an extremely fast speed, and he pulled the trigger instinctively. As the sound of bullets were fired, the giant eagle let out a miserable cry, then flapped its wings and flew high into the sky again. "Hey, are you okay?" As the giant eagle left, the companions in the car immediately went to shake the shoulders of the attacked soldier. Bang! In response, a headless corpse fell backwards. My companion's face turned pale instantly. "Captain Chen Hao, there are more and more strange beasts." A woman in military uniform saw the headless body in the armored vehicle next door. Her beautiful fingers quickly tapped the keyboard and recorded several pieces of information on the computer. Then he silently retracted his head and reported to another man in uniform while gritting his teeth. Chen Hao frowned and hummed softly, looking at the deep woods and the mutant beasts that appeared from nowhere from time to time. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Their vanguard troops might really become cannon fodder. You may not feel it at the edge of Qingfeng Mountains, but after going deeper, the strength of the strange beasts here becomes stronger and stronger, and their numbers also increase rapidly. The Qingfeng Mountains became very different from what he had seen before. Whether it is a tree as tall as 50 or 60 meters, or a wild beast that has expanded to several times its original size, all of them are telling of the danger of the red alert zone. They were like dwarfs who had strayed into the land of giants. When the wild beasts became ferocious and pounced on them, the feeling of being treated as prey was extremely oppressive. Cheng Hao tightly gripped the machine gun in his hand. Only the hot weapon in his hand could give him a sense of security. It was impossible for him, who only had a D-level talent, to fight these strange beasts with his physical body. There are basically no high-level people among their group. Those with high-level talents have long been admitted to the Spiritual Energy Bureau and are treated like treasures. The equipment for detecting spiritual energy has not yet been developed, so it is aimless. How can we find the spiritual stone veins in such a large Qingfeng mountain range? Cheng Hao had a headache. The original goal of entering the Qingfeng mountains to find the spirit stone veins has become a distant and unknown thing. Or let's just go home. Anyway, they are just the vanguard, and investigation and detection are the tasks of their troops. As for finding the spirit stone vein, it was just an additional task he added temporarily. Cheng Hao thought so. Cheng Hao, look! What is that? Such a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. The woman stopped typing on the keyboard and pointed at the scenery outside the window with an incredible look on her face. Cheng Hao also looked in the direction the woman's hand pointed. The sky in the distance changed at some point. Vast, huge dark clouds covered the entire sky. Winding lightning flashed across the sky but did not fall, as if it was accumulating strength and brewing a fatal killing blow. At the same time, at the foot of a mountain, a strong wind blew violently. The storm, composed of a large amount of spiritual energy, was not to be outdone and suddenly spread out, reaching hundreds of meters high, almost competing with the thunder brewing in the sky. Hold head high! A loud dragon roar came from a distance. Chapter 31. After swallowing a lot of spirit stones, he finally collected the 100,000 evolution points needed for advancement. The spiritual energy whirled around him, and it was about to get more and more intense, sweeping all the gravel on the ground into the air. Shuelian, Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong were all startled by the noise made by Xiao Teng. They stopped eating and looked at Xiao Teng in confusion. There is a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy around the boss. Huang exclaimed. Is the boss going to get promoted again? Hu Yuming asked enviously. As expected of you, you are the king. Shuelian was not surprised at all. How scary! Cai Chong felt that Xiao Teng was becoming more and more terrifying. We cannot destroy this spiritual stone mine and go outside to advance. Xiao Teng took a look at the spirit stone veins that had not decreased much after being eaten, and walked decisively out of the cave. Shuelian, Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong looked at each other and decisively followed Xiao Teng. After walking out of the cave, Xiao Teng said firmly. System, upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the Extraordinary Level 1. The next level is Extraordinary Level 2, which requires 200,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting an opportunity to evolve. Do you want to start evolving immediately? Yes. At this moment, the majestic spiritual energy that Xiao Teng had been suppressing was completely released, sweeping up the fallen leaves and dust on the ground, and even the broken tree trunks, and rushed up into the sky, forming a spiritual tornado hundreds of meters high. The violent thunder element shuttled through his body, causing Xiao Teng's entire body to glow with blue light. The sky was no longer peaceful, the raging thunder field was forced to be cancelled, and another murderous force of thunder and lightning was brewing in the dark clouds, flashing between the clouds. Bring it on! Xiao Teng looked up at the sky without any fear in his eyes. He was originally a giant beast of thunder element. As long as he could survive this thunder tribulation, the thunder element in his body would be further improved. The troops that had already entered the Qingfeng Mountains were all looking at the changes happening in the distant sky with shock on their faces. The spiritual power turned into a substantial storm tornado, which had never changed before. Even nationwide it has not been heard of. With such a big commotion, what on earth happened there? And that majestic dragon roar that echoed throughout the entire mountain range, could it be the legendary giant python? The accompanying recorders took out their equipment to record this moment. In an armored vehicle, a man's excited shout was heard. Let's go there! Cheng Hao patted the driver's shoulder excitedly. This is a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Maybe there is a spiritual stone vein there. Attention all units. All members, move towards the center of the spiritual power storm. Cheng Hao picked up the walkie-talkie at hand and issued an order. Armored vehicles and armed helicopters changed direction, headed towards the same place, and gradually gathered together. But there may be very dangerous beasts there. You also heard the roar just now. The owner of the voice is definitely not of low level. After Cheng Hao finished shouting excitedly, the woman next to him suddenly said. After hearing the roar, she felt a fear from ancient times, as if her blood was suppressed, and her body trembled unconsciously. I know. It's just a strange beast. We brought missiles this time. No matter how powerful the strange beast is, it will be blown to ashes after one missile. Cheng Hao said indifferently. Even as the vanguard, they carried this high-powered weapon, although there was only one round and it would never be used unless it was a critical moment. In fact, compared to the powerful individuals, what he feared more was the endless stream of strange beasts that would continue to consume them. The woman looked out of the car window and saw a large vehicle on the transport truck behind. This was Cheng Hao's confidence, but she still felt inexplicably uneasy in her heart. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense. Looking at Cheng Hao's disdainful expression, she felt that their action this time might not be as smooth as Cheng Hao thought. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Xiao Teng's scales, and Xiao Teng's entire body was bathed in the lightning, so white that it was blinding and completely blocked out any sight from outside. It doesn't seem to hurt. Xiao Teng opened his eyes. After his physical strength increased 15 times, the thunder tribulation was nothing to him. Controlling the spiritual energy in his body, a spiritual energy storm spread out, and the powerful aura caused the surrounding thunder tribulation to collapse. Then, the dark clouds in the sky became darker and thicker, and the murderous intent reappeared. It's not that simple, there's a second step. Xiao Teng's eyes narrowed as he looked at the murderous intent that continued to brew in the sky. The power of this second attack would be even stronger, so he mobilized his spiritual energy to continue supporting it. Do you think the old man can hold out? The lightning strike was so powerful that a dark hole was blasted out on the ground. Hu Yuming looked at the blurred figure shrouded in lightning and asked with a little concern. The boss is so strong, he will definitely get through it. Huang was full of confidence in Xiao Teng and said without hesitation. Look! There is a human army coming from a distance. Kai Chang reminded. It was flying high in the sky with a good field of vision and could see the situation below clearly. It saw many steel monsters rushing towards them, and they would be there soon at this speed. Humans! They are looking for death. Hu Yuming roared angrily. Why are humans coming at this time? The boss is at a critical moment now, we can't let them hinder the boss. Wang's face turned stern when he heard Cai Chang's words, and he said loudly. They actually dared to enter Qingfeng Mountains. The wolf cubs are alive. Shuelian twitched his nose violently and smelled the human breath in the distance. Several strange beasts were filled with anger and roared at the army in the distance without fear. Not only Xiao Teng benefited, he was about to advance. After swallowing the spirit stone ore veins, the strength of several strange beasts has increased. Their levels have been raised by 3 levels, their aura has increased, and their bodies have become larger. Huang alone is nearly 30 meters long, and with his rocky skin, the entire python moves as if a small mountain is moving. Hu Yuming's injuries have completely healed, and his body has grown to 8 meters long. Even steel can be cut through with one claw. His talent of 10 times faster speed makes his movements so fast that they leave after images, making them difficult to grasp. The wolves in the pack also all advanced to the transcendent stage. The color of their fur turned blood red, and their eyes were ferocious and bloodthirsty. It was obvious that they had all evolved into blood-refining wolves. Combined with the call to the wild, it is an army that is no less powerful than humans. Chapter 32. Unknowingly, the team led by Cheng Hao was getting closer and closer to the location of the Spirit Stone mine. The further they advanced, the more dangerous the road ahead became, and the death toll continued to increase. A small number of people were lost on the way to the rendezvous alone. There are too many strange beasts. Not only were they attracted by the spiritual storm, but the strange beasts were also attracted by it. Being able to get close to the spirit stone veins, these strange beasts all have some strength, and naturally they have wisdom. They were attacked by humans when they were weak, and hatred makes them actively attack the army. Huang, Hu Yuming, Cai Chang, and the wolf pack were mixed in these teams. Awoo awoo awoo. In the dark woods, pairs of blood-red pupils lit up, looking at the armored vehicle in front of them as if they were sizing up prey. Wolf howling. There are wolves nearby. Hearing these howls, the soldiers on the armored vehicle suddenly felt their scalps tingling. They swallowed their saliva and clenched their machine guns. Being targeted by wolves. I saw those pairs of bloodthirsty pupils light up before my eyes. So close. The team leader felt a chill on his back and shivered all over, then he immediately opened his throat and yelled. Fire! Da-da-da! The bullets were fired as if they were free, and then there was the sound of the bullets hitting the flesh. The smell of blood was everywhere. Ouch! The wolves did not retreat, their pupils became even more ferocious, and the smell of blood aroused their ferocity. The blood wolf is a bloodthirsty and warlike race. Not only that, injuries can also stimulate their potential. Bloodthirst, level A extremely bloodthirsty, blood excites you. The more serious your injuries, the greater your strength, speed, and stamina, with the highest increase being 300%. As long as you are not dead, you will become braver and braver. Ah! With a scream, an armored vehicle was overturned by a giant wolf nearly 5 meters long. Then, under the horrified gaze of the soldiers, the sharp claws directly broke a big hole in the iron sheet of the armored vehicle and pulled out the soldier inside. The situation was reversed in an instant. This scene was also played out all over the battlefield. An 8-meter-long tiger jumped up on the spot and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only machine gun bullets were left splattering on the dirt, and none of them hit the target. A second later, accompanied by a loud bang, it appeared on the roof of the armored vehicle again. A half-meter-long sharp claw shot out from between the claws with a swoosh sound, and suddenly exerted force on the hood under the body, cutting a big hole in the armored vehicle. The soldier in the car looked up and met a pair of eerie purple tiger eyes that emitted an evil light. This was the last scene he saw before he died. The next moment, the soldier's head disappeared. In the sky, dozens of armed helicopters kept bombarding the ground, and more than a dozen rockets were fired at the same time, killing many strange beasts. But while they were focusing on attacking the strange beasts on the ground, they ignored the sky. Coo! The sound of a bird chirping was heard, and then there was a heat wave that was enough to almost melt a person. The pilot looked out the window and saw a bird that looked very similar to the legendary phoenix, with flames burning on its wings. No! The pilot was about to say something to warn his companions, but the words turned into screams as a storm tornado made of flames was rushing towards him at a high speed. The most powerful one is Huang. Because of his S-level talent of indestructibility, all bullets are ineffective against him. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the opponent's attack. The 30-meter-long python body rolls towards the enemy like a mountain. Boom! Earth spikes rose from the ground on the battlefield and directly pierced through the armored vehicles. On Chen Hao's side, under the escort of numerous troops, he was in a good mood and moving towards the center of the spiritual storm. There seems to be a creature in the eye of the storm. Suddenly a soldier with a telescope exclaimed. Chen Hao snatched the telescope from the soldier's hand. There is indeed a creature in the eye of the storm, but it is covered in lightning and cannot be seen clearly. Judging from its shape, it is a giant python. He is going through the tribulation. The fluctuation of spiritual energy is caused by him. We must not let him succeed in going through the tribulation. Putting down the telescope, Chen Hao said firmly. We're giving him a big gift. Chen Hao entered the password and pressed the transmitter in his hand. Feeling that he was being targeted by murderous intent, Xiao Teng, who was undergoing the tribulation, suddenly opened his eyes. With a gleam in his eyes, he stretched his sight and saw the missile coming towards him. Human! You are courting death! Xiao Teng roared angrily but did not dodge. He was at the critical moment of his tribulation and could not move, so he could only take it. This missile did make him feel threatened, but the threat was not strong and was within the tolerable range. If he waits until he completes his promotion, this missile will pose no threat to him at all. However, Xiao Teng had already made a deep note of this group of troops in his heart. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the Qingfeng Mountains. The surrounding mountains collapsed, debris flew, and a mushroom cloud rose, leaving only a bumpy surface. Boss! Several strange beasts looked in the direction of Xiao Teng and let out heart-wrenching roars. They could only see the thick smoke and feel the strong sense of crisis that just flew over their heads. They thought they couldn't withstand the power of that missile. Is the boss still alive? Is the beast dead? The woman asked. He's definitely dead. That missile is equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT explosion. Cheng Hao said with certainty. Haha! We have done a great deed when we go back tonight, killing such a powerful beast. I will definitely be promoted. That's right. We killed a strange beast that might threaten Qingcheng in the future. Even if we don't find the spiritual stone vein, we won't return empty-handed this time. Seeing the missiles hit the giant beast shrouded in lightning in the distance, the soldiers in several armored vehicles were extremely excited. And at this moment, after the huge explosion, there was a roar that resounded throughout the Qingfeng Mountains. Roar! Anyone could tell that the owner of the voice was extremely angry. Hearing this roar, Cheng Hao's face changed drastically. Not only him, but everyone in the armored vehicle felt unbelievable. He's still alive. This slap in the face came too quickly. It all felt very unreal. There really are strange beasts that have evolved to this level and can survive a missile attack. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to morale. Cheng Hao picked up the telescope and looked at it repeatedly with trembling hands. Unfortunately, nothing could be seen there except a vast expanse of white smoke. Just as the human soldiers were in disbelief, several strange beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Great! I knew the boss was still alive. These damn humans are so despicable. Go! Avenge the king! Several strange beasts turned their eyes towards the missile launch site. Chapter 33. Boom! Boom! There were 3 thunder tribulations in total, each more powerful than the last. And just after Xiao Teng was hit by the missile, the 3rd thunder tribulation ended. Every thunder tribulation tempers the body. After successfully surviving 3 thunder tribulations, Xiao Teng also absorbed a lot of thunder elemental power and stored it in his scales, and the elemental power he could call upon increased several times. Its entire body is 60 meters long, and the 2 dragon horns extending backwards from its head have also grown a lot larger. High voltage lightning is stored in its scales, making crackling sounds. There is also lightning wrapped around the horn on the top of the head like a small snake, making it look even more majestic. And this evolution also gained new talents. Xiao Teng raised his paw and waved. A huge, dense white cloud flew down from the sky and held Xiao Teng up. With the help of this white cloud, Xiao Teng's body soared into the sky. He was completely free from the constraints of the ground and could fly freely in the sky. Ride on the clouds, level A. You can ride on the clouds and fly high in the sky. Mortal! Prepare yourself for my wrath! Xiao Teng roared angrily, and a dragon's roar resounded through the sky, making all the beasts submit. The next moment, Xiao Teng swung his body, and his figure was pulled into a black line at a very fast speed, rushing straight to the battlefield in the distance. As for Cheng Hao, ever since the missile was launched, they encountered several extremely powerful beasts, which beat Cheng Hao badly. Their unusual size and powerful elemental power make them stand out from many exotic beasts. Protect the Sir, shouted a squad leader. How come there are so many powerful beasts in Qingfeng Mountains? Cheng Hao broke out in sweat. Dozens of armored vehicles protected him inside and outside. However, the strange beasts on the periphery were still gradually approaching, and even the rocket bombardments could not stop their murderous intent. And from this fierce attack, he inexplicably felt that they were very angry, extremely angry. Look up at the sky. Cheng Hao! The woman next to him suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the sky. At this moment, a loud dragon roar was heard, and Cheng Hao couldn't help but tremble with his teeth. Is that a dragon? Cheng Hao looked at the black line in the sky, his eyes almost popped out, he couldn't believe it. It seems that the giant python has successfully survived the tribulation. It has evolved. The woman said solemnly. Cheng Hao, let's retreat. This is the only way. Cheng Hao swallowed and did not refute the woman's words. After all, even after using the final weapon, the monster still didn't die, and their troops couldn't do anything to this strange beast. I must report this to the clan. The entire army retreats. Cheng Hao picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order reluctantly. This time, they didn't even find the shadow of the Spirit Stone mine, but discovering such a giant beast was not a complete failure, Cheng Hao sighed. The commander had spoken, and the armored vehicles on the ground and the armed helicopters in the sky all changed direction. You impolite mortal! Do you want to run away after you offend me? At this moment, a majestic voice like a huge bell rang in the hearts of all the soldiers. Their bodies stiffened instantly and their hearts were shaken. It was the giant beast flying in the sky that was talking to them. Xiao Teng raised his paw and the weather changed instantly. Xiao Teng rode on the clouds and appeared amidst thunders, accompanied by heavy rain. His body was looming in the rolling clouds, adding a touch of mystery. He looked down at everyone from above. Xiao Teng's eyes were indifferent. In his opinion, the humans below were as weak as ants. Attack that strange beast in the sky with all your strength. Cheng Hao got excited and roared into the intercom. In an instant, dozens of rockets were launched together, dragging long tail flames and flying towards the same target. The worm shakes the tree. Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth, and the thunder elements gathered in his mouth. With a crackling sound, a laser composed of thunder elements traveled across a distance of a kilometer and swept horizontally. Boom! Wherever the laser struck, all the rockets exploded, and exploded into gorgeous fireworks before they even got close. After this evolution, his thunder breath has been completely upgraded into a more powerful laser. Laser, Level A. You can gather thunder elements in your mouth and continuously fire lasers composed of thunder elements, with amazing destructive power. The era of spiritual energy recovery. This is the true power of the extraordinary. Under the extraordinary, all are ants. Xiao Teng sighed, and then looked down at the people on the ground with a dead look in his eyes. So ants, are you ready to die? Cheng Hao gritted his teeth and ordered, continue the attack. Throw out all the ammunition. This time, the soldiers no longer held back or considered their retreat, and fired all the remaining rockets in one go, one after another. The rocket dragged a long tail flame, covering the sky, like a meteor passing by. Feudal resistance, Lei Lai. Xiao Teng's eyes narrowed, and a bolt of thunder struck the center of the team with thunderous force. With huge explosions, several armored vehicles were instantly blown away and turned into pieces. Then came the second, third, and more than a dozen lightning strikes one after another. When the thunder stopped, everything was desolate and there was no sign of life anymore. The ground was scorched black and white smoke was rising. Boss! Even the beasts under Xiao Teng were shocked by Xiao Teng's attack methods, and stared blankly at Xiao Teng who was hiding in the clouds. You guys did a great job. Xiao Teng glanced around and saw that except for Ah Huang, every alien beast had wounds of various sizes and scars on their bodies. These were all injuries sustained in battles with human armies, and he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. It's okay. We are safe for now. I'm here to heal your injuries. Xiao Teng comforted him, then cancelled the clouds and mist, landed on the ground, and controlled the spiritual power carrying the power of self-healing to pour into the bodies of the alien beasts. It was still poured in very roughly, green light lit up on the body, and the alien beasts gritted their teeth and endured it silently. Boss's healing skills are still as good as ever. Hu Yuming couldn't help but complain. After the healing was over, all the wounds on the body were restored and looked brand new, and the strange beasts also fell to the ground in pain. Talents obtained after evolution: Laser, A level, instead of Thunder Breath, Soaring in the Clouds and Mist, A level, Mind Storage, A level. Thunder Storage, Level A. Your scales have gained the ability to store thunder and lightning. You can store external thunder and lightning power in your body and use it for use. Be careful not to store more than your body's limits. Finally, post the male protagonist's data. Race: Thunder Scale Cloud Dragon. Level: Extraordinary First Level, 0/200000. Status: Body length 60 meters, Strength limit 8,000 tons, Speed 1,100 km per hour. Natural talent: Endless Devouring, SSS level. Other talents: Big Eater, Grade D, Breath Condensation, Grade A, Swiftness, Grade D, Steel Scale Armor, Grade B, Bronze Teeth, Grade F, Sense of Killing Intent, Grade E, Paralyzing Toxin, Grade E, mental control, A level, telepathy, F level, comprehensive enhancement, D level, thunder element affinity, C level, clairvoyance, B, thunder field, A level, rain calling, B level, madness, A level, explosion resistance, C level, thunder enchantment, B level, underwater breathing, F level, water warfare, D level, healing infusion, B level, ultimate enhancement, S level, suspended death, A level, laser, A level, soaring in the clouds and riding on the mist, level A, mind storage, level A. Evolution point, 19,656. Chapter 34. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing a full moon behind it. The moon was bright in the sky, the stars were sparse, and the Qingfeng Mountains fell into deathly silence. After successfully repelling a wave of military forces, the area near the Spirit Stone mine, which was originally filled with gunshots and roars, became completely quiet. Xiao Teng panted and swept his majestic eyes over. The ground was littered with metal fragments and corpses, both those of exotic beasts and humans. The exotic beasts no longer fought or scrambled for food with each other, but instead lay on the ground, quietly devouring the corpses and making a fortune in silence. In this battle, many strange beasts died in Qingfeng Mountains. Xiao Teng did not plan to continue killing. He still wanted to keep some strange beasts to block humans. He would wait until the leeks grew taller before harvesting them. He would not kill all the fish. Xiao Teng wandered around the battlefield, madly using his talent to devour corpses. Wherever he went, the living beasts showed looks of fear and retreated one after another, fearing that they would be killed by Xiao Teng easily. That's right, now Xiao Teng finds killing these strange beasts easier than killing chickens, they can be killed with just a snap of a finger. This time, the evolution enhanced Xiao Teng's elemental power, and the elemental power in his body increased exponentially. All of his lightning elemental moves have been strengthened, and their power is incomparable to before. Moreover, due to the increase in the elemental reserves in his body, he can also release his lightning elemental talent for a longer time. For example, he could keep his laser spurting out at full power for half an hour, and he could also keep his thunder field at full power for half a day. Xiao Teng tentatively sprayed laser light towards the ground. With a crackling sound, the ground became charred wherever the laser light went, and a deep gully appeared. The huge dragon body walked on the ground, making a rumbling sound, and opened its bloody mouth to throw the corpses of wild beasts on the ground into its mouth. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the E-level talent, Primary Self-Healing. Primary Self-Healing, Level E. Your body's self-healing ability is slightly increased. Another healing talent. The difference between this talent and healing infusion is that healing infusion consumes spiritual power, while this talent does not. The wound will heal with time. This talent is only E-level. It would be great if it could be combined with other talents in the future. Xiao Teng discovered that every talent was useful, even some low-level talents could become powerful high-level talents after fusion. For example, his tenfold strength increase, after being combined with the other two talents, directly turned from a B-level talent into an S-level talent, and the effects were enhanced in all aspects. Therefore, Xiao Teng does not mind having many talents. Who knows which talents will suddenly merge into advanced talents one day? There were enough corpses on the ground. Soon, Xiao Teng heard another system prompt and was delighted. Another talent has been devoured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the B-level talent enhancement aura. Primary enhancement aura, level B gives a designated creature a reinforcement aura that increases the designated creature's overall capabilities by 200% and lasts for 6 hours. The current number of halos that can exist at the same time, 5. Upgrade the talent to improve the effect. The aura can only target creatures other than yourself. Xiao Teng exclaimed when he saw the effect of his talent. This talent is actually an aura effect, and it can only work on creatures other than yourself. This is totally a team-enhancing buff. This is just a primary talent. What will the effect be if it is a high-level talent? If there are more people with the aura that can exist at the same time, this talent will be very terrifying on the battlefield. He can now choose 5 people to use this talent, so Xiao Teng decisively used this talent on Huang, Hu Yuming, Shuelian, and Cai Shang. There was a vacant position, but Xiao Teng couldn't find anyone to use it. And at the moment his talent was activated, a red halo appeared on the heads of the 4 strange beasts at the same time, indicating that they were under the influence of his talent. Boss, what kind of talent is this? My strength has instantly become twice as strong. Huang swung his python body and swung his tail, making a loud bang and directly breaking a 60-meter high tree in half. Boss, you're awesome. I feel like I have endless energy now. Hu Yuming also looked at his claws in surprise. His claws had just smashed a piece of stone into powder. Kai Shang and Shuelian were also surprised. They found that this talent not only improved physical fitness, but also other abilities, such as elemental ability. All abilities are really enhanced by 200%. Xiao Teng was very satisfied when he saw their surprised expressions. With this talent, his subordinates would be stronger. Perhaps he could build a powerful army of alien beasts and carve out a territory in Dragon Country. It would be great to be a lord. Good. After wandering around the battlefield, I felt that I had almost swallowed up all of them, and this time I swallowed up these 2 talents. You guys should continue to devour the spirit stone veins. Try to break through to the extraordinary stage as soon as possible and evolve again. Xiao Teng waved his hand and dismissed them, but the strengthening halo remained above the heads of the beasts, which could both strengthen them and ensure their safety. This talent requires the consumption of physical strength, and with Xiao Teng's current physical condition, there are only 4 alien beasts, so he won't feel anything even if he keeps this talent on. The strange beasts looked at each other, roared excitedly, and returned to the cave. After all, there is a whole spirit stone vein there for them to devour, and relying on this spirit stone vein, there will be no problem in reaching the extraordinary stage. Xiao Teng also walked in front of them, swinging his huge dragon body. The evolution points he needed to advance to the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm were 200,000, which was twice as much as to advance to the 1st level. He could not advance to the next level for a while. Devour as many spirit stones as you can. Over there in Qingcheng, an extremely luxurious office with mahogany furniture and heads of various rare animals on the walls. A white-haired old man with a sinister look was sitting on a leather office chair, flipping through documents. On the wall behind him hung a large calligraphy painting with the word Chen. Ring ring ring. The bell rang. The patriarch of the Chen family pressed the answer button. The other party hesitated for a while, as if he was thinking of a suitable way to express himself. Only when he became impatient and wanted to lose his temper did he speak tremblingly. The head of the family. Cheng Hao is dead, and all the people sent out this time are dead. What? The patriarch of the Chen family instantly felt that he might have heard it wrong, and glanced at the screen of his mobile phone again to confirm that it was correct, and said in disbelief. You mean so many people went there, but not a single person came back alive? Yes, none of them came back. We couldn't contact them, and all the equipment we installed showed damage, without exception. The old man was so angry that he walked around the office and wanted to smash the phone in his hand. At this moment, there was another vibration. The vanguard recorded the information and sent it back. Although they were all dead, the recorded information was uploaded in real time. It is a dozen pictures in a video. All the pictures show the same creature, looming behind the clouds. When the head of the Chen family saw the dragon looming in the sky, his pupils shrank instantly. What did he see? A dragon appeared in Qingfeng Mountains. He clicked on the video. The background of the video was a burst of lightning and thunder, followed by a majestic and earth-shaking dragon roar. So, ants, are you ready to die? In the video, a majestic roar like a dragon was heard, followed by bursts of thunder and screams. After a flash of light, the screen went completely black. After watching the video, Chen's parents' knees went weak instantly. Chapter 35. A few days later, 4 uninvited guests came to Qingfeng Mountains, 3 men and 1 woman, sitting in a small car. The car can't go any further, just get off here. The car door was pushed open, and a sturdy man walked down from the driver's seat. Then 2 men and 1 woman got out from the back seat. A man wearing glasses, a man with pockmarks on his face, and a very pretty woman. After looking around for a while and making sure that no one else was around, they walked forward confidently and entered the forest. Brother Zheng, are there really treasures in this mountain? The speaker was a man with a pointed chin and pockmarks on his face. He could not help but shrink his neck as he heard the roar of wild beasts in the distance. Look carefully, this mountain is full of treasures. How much does animal meat cost per pound now? Anything we take back will be sold at a sky-high price outside, and a bunch of rich people will be vying for it. Zhang Qiang answered impatiently. He picked up a fruit and showed it to Ma Ziai. Look! Just look at this fruit. Can you feel it? There is spiritual energy inside the fruit. This fruit can be sold outside. Don't you think there are treasures everywhere? It seems to be true. I actually feel that this fruit is very attractive to me. Ma Ziai took the fruit from Zhang Qiang's hand, wiped it and put it in his pocket. Ma Ziai, that fruit is poisonous. At this time, a man wearing glasses and a plaid shirt couldn't help but speak. The talent he awakened is called Eye of Insight, which is an A-level talent. Everything will be analyzed before his eyes. For example, in his eyes, this fruit is a fruit rich in spiritual energy, extremely poisonous. Damn it! I almost lost my life. This ghost tree and this jeer are so insidious. Ma Ziai quickly threw the fruit away. Thanks to you, Zhaiming, our trip will be much easier. A hot girl with flaxen hair snapped her fingers, and a flame ignited at her fingertips, burning the poisonous fruit. Her talent is fire control. She has awakened the fire element and is a B-level offensive talent. As the saying goes, a skilled person is a daring one. Among their group, none of them lacks talent as they dare to enter the Qingfeng Mountains, which is known as the Red Alert Zone. Zhang Qiang's talent is A-level frenzy, and his level has reached the first stage of transcendental. He has broken through once, and his physical fitness has been comprehensively enhanced. They belonged to the same extraordinary team under the Spiritual Energy Bureau. They had nothing to do these days, so at the instigation of Zhang Qiang, several of them came to the Qingfeng Mountains. I hope to bring some local specialties out to sell and make some money. They were all ordinary people originally, but after the revival of spiritual energy, they awakened advanced talents and were instantly hailed as pearls and entered the extraordinary team. I have been living an ordinary life before, but now that I have the ability, I want to use my ability to make a fortune and experience the life of a rich person. In the era of spiritual energy revival, the outside world has gone completely crazy, and anything related to spiritual energy is in great demand. After all, there is no other way to become stronger. The few spirit stones that were mined were all under official control, and ordinary people had no chance to touch them. Therefore, some wealthy people among the people who are not very talented want to use their financial resources to purchase spiritual materials. Just a few corpses of exotic beasts would be enough for them to squander for a while. Not to mention the possibility of discovering some other treasures or strange phenomena in the mountains. The 4 of them cooperated well, so it was no problem for them to kill ordinary strange beasts, and this was also the reason why they dared to enter the Qingfeng Mountains. Their ranks have all reached the first stage of Transcendental Realm, which is a high level even in the Spiritual Energy Bureau. As long as they survive, they will all start as officers in the future. It's not easy to come here, this time I have to kill a few exotic beasts and bring back some goodies. As a transcendent, it would be too shameful to return empty-handed. Zhang Qiang laughed loudly, then his eyes became stern, as if he noticed something. He shouted loudly, and his muscles swelled instantly, directly bursting his clothes. Then he clenched his fist and swung it forward with force, knocking a lynx that was trying to attack them several meters away. Brother Zheng is awesome. Ma Ziyi gave a thumbs up. The flaxen-haired girl was called Chu Xin. She snapped her fingers, and flames came out of her hands and blasted towards the lynx that pounced on her again. The lynx let out a heart-wrenching scream, and its whole body was on fire, soon turning into delicious barbecue. Ma Ziyi's eyes lit up with joy, and he ran to the lynx's body laughingly. With a ripple of space fluctuations, the lynx's body disappeared in an instant. His gift is Class A storage space. Dead objects can be stored in a different space. Haha! What a good start! We've got something to gain so soon. This strange beast is too weak. It's still in the mortal stage. It died in an instant. We are too strong. We are all in the transcendent stage, and our physical fitness has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Just 10 minutes after entering Qingfeng Mountains, they hunted down a strange beast, and everyone started discussing it excitedly. The master will probably like this great gift. Zhang Qiang said silently in his heart. Behind the three people who were having a heated discussion, from an angle that they could not see, a sinister curve appeared at the corner of Zhang Qiang's mouth. These were all people he had carefully selected. Not only did they have decent talents, but their ranks were definitely above average. They were the elites among the extraordinary people. Of course he had to bring a big gift when he went to see his master, and he also had something to report to his master. The levels of the exotic beasts here are too low, and there is not much challenge. And the price of meat is not high. Why don't we go to a deeper place to have a look? Zhang Qiang instigated again. After walking for a while on the periphery, there was still no sight of the master, and even the two strange beasts under the master's command were not seen. So the master should be in a deeper place. Is it too dangerous? The man with glasses asked worriedly. We finally got here, so we have to do something big. We won't have such a good opportunity again. It's not easy for us to get here, and those officers are watching us very closely. Zhang Qiang continued in a firm tone. That's right. Ha ha ha. I finally got out for a trip, who knows when the next time will be, I have to bring more things back. Ma Ziyi was delighted when he looked at the corpses of wild animals stored in his different space. How much money was this? It would be enough for him to spend for several years. I also want to see if the red alert zone is really that dangerous. If it's just on the periphery, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Xu Xin said with a giggle. The other three people all agreed, and the man with glasses had no choice but to obey the majority. After all, the fact that these people dared to sneak out of the camp showed that they were eager for excitement and they also had some confidence in their own abilities. Then let's be careful. The man with glasses said helplessly. Chapter 36. System, Upgrade. Xiao Teng said silently in his heart. After consuming spirit stone ore day and night for the past few days, he has accumulated enough evolution points needed to upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the extraordinary level 2. The next level is the extraordinary level 3, which requires 400,000 evolution points. FK. The third level of transcendent requires 400,000 evolution points. It's doubled again. How long will it take to save up all these points? Hearing the system in his ear, Xiao Teng exclaimed. It's a bit of a headache, as the evolution points he needs to level up are increasing. However, after rising one level, Xiao Teng's aura became stronger, his body size increased by 5 meters, reaching 65 meters, and his speed and strength also increased slightly. In the past few days, Xiao Teng and his strange beasts lived a happy life of eating and sleeping. Several people have settled down in this huge cave with spiritual stone mines, except for Kaya Chang, who often goes out and no one knows where she goes. Kaya Chang, where are you going? Ah Huang asked hurriedly. I'm not going anywhere. I have something to do. Cai Chang said perfunctorily and rushed into the sky without looking back. Boss, Kaya Chang seems to be hiding some secret from us. Ah Huang looked at Cai Chang's figure flying into the sky in a hurry, and suddenly remembered that when they first met Cai Chang, they seemed to have heard that it was guarding something. This was said by Kaya Chang herself. Because the things they are guarding are nearby, we come to help them repel the human helicopters. Hearing this, Xiao Teng turned his dragon head, activated his clairvoyance, tracked the fiery red figure flying in the sky, and then he suddenly realized. I see. Don't worry about it. Kaya Chang didn't betray us. Let's continue eating. Hearing what Xiao Teng said, Ah Huang nodded and did not ask what the secret was. Since their friends didn't want to tell them and had no bad intentions towards them, out of respect for their friends, they'd better pretend not to know about it. After a while, spiritual power fluctuations came from Ah Huang's body, and his aura became extremely unstable. His level had already reached the 10th level of Transcendental Realm, and he was just one step away from entering the extraordinary stage. As long as you evolve successfully, you will reach the extraordinary first level. Feeling the overflowing spiritual power flowing through his body, Ah Huang shouted excitedly. Boss, I'm going to evolve. Okay. Evolve, and we'll watch you. Xiao Teng released the aura of the first level of transcendence and activated the wild thunder field at the entrance of the cave. Ah Huang was the first one to be promoted to the extraordinary period. Xiao Teng was not surprised. Ah Huang's level was the highest except for Xiao Teng, so it was reasonable for him to evolve first. The other strange beasts also turned around and stared at the white light emitted by Ah Huang's evolution. Hu Yuming was holding a spirit stone in front of him and eating it. Click! The sharp tiger fangs easily crushed the spirit stone, and Hu Yuming exclaimed in admiration as he took a bite of a large piece of spirit stone in his claws. Brother Huang is amazing. He can evolve so quickly. You should be almost there, too. Hearing this, Shuelian glanced at Hu Yuming. The aura on this guy was only slightly weaker than Ah Huang's, and it was obvious that he would be able to break through to the extraordinary stage soon. Well, Huang has finished evolving, so I should be able to evolve now. Hu Yuming did not stop gnawing on the spirit stone, absorbing spiritual energy every second. It also feels that the spiritual power in its body is constantly rising, and it will soon be able to cross that hurdle, so it also wants to evolve as soon as possible. But blood refining is not in a hurry. Its level is the 8th level of mortal transformation. It is still a while before it reaches the extraordinary stage. Its level is not as good as the others from the beginning. Wolves have always fought as a team. After hunting prey, the whole pack shares the food. As the alpha wolf, it can eat first, but it still doesn't have enough points, so the level is lower. There is no need to worry about this when swallowing spirit stone veins. All wolves can swallow spirit stones. After these days of devouring spiritual stones, the average level of the wolves has reached the 4th level of transformation, and the better wolves have even reached the 5th level of transformation, and the 6th level of transformation. I don't know if it was because they were originally from the same group or for other reasons, but all the wolves evolved into blood-lien wolves just like the blood-lien. The natural talent of blood-refined wolves is bloodthirsty. All blood-refined wolves have the talent of bloodthirsty. They are brave and good at fighting. They are war machines that get stronger with each battle. Hu Yuming and Shuelian were chatting wordlessly. Unknowingly, the white light shrouding Ah Huang's body disappeared, and a brand new giant python appeared in front of everyone. The entire python body has obviously become much larger. It is about 40 meters long and 3 meters thick, making it look like a giant. The most significant change was the change in color of the whole body, with the scales turning into a texture like black iron. Moreover, the scales are covered with spikes more than half a meter long, extending from the top of the head to the tail. You can imagine the sour feeling of hitting the spikes when you slap it. Xiao Teng also immediately looked at the top of Wang's head, which showed Wang's current information panel. Anti-armor rock python, extraordinary first level, talent, indestructible body, S level, telepathy, F level, earth thorn, C level, earth wall, C level, countershock, A level. Counterattack, A level. When receiving a close contact attack, you can counterattack the enemy's attack at 50%. Awakened A level talent, not bad. Xiao Teng praised. Obviously Wang is taking a defensive route, and the talent of counterattack is really suitable for Wang. Anyone who fights Wang in close combat must consider whether he can withstand 50% of the counterattack damage, unless he uses long-range attacks. And with Wang's exaggerated S-level talent, it is very likely that nothing will happen to Wang, but the enemy will find that he is about to burp. Brother Wang, you look more powerful. Hu Yuming walked around Wang and marveled in surprise. Seeing the end of Wang's evolution, Hu Yuming was even more looking forward to his breakthrough later. Hee. It's just so-so. Compared with the boss, I'm far behind. Wang said modestly, wagging his tail. After saying this, Hu Yuming was speechless. How can we compare with the boss? The boss is already in the extraordinary stage and is a whole level higher than us. Since his spiritual energy recovered, Hu Yuming has never seen a creature stronger than Xiao Teng. 2. Brother Hu, please evolve quickly. I also want to see what you will look like after you evolve. Feeling the unstable spiritual power fluctuations about to break through in Hu Yuming's body, Wang urged. Okay. I hope you can awaken a stronger talent in me. Hu Yuming kept praying in his heart. This feeling was like the superstitious behavior of humans before drawing cards. It would be great if I could awaken my S-level talent. It has also been envious of Wang's S-level talent for a long time. Why doesn't it have an S-level talent? Every time you break through, your talent will definitely be awakened. If you are lucky, it may also awaken your S-level talent. I'm going to start. Hu Yuming roared with great momentum. The aura on his body continued to rise, and his body was enveloped in a hazy white light. Looking at the evolving Hu Yuming, Xiao Teng felt relieved in his heart. The strength of his alien beasts was getting stronger and stronger. It won't be long before the blood refining will reach the extraordinary stage. As for Keishang, because it has always been out in the past few days, its level has dropped a bit, and it is already at the same level as the blood refining. Probably he will advance to the next level together with Blood Lien. However, Keishang also has S-level talent, and it is of the bloodline type. This means that as long as she breaks through enough times, Cai Chong will one day be able to successfully activate the blood in her body and successfully evolve into the legendary Fire Wind. Her strength will increase significantly and her potential will be huge. Bloodline talent, this talent, even Xiao Teng is very envious. Just imagine if he had the talent of the ancestral dragon, then this time he would be able to evolve into a dragon instead of remaining a Jiao. During this evolution, Xiao Teng also deeply felt the importance of blood concentration in the body. The true dragon blood in his body is not strong enough, so it is not easy for him to evolve into that legendary species. Perhaps I should find more creatures with true dragon blood to devour in the future. Perhaps because they both have dragon blood, Xiao Teng can sense creatures with true dragon blood. Just like the golden carp before, it has grown dragon whiskers and it is obvious that it has real dragon blood in its body. When Xiao Teng eats it, the true dragon blood in his body will be strengthened. While most of the exotic beasts in Qingfeng Mountains are still mortal or in the first or second stage of metamorphosis, the exotic beasts under his command have already reached the extraordinary stage. Even if he went out alone, he was obviously the only one who dominated the Qingfeng Mountains. However, Wang and Hu Yuming had no intention of leaving Xiao Teng to fight on their own. After all, they are not stupid. A large part of their success today is due to Xiao Teng. If it weren't for Xiao Teng, they would probably have died in human attacks long ago. Having such a big brother to protect you and having hunting partners to go with you is obviously much safer than fighting alone. At this moment, Shuelian suddenly sniffed the air, and his face changed drastically. King! I smell something stealing our spirit stones. There are animals stealing the spirit stones. Xiao Teng was stunned for a moment. He had just been releasing the aura of the extraordinary first level. He didn't expect that there would be a creature so bold. After sensing his aura, he still dared to approach this spirit stone mine. Where is he? Xiao Teng asked. He wanted to find the cheating guy. Besides, now was a critical moment for Hu Yuming's promotion and the situation was very sensitive. I don't know. I just asked the wolf cubs to look for him, but it seems that guy is not in the cave. Shuelian shook his head. Not in the cave? Maybe it's underground. Xiao Teng had heard that some creatures had very strong ability to dig holes, and this should be one of them. Thinking of this, Xiao Teng decided not to look for him anymore and roared murderously. Get out! We found you! The sound was loud and echoed in the cave. There was a rustling noise, and Xiao Teng felt that the surrounding soil was vibrating slightly. Underground. Xiao Teng understood. It was indeed a creature that could dig holes. Don't kill me. I'll be right out. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of breaking ground, a creature about 3 meters in size and covered in armor emerged in front of Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng recognized it as a pangolin. Mountain beast, Transcendence level 5, talents, burrowing, sea level, rapid digging, sea level, heavy armor, B level. Taking a closer look, the level is quite high, considered upper middle level in the Qingfeng Mountains. However, they ate it by stealing their spiritual stone mines. They have all reached the 5th level of Transcendental. Boss, what should we do? Seeing the thief show up, the wolves surrounded him and trapped the pangolin in the middle. Shuelian walked straight forward and grabbed the pangolin in his mouth, waving his 4 short legs in the air in vain to prevent it from digging a hole and escaping. Don't kill me. I can join you. I can work for you. I'm very obedient. You are just a thief, and you dare to say you want to join us? Shuelian said angrily. He exerted force on his mouth and blood spurted out instantly. Ah! The pangolin screamed and said quickly. You may not know this, but with the nourishment of the spirit stone veins, there are still many good things in the surrounding area underground. I'll dig them out for you to pay off your debt, so don't kill me. Oh? Are you saying that besides spirit stones, there are also spiritual substances near the spirit stone mines? Xiao Teng became interested. Yes. You live on the ground and don't know it, but I have the talent to burrow underground. I can go deep underground. I can help you find it. Seeing that Xiao Teng was interested, the pangolin quickly added that after all, Xiao Teng was the biggest and had the strongest aura, and seemed to be the boss of their group of beasts. I will trust you for now and let you go this time, but if you take this opportunity to escape, I will dig deep to find you. Xiao Teng waved his claws, signaling Shuelian to release the pangolin. That's for sure. Pangolin was frightened by the murderous intent in Xiao Teng's words and had no doubt about what he said. If I find you, you can't kill me. If you really have this ability, I would consider letting you join us. Xiao Teng said loudly that he did not have any strange beasts that could travel underground. Although Ah Huang is an earth elemental beast, he does not have the ability to burrow underground. Hearing what Xiao Teng said, Pangolin's face lit up with joy. Just wait for my good news. The pangolin was thrown to the ground with a thud, and it bowed a few times on the spot, then waved its 1-meter-long claws on its 2 front paws wildly in the soil. After a while, the pangolin disappeared in front of everyone and had already escaped into the underground. Shuelian, can you track it down? Xiao Teng opened his bloody mouth and asked Shuelian. Xuelian walked over, looked at the big black hole, licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a blood-colored ribbon appeared in his sight, extending to a far distance. The pangolin had just been bitten by it and bled, so it could track the pangolin's whereabouts by using the blood. Sure, boss. Well done. Xiao Teng praised it, so that they would not be afraid of the pangolin escaping. No matter where he runs, he will be tracked down by Xuelian. If the pangolin deceived them and really intended to escape, they could also find it and kill it. Is there really spiritual material underground? Xiao Teng stared at the dark hole and muttered to himself. He really couldn't think of anything else under the ground except rocks. Such a small episode occurred, and at this time, there was a movement from Hu Yuming's side, and a majestic tiger roar was heard. Chapter 37. After the evolution was completed, Hu Yuming roared excitedly. Boss, I have awakened my S-level talent. Ah? Is S-level talent such a big deal? Xiao Teng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Hu Yuming had really awakened his S-level talent. He looked over and found that Hu Yuming's appearance had completely changed. It is about 10 meters long. Not only has it grown larger, but the stripes on its body have also become cyan and white, and its forepaws are surrounded by cyan whirlwinds. With this evolution, the wind element characteristics of Hu Yuming's body are more obvious, and it can be seen at a glance that it is a wind element beast. Storm Tiger, Extraordinary Level 1, Talent, 10-fold Speed Increase, B-Level, Wind Blade, B-Level, Wind Elemental Affinity, C-Level, Telepathy, F-Level, Storm Sun, S-Level, Wind Roar, B-Level. Son of the Storm, S-Level. You are favored by the storm, and the wind element in your body is greatly enhanced. Your speed is increased 10 times from the original basis, your strength is increased 5 times from the original basis, the power of the wind element is increased by 500%, and the consumption is reduced by 50%, it is easier to understand the wind element talent. Wind Roar, Level B. Send out a powerful roar of wind, causing wind element damage to enemies within a fan-shaped range in front. Roaring sound waves can penetrate obstacles and cause damage to hidden enemies. This time it evolved, its improvement was great. Hu Yuming was very excited, jumping up and down in the cave, he couldn't help but want to test its innate power. Boss, let me show you my new ability. Hu Yuming opened his bloody mouth and rolled his throat. The surrounding wind elements responded to the call and gathered in his mouth, and he was about to send out a roaring sound wave that shook the sky. Stop! Don't tear down the house! Xiao Teng quickly stopped him and interrupted the spell casting. I know you're excited, but don't put your skills here, I'm afraid you'll collapse the hole. Okay. Hu Yuming immediately shrank and closed his huge open mouth. But it was still itching unbearably. Brother Huang, let's go. Where to go? Huang looked at Hu Yuming and asked in confusion. Go out and fight with me. You can't beat me. Huang said. How will you know if you don't try? Hu Yuming said unhappy. Hu Yuming pushed Huang out of the cave, obviously the two wanted to compete outside. Then, there was a fierce fighting sound outside the cave. Bing bing bing. Bang bang bang. Huang and the dejected Hu Yuming came back. Damn! That talent of yours is so unreasonable. Ti Miao won't take any harm at all. Hu Yuming said angrily. I told you that you couldn't beat me, and you even injured yourself. Huang said helplessly. It didn't even attack Hu Yuming just now. Hu Yuming attacked it and was injured by the counterattack. Hu Yuming looked even more depressed. The excitement it had just successfully evolved completely dissipated. Xiao Teng also watched the fight between the two of them from a distance. Although Hu Yuming lost this battle, it does not mean that Hu Yuming was worse than Huang. Each of them has its own strengths. Although Huang is invincible in defense, its speed, flexibility, and attack power have always been its shortcomings. It can only be said that Huang is just able to restrain an offensive type like Hu Yuming, and its speed advantage is fully utilized. Not coming out. However, if Hu Yuming wanted to run away, Huang wouldn't be able to keep him at all. Don't be sad, you both have your own strengths. Xiao Teng stared at the unhappy Hu Yuming and consoled him. Don't you always want to avenge your family? Your speed and strength are just right for a fence. That's right. Boss, when you say that, I feel like I can do it again. Hu Yuming cheered up again and was full of energy. At this time, Cai Shang, who had been out, came back. It fell to the ground in a hurry, and before entering the cave, it opened its throat and shouted outside. Emergency! Boss, I saw 4 humans coming to the Qingfeng Mountains. Another person came to the Qingfeng Mountains. Several strange beasts all surrounded him. Kei Chang was stunned when she saw that they hadn't spoken yet, and was shocked by the changes in Huang and Hu Yuming. Huang, Hu Yuming, you two, have you evolved? Kei Chang asked uncertainly. That's right. We have all evolved just now, but you, Cai Shang, used to be as strong as us, but now you are lagging behind us. You have to practice hard. Huang nodded and said. Cai Shang has indeed lagged behind them in the past few days. Kei Chang smiled bitterly and shook her head. I have important things that I need to look at, so I can't keep practicing. What's going on? Tell me carefully. Xiao Teng walked up to Cai Shang, very curious. If humans are going to clean up the strange beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains again, sending only 4 people is too few. Who are we looking down on? The auras of these 4 people are stronger than the humans we have seen before, and they have all reached the stage of transformation. They are likely to be the elite among humans. That's right. They didn't sit in that steel beast, they walked up the mountain. Kei Shang was panting. It was flying in the air and had a good view. On the way back, she saw 4 humans working together to kill the alien beasts. After the killing, the several humans moved deeper. Although it didn't have a good impression of humans, it didn't have any deep hatred. After all, it had been taken care of by humans before, so it didn't kill these 4 people directly, but hurried back to seek Xiao Teng's opinion. It is now at the 8th level of mortal transformation and can kill several humans in the early stages of transformation. Are you sure there are only 4 people? Xiao Teng wanted to ask clearly. Kei Shang tilted her head and recalled for a while, then said decisively, I'm very good at math, there are only 4 people. I see. Xiao Teng already has a plan in mind, this is a good opportunity. A good opportunity to train a puppet. He has already reached the mortal stage, and is obviously the best among human beings. His achievements in the future will not be low, which also means that he can be exposed to more things. He can just use mental control to place a few chess pieces inside human beings. In this way, he is also aware of any troubles on the human side. Huang, Hu Yuming, you two have just evolved, and you should really want to show off your skills. I'll give you a task. What mission? Hu Yuming asked excitedly. He had gained a new power. He just wanted to show it. He was just hit by a Huang and wanted to torture Cai. Go and capture those 4 humans alive, remember I want to live. Xiao Teng said loudly. No problem, boss. 4 human beings in the transformation stage, it's easy. Hu Yuming raised his head and patted his chest, full of confidence. It is now in the extraordinary stage, and it still thinks it has no problem handling a few humans in the mortal stage. With its current physical strength, not even bullets can harm it. In the extraordinary stage, the physical strength of the alien beasts has greatly increased, and they are not afraid of bullets at all, unless they are powerful armor-piercing bullets that can even penetrate steel plates. The 10-meter-long tiger is like a monster. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate the strong muscles and will get stuck in the muscles. Cai Shang, take them too with you. Seeing how confident they were, Xiao Teng felt relieved. According to their strength, this mission was very easy. Even if the task requirement is to capture alive, which is more difficult. Okay. You two come with me. Kai Shang rested for a while, then flapped its wings and flew into the sky again. This time it flew a little lower, so that Hu Yuming and Ah Huang could follow. Chapter 38. The psychics in the transcendental stage were full of energy, and the four of them worked together to kill several strange beasts without feeling tired. Bang! The strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. The man with glasses pulled out his pistol and accurately shot a lone wolf in the head. The lone wolf screamed miserably, but its physique in the transcendent stage prevented it from dying easily, and it howled and attacked again. This time, its target was the most fragile-looking female in the crowd. Want to kill me? Shu Xin's eyes narrowed. The flames instantly engulfed a 2-meter-tall lone wolf, which whimpered miserably and fell to the ground. That's awesome! Ha ha ha! How many have we killed? Shu Xin laughed loudly. Only in the wild could she release her fire element without any scruples. In the base, when fighting with others, she also has to consider holding back. I don't know, there should be quite a lot. We can probably go now. The man with glasses looked around and felt that they had walked a long way. The trees around them had become taller. Don't worry, it's still early. There are only 5 monsters. We can kill a few more and make enough money in one go. Ma Ziyi stared at the corpses of the strange beasts in his own space, his mouth crooked with smile. These strange beasts were enough for them to squander for a while. But it's still a long way from a worry-free second half of life, after all, it's shared by 4 people. Then let's continue killing. The strange beasts in this depth are much more valuable than those small karami outside. Zhang Qiang rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists, revealing his strong muscle lines. After being promoted to the transcendent stage, his height suddenly increased to 2 meters. With the muscles all over his body, he looked like a little giant. Then he strode further into the depths. Wait! I feel 2 strong auras coming towards us. The man with glasses suddenly stopped and had a bad feeling. Because of his gift of insight, he was more perceptive than the average person. Long! At this moment, the earth began to shake. The man with glasses jumped up with force and left his original position. Suddenly, a 2-meter-high earth spike appeared from the mud. The man with glasses looked back and was still terrified. He was almost killed. There's an enemy attack. The man with glasses turned around and shouted to his companions. However, when he turned around, he saw a 10-meter-tall green tiger pressing Shu Xin firmly to the ground with one of its claws. Shu Xin struggled desperately, but couldn't move the tiger's claws pressing on her at all. Come and save me! Shu Xin gritted her teeth and begged for help, blasting flames from her palms. Hu Yuming gave her a contemptuous look, then blew gently at the incoming flames. Just a breath. The flames were blown away by the wind and completely dissipated. How could it be? Shu Xin was stunned and felt incredible. It blew away her flames with one breath. How strong is this beast? Shu Xin couldn't help but shiver, her eyes filled with despair. This is probably the king of the strange beasts here. This time I really have to die here. Immediately, she felt a sharp pain in her head, her eyes went black, and she was knocked unconscious by the sharp claws that popped out. Now you! Hu Yuming stared at Meiza with a fierce look. Master Tiger, don't kill me! I'll give you meat! Ma Ziyi threw out all the corpses of the alien beasts from the alien space in one breath and begged for mercy continuously. My life is in danger, so this meat is completely useless. If you eat my meat, you can't eat me. Ma Ziyi looked at Hu Yuming expectantly. However, Hu Yuming didn't even look at the corpse of the strange beast on the ground. He stepped straight over it and controlled the wind element to stun the pockmarked man in front of him. Brother Zheng! Why are you just watching? Save me! Facing the attacking giant python, the man with glasses called for help to Zhang Qiang, but got no response, feeling desperate. After Hu Yuming and Huang knocked out 3 people in succession, Zhang Qiang just crossed his arms and watched the fight coldly from the side. "It's you." Huang recognized Zhang Qiang. They had seen Zhang Qiang before and knew that Zhang Qiang was under Xiao Teng's control. "It's me. Where is the master? I have something to report to the master." Zhang Qiang nodded and directly asked Huang and others to take him to Xiao Teng. "Did you bring these people here?" Hu Yuming asked cautiously. In his impression, humans were cunning and cruel, and he did not completely trust Zhang Qiang. "I brought it. This is a gift to my master. Take him to see the boss. I think he is still out of control." Huang said. "Then you can come with us." Hu Yuming picked up the unconscious woman, and Huang also picked up the man with glasses. Zhang Qiang glanced at them and carried the unconscious Ma Ziai on his shoulders. The man and 3 beasts quickly returned to Xiao Teng, throwing the unconscious human to the ground. "Master! Long time no see." Zhang Qiang knelt on one knee and stared at Xiao Teng with a fanatical look on his face. "I brought these people up the mountain as gifts to the master." Glancing at the 3 people who were unconscious on the ground, Xiao Teng nodded and asked, "Not bad. How is the situation over there? How far has it developed?" After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the 3 major families took the lead in establishing the Spiritual Energy Bureau, forcibly recruiting people with extraordinary talents, the worst of which was B-level talent, and then vigorously training them to establish an extraordinary team. Currently, the first person in Dragon Country has arrived. The 10th level of Transcendental Realm is said to be about to break through. The extraordinary team has reached the 10th level of transformation. It seems that they are taking the elite route. Xiao Teng analyzed. Concentrating limited resources on people with strong talents is indeed the best approach in the early stage of spiritual energy recovery when spiritual energy is scarce, and Xiao Teng can't find any fault with it. "There is more important news, Master." Zhang Qiang continued. He came here just to tell Xiao Teng this news. "As far as I know, the Research Institute is studying fusion beasts. Based on genetic modification technology, they want to cultivate a group of beasts that can fight for humans. And it seems that they have made a major breakthrough. Fusion beasts, genetic modification. This is really what humans do. They want to conquer nature and transform nature with technology, haha." Xiao Teng sneered. If he were still a human, he would definitely applaud this plan. Use alien beasts to defeat alien beasts, and humans just need to watch the battle safely from the rear. After all, it's a dog-eat-dog fight, and no one loses. "I understand. If you have any important news in the future, please continue to find opportunities to report to me. How are you doing over there?" Xiao Teng continued to ask. He saw the information above Zhang Qiang's head showing that he had reached the first stage of Transcendental Realm. "Master. I am currently the deputy captain of a super team, and I don't know that much. If my level is higher, I will know more details." "Well, deputy captain? There are still some spirit stones here. Take them and absorb them. Become an important figure soon." Xiao Teng groaned for a moment, then pointed to the spirit stone vein nearby. "Yes." Zhang Qiang responded, then picked up the spirit stone fragments on the ground, held them in his hand and absorbed them, his aura slowly rising. "Do you recognize these spirit stones?" Seeing that Zhang Qiang was not surprised, Xiao Teng naturally picked up a spirit stone and put it in his hand to absorb it. This shows that humans have most likely discovered the spirit stone veins, mastered the spirit stone mining technology, and mined spirit stones in other places. "Yes, these are spirit stones. There is a spirit stone mine here. When I was in the Spiritual Energy Bureau, I was allocated a palm-sized spirit stone every day for cultivation, but I have never seen so many spirit stones. Most of our training still relies on eating exotic beast meat that is rich in spiritual energy. We eat it 3 times a day. Xiao Teng nodded. It seemed that even among humans, spirit stones were very rare. However, as the spiritual energy gradually recovers, there will be more and more spiritual stone veins. Perhaps people will use spirit stones as currency in future transactions. Xiao Teng thought silently in his heart. But he has an entire spiritual stone mine in his hands, which brings him endless resources. He must take control of the entire Qingfeng Mountains as soon as possible. The Qingfeng Mountains are very large, and there must be spiritual stone veins or natural treasures that he has not discovered in other places. Xiao Teng could foresee that spirit stones would be more valuable than gold in the era of spiritual energy revival and would be hard currency. He could now start thinking of ways to get more of them. These are the next ones. Xiao Teng stared at the 3 unconscious people, intending to control them all with his mind manipulation talent, making them work for him like Zhang Qiang. Chapter 39. When a few humans woke up, they opened their eyes and saw a circle of giant beasts staring at them hungrily, including giant pythons, giant tigers, firebirds, and wolves. They had never seen such a scene before. Their pupils suddenly shrank, their bodies shrank, and they felt that they would not live long. What's going on? I'm not dead yet. Have I reached the lair of strange beasts? Ma Ziyi felt his whole body and said in shock. There's plenty of spiritual energy here, it looks like there's a spiritual stone mine. The man with glasses looked around and analyzed. Boss, they're awake. Huang turned around and called Xiao Teng. Several giant beasts made way for them, and then a huge monster over 60 meters long slowly walked in front of them. When several people saw Xiao Teng, they were all filled with disbelief and extreme surprise. Originally, they thought that the strength of those giant beasts was already terrifying, but when they saw the dragon in front of them, the faint aura it exuded made them feel uneasy, and its strength was even greater than that of the giant beasts. So big! Shu Xin raised her head and looked up at Xiao Teng and couldn't help but say, they were not even as big as one of the claws of the dragon in front of them. It was really huge, the biggest creature she had ever seen. And it felt very dangerous to her. Is this the dragon? The man with glasses exclaimed as he looked at the flashing lightning around him. Xiao Teng's reputation had spread throughout Qingcheng. All insiders know about the dragon in Qingfeng Mountains that successfully survived the catastrophe and transformed into a dragon. His evolution caused quite a stir. Even in Qingcheng, one could clearly see the special phenomenon of heaven and earth in the Qingfeng Mountains. What on earth is this place? Why are there so many powerful beasts? The strength of these giant beasts alone is probably above that of the number 1 man in Dragon Country. The man with glasses looked pale. As a member of the extraordinary team, he had once seen the number 1 man in Dragon Country. The aura he exuded with all his strength made him feel very oppressive. The aura of the giant beasts here is not inferior to that of the number 1 man in Dragon Country. Among them, Xiao Teng gave him the most dangerous feeling. His instinct told him that this dragon was an existence that should never be provoked. Dragon King! We have no intention of trespassing into your territory. Please let us go, the man with glasses prayed with a glimmer of hope. Without responding to their words, Xiao Teng's majestic vertical pupils just stared at them quietly, making them feel tremendous pressure. They activated mental control and Xiao Teng slowly spoke. From now on, all of you will no longer belong to the human camp. I am the only master you serve. No matter when or where, you must not do anything that is detrimental to me. Several humans suddenly felt dazed. Xiao Teng's words were like nails embedded in their minds and were regarded as the supreme truth. Yes. Master. Several humans shouted in unison, kneeling on one knee like Zhang Qiang, looking at Xiao Teng with fanaticism. You guys should also go get some spirit stones to absorb. After controlling 3 humans in a row, Xiao Teng felt a little tired, not physically but mentally. Most of his mental energy was consumed. He waved his claws and let them absorb the spirit stones. The manipulation was quite successful this time. After all, Xiao Teng was already at the second level of transcendental, while these humans were only at the first level of transcendental, a gap of 2 major realms. This steadily changed their perceptions and made them regard Xiao Teng as regarded as the master. Long. There was a strong tremor beneath the ground, and a pangolin emerged from the ground with a strange flower in its mouth. I'm back. I didn't run away. Look what I brought back. Chapter 40. It is a small blue flower, but it only looks like a flower. The petals are completely crystalline, just like blue crystal. Zhang Qiang, who was absorbing spirit stones at the side, noticed the movement here and exclaimed. Master! This is an elemental flower, a kind of natural treasure, 100 times rarer than a spiritual stone. It is said that the growing conditions are extremely harsh, and only 7 flowers have been found in the entire spiritual energy bureau so far. This was the first time Xiao Teng had discovered a natural treasure. It was something even rarer than a spiritual stone. What's its use? Xiao Teng asked. He felt that this elemental flower was more attractive to him than the spirit stone, and it was very suitable for him. Zhang Qiang explained, each elemental flower has an attribute. It is said that after taking it, there is a chance that the corresponding elemental talent can be awakened. There is a chance to awaken talents after swallowing. This effect can be said to be very powerful, because currently the only way to awaken new talents is to increase the level. Usually a good talent can leave people of the same level far behind. Even people of the same level can have huge differences in combat power due to their different awakened talents. Xiao Teng has devoured dozens of talents through endless devouring. In fact, his combat power is higher than that of ordinary extraordinary second-level creatures. However, there is no creature that can catch up with Xiao Teng's level, so he naturally has no way to contrast. Xiao Teng grabbed the elemental flower in his hand, and the system introduction automatically appeared in front of him. Element flower, thunder, a natural treasure. This small flower grows only in places with rich spiritual energy. Because it absorbs the energy generated by nearby thunderstorms, it contains a huge amount of thunder elements. After refining, it has a chance to comprehend new thunder talent. It's actually a thunder attribute. No wonder I feel it suits me so well. After getting it, Xiao Teng swallowed it without hesitation, and his body automatically refined it. After a while, the thunder element in his body became restless and glowed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for realizing the A-level talent Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear, A-level single target attack, uses lightning elements to condense into a spear, automatically locks onto the target, and has a maximum attack distance of 3,000 kilometers. It is extremely powerful. The attack distance increases with the level. As expected, a new talent was awakened, and it was a talent for thunder element. Xiao Teng was overjoyed. Seeing the talent introduction, Xiao Teng couldn't help but exclaim. 3,000 kilometers, this attack distance is too far. Doesn't it mean that if I make a lightning spear in Qingfeng mountain range, I can directly attack Qingcheng? And this has an automatic tracking effect, it's incredible. It's worthy of being an A-level talent that can rival the Wild Thunder field. In this way, there is a countermeasure against humans. The truth is within the range. Within the range of the electric spear, no one can escape Xiao Teng's punishment. Finally, I don't have to wait passively for humans to come up the mountain and get beaten. If they make me angry, I'll just make a lightning spear and throw it at them. From now on, he is a beast missile launcher. Imagine a group of people hiding in a big city where they thought they were safe, but suddenly a powerful lightning spear fell from the sky and killed them. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Xiao Teng was also very excited to get such a practical talent, and said to Pangolin in a good mood. Yes. I recognize you. My name is Xiao Teng, you can call me boss, surrender to me, work for me, and you will get my protection. Are you willing? Of course I am willing. Thank you, boss, for forgetting the past. Seeing Xiao Teng's approval, Pangolin immediately felt that there was a bright future. After all, this was a team that had occupied an entire spirit stone mine. From now on, there would be no need to worry about spirit stones at all, so he quickly bowed twice with his front paws. Next, Xiao Teng also learned about the three people he had just used to mentally control one by one, and learned about their respective awakened talents. Then you will be a team from now on, work for me together, and cooperate well with each other. Then Xiao Teng generously gave them a sum of spiritual stones to be collected into mazes different space, so that they could better develop their future in the Spiritual Energy Bureau, and also to make these chess pieces more useful. Then he waved his paw and sent it back. There were only a few alien beasts left in the cave. Looking at their huge bodies that far exceeded those of the alien beasts at the same time, Xiao Teng became more and more satisfied. Then he said to Huang, Hu Wuming, Shuelian, and Cai Shang. Next, we will officially start to expand our power. Huang and Hu Wuming, since you two have reached the extraordinary stage, you should first go out and practice with the goal of conquering the strong ones in the clan. The rest have not yet reached the extraordinary stage. Yes, hurry up and cultivate to the extraordinary stage. We just repelled a wave of military troops. They shouldn't be able to go up the mountain again in the short term. As long as they don't encounter humans, they are safe. Yes. Huang and Hu Wuming responded one after another, and then walked out of the cave without looking back. The ground was shaking faintly. At their current level, they can walk sideways in the Qingfeng Mountains. It is said that they are going to experience it, but in fact, it is just letting them abuse vegetables. The same goes for you guys. When you reach the extraordinary stage, go out and experience it. Xiao Teng said to the other beasts. Okay boss. But there are really too few strong men in my clan. Before the spiritual energy was revived, it was rare to see my kind. After the spiritual energy was revived, I didn't even see one. Kai Shang's eyes were slightly sad. Said. The golden pheasant is a protected animal, and its number is very rare. Before the spiritual energy was revived, humans specifically listed it as a protected animal and prohibited from hunting. After the spiritual energy was revived, they no longer considered it so much. Well, you are of the Fire Phoenix bloodline, and will be the king of birds in the future. Don't just stick to the strong ones in your clan. If you see powerful birds, you should also conquer them. Shuelian, you and the wolves will stay and guard the spirit stone veins. I am extremely happy, my king. Shuelian bowed his head and said respectfully. It has always been very convinced of Xiao Teng. After arranging the manpower, Xiao Teng turned around and walked out of the cave. During this period of time, he has been using his clairvoyance to explore the situation. Besides him, there are several forces in the Qingfeng Mountains. They are all very powerful. They may have occupied the treasures of heaven and earth or the veins of spiritual stones, which are worthy of his personal conquering or elimination. When he walked outside the cave, light flashed in Xiao Teng's eyes, and he used his clairvoyance to explore the situation in Qingcheng as usual. The insect plague in the city seems to have been almost solved, and the remaining insects have been driven to surrounding towns, forming a swarm of black people. Are they getting closer to the Qingfeng Mountains? Staring at the swarm of insects that resembled a natural disaster, Xiao Teng murmured to himself. Chapter 41. The entire army was mobilized to clear the city of bugs with flamethrowers, incendiary bombs, and chemical weapons, which were the only effective means of dealing an effective blow to the bugs. In the urban residential areas, the army did not dare to use large-scale weapons for fear of accidentally injuring their own people, so they could only rely on manpower to clean up the situation, and many people died. After a while, these insects that can no longer stay in the city will move their habitat, and the nearest habitat will naturally be the Qingfeng Mountains. It can give me a lot of evolution points. Xiao Teng retracted his clairvoyance and stopped paying too much attention to them. These insects posed no threat to him. Kill anyone who dares to come. Xiao Teng waved his claws and called down a white cloud from the sky. He rode the cloud and soared up to a height of 1,000 meters, with clouds and mist floating around him. The view from the sky is still better. Combined with the gift of clairvoyance, he could see everything at a glance. After the revival of spiritual energy, the strange beasts awakened their wisdom and gained the ability to communicate. Under the pressure of survival, many of them chose to live together with their own kind, which made it very convenient for them to hunt or find mates. Some form teams with their brothers and sisters, and some are social animals, with small groups of only a few dozen individuals. The large ones can number hundreds or even thousands of individuals, and they have absorbed other groups and have a particularly large number of members. There are several ethnic groups that have developed relatively large and can be considered major forces. According to the reconnaissance in the past few days, in addition to him, the relatively large forces in Qingfeng Mountains include a group of monkeys, a group of wild boars, and a group of crocodiles in a river, with their number reaching hundreds. Especially the crocodile community, which includes almost all the crocodiles in Qingfeng Mountains. All the crocodiles live in that river, so they naturally formed an alliance to hunt other creatures together. As for whether there are other ethnic groups that have not been discovered, Xiao Teng doesn't know. Xiao Teng flew in the sky at a speed reaching the speed of sound, and quickly toured the Qingfeng Mountains. The geography of Qingfeng Mountain Range is very good. There are few people around. To the north are snow-capped mountains and snowy land. To the west is a large basin. Beyond the basin is a desert. Only to the south and east are human cities. There are many cities with a population of over 1 million, the closest one is Qingcheng. In the future, you can expand your influence from the northwest. Xiao Teng was walking around while planning for the future in his mind. These sparsely populated places are now the homes of exotic beasts, and no one dares to come here except the army. Now, half a month has passed since the revival of spiritual energy, and humans have not yet deployed nuclear weapons. It may be that there are no particularly powerful monsters yet, so they feel it is unnecessary. Nuclear weapons cause great pollution, and these sparsely populated areas are both dangerous and have resources. What if the resources are destroyed by a single bombardment? Many of the resources used by the Spiritual Energy Bureau to train extraordinary teams come from the warning zone. Every day, a large number of exotic beasts are killed in the warning area and their corpses are carried back to cultivate extraordinary people. In addition, many research tasks also require a large number of exotic beasts. Natural treasures and spiritual stone veins will not appear in reinforced concrete buildings. Therefore, unless there are extremely harmful alien beasts, humans will not easily use nuclear weapons, and the first to suffer will definitely be the alien beasts in the ocean. After walking around, Xiao Teng decided to start with the crocodiles. There is no other reason, mainly because Xiao Teng, as a dragon, also likes rivers, and these crocodiles occupy Xiao Teng's favorite place. Chapter 42. Hundreds of crocodiles live in a river in the Qingfeng Mountains. Some of them are underwater with only their nostrils and eyes exposed, while others are lazily lying on the river bank. There are crocodiles for dozens of kilometers. They cover the rivers are occupied. After absorbing spiritual energy, the size of these crocodiles increased dramatically, reaching more than 4 meters in length, and some were even 6 meters long. Half of them were at the 10th level of mortal body, and the other half successfully broke through to the first level of transmortal body or above. Half a month has passed since the revival of spiritual energy, and the levels of the strange beasts have all risen. The number of strange beasts in the metamorphosis stage has increased significantly, and the strange beasts with low-level mortal bodies have been driven to the outskirts of Qingfeng Mountains to survive. It is relatively close to humans and is the most dangerous there, but there is nothing we can do. If we don't leave, we will be eaten and become a meal. In the animal world, it is a world where the strong prey on the weak. As if they had sensed something terrifying was approaching them, these crocodiles tried desperately to raise their heads to look at the sky, making hissing sounds and with fearful looks in their eyes. Then a sonic boom was heard in the sky, and a black figure moved at an extremely fast speed. The clouds were shaken apart wherever it passed, and a white mist-like shock wave was generated at its head, rushing straight to the ground. Just as it was about to land, the black figure stopped steadily, as if it was a fairy beast living in the sky, its body shrouded in clouds. Xiao Teng lowered his flying altitude and released his second-level extraordinary aura with all his strength. He stopped in front of the group of crocodiles in front of their surprised gazes and roared majestically. "Who is your leader? Come out!" As Xiao Teng released his aura, the crocodiles below couldn't help but shiver. They were suffocated by the pressure. The creature in front of them was terrifyingly strong. Dozens of crocodiles nearby looked at each other, all sensing that Xiao Teng had bad intentions, and they did not dare to respond, fearing that they would be killed if they said something wrong. "Don't want to pay attention to me? Or do you look down on me?" Xiao Teng narrowed his eyes and looked around. Murderous intent was revealed in his eyes, and lightning flashed around him. The crocodiles all lowered their heads, feeling that they were being targeted by a powerful predator, and they didn't even have the will to resist. "Wait a moment, the leader is not here, I will go and report to the leader right away." A little crocodile mustered up the courage to negotiate with Xiao Teng and said with difficulty. "Okay. I'll give you 10 minutes. If your leader doesn't show up within 10 minutes, I'll start killing." Xiao Teng said domineeringly, seeming very impatient. He likes this river very much. If he were to live here in the future, there would be too many crocodiles here and he doesn't like crowds. Killing some alligators would be right up his alley. As soon as these words were spoken, the little crocodile moved its four legs, quickly slipped down the river, and hurriedly went to find its leader. "I am the leader." Just when the 10 minutes were about to pass, a huge crocodile, which was 10 meters in size, slowly emerged from the river with its head out of the river. The crocodile leader's level has reached the 6th level of Transcendental, and after evolving once, he has also awakened his S-level talent, making him the crocodile with the highest level and the best talent. As a genius in the tribe, it also has a bit of pride. The other beasts are all respectful to it and have never been threatened like this. In order to express its dissatisfaction, it shows up at the right time. "Are you dissatisfied with me?" This person appeared in the last few seconds. Xiao Teng saw it and asked directly with a bad look in his eyes. "No. What do you want from me?" The crocodile leader lowered his head and did not admit it. After meeting Xiao Teng, the crocodile leader truly felt the oppressive feeling it brought. It is just a small shrimp in front of this dragon and cannot even create any waves. Even if it was intentional, I dare not admit it. Is this a joke on him? Since you don't respect him so much, just kill him. Xiao Teng had an indifferent expression, staring at the crocodile leader as if he were a dead person, and spoke lightly. There was something wrong before, but now it's all right. I always keep my word. You are out of time. I am about to start the slaughter. How could it be? I clearly arrived within 10 minutes. The crocodile leader was shocked, feeling angry and helpless. From the moment I arrived, you are out of time. Prepare your last words. The crocodile leader looked around, feeling panicked, and wanted the support of his tribesmen. However, what the crocodile leader saw were the reproachful looks from other crocodiles around him. He suddenly lost his temper and burst into tears. He felt extremely regretful and thought he should not have been so willful. Lightning Spear. Xiao Teng raised his hand, and the violent thunder elements around him condensed together and turned into a 20-meter-long spear that floated beside Xiao Teng, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Go! Xiao Teng swung his claws forward, and the electric spear whizzed towards the ground, aiming at the crocodile leader. Boom! There was a loud noise, dirt splashed, lightning flashed blindingly, and a huge pit with a diameter of 50 meters appeared on the ground. The bottom of the pit was charred black, and there was no trace of the crocodile leader. He was instantly reduced to ashes. Ding! Kill the 6th level armored crocodile, evolution points plus 6530. Although this was a single attack, it was too powerful, and because they were standing too close, the surrounding crocodiles were also affected, spitting blood, and lying on the side, seriously injured and dying, barely breathing. It was so powerful. It was blasted to ashes. The first time Xiao Teng used the electric spear, he was also shocked and amazed by its power. After using this electric spear, Xiao Teng felt that the reserves of lightning elements in his body had decreased a little, but the consumption was not particularly large, and he could still use it for more than 10 times in a row. With this evolution, the lightning element in his body increased several times, and he was able to use more elemental talents. The leader is dead. We are finished. This dragon is too strong. Why is it so strong? How terrible! Even more terrible than those two-legged beasts. The crocodiles were also shocked. Their leader was turned into ashes in one blow. They were no match for Xiao Teng. They trembled in fear, wailed, and begged Xiao Teng. Don't kill us. We will choose a new leader. Yes. Dragon King, please let us go. This leader is too bad. We will elect a new leader. Please give us another chance. We know we were wrong, please give us another chance. There won't be a next time. Die. Xiao Teng's eyes flashed, and the weather suddenly changed. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning and thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. The crocodiles showed despair in their eyes and cursed the crocodile leader in their hearts. It's all because of this stupid leader that they ended up being exterminated. Xiao Teng summoned a field of wild thunder, which struck all the way along the river. He also took action himself, grabbing the crocodile's head in his hands and crushing it. His hands and claws were covered in blood, his eyes were full of cruelty, and he felt extremely happy in his heart. It's been a long time since I've been on a killing spree. It feels so good. Chapter 43. After the vanguard troops were completely wiped out, the head of the Chen family felt that things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Such a powerful monster had appeared in the Qingfeng Mountains. Even missiles could not kill it, and the army was completely wiped out by it. Originally, he thought that no matter how much those exotic beasts evolved, they would not be able to withstand thermal weapons. He had previously looked down on them and felt that the wild beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains were not worth mentioning. Now it seems that he was wrong, completely wrong. The head of the Chen family laughed bitterly, even missiles can't kill him. With our Qingcheng military reserves, this strange beast is completely beyond our ability to deal with. He didn't even dare to imagine how many people would die and how much it would cost to destroy it if this strange beast took the initiative to attack Qingcheng, or whether it would be impossible to destroy it at all. The head of the Chen family closed his eyes, and felt as if a huge stone was blocking his heart, making it difficult for him to sleep or eat. He exhaled, this dragon must be reported to the headquarters of the Spiritual Energy Bureau immediately. Such a powerful beast has never appeared even in the whole country, and it will definitely attract the attention of the Spiritual Energy Bureau. There were regular knocks on the door. Please come in. The Chen family patriarch's thoughts were interrupted and he spoke out. A younger member of the Chen family entered the office to report the situation, bowed, and spoke respectfully. Master, the military is asking about your next trip up the mountain. The head of the Chen family sighed, tell them that there is no need to send troops up the mountain. I have already reported the incident to the Spiritual Energy Bureau headquarters. We just need to wait for support. The younger generation of the Chen family looked a little strange. Why did the head of the family become so cowardly? Is this still the head of the family he knew who loved to make bold statements? Probably, he was frightened by the dragon, the younger generation of the Chen family thought. The dragon was indeed shocking. Even through the screen, he could feel the immersive sense of oppression and despair. The video of the dragon slaughtering the army has been circulated within the family, the army, and the extraordinary team. As a result, many people are unwilling to go to the Qingfeng Mountains for fear of encountering the dragon. Judging from the video, going there would be a waste of life. However, there are some people whose fighting spirit is even higher and they want to become dragon slayers. Some people also held on to their luck, thinking that it would not be so easy to encounter a dragon, and that they should continue to send helicopters to slaughter the beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains. Let them seize the time and drive the rampant insects into the Qingfeng Mountains. We will sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the tigers. We can consume the strange beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains and wait for support from the headquarters. The head of the Chen family said after thinking for a moment. Okay. The younger generation of the Chen family's eyes lit up and they also thought this was a good idea. There were many insects, and they were very powerful. There were too many of them, and their number was incalculable. Hundreds of thousands of people died, and a great price was paid to drive them out of the city. I don't know what happened between them and the dragon. Who is better? It would be best if both sides were defeated, and then they could reap the rewards. The head of the Chen family also thought this plan was perfect. Prepare the missiles. Once the dragon is seriously injured, we will use missiles to attack it. The head of the Chen family gave this order after hesitating for a moment. The head of the Chen family is very much targeting Xiao Teng, but there is no other way. Xiao Teng is too powerful, and he is so close to Qing Cheng, which is related to his own safety. He has to pay attention to him. As for the second option, reconciliation with the dragon, the head of the Chen family shook his head and said forget it. The hatred between the monster and humans has already been formed and it will be very difficult to resolve it. Ding! Kill the mortal level 10 crocodile, evolution points plus 1002. Ding! Kill the first level green-skinned crocodile, evolution points plus 1536. Ding! Kill the second level sharp-toothed crocodile, evolution points plus 2369. Ding! Kill the first level savage crocodile, evolution points plus 1673. System prompts kept coming to Xiao Teng's ears, and he became numb from listening to them. He had killed too many people and he couldn't listen carefully. Xiao Teng slaughtered all the way along the river. The river bank was piled with crocodile carcasses, and a large number of them sank to the bottom of the water and were given to the fish. In an instant, the water for dozens of kilometers above and below the river turned blood red. The river water keeps flowing, and eventually all the blood will be washed into the river and into the sea, and the river water will return to its original appearance. There were hundreds of crocodiles in the group. It took a long time to kill them all. Xiao Teng didn't know whether they were all killed. There might be a few that escaped, but there was no living crocodile on the river bank or in the river. The owner of this river has changed and it has become Xiao Teng's territory. System, upgrade. Xiao Teng stood on the pile of crocodile corpses, checked the evolution points, and after taking a breath, spoke to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the third level of transcendence. The next level is the fourth level of transcendence, which requires 600,000 evolution points. Tisk, the evolution points needed to upgrade have increased again. Xiao Teng said with dissatisfaction. Fortunately, he gained a lot this time. He slaughtered an entire crocodile tribe and obtained a full 700,000 evolution points. He still had 300,000 evolution points before the next upgrade. After the upgrade, Xiao Teng's body grew another 5 meters in size, reaching 70 meters in length. His speed, strength, and physique also increased. His scales became harder and his claws became sharper. Although a lot of evolution points are needed after the extraordinary period, each upgrade will also increase the improvement of physical fitness accordingly. Covered in crocodile blood, Xiao Teng felt a little uncomfortable. He flew into the sky, then dived into the upper reaches of the river with a whoosh, found a clean place, and swam happily in it to wash off the bloody smell from his body. The body swims in a wave-like shape at a very fast speed, breaking the water flow while swimming, forming waves on both sides of the body. The water waves splash more than 3 meters high and wet the land. After washing himself clean, Xiao Teng rushed out of the river, leaving behind a string of water droplets, and then began to devour the corpses of the crocodiles to see what talents he could devour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the sea level talent Night Battle. Night Battle, sea level. In the night environment, your physique, strength, and speed are increased by 30% based on basic attributes. It was night now, and under the moonlight, Xiao Teng did feel that his physical fitness was a little bit stronger than before. These low-level talents, accumulated little by little, could give him a considerable bonus. Another talent that improves basic attributes. After so many talents, my attributes should be far superior to those of other beasts of the same level. Last time, Xiao Teng took on a human missile without getting hurt. If he levels up 1 or 2 more, maybe he will be able to withstand nuclear weapons. After checking this talent, Xiao Teng took action again. There were still many corpses that had not been devoured, so he continued to devour. Chapter 44. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the A-level talent Teleportation. Teleport, level A, consume spiritual energy and quickly move a certain distance in one direction. Teleportation, what a talent! Xiao Teng activated his talent and his body disappeared on the spot. After a few tenths of a second, he reappeared 1,000 meters away. The maximum distance is 1,000 meters. Xiao Teng was delighted as he looked at the changed scene around him. This talent doesn't consume a lot of spiritual energy, but it can greatly increase my combat effectiveness. And with this talent, you can also avoid a lot of damage. The next time a missile is launched, Xiao Teng only needs to teleport a few times to get out of the missile's attack range and won't have to take it anymore. Some missiles exceed the speed of sound and are equipped with tracking systems, so it is not easy to dodge them easily, but this talent can make it happen. Moreover, when fighting with other strange beasts, he can also use this talent to go directly around the enemy's back and attack Yin Yishao, catching the enemy off guard and making the enemy unable to figure out his next move. What the behemoth fears most is, of course, its lack of flexibility. Its own target is too big, and it will be used as a living stake to be beaten and eventually killed by scraping. Therefore, the destructive power of a behemoth that can teleport will be very large. Greatly increased. Xiao Teng continued to devour, and at this moment he suddenly felt a faint dragon aura inside the crocodile corpse in front of him, which obviously also had real dragon blood. Can crocodiles have true dragon blood? Xiao Teng immediately ran to the crocodile corpse in front of him and took a closer look. He saw that the crocodile had 2 small horns on its head that tilted backwards, with a small fork, and were 5 centimeters long. It was recognizable as a dragon horn, and the scales were it turned dark gold instead of green like other crocodiles. And the claws also have 5 fingers, unlike other crocodiles which have 4 fingers. From the outside, it seems that the concentration of true dragon blood in this crocodile is not low. Its scales have changed, and even dragon horns have grown. After Xiao Teng's analysis, he no longer hesitated. He picked up the crocodile's body, stuffed the whole thing into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed all the flesh and blood. He only took a bite of other crocodiles, but he had to swallow this crocodile whole to maximize the absorption of the true dragon blood in its body. Endless devouring in progress. Ding! Congratulations on swallowing the S-level talent True Dragon Bloodline. Oh shit! Withdrawal. Xiao Teng's eyes lit up, and he stared blankly at the system prompt, feeling extremely excited. I really devoured an S-level talent. And it is very suitable for his bloodline talent. After a while, he reacted and quickly clicked on the talent introduction. True Dragon Bloodline, level you have the true dragon bloodline in your body and can evolve into a true dragon in the future. All your abilities are increased by 500% based on your basic attributes. The blood of a true dragon is domineering and powerful. When the blood is activated, if you do not have other blood type talents to counteract it, the surrounding creatures will be radiated by your true dragon blood, affecting the future direction of evolution. And at the moment after absorbing this talent, Xiao Teng felt that the concentration of true dragon blood in his body had risen by several levels, and these changes were also reflected in his appearance. The two dragon horns on Xiao Teng's head that tilted backwards split into 3 forks. Originally there were only 2 forks, and they became longer, about 5 meters long. Judging from the head, it is exactly the head of a dragon in mythology. The scales on its body also changed from black to dark gold, with mysterious patterns on the scales, which were ancient, mysterious, extremely complex, and indestructible. Starting from his head, black mane also grew on his back. When he flew in the air, it fluttered in the wind and extended all the way to his tail. There was also a small tuft of black fluff at the tip of his tail. Except for having only 2 claws, his appearance is very close to that of a dragon, and his abilities are also similar. He can call the wind and rain, ride on clouds and mist, and spit out thunder and lightning. He has the power to change the weather and control thunder and lightning. With this talent, the next evolution will turn you into a real dragon. Xiao Teng was also extremely looking forward to himself. This time of killing was really profitable. Just to devour this talent, it was worth it for him to waste a lot of time devouring corpses. The talent of endless devouring is really worthy of his SSS level. By the way, if there is an exotic beast with SSS level talent, can I devour it too? Xiao Teng felt that it was very likely, because endless devouring did not limit the level of the devouring talent, even talents of the same level could be devoured. Talents at the same level also have different strengths, so endless devouring should be at the strongest level. Although it cannot help in combat, it is a magical skill for development. If this talent is awakened in the early stages, future achievements will be immeasurable. The accumulation of a large amount of talents means that it is destined to be much stronger than the monsters of the same level. My body has been strengthened again. With my current physical fitness, I should be able to withstand nuclear weapons. Looking at the scales on his body covered with mysterious patterns, Xiao Teng became more confident in himself. However, the most powerful thing about nuclear weapons is not the high temperature that appears at that moment, but the subsequent nuclear radiation pollution. Plants will no longer grow within a radius of 100 miles, and all animals will die, turning the place into a dead place. Although the physical fitness of the exotic beasts has been greatly enhanced after the revival of spiritual energy, it is estimated that most of the exotic beasts cannot ignore nuclear pollution. Even if one survives, it will affect the body's potential and lower the upper limit of evolution. Unless one has the talent to absorb nuclear radiation, feed on it and turn it into nutrients, like Godzilla in the movie. This time, I devoured 3 talents, 1 S-level talent, 1 A-level talent, and 1 C-level talent. It was a great harvest. The crocodile colony, one of the 3 major forces in Qingfeng Mountains, was wiped out by Xiao Teng alone. To be honest, if the crocodile leader could be more sensible, Xiao Teng probably wouldn't have started a killing spree. After all, it is such a large tribe. If the crocodile leader could be smarter, Xiao Teng would have kept them. After all, his real enemy now is humans. After killing them all and devouring so many crocodile corpses, Xiao Teng felt a little tired and his stomach was a little bloated. After digesting it, we will look for other forces. If the next tribe refused to submit to Xiao Teng even if beaten, he would have no choice but to eat more with tears. Let's go to the monkey group next. Xiao Teng looked at a hill in the distance. There were lush trees and several monkeys hanging around between the trees. The hill was occupied by more than 1,000 monkey-like beasts. There is an alliance of monkeys of various species, including orangutans, macaques, and golden monkeys, with a number of up to thousands. They are omnivores and eat everything, including plants. Occasionally, they will go down the mountain together to hunt other animals. Moreover, the levels of the monkeys there are higher than the average level of the Qingfeng Mountains. They have all reached the transcendent stage. They may very likely control a spiritual stone mine. Chapter 45. He had not rested since he controlled 3 humans last time, and was mentally tired. Xiao Teng got into the river, sank to the bottom and fell asleep. And just after Xiao Teng fell asleep, a 3-meter-tall golden monkey crept down from a tree in the distance. His face was still frightened, and he patted his chest with lingering fear. It scared the monkey to death. It's so scary. It had just been sent by the patriarch to detect the situation of the crocodile group. Who knew that it had just arrived here and encountered trouble from Xiao Teng looking for the crocodile group? When Xiao Teng went on a killing spree, it hid in a tree not far away. I completely saw the crocodile group transform from a prosperous family to corpses all over the place. There are a lot of corpses here. Do I want to eat some? Staring at the corpse left by Xiao Teng on the river bank, greed emerged in his heart. However, the golden monkey couldn't help but shudder when he thought of Xiao Teng's killing spree. Forget it, this dragon is too scary. Go back and report the situation to the clan leader as soon as possible. The golden monkey hesitated for a while, but finally did not have the courage to approach the river bank to eat the carcasses of the crocodiles. It turned away and wandered among the trees, swinging from one tree to another. He seemed to have been staring at the location of our tribal territory just now. Is he also targeting us? On the way back, the golden monkey suddenly remembered what Xiao Teng had done when he looked at their mountain tops. It was terrifying to think about it. Well, I'd better report to the clan leader together. Let the clansmen get ready, the golden monkey thought to himself. At this time, on the top of the mountain where the ape tribe lived, there was a crack that was 25 meters long and 3 meters wide. Spiritual energy was constantly overflowing from the crack, blowing out the wind of spiritual energy. Several tall ape-like beasts were eating and chatting with a pile of spiritual stones over 1 meter high in front of them. From time to time, little monkeys would bring them roasted meat. Several apes and other animals have relatively high IQs. They learn to live like humans. They not only eat cooked food and use tools, but also give themselves names and call each other by names. The leader of the ape clan is a 10-meter-tall male black-backed gorilla, with strong muscles and majestic strength. He has reached the 7th level of transformation and is the strongest orangutan. He imitated humans and named himself King Kong. I think it suits me very well. It said, that group of crocodiles is very powerful. The crocodile leader seems to know that we have a spiritual stone mine, and he is eyeing us. He is our great enemy. A yellow-haired black-faced monkey, his name was Blackface, was at the 6th level of mortal transformation. He spit out a bone and said, "Don't be afraid of them. Once they make any move, we will attack first. Our monkeys are all at the same level. We are taller than them, and we have more people than them, so it's hard to say who will win in a fight." A blue-faced golden monkey, who named himself Jinrui and was at the 6th level of metamorphosis, also said, "I have asked my men to inquire about the movements of the crocodile community. If you count the time, it should be back soon." Sure enough, after a while, a golden monkey more than 3 meters high came back in a hurry, raising his hands in the air and shouting, "My lords! Something bad has happened. The crocodiles have been destroyed." Jinrui looked at the panting little golden monkey in front of him and wondered, isn't it a good thing that the crocodiles were wiped out? Why do you say it's a bad thing? Is it the group of wild boars that did it? No. He was killed by a dragon. It killed the entire group of crocodiles with just one beast. I can't see through his realm at all. It's really terrifying, the little golden monkey said with lingering fear. Wait, a dragon? Describe its characteristics in detail. King Kong frowned, and although he appeared calm in front of his men, he was actually terrified. Could it be that one? The previous dragon that had undergone the tribulation fought off the human army. It was indeed very powerful. If it were him, it was possible that a single beast could wipe out an entire clan. The little golden monkey described in detail Xiao Teng's characteristics and the whole process of how he slaughtered the crocodiles. You mean the group of crocodiles was destroyed by a dragon that was more than 70 meters long, flew in the air, and could summon thunder? Blackface felt incredible. It actually slaughtered a group of crocodiles. Did the crocodiles anger it? Jin Rui asked. He wanted to find out the reason why the crocodiles were exterminated by Xiao Teng. The little golden monkey recalled for a while and nodded. I feel so. He had a few words with the crocodile leader before. If he was planning to kill them from the beginning, he wouldn't have said so much to them. That should be it. The crocodile leader is so arrogant. It must have angered the dragon. Jin Rui understood. He knew that it was the crocodiles who angered Xiao Teng first, so he was not so frightened anymore. The direction of response. By the way, after he slaughtered the group of crocodiles, he looked at our territory for a long time, my kings. I suspect his next target will be us, the little golden monkey quickly added. Does he know that we have a spiritual stone mine? King Kong frowned even deeper, knowing that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Well, if he wants the spirit stone mine, we should give it to him. It's better than wiping out the clan. Jin Rui sighed, not thinking that they could deal with Xiao Teng. That's true. But don't be so discouraged. He may not come. Blackface saw that they were both in a very depressed mood and comforted them. Now that the crocodiles are dead, it will be our turn next. We are all in danger of losing each other. King Kong was very pessimistic. After awakening his wisdom, he collected a lot of human books and read them, and understood a lot of principles. Humans say that you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. If we take the initiative to offer the spirit stones, will he not bother you? Jin Rui suddenly had an idea and felt that they should take the initiative to win Xiao Teng's favor. Well, that makes sense. It's much better to offer our treasure to us proactively than for him to come and snatch it from us. We can also win the favor of the dragon. King Kong also thought that this method was feasible. Wait, are you too pessimistic? The dragon may not even come. Blackface looked at the two of them and felt that they were very hopeless. Thinking about surrender before the enemy even arrives. With the strength of that dragon, it is only a matter of time before it unifies the Qingfeng Mountains. Even if it doesn't attack us, we will not lose money if we invest in advance. Jin Rui said. Just do as Jin Rui says. Take out the stored spiritual stones, and I will go and negotiate with the dragon myself. King Kong said with a fearless spirit. This trip was very dangerous. If they guessed wrong, King Kong might not come back. However, for the future of the tribe, he had to go out himself. The opponent is a strange beast whose strength far exceeds theirs, so it would be impolite to send only one subordinate. Chapter 46. After the discussion, King Kong carried a basket woven from rattan, which contained a large basket of spiritual stones, and set off on his journey. He has already reached the 7th level of transcendence and is very fast. It won't take long for him to reach the river. Because he didn't know when Xiao Teng would take action, he had to seize every minute and every second. Otherwise, when Xiao Teng comes up, the sincerity of offering spirit stones will not be enough. As soon as this plan came out, many opinions emerged in the monkey tribe. The chieftain is actually going to offer treasures to that dragon. Is our monkey tribe really that despicable? I heard that all the crocodiles were killed by the dragons. We have to take the initiative. Otherwise, we will be the next to die. In fact, if there is a powerful dragon protecting me, I think it is not impossible. Yes. That dragon can even fight off humans. With his help, we can avenge our compatriots who were killed by humans. Although there are occasional voices of opposition in the tribe, most monkeys still think that it is a good thing to have an additional powerful beast to protect them. After all, in the animal world, whoever has the bigger fist is more right. Moreover, the monkeys who watched Xiao Teng destroy the human army felt very happy, as if they had also participated in the action of destroying humans. They had been beaten by humans before, and finally they had a chance to make humans suffer. The beast appeared. For a while, before Xiao Teng even came into contact with the monkey tribe, his prestige in the tribe rose sharply. Wow, what a black gorilla! When Xiao Teng woke up, he popped his head out of the river and saw this scene. A 10-meter-long chimpanzee was sitting on the ground, carrying a wicker basket of similar size on its back, which was filled with spiritual stones. The chief of the monkey tribe, King Kong, pays respect to the Dragon King. Seeing that Xiao Teng had finally woken up, King Kong quickly stood up and lowered his head, took off the spirit stone on his back, and bowed respectfully like humans. These spiritual stones are a gift from our monkey tribe to you. Please don't despise them. Is this an active gift to me? Could it be that he heard about the extermination of the crocodiles and came to me to win my favor? Xiao Teng quickly figured it out. His eyes swept over the pile of spirit stones in the basket. Xiao Teng immediately became interested. He had seen many strange beasts that were disrespectful to him, but this was the first time he had seen a strange beast that took the initiative to offer treasures. There are so many spirit stones. Your monkey tribe must be in control of a spirit stone mine. If there is no contact with the spirit stone mines, it is impossible to collect so many spirit stones. Most of the exotic beasts have never even seen spirit stones. King Kong suddenly broke out in sweat on his forehead. He didn't know how to answer Xiao Teng. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to tell the truth. Yes. The Dragon King is really as good as a god. Our monkey tribe does have a spiritual stone mine, but the quantity is relatively small. If the Dragon King wants it, I am willing to give you 80% of the spiritual stones. Oh? So generous, what does Chief King Kong want? Xiao Teng looked at King Kong with interest. I just hope that the Dragon King can protect our monkey tribe and keep my people safe. King Kong said. So you are surrendering voluntarily and are willing to submit to me. Xiao Teng became serious. As long as our monkey tribe can grow and develop in the Qingfeng Mountains, we will never go west if you, King Jiaolong, tell us to go east. King Kong vowed. Xiao Teng paused for a moment, then laughed, not bad. Your monkey tribe is really good. You, the tribe leader, are also very good. My name is Xiao Teng, you can call me boss, and your name is King Kong, right? From now on, you are the 6th general under me. But I don't want 80% of that spiritual stone vein. What I want is full control over it. What do you think? King Kong hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and said, King Kong is willing to follow the boss's command. Xiao Teng rushed out of the river, picked up the basket, and poured all the spirit stones brought by King Kong into his mouth. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 43699. Ha ha ha! Now take me to see your monkey tribe. After eating, Xiao Teng threw the vine frame away, grabbed King Kong and rushed to a height of 100 meters. The cold wind blew on King Kong's face. He had never been to such a high place before. Looking at the big tree below that had shrunk countless times, his face showed a look of fear. However, after adapting for a while, King Kong felt very excited again and was no longer afraid. Will I be able to fly in the future? King Kong thought enviously. Call out. It took him several hours to walk, but Xiao Teng only needed a few minutes to fly there. It's the hill below. King Kong pointed excitedly. We're here. Xiao Teng threw King Kong down, then used the cloud to drag himself and float in the air. As soon as Xiao Teng appeared, he attracted the attention of all the monkeys. They looked at Xiao Teng secretly, feeling both fear and curiosity. They didn't know whether Xiao Teng was here to slaughter them or whether the chief had really convinced Xiao Teng. My fellow men! From now on, our monkey tribe will obey the orders of boss Xiao Teng. If anyone objects, you can withdraw from the monkey tribe now. After King Kong landed, he quickly stood on a rock and loudly announced the matter to the surrounding monkey tribe members. Naturally, no one withdrew from the monkey tribe, and there was no opposition. After all, behind King Kong was a powerful dragon. Anyone who dares to oppose at this time would be slapped in the face, right? Great! Welcome boss Xiao Teng! Jin Rui was the first to shout. It could see that King Kong had succeeded and successfully won the favor of the dragon. However, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. He came back not long after he went out. The other monkeys quickly responded, "Welcome, boss Xiao Teng." Xiao Teng took a quick look around and found that none of the monkeys were lower than the first stage of transcendental transmigration. Their average level had reached the second stage of transcendental transmigration. They were indeed a powerful force that controlled the spirit stone mines and were stronger than the crocodile group. Take me to the spirit stone mine to have a look. Xiao Teng retracted his gaze and said. Okay, boss, come this way. King Kong said respectfully. Soon, Xiao Teng came to a crack. The spiritual energy nearby was very rich. Through the crack, he could see transparent spiritual stone veins hidden deep underground. This spiritual stone vein is indeed smaller than the one I occupied, and it is also more difficult to obtain food. Xiao Teng opened his bloody mouth, aimed the laser at the rock wall, and continued to bombard it, directly expanding the crack more than 10 times. This is no longer a crack, but a pit. Okay, this should be much more convenient now. King Kong was stunned by this operation. This power was too strong. The terrain can be changed at will. You guys should hurry up and mine this spiritual stone vein to raise the level of the entire clan. I don't like weak subordinates. By the way, I have a few subordinates who are training outside, a tiger and a python. If you see them, you can say hello to each other. Xiao Teng suddenly remembered something and gave instructions to King Kong. I understand. King Kong replied. I won't stay here for long. I have one last question for you. How much do you know about wild boars? Chapter 47. Seeing the opportunity to show off, King Kong said quickly, the wild boars live in a forest. I don't know much about them. I only know that they seem to be divided internally. The first and second in command are fighting for power. However, they are still very united when facing foreign enemies. I understand. Xiao Teng nodded. None of this matters. If there is a split, he can just choose a faction close to him and support it. Do they have spiritual stone veins? King Kong scratched his head and thought for a while. I'm not sure, but their leader is higher than me, reaching the 8th level of transcendental, and the second in command was only the 6th level before. In a short period of time, they broke through to the 8th level of transcendent, so they are unwilling to submit to each other. Oh? It seems that this second in command has got an opportunity. There must be something good. Xiao Teng's eyes lit up. To be able to break through 2 levels in such a short period of time, this could only be explained by the treasures of heaven and earth. I'm leaving. Make good use of that spiritual stone vein. King Kong, you must seize the time to become stronger so that you can live longer. The human side may not be able to hold its temper any longer. Before Xiao Teng left, he specifically told King Kong, then soared into the sky and left the monkey tribe. Only after Xiao Teng left did Jin Rui and He Mian dare to discuss Xiao Teng behind his back. Why do I feel that our new boss is pretty good? He doesn't steal our spirit stones and he cares about us a lot. Jin Rui said. Yeah. I think so too. Black Face's impression of Xiao Teng changed completely. Now it seems that we have won the bet. I hope he can lead our monkey tribe to go further. Boss's final meaning is to warn us that humans are going to attack Qingfeng Mountains again. King Kong pondered. They are just humans, come if you want. So many people were beaten to death by the boss last time, what tricks can they come up with again? Black Face seemed very disdainful, showing his insufficient understanding of humans. They have been living in the Qingfeng Mountains, isolated from the outside world. They had never seen humans before the revival of spiritual energy. After the revival of spiritual energy, they were stunned by humans and realized how terrible humans are. But they could never imagine that humans actually have such a powerful weapon as nuclear weapons. This is beyond their cognition. King Kong shook his head. It had captured a human before and learned writing from him. In addition, it had read books from humans, so it always felt that it was not that simple. I think humans are not that simple. They are constantly refreshing our cognition. We should continue to learn from humans, taking the essence and discarding the dross. Only in this way can our monkey tribe make further progress. After King Kong read the books from humans, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. He learned that the world was so big and so colorful, and he felt both longing for and fear of the human race. In a forest in Qingfeng mountain range, there lived a group of wild boars. The wild boars had a strong breeding ability and the herd now numbered more than 1,000, which was more than the monkey tribe. However, these large groups of wild boars were divided into two halves, one half lived in the eastern forest, and the other half lived in the western forest. They did not interfere with each other and would only unite to face the enemy when foreign enemies invaded. This situation lasted for 3 days in total. The second in command of the wild boar herd was promoted from the 6th level of Transcendental Realm to the 8th level of Transcendental Realm just 3 days ago. Xiao Teng observed for a while above the forest where the wild boars lived and discovered this situation. What King Kong said is true. They really did have an internal conflict, and even their habitat was split in two. Hey! They are fighting! Xiao Teng was just about to find a place to show up, but he found two wild boars confronting each other. He was no longer in a hurry and stared at the bottom intently. Xiao Teng guessed that the two wild boars were probably the big boss and the second in command. From the information above their heads, Xiao Teng could tell that they were both at the 8th level of Transcendental Realm. A wild boar with a fat head, big ears, huge tusks, and rock armor on its back. Heavy armored wild boar, 8th level of Transmigration, talents, 10-fold physical enhancement, B level, heavy armor, B level, 10-fold strength enhancement, B level. The other wild boar had snow-white fangs and was also covered in armor, but the armor had a metallic luster. Looking closely, there were actually words on it. It was actually made up of helicopter wreckage. Steel Bristle Boar, 8th Transcendental Stage, talents, 10-fold physical enhancement, B rank, metal manipulation, A rank, super impact, C rank. The armored wild boar spoke first. Second Master, do you really want to split our tribe in half? If our wild boars are seriously injured by foreign enemies, you will be guilty of a heinous crime and a sinner of our tribe. The steel-bristled wild boar also fought back, humph. Don't pretend to use racial justice to pressure me. If you submit to me now, our wild boar group will naturally merge, and you don't have to worry about this problem. It seems that we must compete with each other to see who wins. A hint of fierceness flashed in the eyes of the heavily armored wild boar. Stop talking nonsense and start fighting, said the steel-bristled wild boar, and the metal armor on its body disintegrated and twisted into the shape of small knives that flew towards the heavily armored wild boar like a rainstorm. The metal knife hit the rock armor of the heavily armored wild boar like a storm, making a crisp sound of tinkling. The heavily armored wild boar lowered its head to resist, but was still beaten back by the dense metal knives. The rock armor on its body also made cracking sounds and tiny cracks appeared. Click! Finally, a loud noise was heard, and a huge crack appeared on the rock armor of the heavily armored wild boar, and the skin inside could be seen. Panic flashed in the eyes of the heavily armored wild boar, and it quickly urged the earth element to repair the rock armor, but it was still no match for the rapidly flying metal knife, and the rock armor quickly collapsed. You are going to lose. The steel-bristled boar controlled the metal, pressing forward step by step, approaching the heavily armored boar. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! The heavily armored wild boar quickly turned around and roared towards the bushes beside it. The grass shook, and with a tremor of the earth, more than a dozen wild boars rushed out of the grass. Their levels were all above the third level of Transcendental Realm. More than a dozen wild boars raised their fangs and charged forward together, targeting the steel-bristled boar. Why are you still engaging in group fights when you can't win? Xiao Teng was watching with great interest, and when it seemed that the winner was about to be decided, the situation suddenly reversed. Chapter 48. The show was over, and it was almost time for Xiao Teng to show up. He didn't want one of them to die. In his imagination, it didn't matter who won. The one that submitted to him would survive, and the one that resisted him would die. He also wanted to find out why the second-in-command's strength was growing so quickly. Stop fighting, you two! Xiao Teng flew down from high into the sky and hovered above the wild boars. Before, Xiao Teng was flying high in the sky and the wild boars did not notice him. Now Xiao Teng suddenly appeared and exuded a dangerous aura, so they were all frightened. Who are you? The two wild boars asked in unison. As soon as Xiao Teng appeared, the two wild boars stopped fighting. The dozen or so charging wild boars stopped abruptly and stared at Xiao Teng vigilantly. When facing external enemies, we must unite to face them. The two wild boars understand this principle even if they are fighting among themselves. I'll give you wild boars a chance to surrender to me. Otherwise you will die. Xiao Teng said domineeringly. As he spoke, Xiao Teng showed them his strength. He raised his hand and summoned a lightning spear, which he threw towards the mountain not far away. The speed exceeded the speed of sound. A huge noise was heard, and the ground shook and rocks rolled. The mountain peak was blown away and turned into a flat-topped mountain. So strong! Several wild boars looked at the mountains in the distance with surprise, as if they couldn't believe it. The mountains were blown away. How powerful is this? Too terrifying. Only human weapons can do that. They thought they could not withstand this attack. If this hit them, the wild boars trembled all over and realized it belatedly. They would definitely die. Submit to me, or die. You choose one. After showing his strength, Xiao Teng repeated it again, staring at them quietly, feeling full of oppression. Can we discuss this? I want to collect everyone's opinions. The boss, the heavily armored wild boar, spoke first under pressure. Okay. But don't take too long, my patience is limited. Xiao Teng said tolerantly. After saying that, the two wild boars turned around and left, one returned to the eastern forest, and the other returned to the western forest. The dozen or so wild boars also followed behind the heavily armored wild boar. Xiao Teng rested on the spot, and used his clairvoyance to observe the wild boar's territory, looking for places where rare treasures might be hidden. Boss, do we really have to surrender to that dragon? Said the dozen or so wild boars behind the heavily armored wild boar. They are all veteran commanders who are willing to follow the heavy armored wild boar, stand on the side of the heavy armored wild boar, and are willing to listen to the heavy armored wild boar's opinions. Of course not. I came back to gather people to fight against the dragon together. Our wild boar group can only be ruled by our own people. We will never submit to foreigners. The heavily armored wild boar spoke with great determination, and in its heart it also had the pride of a strong man. If it weren't for the fortuitous encounter that the steel-bristled wild boar had, it would have never encountered an opponent in the Qingfeng Mountains even though it had reached the 8th level of transcendence. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't defeat that dragon. If we attack together, we can wear him down to death. But the power of his attack just now was so terrifying. It even cracked the mountain. How can we be his opponent? A wild boar sighed. Humph. That move is very powerful and must consume a lot of energy. I guess he can't use it continuously. He must be using it to scare us. The heavily armored wild boar snorted disdainfully, simply not believing that any exotic beast could grow to this level. But many of us will surely die. Why don't we take a long-term view and pretend to agree to surrender to him first, said a wild boar. Judging from Xiao Teng's aura alone, Xiao Teng's strength is definitely above theirs. If they really fight, even if they win, they will suffer heavy losses. Do you want to be subservient to foreign races for the rest of your life? How will other races view us? We will never be able to raise our heads. Those monkeys and crocodiles will surely laugh at us to death. The heavily armored wild boar was very dissatisfied with the talking wild boar and stared at it and spoke viciously. The wild boar that was being stared at swallowed his saliva and said quickly. It's my fault, don't be angry, master. This is a test for our wild boar herd. If I lead everyone to fight away the dragon, my prestige in the clan will be greatly enhanced, and I will still be the leader. A small second master also wants to fight me. The heavily armored wild boar saw this as an opportunity to show off his talents. At the same time, there was the steel-maned wild boar. After it returned, it quickly gathered the wild boars that were willing to follow it. Standing in front of it were hundreds of small wild boars, all of which were willing to support it in overthrowing the boss and becoming the boss themselves. Seeing that people were almost here, the steel-maned wild boar started to tell everyone about Xiao Teng. What do you think? Do you want to follow such a powerful dragon? We all listen to your opinion. Yes. No matter which one you choose, we will support you. And just when the wild boars expressed their opinions, a wild boar panted and ran to the side of the steel-maned wild boar and said a few words into his ear. The boss, they actually chose to go against that dragon. The steel bristle boar said with a frown. Then it thought for a while and said to the wild boars. Since the head of the family has chosen to go against the dragon, then I will choose to surrender to that dragon. As soon as these words came out, the sound of discussion immediately came from below. What? We actually want to surrender to foreigners. It's really unacceptable. Quiet. The steel bristle boar yelled, I'm not done yet. Don't worry, I actually want to choose both. Let's surrender to the dragon first, and then we'll see how the boss fights with the dragon. If the dragon is not strong, I will turn around and attack the dragon. Kill. If that dragon is really powerful and kills the other half of our compatriots, at least half of our wild boar herd can survive and not be wiped out. What a great idea! The wisdom of the second master. I knew it was right to follow the second boss. All the wild boars made a sound of admiration. After being told this by the second master, they all agreed to submit to Xiao Teng's choice first. They all felt that what the steel-maned wild boar said made sense. Although they do not want to surrender to foreigners, what does it matter if they surrender to alien beasts that are stronger than themselves under the threat of life? I agree with this choice. I agree too. In this way, our wild boar herd will not be exterminated no matter what. The wild boars agreed. Let's go. That dragon doesn't have much patience. Let's go see it quickly to avoid making it angry. Seeing that everyone agreed with this choice, the steel bristle wild boar immediately opened his mouth and led the wild boars to where Xiao Teng was. At the same time, the heavily armored wild boar also gathered a large number of wild boars and rushed towards Xiao Teng's place with great momentum. Their purpose was to kill Xiao Teng and they refused to surrender even to the death. Chapter 49. Xiao Teng took advantage of this period to use his clairvoyance to explore the territory of the wild boar group. Unexpectedly, he actually discovered a vein of spirit stone. The wild boars also have spirit stone veins. I knew that becoming one of the three major forces in the Qingfeng Mountains would not be that simple. However, it seems that I didn't see the treasures of heaven and earth. They were either hidden or finished eating. Xiao Teng flew high in the sky and had a clear view of the entire forest. Xiao Teng still prefers natural materials and earthly treasures to spiritual stone veins. After all, he can obtain evolution points by killing creatures, and the effect of spiritual stones is only average for him. But the heavenly materials and earthly treasures are different. All kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have their own special effects, which are not just as simple as obtaining evolution points. You are here, have you decided to surrender to me? The heavily armored wild boar led the wild boars to arrive first. Xiao Teng retracted his gaze from exploring the wild boar group's territory, stared at them and asked. However, the heavily armored wild boar shook his head and said fiercely. Jiaolong, our wild boar tribe will not surrender to foreigners even if we are killed. Follow me. Kill this dragon. Is this your choice? Since you want to seek death, I will help you. It seemed that the wild boars on the boss's side could not be subdued. Xiao Teng stared at them with unkind eyes and did not pay attention to these wild boars at all. The heavily armored wild boar launched a charge, manipulating the earth element, turning into stairs one by one. The heavily armored wild boar stepped on the stairs, raised its fangs high, and charged towards Xiao Teng, who was suspended in the air. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Xiao Teng teleported behind the heavily armored wild boar. Where are the people? The heavily armored wild boar was frightened, lost its target, and quickly stopped charging. From its perspective, Xiao Teng suddenly disappeared in front of it. Here it is. Xiao Teng flicked his tail and whipped the heavily armored wild boar away. His ultimate strength now reached several thousand tons. The power of this tail could not be resisted even by the heavily armored wild boar with 10 times the physical increase and defensive talent. Immediately, the heavily armored wild boar flew out like a cannonball, blood spurted out of its mouth, its internal organs were shattered into pieces, and then it fell from the sky again. After a few seconds, there was a bang. The heavily armored wild boar fell to the ground and turned into a pulp. Ding! Kill the 8th level heavy armored wild boar, evolution points plus 8863. The boss is dead. Let's go and avenge the boss. The leader shouted, and all the wild boars stared at Xiao Teng fiercely, and used various moves to attack Xiao Teng. However, to Xiao Teng, these attacks were almost like scratching an itch, and he didn't even break a single scale. How could he be so strong? The wild boars felt desperate. Their attacks couldn't even hurt Xiao Teng, which was very different from what they expected. It's my turn. Xiao Teng found it interesting to see their desperate expressions, and raised his hand to summon the thunder field. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was lightning and thunder. More than a dozen thick thunderbolts fell with lightning speed, striking the wild boars in the thunder field. Suddenly, the aroma of meat fills the air. Roar! Xiao Teng roared, entered the scene in person, flicked his tail and swung several wild boars into the ground, making them unable to crawl out. Then he grabbed one with his claws and crushed it with force with his claws. Ding! Kill the 2nd level armored wild boar, evolution points plus 2561. Ding! Kill the 3rd level metamorphosis giant wild boar, evolution points and 3140. Ding! Kill the 1st level 3-eyed wild boar, evolution points plus 1854. The evolution point reminder kept ringing, and Xiao Teng felt extremely happy when he heard it. Ha ha ha! After killing these wild boars, I can probably level up again. When the group of steel-bristled wild boars arrived, this was what they saw. Xiao Teng rushed into the group of wild boars and slaughtered them indiscriminately as if he was in an empty space. The ground was covered with blood and the bodies of compatriots. The mixed smell of blood and meat drifted for more than 10 kilometers. Super massacre! The steel-bristled wild boar trembled when it saw this scene. The dragon was too strong. It crushed so many wild boars unilaterally, but it was not even injured. Are you here to die too? Xiao Tengsha's eyes were red, his claws were covered in blood, and he looked at them unkindly. No, no. We are here to submit to you. The steel-bristled boar swallowed and said quickly. Xiao Teng looked at them with satisfaction. Very good, you made the right choice. Back off, or don't blame me if you kill the wrong person. Hearing this, the wild boars led by the steel-bristled boar quickly retreated. Second in command, the boss seems to be dead. Do we still need to resist this dragon? Asked a wild boar. You are stupid. What's the point of resisting? Do you want to wipe out our wild boar clan? The steel-bristled wild boar cursed, and then retreated several hundred meters, fearing that it would be killed by the bloodthirsty Xiao Teng. System upgrade. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, with no living creatures left, Xiao Teng said silently in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th level of Transcendence. The next level is the 5th level of Transcendence, which requires 800,000 evolution points. More evolution points are needed. How many beasts do we need to kill to get 800,000? Xiao Teng also felt that the growth rate of the strange beasts in Qingfeng Mountains could not keep up with his killing progress. The levels of the monsters are too low, and the evolution points given are too few. After the upgrade, Xiao Teng's body reached 75 meters in length, and the entire dragon body became a lot thicker. The thunder element in his body became more refined and more powerful. The elemental type of attack is always improved as its level increases. The higher the level, the more powerful the elemental attack will be. Dragon King, what do you need us to do? Seeing that Xiao Teng finally stopped killing, the steel bristle boar mustered up the courage to ask. You don't need to do anything, just follow my orders and resist the human attack together. Xiao Teng turned his head to look at the steel-bristled wild boar and said. Okay, we will listen to whatever you say, King Jiaolong. The steel-bristled wild boars were stunned. They didn't expect that Xiao Teng seemed quite easy to talk to, and he didn't ask them to do anything excessive. Since you have chosen to submit to me, don't call me the Dragon King. My name is Xiao Teng, and you can call me boss. From now on, you will be the 7th general under me. Okay, boss. The steel-bristled wild boar responded. It felt that Xiao Teng seemed quite easy to get along with. I heard that your level suddenly increased rapidly 3 days ago, from the 6th level to the 8th level. Tell me what happened to you. Xiao Teng stared at the steel-bristled wild boar majestically and questioned. Chapter 50. This. Facing Xiao Teng's questioning, the steel-bristled wild boar looked very embarrassed. Didn't you say you would submit to me? It seems like you are not sincere. Xiao Teng stared at the steel-bristled wild boar with a meaningful look in his eyes. No. No. Boss, I'll tell you right now. The steel-bristled wild boar broke out in a cold sweat when Xiao Teng stared at him. He felt that his life might be in danger at any time, so he quickly spilled the beans. Actually, this is because I discovered a magical plant that can produce magical fruits. I ate 3 of them, 2 of which allowed me to advance to the 8th level of Transcendental Realm, and 1 gave me the ability to control metals. Ability. Xiao Teng was surprised that there was such a magical plant. Those fruits should be considered natural treasures. This plant can continuously produce natural treasures. It is so precious. Why didn't I notice it before? Xiao Teng didn't find such a magical plant when he used his clairvoyance before. Take me to see it. Xiao Teng ordered the steel-bristled wild boar. Yes. Although the steel-bristled wild boar was very reluctant in his heart, he still obediently followed Xiao Teng's orders. Afterwards, the steel-bristled wild boar brought Xiao Teng to a tree that was several dozen meters tall. An ordinary vine was entwined around the thick trunk of the tree, making it look very inconspicuous. Spiritual Fruit Vine, Transmute Level 7, Talents, Heavenly Spiritual Fruit, S Level, Breath Containment, A Level, Toxic Body, B Level, Telepathy, F Level. Tianqi Spiritual Fruit, S Level consumes a large amount of spiritual energy and produces spiritual fruit with random effects, with positive effects of 70% and negative effects of 30%. I didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary vine actually has S-level talent. Xiao Teng sighed, he also has a talent for concealing his breath. No wonder I didn't notice it before. While Xiao Teng was sighing, the Longyuan fruit vine was frantically communicating with the steel-bristled wild boar using telepathy. FK. Old pig, you are not trustworthy. Why did you bring such a big dragon to my place? I promised you that I would help you become stronger and you would help me collect spiritual stones, but you sold me out. What's the friendship between us? Longyuan fruit vine said in a very sad tone. I can't do anything about it. If I don't bring him here, I'll be the one who dies. Let me introduce you to my new boss. He should be easy to get along with. Just bear with him. The steel-bristled boar also silently replied with telepathy. He said, ignoring the frantic cries coming from the Longyuan fruit vine. Don't play dead. I've heard about your abilities, show them to me. Xiao Teng looked at the motionless Longyuan fruit vine and spoke in a stern tone. Xiao Teng saw that its talent showed telepathy, which meant that it was a plant that had awakened its intelligence. But now it was lying motionless, and it was obvious that it wanted to play dead. Still no movement. Snake-like lightning emerged from Xiao Teng's claws, and the Longyuan fruit vine suddenly made a sound. Don't electrocute me! Longyuan fruit vine suddenly shouted. I need spiritual stones to produce results. Without them I can't show it. How many spirit stones do you want? Xiao Teng asked. A lot, said the Longyuan fruit vine. Hearing this, Xiao Teng called out the clouds and mist, rushed into the sky, and headed straight for the spirit stone vein he had discovered in the wild boar territory before, then cut a large piece of spirit stone with his claws. This spiritual stone vein is quite large, almost as big as the one I found before. Seeing the long dragon-like spirit stone veins in the wild boar herd's territory, Xiao Teng was in a good mood. During this time, he would eat the spirit stones to gain evolution points, giving the leeks some time to grow taller. And just after Xiao Teng left, the Longyuan fruit vine started to talk frantically to the steel-bristled wild boar again. Old pig, what's going on? Why do you suddenly recognize a foreigner as your leader? Haven't you always wanted to be the leader yourself? Who won between you and the big boss? Who is in charge of your wild boar group now? Why do you talk so much? The steel-bristled wild boar was very helpless. This dead vine kept poking at its sore spots, and every word it said hit it right in the heart. Does it want to submit to the foreign race? It is clear that if it does not submit, it will die. The boss is the best example. His death was so tragic that even his body could not be found. At the same time, it was also extremely grateful for its original decision, which did not lead to the complete extinction of the wild boar tribe. At least there were still half of the pigs left, and it asked the tribesmen to have more children, and the tribe would slowly recover in the future. What will happen to me when that dragon comes back? Will he kill me? Or force me to be his tool? Longyuan fruit vine was worried. You will recognize a boss later. That's all. The steel-bristled boar said speechlessly. From the current perspective, as long as they submit to Xiao Teng, he will not kill them. No. I'm not as spineless as you. Even if I'm struck to death by lightning or burned to death by fire, I won't acknowledge you as the boss. The Longyuan fruit vine shook its branches crazily, looking very reluctant. Bang! Xiao Teng threw a 10-meter-sized spirit stone from the sky, and it hit the ground with a loud bang. That's enough. Longyuan fruit vine was stunned and blurted out. Boss. Xiao Teng was stunned. He had no idea how to deal with this vine. Before he even went through the procedures, the vine directly recognized it as the boss. You want to submit to me? Good, very proactive. I will accept you as my subordinate. I have never thought that I could accept a plant as my subordinate. The steel-bristled wild boar was looking at the spiritual fruit vine with contempt. Even if you were struck by lightning or burned by fire, you still don't recognize your boss. Old pig, this dragon is much more generous than you. It's not a loss for me to acknowledge him as the boss. And since you have acknowledged him, it's not shameful for me to acknowledge him as the boss. He used all our spirit stones. Of course he was generous, said the steel bristle boar with a sad heart. What do you mean yours? This is obviously my boss's spirit stone. Longyuan fruit vine especially supports Xiao Teng. The steel-bristled wild boar vomited blood. You change your face too quickly. But it really couldn't refute, because it surrendered to Xiao Teng. The spirit stone veins in its territory naturally belonged to Xiao Teng. It has no control over how Xiao Teng wants to use it. I have also brought you the spirit stones you wanted. It would be inappropriate to make excuses again. Xiao Teng said sinisterly. No problem, sir, just watch it. The Longyuan fruit vine said happily, then stretched out a branch to encircle the spirit stone, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone. After a while, the spirit stone dried up, the spirit energy disappeared, and 5 fruits appeared on the vines of the spirit fruit vine. At the same time, Xiao Teng saw that the level of the spirit fruit vine on the panel had also risen by 1 level. Became the 8th level of transcendental. The Longyuan fruit vine took the initiative to hand the vine with fruit to Xiao Teng. Chapter 51. Xiao Teng approached the 5 spiritual fruits, and the system automatically generated an introduction. Spiritual fruit, obtain 100,000 evolution points. Spiritual fruit, obtain 50,000 evolution points. Spiritual fruit, obtain 10,000 evolution points, highly poisonous. Spiritual fruit, permanently increase physical fitness by 10%. Spiritual fruit, obtain a talent of random level. This spiritual fruit really has a random effect. The 5 spiritual fruits have different effects, and one of them even has a negative effect and is highly poisonous. You can keep this fruit for yourself. Xiao Teng did not eat this poisonous fruit for the time being. He did not know how strong the poison was. Although he thought it would not kill him, there was no need to take the risk of picking all the other 4 fruits just for a mere 10,000 evolution points. Ding! Swallow the spiritual fruit, evolution points plus 150,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-level talent intermediate self-healing. Ding! The E-level talent primary self-healing has been replaced with the D-level talent intermediate self-healing. Intermediate self-healing, level D. Your body's self-healing ability is greatly increased. Ding! Swallow the spiritual fruit, physical fitness plus 10%. Not bad, I got 150,000 evolution points and upgraded a talent. Although this talent is rarely used by him, he is rarely injured. However, it is only at the intermediate level, and it seems that this talent can be upgraded. Can you use your Tianqui Linguo talent all the time? This talent is obviously to convert spiritual power into spiritual fruit. If he swallowed the large piece of spiritual stone just now, he could get about 70,000 to 80,000 evolution points. After being transformed by the spiritual fruit vine, he obviously made a profit. Boss, although I also want to keep absorbing spirit stones, unfortunately I can't. After using them up, my body needs time to rest. At my current level, I can only absorb 5 spirit stones at a time, and once a day is my limit. Longyuan fruit vine didn't dare to lie about this question. Okay, the efficiency is a bit low, leave the spiritual fruit to me, I will come to eat it every day. Second in command, you will be responsible for delivering spiritual stones to it, and you should also hurry up to upgrade your level, because humans will not give us much. Time keeps growing. You are a spiritual plant and you have this kind of talent. If you are discovered by humans, you will probably lose your freedom for the rest of your life. Longyuan fruit vine was silent for a moment. Yes, I will try my best. Second master, do you have a name? No. The steel-bristled boar shook his head. For the sake of convenience, I will give you a name. You will be called Beiji. Thank you for the name, boss. The steel-bristled boar thought the name was a bit strange, but did not refute it. What about me? What about me? I don't have a name either. Longyuan Fruit Vine cried. Your name is Xiao Teng. So simple. Longyuan Fruit Vine was a little disappointed. Then tell me what you want to be called. Then I'll just call you Xiao Teng. A group of Zerg will soon invade our Qingfeng Mountains. Be prepared. Zerg? Where did they come from? The steel-bristled boar was a little confused. Although the Zerg in the Qingfeng Mountains was a large tribe, it was not a powerful one. The individual strength was too weak, and the intelligence was very low. Most of them had not awakened their wisdom. Except for the ants and bees, the others they are all hunted as snacks by strange beasts and are at the bottom of the food chain. They migrated from humans. There are a lot of them. Humans drove them into the Qingfeng Mountains to control the number of alien beasts. I guess they must have given birth to an individual similar to a master brain that can control other Zerg species, which is why they are able to form such a large scale. What's the main brain? Beiji shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. He's the boss of the Zerg. If you see him, remember to kill him first, or report to me immediately. Xiao Teng said seriously. Okay, boss. Beiji responded. Xiao Teng turned his head again and used his clairvoyance to observe the situation in Qingcheng. After not sending troops to Qingfeng Mountains, all the troops in Qingcheng were concentrating on killing the insects. It was estimated that the insects would soon be unable to bear it. After all, it is still in the early stage of spiritual energy recovery, and the evolution points of the strange beasts are not that high. Human weapons are very advantageous, so it is reasonable that they cannot defeat them. Then he would seize the time in the next few days to upgrade his level and remind his subordinates to prepare for the upcoming war. Although these insects posed no threat to him, they were a huge blow to the ecology of Qingfeng Mountains. By the way, I don't think I have devoured those wild boar carcasses yet. Xiao Teng suddenly remembered that there were so many wild boar carcasses still hanging there. We have to go back quickly, otherwise we will be eaten by other creatures. After saying hello to Beiji and Xiao Teng, he went back to devour his talent. Hey! It's harvest time again. The bloody corpses on the ground are treasures in Xiao Teng's eyes. These may devour his talent. Endless devouring in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the B-level talent Flame Breath. Flame Breath, B rank. Gather the fire element in your mouth, and you can spit out flames. Hearing this system, Xiao Teng was immediately stunned. What did he hear? Holy shit! A second elemental talent. Xiao Teng was extremely excited. Endless devouring cow. Originally, he was just a giant beast of the thunder element. Logically speaking, he could only awaken the thunder element talent, and other element talents were basically out of his reach. But, endless devouring actually devoured it directly from others. After absorbing this talent, Xiao Teng immediately felt the fire element floating around him. Originally, he could only feel the thunder element, but now he had a second elemental attribute. Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth and gathered the fire element. The temperature around him rose, and a fan-shaped flame spewed out from his mouth, burning the corpses into ashes, covering a radius of 200 meters. This is pretty powerful, but it's nowhere near my laser. The laser can shoot more than 1,000 meters, but this is only 200 meters, and it's not as powerful as the laser. After spraying, Xiao Teng felt that his main attribute was still thunder element, and the fire element in his body was very weak. He estimated that the power he used was still not as powerful as the thunder element attack. The ratio of thunder element to fire element in his body was about 10:1. Mainly due to the bonus of various talents, his fire breath can be so powerful. But my attacks are more diverse anyway. This is a good start. Xiao Teng had never seen a beast with two different elements before. Many exotic beasts haven't even awakened one element, but he has two. Moreover, with the talent of endless devouring, he may be able to awaken the third, fourth, all elements in the future. Fire is a special attack for bugs. This talent is more than enough to deal with bugs. Although the range of fire breath is not as good as that of laser, it has a large area and can be used for group attacks and clearing out monsters. Chapter 52. At the Dragon Country Spiritual Energy Bureau headquarters, a group of high-ranking officials from the three powerful families were already sitting around a round conference table with solemn expressions. A general with a resolute face looked at everyone while reading his opening remarks from a manuscript. It's only been half a month since the spiritual energy was revived, and there have been 16 red alert zones and 41 yellow alert zones. There have been reports of high-level exotic beasts appearing in the oceans and mountains. The number of casualties across the country has been heavy. Among these, several alien beasts pose the greatest threat to us. In the South Daxia Sea, our fleet discovered a giant beast that was at least 300 meters in size. It was suspected to have evolved from a blue whale. It liked to attack fishing boats. It sank a small warship and then fled away. In the snowy mountains, we detected a giant moose with a white body and colorful antlers. It once came down the mountain and slaughtered several nearby villages. All helicopters that went to investigate have lost contact. In the Qingfeng Mountains, the information sent by the Chen family in Qingcheng shows that a dragon that evolved from a giant python appeared there. It can withstand a missile without dying and completely wipe out the army that went up the mountain. Should we use nuclear weapons to destroy these strange beasts? After reading the manuscript, the general looked at everyone calmly. I don't think it has reached that point yet. Disasters are bound to result in casualties, and most of the casualties are useless civilians with low talents. If they die, they die. The destruction of the resources in the warning zone is really a disaster. No more. A handsome man with long black hair suddenly spoke. His young face seemed out of place among the group of old and middle-aged people present. His words attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Xing, don't talk casually. Didn't I tell you to just come here to listen? The old man next to him said helplessly, holding his forehead. Grandpa, as the hope of mankind and the highest-ranking person in Dragon Country, don't I have a say? Li Shengxin curled his lips and retorted. His level has reached the 10th level of Transcendental Realm. In another day or two, he will be able to officially break through and enter an unknown higher realm. Moreover, the innate talent he awakened is the only SS-level talent in Dragon Country, the Supreme Sword Intent. He has a bright future and is the person with the most hope of fighting against the alien beasts in Dragon Country, as well as the person with the most potential. In the era of spiritual energy revival, no one can predict what talent can be awakened. This also led to the only SS-level talent in Longyuan being awakened in a teenager. Fortunately, he is a member of the three major families, not an outsider, and will stand on their side in the future. This side. This is a formal meeting, please don't speak yet. Li Shengxin curled his lips again and stopped talking. Although he has the highest rank, the high-level people who hold great power remain unchanged. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the top leaders of the three major families have the privilege of launching nuclear weapons. Are we really going to launch a nuclear weapon? Of course. This morning, the Eagle Country launched a nuclear weapon into the sea, killing more than a dozen giant beasts that attempted to land on the coastline. Our Dragon Country is considered slow. That's true. After all, the land is where we stand and we need to consider a lot. The resources in the ocean are difficult to salvage and are not very valuable to us. I agree to launch nuclear weapons into the ocean. After this meeting, a secret nuclear silo in Longyuan was opened, and more than 100 nuclear warhead missiles flew towards the South Daxia Sea at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Many creatures did not die from direct damage from missiles, but from seawater pollution. The creatures in the South Daxia Sea suffered a catastrophic disaster. Homes were destroyed, and countless figures surged in the ocean, desperately charging back towards the land. Rows of tanks on the coast were on high alert, firing at the same time. The roar of artillery fire killed all marine life that attempted to come ashore. In this catastrophe, most of the creatures in the South Daxia Sea died, but a small number of creatures broke through the desperate situation. Because of the change in environment, they realized new talents and were no longer harmed by nuclear pollution. They fell silent with their hatred towards humans. A small number of smaller creatures escaped human fire and swam upstream along the river to find a new home. At the same time, the Spiritual Energy Bureau headquarters also sent special personnel to the Snow Mountain and Qingfeng Mountain range to deal with the two extremely threatening monsters and formed a Jiaolong special attack team. Various transport vehicles started up, and countless advanced weapons were transported to Qingfeng Mountain range, including the spiritual missiles that had been developed and required hundreds of tons of spiritual stones, which were as powerful as nuclear weapons. Unless it was a particularly critical situation, they would never be used. Easy to use. Several hundred tons of spirit stones are equivalent to the reserves of a small spirit stone mine, which can be used to cultivate countless supernatural beings. Compared with nuclear weapons, it is more environmentally friendly and pollution-free, and has no other disadvantages except for its high cost. Researchers worked day and night, and the research on various other spiritual weapons and spiritual equipment was gradually getting on track. Not only missiles, but also long swords, spears, and mechas for the use of superpowers, in order to make up for the difficulties faced by humans. The disadvantage of being inferior to the alien beast in rank. Inside a building, several high-ranking members of the Chen family, officers from the Spiritual Energy Bureau headquarters, and captains of the various extraordinary teams sat together. When the Zerg invade the Qingfeng Mountains and fight the dragon, we can take action. When both are injured, we will reap the benefits. We must destroy the dragon at any cost. If that doesn't work, we can use spiritual missiles. An officer from the Reiki Bureau said. They came down from the headquarters this time to study the dragon in Qingfeng Mountain. After watching the video, he frowned. The ability to change the weather and control lightning in an instant was very shocking. This was probably more powerful than the giant beast in the ocean. There must also be threats. This dragon is evolving too fast, using its flesh and blood to resist missile attacks. If we don't deal with it now, we will never have another chance in the future. What if even the spiritual missile can't kill the dragon? The head of the Chen family was worried. After all, this was a new type of weapon and had never been tested on exotic beasts before. Then we have no choice but to evacuate here and completely abandon Qingfeng Mountain Range and Qingcheng. However, before evacuating, the headquarters will launch nuclear weapons. Even if we cannot kill the dragon, we must kill the strange beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains. The strange beasts cannot get to the place we give up, said the officer of the Spiritual Qi Bureau sternly. Several captains of the extraordinary teams also nodded and praised. As expected of a commander from headquarters. He is so thoughtful. Zhang Qiang was also among them, nodding on the surface but very anxious inside. Be sure to report this to the master. Ever since he got the spirit stone from Xiao Teng last time, Zhang Qiang's rank has risen rapidly to the third level of Transcendental Realm, and now he is the captain of an extraordinary team. Chapter 53. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the B-level talent Mental Resistance. Mental Resistance, B rank. All mental attacks will reduce your effect by 50%. Resistance talent, this is good. Mental attacks have always been the most difficult to defend against. For example, his mental control is very powerful. Even the strongest people cannot resist it, but it consumes a lot of energy. After devouring the corpses of the wild men, Xiao Teng flew back to the original Spirit Stone mine. At this time, the sound of fighting was heard, and Xiao Teng discovered that a fight had taken place at the entrance of the cave. Xuelian led more than 20 wolves to fight a group of brown bears. Xuelian roared, and the wolf pack members changed instantly. Their bodies grew larger, their muscles swelled, and their teeth and claws grew longer. Everyone had bloodthirsty light in their eyes as they fought with the brown bears. At present, it seems that the wolves have the upper hand and the brown bears are being beaten back repeatedly. Roar! Get out of here, you wolf tribe bastards! You guys want to monopolize a spiritual stone mine? The brown bear leader roared and kept beating his chest with his hands, looking very powerful. You can't eat all these spirit stones, so share them with us, or I will spread the news that you own a spirit stone mine and let everyone come to grab it. The brown bear leader was covered in wounds from being beaten by Xuelian, but he still maintained his power and threatened. Who wants to rob? Suddenly, a majestic voice entered the heart of the brown bear leader, and Xiao Teng appeared on the clouds and released the 4th level extraordinary aura with all his strength, flattening the surrounding weeds and rustling the leaves. In an instant, all the strange beasts present were overwhelmed by this breath. Seeing Xiao Teng, the wolves were very excited and kept wagging their tails, while the brown bears looked at Xiao Teng as if they had seen a ghost. The brown bear leader looked at the figure in the mist with horror, his heart pounding. How could there be such a powerful monster? It felt like it was as weak as an ant in front of Xiao Teng. It had no power to resist at all. The other party could kill it with just one claw. Seeing the thunder and lightning brewing in Xiao Teng's mouth and the murderous intent filling the air, the brown bear leader recovered from his shock and said quickly, "No, no. We don't want to rob, we'll leave now." You have the guts to rob but not the guts to bear the consequences? Die! With a sizzling sound, Xiao Teng shook his head and fired a laser at the brown bears present. Wherever it went, the brown bears flew backwards and were blasted in half, without even having time to scream. It broke into pieces. Ding! Kill the 2nd level giant bear, evolution points plus 2564. Ding! Kill the mortal level 10 brown bear, evolution points plus 1085. Ding! Kill the 1st level transformed black moon bear, evolution points plus 1536. Another 30,000 evolution points arrived. This group of brown bears are so bold that they even dare to steal my spiritual stone mine. Collect their bodies for me. Xiao Teng ordered the wolves. Dozens of wolves quickly followed Xiao Teng's orders and carried the corpse for him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the D-level talent Powerful Claw Attack. Powerful Claw Attack, D-rank your claws become sharper and more powerful. Seeing that Xiao Teng had finished eating, Xuelian led the wolves hurried over to greet Xiao Teng and put their heads on the ground. King, your aura has become stronger again. You guys are good too. Looking at Xuelian's nearly 10-meter-long body, Xiao Teng knew that it had successfully advanced to the extraordinary stage. At this time, Xuelian's body became larger, his hair turned dark red, and a single horn grew on his head. He smiled ingratiatingly at Xiao Teng, but his teeth were exposed and his face was hideous, looking very scary. Xiao Teng looked above Xuelian's head, and the information on the panel displayed on it had also changed. Blood Refining Wolf King, Extraordinary Level 1, Talents, Bloodthirstiness, A Level, Calling the Wild, A Level, Blood Tracking, B Level, Blood Explosion, A Level. Blood Explosion, Level A. Control the enemy's blood, causing the enemy to explode and die. The greater the difference in level between you and the enemy, the better the effect. It seems that you have been practicing well these 2 days. What about the others? Xiao Teng nodded with satisfaction. Another general under his command was promoted to the extraordinary stage. King, Kai Chang has also advanced to the extraordinary stage. She has just gone out to gain experience as you instructed. Xuelian said respectfully. The pangolin is still cultivating hard inside. The pangolin, hearing the noise, quickly ran out of the cave with its 4 short claws, bowed twice to Xiao Teng, and then spoke. Congratulations, boss, for becoming stronger. I have dug up some treasures from underground these days and have been waiting for you to come back and enjoy them. Xiao Teng looked over and saw that the pangolin had reached the 7th level of Transcendental Realm, and its body had grown half a meter larger. Well done, take me to see it. It can be seen that pangolin really wants to stay under Xiao Teng's command. Even when he is not around, he is still diligently digging for spiritual materials. Okay. Come this way. The pangolin rubbed its claws, stood on its hind legs, and walked over like a Tyrannosaurus rex. Blue crystals appeared in front of Xiao Teng, with lightning like little snakes swimming inside them. Thunder Crystal Stone, it is composed of spiritual stones that have absorbed a large amount of thunder elements. After refining, it can make the thunder elements in the body more active and enhance the thunder element talent effect. Could this be caused by my thunder tribulation again? Xiao Teng decisively picked it up, put it all into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Ding! Swallow the thunder crystal, thunder elemental talent increased by 20%. After swallowing, the thunder element in the body seemed to be activated and became more violent. Blue light emerged from the gaps between Xiao Teng's scales and lightning appeared around him from time to time. Xiao Teng checked the panel and found that several lightning element talents had become stronger. This way my lightning spear and laser can shoot farther and with greater power. Boss, what do you think? Am I very useful? The pangolin looked at Xiao Teng expectantly. Yes, I haven't given you a name yet. After hearing the compliment, Xiao Teng suddenly remembered. What would you like to be called? Boss, you should come and get it. I don't have any ideas. That's called Yulishi. Normally I call you Zayashi. Thank you for the name, boss. The pangolin bowed happily. Continue to devour spirit stones and quickly reach the extraordinary stage. The Zerg army is coming soon. Xiao Teng told pangolin the information. Okay. The pangolin picked up a piece of magic stone and started chewing it. Xiao Teng also cut off a large piece of spirit stone and kept devouring it, and his evolution points continued to increase. Chapter 54. Ding! Swallow the spirit stone, evolution points plus 230,000. Boss! Here comes the human you controlled before. Xiao Teng was happily eating the spirit stones when suddenly Shuelian came running over and reported to him with his head lowered. Tell him to come over. Xiao Teng said, wondering in his heart, the Zerg army will come at any time, why are they coming here now? Hearing this, Zhang Qiang appeared in front of Xiao Teng, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully. Master, I have something important to report. Explain. Thanks to the Master's cultivation, I have been successfully promoted to the captain of the extraordinary team. Master, your existence has attracted the attention of the headquarters. Someone came from the Spiritual Bureau headquarters yesterday. They held a meeting to gather people to target you. What did they say? Xiao Teng asked, feeling that the chess pieces he had placed on the human side were still effective. They said that when you start fighting with the Zerg, they will launch missiles and spiritual missiles to attack you. If you hold on, they will also launch nuclear weapons to completely destroy the Qingfeng Mountains. After Zhang Qiang said this, he instantly felt a low pressure and the violence that was coming towards him, like a sign before a volcanic eruption. The master is angry. Zhang Qiang realized with shock. They said they were going to launch nuclear weapons. Xiao Teng repeated it again, gritting his teeth. Yes. Xiao Teng didn't say anything else and walked out of the cave with a gloomy face. Shuelian looked at Xiao Teng in horror. It felt that the king had never been so furious. The wolves made way one after another. Xiao Teng activated his clairvoyance and stared at the building, his eyes filled with anger but his voice was unusually cold. Want to blast me? I'll blast you first. The next moment, the lightning elements around him completely rioted. Xiao Teng raised his claws, and more than a dozen 20-meter-long spears made of lightning elements floated behind Xiao Teng, like soldiers on high alert, ready to go. Go! Xiao Teng waved his claws lightly, and the electric spear automatically searched for the enemy, turning into long meteors in the sky and flying towards the major locations in Qingcheng at a speed faster than the speed of sound. A dozen shining blue spears streaked across the dark night sky, appearing particularly dazzling. People walking on the street stopped and looked at the blue spear gradually getting bigger in the sky, their eyes full of disbelief. Look up in the sky. What the hell is that? I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's too fast. Which big guy made this? What a strong aura. This talent must be at least S level. It's pretty nice. People were talking about the lightning spears in the sky, as if they were eating melons, until a few minutes later, they discovered that the ghost thing in the sky was actually coming towards them. The look of eating melons disappeared, and expressions of fear appeared on their faces. FK. Why are they getting bigger and bigger? They seem to be heading towards Qingcheng. It seems to be coming from the direction of Qingfeng mountain range. Is this a strange beast from Qingfeng mountain range that is going to attack us? We finally drove away the Zerg, but now there are more monsters coming. Run! Don't just stand there! This sentence reminded everyone, and the pedestrians on the road suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, people also heard rapid and powerful air defense alarms coming from the sky. This almost confirmed that those long spears emitting dangerous aura were heading for Qingcheng. In a building with the highest security level in Qingcheng, a group of people were gathered in a circle and hurriedly escorting the head of the Chen family downstairs. When passing by the window, the head of the Chen family looked up at the sky, his pupils trembling, and the crackling sound of thunder and lightning seemed to be right next to his ears. A feeling of regret flashed through his mind, and he almost immediately thought of the dragon with thunder element in Qingfeng mountain range. Only that dragon could do such a thing. They had just decided to use nuclear weapons to bombard Qingfeng mountain range, and not long after, the dragon's spear arrived. Was this a coincidence? It's that dragon taking revenge on us. The head of the Chen family thought with certainty. How far is Qingfeng mountain range from Qingcheng? The closest distance is 500 kilometers. How could this spear fly over 500 kilometers to attack Qingcheng? This is too outrageous. He never dreamed that the dragon could actually have long-range attack capabilities. Can't run away. Looking at the lightning that was so close that he couldn't look directly at it, and the screams coming from all around, the head of the Chen family shed 2 lines of tears from the corners of his eyes. If they had known that the dragon was so powerful, they should have retreated earlier. Boom! After the electric spear landed on the ground, more than a dozen blue shock waves visible to the naked eye spread out, destroying everything around it. That night, Qingcheng was drowned by huge explosions. Several officers hiding in an underground air raid shelter stared blankly at the raised land on the screen. Who would have thought that there was a magnificent building here just a moment ago, but now there is not even a trace of it left. Ruined, completely ruined. The power is no less than that of a missile. After a long time, they seemed to realize what had happened. They shuddered and felt lucky that they had evacuated, otherwise they would have been reduced to ashes. At the same time, an idea flashed through their minds. Is this a warning from the dragon? Sir, the head of the Chen family is dead, and there are only a few people left in the Chen family. This kind of powerful lightning element should have been done by that dragon, and only that dragon can do it. Several officers recovered from their shock and looked at the officer who came from the Spiritual Energy Bureau headquarters, waiting for his reaction. Looking at the doomsday-like scene on the screen, the officers at headquarters became furious. This dragon is too arrogant. We must make him experience the power of our spiritual missiles. Let's wait for the Jiaolong and the Zerg to start fighting. Only then can the spiritual missiles have the best effect. We must give them a fatal blow. Xiao Teng looked at the devastated city in the distance, his heart calm. He used up all the thunder elements stored in his body at once, turned them into electric spears and fired them towards the city. It now seems that the effect is quite good. Several important locations in Qingcheng have suffered devastating blows, and many important personnel have died. His electric spear was no less powerful than a missile, and the sound of the explosion even reached the Qingfeng Mountains. Huang, Hu Yuming, Cai Chong, and several subordinates who were trained outside, as well as several others who were conquered later, were all startled by the noise and looked up in the direction of Qingcheng. He was deeply shocked and admired Xiao Teng even more. Chapter 55. At the same time, Huang was followed by dozens of strange beasts that also evolved from snakes. "Boss! Did you do this?" Huang muttered to himself as he looked at the thunder exploding in the distance. "Is that the boss that Huang mentioned? He's too strong." A snake-like beast was extremely excited after hearing what Huang said. It didn't expect their boss to be so strong. "I couldn't help but puff out my chest with pride. My boss is so strong, and I suddenly feel that my future is bright." At the same time, a 10-meter-long green giant tiger followed by several tiger-shaped beasts of different colors were walking in the mountains. Suddenly, they were startled by thunder and looked towards Qingcheng. Several tigers were very surprised and confused as to what was happening. Only Tiger Wuming was very excited. He shouted loudly. "Laugh! Ha 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 ha! The boss finally took action against humans. So cool! Those damned two-legged beasts have finally gotten their comeuppance." In the sky, a firebird with a wingspan of more than 15 meters and wings covered with flames chirped excitedly in the direction of Qingcheng. Hundreds of birds and beasts behind it also responded, chirping in unison. "Too terrifying, this kind of power, only the boss can do this, he has become even stronger, I can't reach this level even if I practice for another 2 months. Cai Chong was convinced by Xiao Teng. "Let's go. The bugs seem to be getting closer and closer to us. The boss must need us." Flying in the sky, looking at the dark mass of Zerg disaster, Cai Chong felt no fear at all. Then, as if responding to the call, Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong all led their subordinates who had been trained and conquered in the past few days and walked towards the place where the spears were sent. After exhausting all the thunder elements in his body at once, Xiao Teng's anger calmed down a little. Xiao Teng felt that he was unusually calm now, so calm that he couldn't be calmer. "Zhang Qiang, you go back first and inform the others to evacuate Qingcheng. With your level, it will be easy for you to even enter the headquarters." "Yes, Master. I will inform them." After responding, Zhang Qiang also rushed down the mountain as soon as possible. The Zerg was about to arrive, and it would be too late if he didn't leave now. Back in the cave, Xiao Teng grabbed a handful of thunder crystals and put them into his mouth to replenish the thunder elements consumed in his body. In addition to increasing the power of the lightning element talent, the thunder crystal also contains a huge amount of thunder element, which can be used to replenish energy. "Boss! We are back!" Xiao Teng heard this and looked outside. The ground was shaking slightly. A giant python over 40 meters long, covered in spiked armor, followed by dozens of giant pythons over 20 meters long, all of which were above the 3rd level of Transcendental. When they saw Xiao Teng afterwards, they all lowered their heads and lay on the ground to show their submission to the strong. There is no doubt that these are the backbone of Qingfeng mountain range. Well done! Soon after, accompanied by roars, Hu Yuming also appeared with several tiger beasts of different colors, all of which were above the 4th level of Transcendent. When they saw Xiao Teng, they couldn't help but look up at him, with pupils in their eyes. "Zoom out, it's too big." They had thought that Hu Yuming's boss was very strong, but they hadn't expected him to be so strong. The noise coming from Qingcheng just now must have been caused by this boss in front of them. Hu Yuming felt a little embarrassed when he saw the huge python behind Huang and only a few tigers behind him, so he walked up to Xiao Teng and said, "All our compatriots from the Qingfeng mountains are here. My people are relatively small, so I only found these few. It's okay. The tiger tribe is the king of beasts and has unlimited potential. I believe they will all grow into elites in the future. The last to arrive was Xiao Teng. Behind it were hundreds of birds and beasts of various species, all of which were around the second level of transcendental. They were so huge that they covered the sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. Xiao Teng's level reached the extraordinary first level, and it evolved again. After the evolution, its wingspan reached an astonishing 15 meters, its feathers turned fiery red, and its wings were still covered with inextinguishable flames. There was also flames around its neck. The tail feathers behind it become longer, and the whole bird looks very gorgeous, and every move is very graceful. Cai Chong folded her wings and landed in front of Xiao Teng. Boss, I didn't find my fellow tribesmen, so I tamed a lot of birds and beasts. Yes, with so many birds and beasts, it can be considered a great force. Xiao Teng looked towards the top of Cai Chang's head, and the information above was also updated. Flame Wing Firebird, Extraordinary Level 1, Talents, Fire Phoenix Bloodline, S Level, Fire Storm, B Level, Telepathy, F Level, Fire Control, B Level, Burn Everything, A Level. Burn Everything, A Level, a self-destructive talent, a C-level superior talent that turns the body into flames, and turns all matter that the flames touch into ashes. It is extremely powerful. Only those with only creatures with a guardian heart can awaken this talent. Note, once the talent is activated, it cannot be reversed. Xiao Teng was stunned. Looking at the introduction of Cai Chang's newly awakened talent, Xiao Teng felt something was wrong. Have you awakened your self-destructive talent? Xiao Teng asked directly. Cai Chang was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. I really can't hide anything from you, boss. I have indeed awakened this type of talent. But it's not a big problem, just don't use it recklessly. You know what the consequences will be once this talent is activated, so don't use it casually. Xiao Teng reminded. Thank you for the reminder, boss. I know the effect of this talent. I instinctively feel that the consequences will be irreversible once it is used. I will definitely not use it casually. Cai Shang vowed. Xiao Teng nodded, without further reminders, and spoke to everyone. We in Qingfeng mountain range are about to face the invasion of the Zerg Scourge. I believe you have all felt it in the past few days. The group of Zerg are getting closer and closer to us. At this rate, they will officially arrive in a few hours. They're just bugs. We can take them down easily. Hu Yuming roared, without any fear in his eyes. Boss, with you here, we can definitely beat them back. Ah Huang said confidently. Well, it's good that you have confidence, but I want to remind you that these Zergs are different from the Zergs in Qingfeng mountain range. They have formed a large scale and are more united. They will be more difficult to deal with than our local Zergs. Boss, why don't we just go outside and wait for them? I can't wait any longer and want to start a killing spree. Hu Yuming bared his fangs, looking very ferocious. Let's go. All troops assemble. Target, Zerg Scourge. Xiao Teng looked at his men who were eager to try, and without saying anything more, he shouted loudly. Roar! In an instant, the cries of various animals resounded throughout the Qingfeng mountains, as if responding to the call. Chapter 56. In the town at the edge of Qingcheng, flying insects gathered everywhere. Roofs, walls, trees, and all other places were occupied by densely packed insects. The crying of children and the wailing of women were drowned out by the sound of the insects flapping their wings. It is also the last stronghold of the Zerg. Buzz! Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and the aroma of burnt protein filled the air. Countless black charcoals fell to the ground, and the soldiers in protective clothing held flame bombs in their hands and kept throwing them at the insect swarm. Get out of here! Bugs! Buzz! At this moment, a gentle and charming voice sounded in my heart, retreat. All the Zerg received this command in their minds. The moment they received the command, the black tide in the town receded, and the Zergs changed direction and replanned their routes. In their compound eyes, they saw green mountains. Dozens of hidden drones also followed behind the insect swarm. In an air raid shelter in Qingcheng, an officer in uniform watched the black tide completely recede on the screen, his eyes filled with excitement. "Sir, the bugs have already evacuated towards the Qingfeng Mountains as planned." "Very good. Deploy the spiritual missiles and be ready to launch at any time." Another officer in uniform also stared at the screen. Hearing this, a soldier nearby respectfully handed a button to the officer from the Reiki Bureau headquarters with both hands. "Our compatriots here are too weak. They are being chased and beaten by strange beasts." A 6th-level sickle mantis that evolved from a mantis was flying in the sky. As soon as it entered the Qingfeng Mountains, it saw a lynx hunting a beetle. It waved its 2 sickles, fluttered its wings, rushed to the lynx, and with 2 flashes of sword light, it cut the lynx into 8 pieces. The rescued beetle had no gratitude at all. It mistook the sickle mantis for a predator and bit it. The sickle mantis had no mercy in its heart and chopped it into 8 pieces with a wave of its hand. They don't have a queen to issue orders to them, and they are not like us, advanced insects that have awakened their wisdom. They are just a group of morons who only know how to act on instinct. Of course they are weak. A giant horned beetle with a shell that looks like it's made of steel and a dark glow all over its body. It has an exaggerated single horn on its head that's almost as long as its body. It remained indifferent when seeing its own kind being killed. It just took a glance and turned its head away. The giant horned beetle was at the 7th level of the transcendental realm. However, this is a good habitat, with green mountains and clear waters. It's much better than those cities of bipeds. Finally, I don't have to breathe polluted air every day. A breeze blew by, and the sickle mantis took a deep breath, put the 2 huge sickles in front of its chest, straightened its body, and stood still, as if it was carefully feeling the spiritual energy of the Qingfeng Mountains. After a moment, a sharp light flashed in its eyes, full of vigilance. "I sense an extremely powerful creature here, be careful." As soon as the words fell, roar! There was an earth-shaking roar coming from the front, followed by a strong wind. With a crack and a breaking sound, several trees tens of meters high collapsed, and the ground shook violently. The figure hiding behind the trees finally showed up. It was a 10-meter-tall green giant tiger with a green whirlwind surrounding its ankles, as if it was riding the wind. The sickle mantis saw its own figure in the pupils of the giant blue tiger. It walked towards them slowly, step by step, neither hurried nor slow, with contempt revealed in its eyes and carrying the aura of a king. Faced with such a giant tiger, both insects felt tremendous pressure. They looked at each other, and the big horned beetle suddenly asked. "With such a strong aura, you must be the king of Qingfeng Mountain Range." "Stop, we are carrying the queen's order and hope to speak with you." However, Hu Yuming did not answer them. He still looked at them with contempt and walked towards them step by step. "How dare you look down on us? I want to see what you are capable of." The sickle mantis was instantly enraged, and swung its giant sickle left and right twice at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. 2 white air waves attacked the giant green tiger in front of it. Before the air wave reached him, the giant green tiger suddenly jumped up at such a speed that it disappeared on the spot. Boom! Boom! The 2 gusts of air also hit the land where the giant tiger was before, leaving 2 deep marks. Where did it go? The sickle mantis was shocked. It was dodged. There was actually a creature faster than it. It has a talent for increasing speed tenfold. It was certain that the other party did not disappear, but was moving too fast, causing them to be unable to see its movements clearly, so it looked like it disappeared. Suddenly, the sickle mantises caught the figure, because they were surrounded by a circle of green figures, circling around them, and they seemed to be trapped in this green circle. Invisible wind blades shot out from all directions, and it looked like countless strange beasts were shooting wind blades at them. However, the sickle mantis knew that there had only been that one giant blue tiger all along, and it was just an illusion caused by the other party's too fast speed. Bang! 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 Ah! A scream was heard, and the wind blade hit the sickle mantis, cutting off one of its forearms. It dodged desperately, but was still no match for the opponent's speed and was hit. Blue blood splattered all over the ground, and a mantis's sickle fell to the ground, and it became a one-armed mantis. Boom! A dull voice was heard. The black carapace of the giant horned beetle was also scratched. It was slower and could only take the wind blades. Fortunately, its defense was stronger and it would not be easily cut off by the wind blades. Part of. However, as time went by, its body was already covered with scars. No matter how strong its defense was, it could not withstand the opponent's continuous attacks. It was staggering and was about to fall down. King of Qingfeng Mountain Range, we are here to negotiate with you with the Queen's order. Don't be ungrateful. If you don't respond to me, our Zerg army will immediately flatten your Qingfeng Mountains. Feeling his life slipping away, the giant horned beetle uttered a harsh word. I'm not the king of Qingfeng Mountain Range. My boss said, come if you have the guts. Do you think we're afraid of you? There was finally a response from the blue giant tiger, but this response surprised the big horned beetle. What? You are not the king of Qingfeng Mountain Range. You are so strong, how could you not be the king of Qingfeng Mountain Range? At the moment of falling, the big horned beetle still had its eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Chapter 57. Buzz. Among the insect swarm, there was a snow-white moth at least 5 meters in size. The moment after the sickle mantis and the giant horned beetle died, it suddenly flapped its wings and turned its head towards the Qingfeng Mountains. No emotion could be seen in the two huge black compound eyes. As the most intelligent brainworm among the Zerg, it has the ability to make other lower-level Zerg obey its orders. Its intelligence can be said to be at the same level as that of humans, and it can also think about the situation. The Zerg were severely damaged by human soldiers and needed time to recuperate. They also did not want to go to war with the strange beasts in Qingfeng Mountains so soon. Its original plan was to first request a small habitat in the Qingfeng Mountains, rest and recuperate, expand the number of insects, wait for the opportunity, and after recovery, slowly erode and expand the territory until the entire Qingfeng Mountains were turned into an insect nest. This is also the approach with the least loss. Now, we have to start a big battle with them in advance. This is not about right or wrong, it's just a matter of stance, the Zerg just want to survive. Since we can't defeat the humans, we can only set our sights on the Qingfeng Mountains. It seems that we can no longer live in peace with the creatures of Qingfeng Mountain Range. We are coming. The Zerg mastermind shook his head, and then, a gentle and charming voice covered the minds of all the Zerg. All the Zerg who received the command turned their heads towards the Qingfeng Mountains in an instant, flapping their wings and flying one after another. Covering the sky. Xiao Teng was suspended in the rolling clouds, and under him were Huang, Hu Yuming, Cai Shang, Shuelian, and the later joined Beiji and King Kong, as well as their respective teams. Among them, Huang, Hu Yuming, Cai Chong and Shuelian are all at the first level of extraordinary realm. Beiji and King Kong have also reached the late stage of transcendence. In addition to them, there were also some scattered beasts who noticed the approaching Zerg army. Perhaps because they felt the other party's ill intentions and instinctive threats, they all united and faced the outside world in unison. There are so many. I can kill them to my heart's content this time. Looking at the densely packed Zerg army approaching from afar, Xiao Teng could not hide his excitement. These were all evolution points. When killing the strange beasts in Qingfeng Mountains, we must consider not exhausting the resources, but when killing these foreign insects, we can let go. Different from Xiao Teng's excitement, Huang and other strange beasts were looking at the insect swarm in the distance with serious expressions, ready for battle. For them, this was a challenge related to survival. The winner is happy. The loser will lose the land on which he depends for survival, be forced to flee to other places, and be driven away by strange beasts from other places. Although they all believed that with Xiao Teng here, they would definitely not be the losing party. But after all, it concerns one's own life and cannot be taken lightly. Xiao Teng was unable to protect everyone. Get ready! They're coming! Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Teng transmitted a message to the monsters under his command. These bugs actually came. Beiji felt a little scalp tingling as he looked at the dense swarms of bugs in the distance. With the boss here, these bugs are nothing. If they dare to come, we will kill them. Shuelian's eyes lit up. As a bloodthirsty race, it couldn't wait to fight. I just killed 2 bugs. They are a bunch of weaklings and their strength is not that good. Hu Yuming said contemptuously. It killed 2 Zerg masters without even breaking the skin of one of them, which was enough to show that the individual strength of these Zerg was not very strong, but they had the advantage in numbers. There was a gleam in Xiao Teng's eyes. He activated his clairvoyance and kept scanning the insect swarm, looking for the insect that might be the Zerg mastermind. Xiao Teng's eyes were tired from looking at the huge number of insects. There are too many of them, and they are well disguised. Never mind, let's kill them first. Xiao Teng raised his hand, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and raindrops as big as beans fell in lines, filling the air with humid water vapor. The water vapor attached to the wings slowed down their movement, and the Zerg army was held back by the sudden change in weather. What's going on? Why is it raining suddenly? The Zerg brain looked at the raindrops in the sky, very confused. Rain will affect the Zerg flying in the sky, reducing their combat effectiveness. However, after only a moment of confusion, the moth issued an order to the Zerg to continue moving forward. Even rain cannot stop them from conquering. Roar! Suddenly, there was a majestic dragon roar. As if being targeted by a great terror, the Zerg rushing in the front were frightened and paused. Xiao Teng also stepped on the clouds and appeared in front of the Zerg army, looking at the tidal swarm of Zerg with indifference. Looking at the huge beast with only a part of its body exposed among the clouds. The majestic aura shocked the Zerg mainframe. The opponent is very strong, really strong. There are such powerful creatures in the Qingfeng Mountains. At that moment, the Zerg mastermind even wanted to turn around and leave immediately. However, they have no way out. Being driven out by humans, they were already on the road to retreat. Buzz! Keep going! The Zerg mastermind trembled the tentacles above its head uneasily, and then issued this order resolutely. The insect at the front was shaking instinctively, but it had to obey the instructions from its mind and continued to rush towards the figure in the mist. The move was almost suicidal. Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth, the temperature around him rose sharply, and a hot flame condensed in his mouth, ready to go. Then, scorching flames swept through the swarm of insects in the front, billowing black smoke billowed out, and their bodies were carbonized and peeled off in an instant, turning into ashes and falling from the sky. It was like a black snow. Xiao Teng also heard continuous system prompts, and his evolution points soared. Ding! Kill Immortal Level 10 Mosquito, evolution points plus 1036. Ding! Kill the first level Blood-Sucking Mosquito, evolution points plus 1563. Ding! Kill the mortal 9th level Killer Bee, evolution points plus 917. Ding! Kill the first level Transformation Cockroach with Wings, evolution points plus 1954. Ding! Kill the mortal 8th level Male Ant, evolution points plus 854. The flame breath was fan-shaped, covering a very wide area. Coupled with the high density of the insect swarm, Xiao Teng gained a large number of evolution points in just a few seconds of breathing. Ha 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 ha! It's so cool to get these evolution points. Xiao Teng's eyes were filled with excitement. It was too easy to get these evolution points. In just a few seconds, a large area in front of Xiao Teng was cleared. The ground was littered with insect carcasses and ashes. Chapter 58. There are actually 50,000 evolution points in this wave. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Xiao Teng quickly looked through the panel and found that the previous move had increased his evolution points by 50,000. This is faster than gnawing on spirit stones. Xiao Teng looked at the Zerg that was like a tide in front of him with shining eyes. What seemed like a terrible Zerg disaster to others was just a sumptuous takeaway meal to Xiao Teng. Keep going. Keep going. This is so cool. How many evolution points will I get after killing them all? Ha ha ha. It's not impossible to break through all at once. He was extremely excited, and before the insects gathered in front of him again, Xiao Teng controlled the clouds and mist, twisted his body, and rushed to the swarm of insects. Countless insects flew to Xiao Teng's scales, gnawing and attacking him desperately, but these attacks couldn't even break Xiao Teng's scales. He just slightly released the thunder element in his body, and with crackling sounds, the insects that pounced on Xiao Teng were electrocuted and fell from the sky. Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth, which was glowing brightly, and fire elements surged and gathered at his throat. The next moment, a scorching flame spewed out of its mouth, turning all living things in front of it into ashes. The surrounding air was distorted, and even half of the sky was burned red. Thunder and fire. A strange beast of two elements. Is this hell? Looking at the scene in front of him, the Zerg mastermind was stunned. The compound eyes of insects cannot reveal emotional fluctuations, but the constantly trembling antennae on their heads reveal the inner turmoil and shock of the Zerg mastermind. Even human weapons cannot produce such a large-scale flame. This dragon is much scarier than humans. The Zerg mastermind suddenly felt that it was a wrong choice to attack the Qingfeng Mountains. A large number of compatriots were burned to ashes and fell from the sky. For the Zerg, it was a scene like purgatory. Buzz. Crooked black dots flew from a distance. A slightly smaller pink moth fluttered its broken wings and came in front of the Zerg main brain. One of its antennae was burned off and there were sparks on its wings. It looked very miserable. Even though it was at the 8th level of Transcendent Realm, which was considered to be a superior fighting force among the Zerg, it was unable to resist the flames of the dragon. If it had not been farther away, it would have almost been buried in the sea of fire. I almost died. The pink moth spoke with a trembling voice. Queen, send someone to negotiate with the dragon. If we continue like this, we will all be killed. The Zerg mastermind pondered for a while and did not answer immediately. He looked down at the insects on the ground who were fighting with other creatures in the Qingfeng Mountains. The battle situation was very intense. A team led by several powerful alien beasts suppressed the Zerg, while the Zerg had the upper hand on the rest of the battlefield. Both sides suffered casualties, but overall the Zerg still had the upper hand. With the perfect coordination of the Zerg, they even pushed the defense line of the Qingfeng Mountains back several hundred meters. The moth gave a bitter smile, but what was the use? The gap in top combat power between the two sides is too big. If it weren't for the existence of the dragon, perhaps Qingfeng Mountains would have become their new habitat. But there are no ifs. They have no way out. How can we negotiate peace? We are invaders. How can we negotiate peace so easily? After the negotiation, where can we go? The Zerg mastermind's tone revealed helplessness, and upon hearing this, the pink moth also lowered its head. Before the spiritual energy revives, I can still survive in the city. After the spiritual energy revived and became stronger, human cities could no longer accommodate them. After a long time, followed by a sigh, the voice of the Zerg mastermind came again. Keep attacking. We must wear the dragon out. I believe it has its limits. The Zerg mastermind stared at the figure that was madly spewing flames, and fluttered its wings as it retreated silently behind the swarm. "Will we win?" the pink moth couldn't help asking, looking at the red clouds in the sky. "Yes, if we can kill the dragon, we will win." Chapter 59. Flames streaked across the sky, and a large uninhabited area appeared in front of him. Xiao Teng took this opportunity to look towards the battlefield on the ground and observe the battle situation on the ground. After scanning with his pupils vertically, he breathed a sigh of relief. They are all still alive. I gave them warnings these days, which helped them improve their strength. Although he had wounds all over his body, he still looked full of energy. After all, he was at the high end of the Qingfeng Mountains and was also an outstanding talent. Apart from being besieged by dozens of high-level insects, he was not so easy to be killed. What's more, behind them are their own conquered compatriots. Then, his sight lengthened again. Xiao Teng looked at the thick layer of ash on the ground, which was all the corpses of insects. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of a question. It's all burnt to ashes. It will be difficult to devour the talent later. Although fire element is not his main attribute, but with the addition of so many talents and the gap between the levels, the power of his breath is still enough to kill instantly, and not even a corpse will be left behind. It seems that I have to control the power. This damage overflow is too much, it's a bit of a headache. After checking the panel again, I found that after a period of killing, my evolution points had reached 1 million, so upgrading 2 levels was not a problem. Use it quickly. Because of the information Zhang Qiang had given him before, Xiao Teng also knew the human being's plan to deal with him. The legendary spiritual missile that was comparable to a nuclear weapon forced him to take it seriously. Are spiritual missiles a newly developed weapon? I'm a little unsure. However, with my current talent bonus, my physical strength should be far beyond the level of my peers. Ever since he obtained the S-level talent, True Dragon Bloodline, his basic attributes have been greatly enhanced. He now has 2 S-level talents, and all of them are for strengthening basic attributes. Therefore, it is no problem that his physical strength is now far superior to those of his peers. However, after all, it is a nuclear weapon, so we still have to give it the full respect it deserves. Because he didn't know when the call would come, he had to use the evolution points as needed, and he didn't have the habit of hoarding evolution points. In this world of great contention, crises are always there, and organisms are evolving every minute and every second. If you don't seize the time to become stronger, you will be overtaken by others. System upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 5th level of Transcendence. The next level is the 6th level of Transcendence, which requires 1 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 6th level of Transcendence. The next level is the 7th level of Transcendence, which requires 1.2 million evolution points. The evolution points were spent like water, and after rising 2 levels, Xiao Teng instantly became a pauper again. Evolution points really can't be disabled. The number of evolution points he needs to level up now has reached 1 million. Seeing the long string of numbers on the panel, Xiao Teng couldn't help but grit his teeth and hissed. Hiss more than 1 million evolution points to upgrade. Fortunately, there are many insects here, otherwise I would have to kill all the alien beasts in the area. After rising 2 levels, Xiao Teng's body expanded again, reaching 85 meters in length. His physique, strength, speed, and elemental power in his body also increased. His talent bonuses are all based on basic attributes, so any improvement in basic attributes will be huge for Xiao Teng. My ultimate strength exceeds 10,000 tons, and my speed exceeds the speed of sound. Now I can be called a super monster. Every move will cause a big wave. If its tail whips over, even the mountains will collapse. In addition, there are changes in appearance. The mysterious patterns on his scales have become clearer, exuding an ancient atmosphere. It seems that the defense of the scales has become stronger. It feels good. After advancing 2 levels at once, Xiao Teng also clearly felt the changes in his body. This feeling of becoming stronger step by step is really fascinating. This era of spiritual energy revival is wonderful. Xiao Teng let out a dragon roar in comfort. Keep killing. After taking a glance at the place where Huang and his men were fighting, Xiao Teng decisively changed his position and flew away from his men. The spiritual missiles that are comparable to nuclear weapons will cause a huge fluctuation in power. He could withstand nuclear weapons, but his subordinates certainly could not. So in order not to affect too many creatures in the Qingfeng Mountains, Xiao Teng immediately rushed into the insect swarm. Alone and away from Huang and the others. He even used fire to drive the swarm of insects towards Qingcheng step by step, gradually approaching Qingcheng. Ever since he used the electric spear to bombard the city last time, many of Qingcheng's systems have been paralyzed. After all, he had aimed all his attacks at the key points of Qingcheng last time. However, it seems that some people hid in underground air raid shelters and escaped the disaster. Looking at the city in the distance, a cold light flashed in Xiao Teng's eyes. This time he was preparing to descend in the flesh, and it was not just a matter of a dozen electric spears. If the other side wants to launch nuclear weapons, then the nature of the situation will change completely. This is aimed at exterminating all life in an area. Since you want to kill us all, I won't let you go. Roar. A long, dragon-like roar that seemed to come from eternity resounded through the sky, expressing countless emotions, anger, grief, and a hint of helplessness. Inside the underground air raid shelter of Qingcheng, the atmosphere was tense, and the air seemed to be frozen. Several lower-ranking personal soldiers stood still and looked as if they were not going to make a sound, for fear of disturbing the officers. Several officers from the Spiritual Energy Bureau were staring intently at the images coming from the drone. They all looked at the scene of the dragon slaughtering the insect swarm with a look of disappointment. With a crack, the sound of wood breaking was heard. Finally, an officer from the Spiritual Energy Bureau could not resist and hammered the table, which actually created a crack. He gritted his teeth and said, "After fighting for such a long time, why does the dragon seem to be unharmed? These bugs are too weak. They can't even hurt the dragon." Having said that, these bugs did cause a city to lose hundreds of thousands of people. All I can say is that the strength of this dragon exceeded expectations. At this time, another officer saw the fire cloud in the sky, his eyes widened, and he immediately zoomed in on Xiao Teng who was in the cloud. He observed carefully for a while and said hesitantly, "He looks strong again." Hearing these words, several officers were a little dazed. In such a short time, he has become stronger again. This growth rate is too fast. This sentence caused a huge stir, and several other officers turned their heads to look at him. "Are you sure?" "Well, this is the previous video. According to our previous analysis, Xiaolong is a giant beast of the element of lightning, but now he can breathe fire." Can breathe fire? A guess flashed through the minds of several officers, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. "This means you have mastered 2 elements. A beast with 2 elements is simply unheard of." Chapter 60. Since the revival of spiritual energy, they have also understood that there is such a thing as elemental power in the world, and that elements are everywhere like air. Only by awakening the corresponding attributes can one feel their existence and use them. Generally speaking, exotic beasts that can use the power of elements also mean that they are more talented than exotic beasts of the same level. Exotic beasts that can master one element are very difficult to deal with. This was also the first time they had seen a strange beast that mastered 2 elements. Is it possible to master multiple elements? After seeing Xiao Teng, they also realized that the power of elements can be mastered in multiple ways at the same time. This is undoubtedly a major discovery since the revival of spiritual energy. Record it. Before the officers could say anything, the researcher nearby uploaded the discovery. However, this discovery was learned from the enemy, and several officers from the Spiritual Energy Bureau were feeling very uneasy. This is how many times I have been startled by this dragon. First, there is a long-range attack whose distance and power are as good as missiles. Then there are two more elemental powers. This dragon brought them so many surprises. We have to admit that humans have fallen behind the alien beasts in terms of spiritual energy revival. An officer from the Reiki Bureau side picked up the intercom and spoke. We can't wait any longer. I don't think these insects can do much harm to the dragon. Let's try a few medium-range missiles first. If that doesn't work, we'll use spiritual missiles. This time we are really going to bleed a lot. I don't know how many people with special abilities can be cultivated with one spiritual power missile. This sigh also means that they actually have no hope that ordinary missiles can defeat the dragon. After all, the Chen family had launched missiles to attack the dragon before, but the dragon was still alive and well, and there was no sign of damage. Now that he's stronger, ordinary missiles are even less effective. However, it is still necessary to use a few missiles to test the condition of this dragon. Yes. Following your orders, came the reply from the intercom. After giving the order to launch the missile, several officers stared at the screen closely, not daring to miss any move of the Jiaolong. More than a dozen missiles, dragging tail flames, streaked across the sky at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, flying towards the direction where Xiao Teng was. Towards me. They really can't keep their cool. Xiao Teng stared at the missiles flying towards him, his eyes calm. He did not feel any crisis. These missiles could not cause any harm to his current physique. What really concerned him was the spiritual missile that had not yet been launched. Is that all? Faced with the approaching missiles, Xiao Teng had an idea and used his teleportation talent continuously. When he appeared again, he was already several thousand meters away. Boom! More than a dozen missiles all missed their targets and fell into the Zerg swarm. The surging air waves splashed countless limbs and arms. The missiles exploded, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground, mixed with the Zerg's corpses were scattered across the sky. Buzz buzz! The tentacles above its head kept trembling, and the Zerg mastermind looked towards Qing Cheng in anger and confusion. Where did the dragon go? Several officers from the Spiritual Energy Bureau looked at the empty screen in confusion. There was no indication from the missile launch base that the target had been hit. The speed of Xiao Teng's teleportation was so fast that it could not be distinguished by the naked eye. In the eyes of several officers from the Spiritual Energy Bureau, Xiao Teng seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. There! An officer quickly switched the perspectives of several cameras and finally found Xiao Teng. However, at this moment, the figure stretched rapidly across the screen, forming a long black line, and Xiao Teng was moving quickly. And the direction of movement is Qing Cheng. Looking at the figure that was about to fly out of the screen and the direction it was moving in, a bad guess flashed through his mind, and an officer from the Spiritual Energy Bureau spoke tremblingly. Is he coming towards us? It seems, yes. The other officers also looked horrified. This speed is too fast. It won't be long before he reaches where we are. And the dragon looked completely unharmed. Our missiles didn't even hit him. Ordinary missiles are completely ineffective against this dragon. We must send out spiritual missiles immediately. We have completely offended this dragon. If he goes crazy and attacks Qing Cheng, we will be finished. If we can't eliminate this dragon today, I can't imagine what he will become in the future. The hearts of several officers from the Spiritual Energy Bureau sank. Let alone the future. Looking at the momentum of this dragon, if they cannot destroy it today, Qing Cheng will probably be removed from the map of Dragon Country, and they will definitely be dead. In front of their fellow humans, they can still use their status to suppress others, but in front of strange beasts, they don't care about their status. They are no different from the homeless outside. A breath was exhaled. They all looked at the largest officer in the middle. Sir, launch spiritual missiles at the dragon. Yes. It will be too late if we don't fire now. He will be here soon. It will be too late to wait until he enters the city. If we launch the missile at that time, Qing Cheng will be covered as well. His eyes flickered several times, and the officer in the middle finally touched the button in his hand under the expectant gaze of everyone. After entering the password in one breath, he pressed the button hard as if he was relieved. Drop. Boom. A long roar sounded in an open space, white smoke gushed out, and people around couldn't help but cover their ears and dodge backwards. Spiritual missile. The combination of technology and spiritual energy. How spectacular! A researcher nearby couldn't help but sigh. The energy of several hundred tons of spirit stones is enough to flatten an area of dozens of kilometers. Any living creature will be reduced to ashes under its power. A dazzling new star rushed into the sky, carrying a terrifying aura, and flew towards the figure in the sky at a speed faster than the speed of sound. The accompanying researchers watched with pride as the psychic missile was launched. This spiritual missile is the latest research result. It is equipped with a guidance system and uses spiritual energy to automatically change its trajectory to track the target, thereby improving the accuracy of the strike. It can accurately hit high-speed moving targets without the need for satellites. Chapter 61. Here we come. Xiao Teng stared sternly at the black shadow flying towards him and felt a subtle sense of intimidation. This is a spiritual missile that is comparable to a nuclear weapon. See if you can dodge it first. Xiao Teng swung his dragon body and circled among the clouds, with the spiritual missiles following closely behind him. After several consecutive teleportations, the spiritual missile also changed its trajectory. Is this targeting me? And it has tracking function. There's no way to avoid it. Xiao Teng simply turned around, opened his huge mouth, gathered the lightning element in his mouth, and fired a laser towards the spiritual missile. Spiritual missiles exploded in the sky. There was a loud bang, and two huge energies collided with each other, followed by a dazzling flash of light. The sky was instantly dyed with a variety of colors, and the energy shock wave spread out, shattering the clouds, turning the trees into slag, and the road surface was lifted up. The air was filled with dust, destroying everything around it. What a strong spiritual power fluctuation! Since there's no way to avoid it, you can only endure it. At the moment of the spiritual missile explosion, Xiao Teng curled up his body, buried his head in his chest, crossed his two claws over his head to protect it, and took a defensive posture to welcome the energy generated by the spiritual missile explosion. The explosion of the spiritual power missile attracted everyone's attention. The energy of hundreds of tons of spiritual stones and the violent fluctuation of spiritual power could not be easily ignored. What is that? Hu Yuming obviously also felt the terrifying aura in the sky and cried out in horror. Even though they are more than 100 kilometers apart, it still makes one's hair stand on end. Humanity is refreshing our knowledge again. This horrific weapon was actually created by them. I don't know how many they can launch. King Kong looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance with a serious face. He knew that humans were not that simple, but he never imagined that their weapons could be so powerful. Fortunately, they were far away, otherwise they would have surely died. Boss! The giant tail swung over, and Huang killed a bug that was entangled with it, looking at the place where the spiritual missile exploded with a worried look on his face. If it saw it correctly, the terrifying aura just now was heading towards Xiao Teng. These damn two-legged beasts! Why do they force us to this extent? Tiger Wuming gnashed his teeth. He didn't understand why humans always pushed them to death again and again. Racial conflict. We are not the same kind of people after all. Cai Chong looked at the terrible destructive power in the distance and shook her head. Although there are good people among humans, in the face of racial justice, they are born enemies in order to compete for spiritual energy and limited land. You must choose a side as long as you are alive. It has already realized that as long as its strength reaches a certain level, it will be madly targeted by humans. Humans are very wary of the rise of alien beasts and have been suppressing them. Humans will not let them go. I will never let you hurt my child. Cai Chong looked at the smoke from the explosion in the distance and made up her mind. Is the boss still alive? Beiji was worried. If Xiao Teng died, it would be difficult to deal with the Zerg, and the Qingfeng Mountains might have to change hands. There are simply too many Zergs, and with the unified command of the mastermind, they cooperate perfectly and can support each other. They are a group of fearless warriors. Even Ah Huang, who had always had confidence in Xiao Teng, was a little shaken by this question. The fluctuation of spiritual power was so strong that they could feel it here, not to mention Xiao Teng, who was at the center of the explosion. If the boss dies, I will never let them go. Ah Wang's eyes were almost spewing sparks. If it weren't for the Zerg blocking it, it would have rushed into the human city and killed people wantonly. Chapter 62. The powerful energy shock wave swept across Xiao Teng's scales, causing the scales to be lifted up and blood to seep out, scratching Xiao Teng and causing him pain. However, these were still within the tolerable range, as they were only superficial injuries, without damaging his internal organs or bones. After enduring the pain, Xiao Teng also felt the rich spiritual energy surrounding his body, almost turning into substantial water droplets. He was like being thrown into an ocean filled with spiritual energy. This rich spiritual energy. Xiao Teng paused, then burst into laughter. Spiritual missiles. Don't they use spiritual energy as energy? That's a bargain for me. Ha 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 ha. Ding. Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 56631. Ding. Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 42365. Ding. Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 48695. The spiritual energy here is very abundant, so Xiao Teng is not in a hurry to leave the center of the explosion. It coiled its body and floated quietly in the sky. Although the spiritual power around him was extremely violent and could damage his scales, the spiritual energy here was also the most concentrated. System prompts sounded in my ears every few seconds, and the evolution points were increasing crazily by tens of thousands. As long as he can survive the damage from the explosion, Xiao Teng can absorb the spiritual energy here. Humans would never have thought that the spiritual missiles not only failed to destroy Xiao Teng, but Xiao Teng was also absorbing the spiritual energy generated by the explosion of the spiritual missiles, further increasing his strength. How can I thank you for this great gift? Xiao Teng narrowed his eyes, and his vertical pupils looked coldly at the reinforced concrete buildings in the distance, wondering what he was thinking about. Qingcheng Underground Air Raid Shelter. Several officers gathered around the screen with nervous expressions, their fingers clenched into fists. There was a huge mushroom cloud on the screen. The range of the spiritual missile is too wide, and the drone can only shoot from a distance. A black figure can be vaguely seen in the picture. An officer suspected that he had seen it wrong, rubbed his eyes and asked with a frown. Is he dead? It seems, not dead. How could it be? Everyone was horrified and stared at the screen unwillingly. As time went by, after the smoke and dust dissipated a little, a vague black figure appeared in the sky, quietly floating in the air without moving. Several people suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and their teeth chattered. This dragon was hit by a spiritual missile and didn't die. This is outrageous. How long has it been since the spiritual revival began? It's only been over half a month. Is it true that any living thing can grow to this extent? This growth rate? This dragon is simply a monster among strange beasts. If he's not dead, he should be in a weakened state. Fire a few more missiles. The most senior officer was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Then he unclenched his clenched fists and sighed unwillingly. Even mankind's most powerful weapon couldn't kill the dragon. Now we can only accept reality. Get ready to evacuate. Hurry up. After giving the order to launch the missile, several officers looked in a hurry and left the underground air raid shelter. Surrounded by everyone, he got into the car. With such a powerful dragon nearby, and even the ultimate weapon can't do anything to him, Qing Cheng is no longer safe. In the clouds, the spiritual energy gradually dispersed and became thinner and thinner. Feeling the changes in the spiritual energy around him, Xiao Teng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. System, upgrade! Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 7th extraordinary level. The next level, the 8th extraordinary level, requires 1.4 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 8th extraordinary level. The next level, the extraordinary 9th level, requires 1.6 million evolution points. 2 consecutive beeps came from the system, and Xiao Teng rose 2 levels in one breath. It is indeed a spiritual missile that can be compared with nuclear weapons. It only absorbs a part of the energy, which is enough for me to move up 2 levels. Coupled with the evolution points given by killing all the Zerg, it should be enough for me to break through to the next level. The next level is to transform into a dragon. Xiao Teng felt that this was very possible. He had obtained the true dragon bloodline, and the concentration of the bloodline in his body became more and more pure as he advanced. Thinking of this, Xiao Teng couldn't help but start to look forward to it. The legendary dragon, I'm afraid I will be truly invincible at that point. There is no one in the world who can threaten Xiao Teng. After upgrading, Xiao Teng's size increased by 10 meters again, reaching 95 meters. The damaged scales on his body also recovered quickly under the influence of self-healing talent, and it wouldn't take long for him to return to his full strength again. Xiao Teng roared unbearably, his whole body felt refreshed, the thunder elements crackled, and his power reached an unprecedented level. Then, he set his sights on the city in the distance, his eyes flickering. Humans, you have offended me again and again, it's time to pay a price. Roar! A long-lasting dragon roar resounded through the sky darkened instantly, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder. At a speed exceeding the speed of sound, Xiao Teng arrived carrying a torrential rain. The blue thunder element dragged into a long blue line and followed Xiao Teng across the sky. Distances of hundreds of kilometers can be reached within 10 minutes. FK. Dragon. What the hell, it's only been half a month. The dragons have come out. How outrageous! My dear, I'm still at level 8 mortal body, and a mythical creature appears. What a joke! Why do I feel like Blue Star is going to end? There are mythical creatures appearing now, but will they happen again in the future? Where did this come from? Is this still Blue Star? People in Qingcheng felt their scalps go numb when they saw the figure soaring in the sky. Especially when paired with heavy rain and lightning, it was very shocking, just like special effects in a movie. FK. This is a strange beast attacking the city. Stop lamenting and run away, buddy. Someone discovered that Xiao Teng was coming toward them very quickly, and they felt even more desperate. Run? Where can I run? There are cars all over the place now, and the roads are blocked. I am kneeling down with Long to beg for mercy. Is it too late to be RD? Why do you think the dragon is going to attack us? Maybe the dragon is here to live in peace with us. You bombard people with missiles, and they can still live in peace with you. What are you dreaming about? Brother. I guess the higher UPS have given up on Qingcheng. Alas. They can escape, but what should we do? Within 10 minutes of Xiao Teng speeding toward Qingcheng, Qingcheng was already in chaos. The roads were full of fleeing vehicles, and pedestrians who had given up driving were running through the streets dragging their luggage. Chapter 63. Dark clouds rolled in and a rainstorm was approaching. Along with the rainstorm came a nearly 100-meter-long dragon that was pitch black and glowed with blue light. Xiao Teng crashed into a building hundreds of meters high at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Boom! The building was smashed to pieces like tofu by Xiao Teng. In an instant, smoke and dust spread, houses collapsed, and people's screams rang in my ears. Xiao Teng shook his head and flicked his tail to shake off the gravel on his body, then he soared into the sky again in the astonished eyes of the people. In the sky, Xiao Teng looked indifferently at the people on the ground who were like ants. In his opinion, the strength of these people was as weak as that of ants. Humans are such a weak species. He could crush these rat-like humans with just one claw. However, he didn't bother to crush them one by one. Rapid thunder field. Xiao Teng raised his claws and summoned a field of wild thunder. When he reached the 8th level of transcendence, the range of the wild thunder field was enough to cover half of Qingcheng. There were bursts of thunder, and winding streaks of lightning streaked across the sky, ready to fall at any time. On the street, people were running, screaming, crying, no matter what they were doing, they all looked up at the sky involuntarily. People looked at the giant dragon in the sky that looked like a god with horror, but they lowered their heads under pressure after just one look. A pair of vertical pupils are majestic and inviolable. As if they were being targeted by a terrifying predator, they didn't even have the courage to look the dragon in the eye. Some people mustered up the courage to shout at Xiao Teng. "Xiao Long! Don't kill us!" But Xiao Teng didn't even look at him. Suddenly, a thunder-like sound exploded in everyone's heart. From now on, Qingcheng no longer belongs to humans. The majestic verdict entered everyone's mind. It is powerful and irrefutable. At the same time, helicopters took off from the Qingcheng military base. The helicopter was filled with uniformed officers from the Reiki Bureau. They all looked shocked. It was the first time they had been so close to the giant beast, and it was far more shocking than what they had seen on the screen. Damn it! Is it going to turn into a dragon? It's so big. There is no doubt that this is the one with the highest level of evolution since the revival of spiritual energy. He must have reached an unknown higher realm, one realm higher than the number one person in Dragon Country. An officer next to him shook his head. Not only that, even if you were one level higher, you wouldn't be able to reach this terrifying power. You should be 2 levels higher. This dragon is probably the most highly evolved creature in the world. Even the Eagle Country and the Bear Country have no record of such a terrifying creature. 2 realms. This is a bit outrageous. What kind of panacea is this? Then we are dead. The other officer only felt despair after hearing this. If only there was a glimmer of hope beyond 1 level. Beyond the realm of being the first person in the Dragon Kingdom, how long will it take for humans to catch up with the progress of this dragon? They all know that the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to advance. In the later stages, the amount of spiritual energy required is astronomical. Even with all the efforts of the whole country, it would be difficult to cultivate a superpower who could fight against the dragon. The number one person in their Dragon Kingdom is currently only able to withstand the attack of rockets. He is definitely not able to look like a dragon and still look alive after being bombed by nuclear weapons. The difference between the two is too big. Leave it to fate. If we die, the headquarters will launch nuclear weapons to avenge us. An officer looked calmly at the dragon shrouded in thunder and lightning above the clouds in the distance, looking indifferent to life and death. Humph! I still want to occupy Qingcheng, look at that dragon's arrogance. I don't know if the Qingfeng mountain range will be razed to the ground soon. Do you think that if the headquarters really uses nuclear weapons to bomb the Qingfeng mountains, will the dragon be even more angry, or even destroy several surrounding cities in a fit of anger? This sentence stunned everyone present. Yes. If nuclear weapons are really launched to bombard the dragon's habitat and the habitat is destroyed, then the dragon will come towards their city. You guys really underestimated our military reserves. If he really dares to do this, I believe the old man above will destroy this dragon even if he empties the treasury. The most senior officer shook his head and spoke. With our current nuclear weapons reserves, as long as that dragon is not completely immune to nuclear weapons, we can completely kill that dragon with numbers, but the price required is too high. If all their military reserves were consumed on this dragon, it would be difficult for them to deal with the alien beasts that would rise later. But these are none of our business. Let's survive first. Sighing, the officer with the highest status looked worriedly at the sky filled with lightning. A murderous aura was brewing in the sky, with heavy rain pouring, dark clouds rolling, and thunder rolling. If I had known better, I wouldn't have messed with this dragon. Now that things have happened, the officers at the Reiki Bureau headquarters also have a flash of regret in their hearts. If they had made friends with this dragon from the beginning, would the outcome have been different? However, the higher UPS certainly didn't expect that a strange beast would grow so fast, far exceeding their expectations. Boom! 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 Within a moment, dozens of thick and violent thunders fell from the sky, unstoppable and carrying the momentum of destroying everything. The thunder element is the most destructive elemental power. Buildings collapsed and roads shattered. Wherever lightning struck, there was only ruins and charred ground. There were no signs of life, only a few wisps of white smoke coming out. The two helicopters were like a small boat facing the huge waves, looking so weak and powerless in front of the violent thunder. And two of the violent thunders struck the two helicopters. The people inside turned into charcoal and disintegrated in the air. A dazzling white light flashed, and when facing death, the officers of the Spiritual Energy Bureau all looked frightened. They were no different from other people in the face of disaster. The surrounding temperature rises and a heat wave hits. It's like being in hell, and another elemental power is brewing in Xiao Teng's mouth. The fervent fire element gathered in the body, and even from the outside, Xiao Teng's throat to his chest was a fiery red glowing, and bright. The next moment, a fan-shaped flame spurted out from Xiao Teng's mouth, distorting the surrounding air. As soon as the steel bar touched the flame, it instantly turned into molten iron. Xiao Teng shook his head, twisted his body, and spread the fire to farther areas, turning the entire Qing Cheng into a sea of fire. Chapter 64. Qing Cheng finally fell. A huge sigh was heard. At the Spiritual Energy Bureau headquarters, drone footage was broadcast in real time. It was a scene like hell, with the entire Qing Cheng engulfed in flames. A group of people stared at the screen nervously. Deputy Director Yang, are we going to use nuclear weapons? A middle-aged male officer swallowed and asked softly. Hearing this, everyone looked towards a calm-looking woman in a white uniform, seemingly seeking advice. But she did not give an answer immediately, but just watched the dragon flying from one camera position to another on the screen quietly. Even after being bombarded by the spiritual missile, the dragon did not seem to have suffered much damage. Only the flip scales on its body showed signs of injury. Even this small trace is gradually recovering at a very fast speed, and it won't be long before it is fully recovered. It even has the talent of self-healing. How many talents does this dragon have? Deputy Director Yang saw this with his sharp eyes. If he didn't have the talent for self-healing, it would be impossible to recover so quickly. This dragon's speed is faster than the speed of sound. Staring at the almost invisible black figure that kept flashing on the screen, Deputy Director Yang raised his eyes and asked the researcher beside him. Hearing this, the researcher quickly looked at the instrument in his hand, but his eyes widened. Yes, the detected speed is about 1,200 km per hour, no, it's 1,300 km per hour. And he seems to have a talent for teleportation. 1,300 km per hour. And the talent of teleportation. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard the researcher's answer. The researcher also trembled as he analyzed. At this speed, without satellite positioning, it will be difficult for us to hit him. Unless we use the latest spiritual missiles. But, the consumption is too great. If we want to destroy this dragon, we will have to use up almost all of our spiritual stones. And if we use nuclear weapons to bomb Qingfeng mountain range, it will probably anger this dragon. Then, it won't just be Qingcheng that will be destroyed, but the surrounding cities will also suffer. Hearing the researcher's answer, Deputy Director Yang nodded and then sighed. Now that Qingcheng has fallen, we cannot increase the losses any further. This dragon has shown great wisdom. Let's try to negotiate with it first. After issuing this order, the Qingcheng military base quickly transferred the control authority of the drone, and Deputy Director Yang cleared his throat, pressed a switch, and turned on the microphone in front of him. Over in Qingcheng, Xiao Teng was still wreaking havoc in the city, and killing people. System prompts rang frantically in his ears. However, these evolutionary points are still not as many as those obtained by the insect killers. Humans absorb spiritual energy slower than the alien beasts, and most people missed the first blood rain, so their average level is not as high as that of the alien beasts. Xiao Teng didn't care if it was just some evolution, but these bugs offended him, so he had to show his attitude. If we give in blindly, it will only make humans think that the alien beasts are weak and can be bullied. There is no cost to killing the alien beasts. The fall of Qingcheng is Xiao Teng's warning to mankind. Humans are no longer the overlords of the blue planet who can do whatever they want. As time went by, Xiao Teng discovered that suddenly, from a certain moment on, the helicopters that were shooting bullets at him disappeared, and instead, a large number of drones began to approach him relentlessly. You can't win, so you want to negotiate with me. Xiao Teng also quickly analyzed the human's thoughts. The giant mouth closed and stopped spewing flames. Xiao Teng sneered, that's just right. I also want to announce something important to them. Xiao Teng has not forgotten the information he got from Zhang Qiang. If the spiritual missiles fail to destroy Xiao Teng, humans will probably have to use nuclear weapons to destroy the Qingfeng Mountains. Although Xiao Teng is not afraid of nuclear weapons, Huang and the others cannot resist them. After being bombed by nuclear weapons, the Qingfeng Mountains will become a dead land, no longer suitable for the survival of any living creatures, and countless resources will disappear. In other words, if humans really launched nuclear weapons without any care, Xiao Teng's men would almost be wiped out. Of course, if they really chose this lose-lose situation, it would mean completely becoming enemies with Xiao Teng, and Xiao Teng would also deal a severe blow to Long Kingdom. With his current strength, it would be no problem for him to exterminate half of the population. A drone flew in front of Xiao Teng, and a pair of orange-yellow vertical pupils like those of a wild beast just stared at the drone quietly. Looking at the majestic beast eyes that appeared on the screen, Deputy Director Yang couldn't help but shudder, but she quickly calmed down and took a deep breath. This was her first time to talk to a non-human creature. It concerned the lives of tens of millions of dragon people. She was under tremendous psychological pressure. She had no idea what the other party was thinking. If she said something wrong, the negotiations might break down. However, after all, he was able to climb to this position instead of being forced in by his family, so Deputy Director Yang's psychological quality can be said to be very strong. Then, Deputy Director Yang's voice was heard in a sincere yet great country-like tone. Dear Dragon King! On behalf of the Dragon Nation's top brass, I would like to request a negotiation with you. Hearing this, Xiao Teng exhaled a breath from his nostrils and spoke in human language with disdain. Respect? Stop pretending to be so hypocritical. I don't respect you at all for what you did before. In the end, this world still respects strength. Aren't you just defeated by me? Xiao Teng understood that if Xiao Teng was not able to withstand the power of the spiritual missile, they would not have such an attitude. They wouldn't even talk to him and would just kill him on the spot. After being harshly retorted by Xiao Teng, Deputy Director Yang was silent for a moment, but quickly recovered and did not lose his composure. He continued to talk to Xiao Teng in a sincere tone. Respected Dragon King, I know you have always hated us, but we humans have been the overlords of Blue Planet for tens of thousands of years. We have the technological background and can launch thousands more of these spiritual missiles. If you insist on destroying us, we will use all our weapons to attack your country. Your future is limitless. I believe you don't want to fight to the death with us. Why don't we both take a step back? I apologize for our previous offense, and we won't pursue the fall of Qing Cheng. I hope you can stop attacking our city. This is what we want. Thousands of spiritual missiles. Xiao Teng thought about it and felt that with the strength of Dragon Country, it could indeed be done. This is the danger of being exposed too early. Facing the concentrated fire of the entire country, he really needs some time to develop. Xiao Teng let out a breath. You've said so much, all of which are demands of me. Is this your attitude in negotiating? Of course, if you, Dragon King, have any requests, we will do our best to satisfy you. Deputy Director Yang spoke quickly under the pressure of Xiao Teng's gaze. Originally in my outline, Kei Shang was going to sacrifice herself to block the nuclear weapons, but then I thought, since it is a cool story, I should keep the cool story tone, so I didn't cut it. Although it is a parallel world, some things I can't write it, so let it be. I am not satisfied with this paragraph myself. Chapter 65. Demand? When Deputy Director Yang said this, Xiao Teng suddenly waved his claws, and the drone had no time to dodge and was caught in Xiao Teng's hand. This sudden action startled everyone in the Spiritual Energy Bureau, but no one dared to object. They all held their breath, stared at the screen, and listened attentively. Afterwards, Xiao Teng stared at the drone in his claws, and his pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, even through the screen, Deputy Director Yang felt a huge sense of oppression. Deputy Director Yang wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she really faced this dragon. Even she would feel weak in the knees. Then, she heard Jiao Long speak word by word. Listen to me. From now on, Qingfeng Mountain Range is a restricted area for you humans. If I find that any human army dares to enter the restricted area, I will punish those who disobey me. I will kill as many as come. After these words were spoken, everyone on the other side of the screen was shocked by the majestic aura. After a long time, Deputy Director Yang reacted and said quickly. We will definitely fulfill your request. From now on, Qingfeng Mountain Range is your territory. Please keep your promise, Dragon King, and don't attack our city again. It's not just the Qingfeng Mountains. Have you forgotten there's also Qingcheng? Even Qingcheng? Deputy Director Yang was stunned, but since things had come to this point and Qingcheng had already been destroyed, it was not of much value to them, so he had no choice but to agree. Yes, Qingcheng is also yours. As for whether I will take action, that depends on your attitude. At least for a short period of time, we will be at peace. Let's stop here. After saying that, Xiao Teng gently exerted force with his claws and crushed the drone. The screen in front of him went black, and the heart-pounding feeling of oppression disappeared. Speaking of this, and hearing Xiao Teng's promise, Deputy Director Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This negotiation was a step back for both parties. Xiao Teng built up his power and took a piece of meat from Longguo, while Longguo also had a period of easing. However, with the growth rate of this dragon, they are allowing a future strong enemy to grow. But there is nothing they can do about it. They can only seize the time to cultivate people with special abilities in the future. In the end it's still an arms race, it just depends on who develops faster. After the negotiations, the monitoring hall was silent and the atmosphere was strange. Everyone felt a slight sense of humiliation. Yes, it is humiliating. This is the first time that a city has been occupied by alien beasts. Before, they treated the strange beasts in the warning zone as materials and experimental subjects and hunted them, but now the situation is completely reversed. They are being cut into pieces by the strange beasts and forced to abandon a city. And this is most likely just the beginning. As spiritual energy gradually recovers and the strength of the exotic beasts increases, they will become more and more powerful, and humans will gradually lose their position as the overlord of Blue Star. Bang! An officer slammed the table, gritting his teeth as he dared to vent his anger only after the negotiations were over. Damn beast! The researcher at the side was also puzzled and murmured, how did he become so strong? Deputy Director Yang glanced indifferently at the officer who slammed the table, and the officer immediately raised his hands embarrassedly. Increase investment in scientific research. And send more people to mine natural treasures and spiritual stone veins. We must work at full capacity and develop with all our strength, otherwise this kind of thing will happen again in the future. Yes. When everyone present heard Deputy Director Yang's words, they all responded. Her action today of stabilizing the dragon won the unanimous approval of everyone. After finishing the conversation, Xiao Teng glanced at the city that had turned into a sea of fire. All the important figures had been killed, and the sea of fire continued to burn. Xiao Teng flicked his tail and headed towards the battle that was still going on with the strange beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains. The Zerg army flew away. These are all evolution points and cannot be missed. He also gained more than 1 million evolution points when attacking Qingcheng, and killing the insects would give him even more evolution points, which might even be enough for him to break through to the next level. In the Qingfeng Mountains, the morale of the insect army suddenly increased due to Xiao Teng's departure. They fought more and more bravely, and they covered the sky and the earth, forming a dense swarm. Often, a strange beast would have to face the siege of several Zergs and be beaten back step by step. The Zerg brain played a very important role in this. The unintelligent bugs obeyed the orders of the brain 100%, making them a group of fearless warriors who would charge forward without thinking even if they knew they might die. However, some of the strange beasts were too smart and afraid of death, so they did not dare to fight the insects. Some clever beasts even hid themselves to save their own lives. Only powerful monsters will fight to defend their territory. Among them, Xiao Teng's team is the most powerful. Huang, Hu Yuming, Shuelian, and Cai Chong are all strong people who have reached the extraordinary stage. One of them can fight against dozens of Zerg masters without being at a disadvantage, and can almost tie up all the Zerg masters. Roar! There was an earth-shaking tiger roar, and a strong wind swept in, like a sharp blade, cutting off the outer shell layer by layer. Hundreds of insects were blown away by this force in an instant, and their limbs fell from the air in pieces. Buzz buzz! There were a few buzzing sounds, and it was obvious that the Zerg main brain had also noticed the situation here. The strength of this tiger was very eye-catching, and a charming and melodious voice was transmitted into the Zerg's mind. Kill this tiger first. This is the role of the Zerg mastermind. She can take a panoramic view of the overall situation and deploy personnel at any time. First, focus your fire to kill the monster that poses the greatest threat to them. Hu Yuming had a strong desire to fight and killed many Zergs, so he was targeted by the Zerg mastermind. Tilting their heads, the Zerg in an area with less pressure suddenly gave up chasing the strange beast in front of them, and all turned their heads to the huge blue tiger on the battlefield. The feet of the giant blue tiger were full of dead insects. Hu Yuming was almost standing on the dead insects, and every step he took was on the dead insects. Hu Yuming roared fearlessly, "Damn it! Zerg bastards, come on!" Faced with the insects attacking it, Hu Yuming was not afraid at all. "Brother Tiger, let me help you." Noticing the situation on Hu Yuming's side, Huang immediately slapped away a bug that was entangled with him and ran towards Hu Yuming with all his strength. Just when it was about to release the earth thorns, it suddenly noticed something, glanced towards the sky, and was delighted. "Great! It's the boss! The boss is back!" Chapter 66. Before the supporting Zerg could get close to Hu Yuming, he breathed out fire and burned them all to charcoal. Ding! Kill the first level transformed green water mosquito, evolution points plus 1523. Ding! Kill the first level transformed great sword mantis, evolution points plus 1982. Ding! Kill the mortal level 10 wasp, evolution points plus 963. Boss! You're finally here! Hu Yuming shouted in surprise. Xiao Teng nodded and said, I'm coming. After a brief greeting. Then he turned his attention to the zergs around him that were originally fighting with Hu Yuming. They were all masters among the zerg, and none of them had a level lower than the 4th level of transcendental. When Xiao Teng looked over, a dozen zerg masters looked at each other, then took a step back at the same time. They saw surprise in each other's eyes and whispered to each other. Why is he back? He didn't die at the hands of humans. This isn't right. Aren't humans very powerful? How come this dragon doesn't show any signs of injury? Thinking back to the days when they were chased and beaten by humans, but Xiao Teng returned safely, more than a dozen zerg masters felt a huge contrast. Aren't humans very good at beating them? Why is it like this when it comes to Jiaolong? Die. These are all experts among the zerg, and they give a lot of evolution points, so we can't let them go. The hot flames spewed out, and wherever they went, the zerg masters were engulfed in flames and screams were heard everywhere. Ah! It hurts. Don't burn me. Being of a higher rank than ordinary zergs, they also endured greater pain. Other zergs were burned to charcoal in an instant, while they had to endure the pain of being burned by the raging fire for more than 10 seconds. Please, don't kill me. Some zergs couldn't bear the pain and begged for mercy, but Xiao Teng turned a deaf ear to them. He had heard such words too many times and even became a little numb. His ears were covered with calluses. Ding! Kill the 5th level water spirit insect, evolution points plus 5322. Ding! Kill the 6th level transformed steel bee, evolution points plus 6231. Ding! Kill the 4th level flame lamp firefly, evolution points plus 4712. The sound of evolution points rang in my ears, and another 60,000 evolution points arrived. The evolution points given by these zerg masters were indeed much higher than those of ordinary zerg. However, the evolution points he needs to upgrade now are at the level of millions. If it weren't for this wave of zerg troops giving him evolution points, he would definitely not have been able to level up so quickly. After the flames burned out, these zergs were left with some limbs that were not burned. This was left behind by Xiao Teng's deliberately controlled power of his breath. Otherwise, the corpse will turn into ashes, and it will be difficult to devour the talent. Fire is the nemesis of insects, but unfortunately that's the problem. I have to control its power, otherwise it will be nothing but ash if I'm not careful. Xiao Teng looked at the zerg corpse with disdain. It's all because you're too weak. Xiao Teng also decisively swallowed these corpses into his stomach. These higher level insects had more awakened talents and were easier to devour. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the D-level talent hearing enhancement. Hearing enhancement, level D. Your hearing is greatly enhanced, hearing enhancement 500%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the B-level talent of telekinesis control. Telekinesis, B-level. Your mental power increases by 30% based on your basic attributes. You can control inanimate objects through telekinesis. He had acquired 2 talents in total, one of which was enhanced hearing. Now Xiao Teng really felt that his hearing had been greatly enhanced, and he could even clearly hear the sound of the air flowing around his ears. There are also sounds of fighting, insects chirping, and roaring that can be heard from farther away. Considering his talent of clairvoyance, this talent should be a lower level talent than superb hearing. However, enhanced hearing is not all good. If he has the talent to attack through hearing, then it would be a critical hit for him. There is another talent that is more interesting. Telekinesis controls objects. This must be a spiritual talent. Looking at the talent introduction, Xiao Teng analyzed in his mind. In Xiao Teng's impression, spiritual talents are generally very powerful. His mental control, for example, was extremely effective. If it wasn't too consuming, brainwashing a person would require a huge amount of mental energy, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to classify it as an S-level talent. Therefore, Xiao Teng also tends to kill it directly if he can. There is no need to use this talent on weak creatures. Xiao Teng tried to use his telekinesis, and a layer of blue light wrapped around the body of an insect, making it float in the air. This layer of blue light was the manifestation of his telekinesis. Then he controlled the corpse and put it into his mouth. After completing the operation, Xiao Teng looked delighted. This is telekinesis. It can control inanimate objects and take things from a distance. It's quite interesting. It can be further developed and applied to combat. Afterwards, not satisfied with the Zerg corpses, Xiao Teng once again wrapped a branch with his mental power, and then with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, the branch pierced through a big tree with a whoosh. Not only can it control inanimate objects, it can also control objects to move at high speeds. But this way consumes more mental energy. Not bad. If it were replaced with a sword or a spear, it would be even more powerful. With this talent, Xiao Teng can completely control a large number of swords to attack, making it difficult for the enemy to cope. This talent would be more powerful if used on the human battlefield. Only humans use weapons on a large scale, while other beasts use claws and fangs. Boss, are you okay? At this time, Huang also rushed to the scene. Seeing Xiao Teng's face full of surprise, he hurriedly asked. It just saw Xiao Teng being hit completely by a spiritual power missile. Is it true that he is fine after being bombarded by such a powerful force? Fine. Xiao Teng shook his head and then announced a piece of news that surprised Hu Yuming and Huang. Qingcheng is now our territory. From now on, wherever I am is a restricted area for humans. Human restricted area. This news came too suddenly. Upon hearing the news, Hu Yuming and Huang were both very excited. Their chests are lifted high, and they feel proud. They have finally stood up. In the past, they were bombarded by humans with cannon fodder, but now the boss not only took down a human city, but also turned the Qingfeng Mountains into a restricted area that humans dare not set foot in anymore. Just ask who can make the powerful human race bow their heads? Only the boss can do it. At this moment, they both admired Xiao Teng from the bottom of their hearts and couldn't help but sigh. Boss is mighty. Boss is awesome. Boss, Kaya Chang and the others must not know this good news yet. I'll go tell them right now. At this time, Huang couldn't help but get excited and wanted to share the news with his friends. Well, go ahead. Xiao Teng did not stop him. Huang swung his huge python body and went to where the other friends were fighting. As for whether the Qingfeng Mountains will be occupied by the Zerg, the boss is here, does this question still matter? Obviously in their minds, with Xiao Teng around, the Zerg coming to attack Qingfeng Mountains would definitely not be a match for the boss, and the boss alone could destroy the Zerg army. Chapter 67. Looking at Huang's receding back, Xiao Teng flicked his tail and rushed into the sky. In front of him was an endless army of Zerg fighting with the strange beasts of Qingfeng Mountains. Xiao Teng's eyes glowed, they were all evolution points. Just like a money grubber seeing gold or a pervert seeing beauty, evolution points are extremely attractive to Xiao Teng. In Xiao Teng's eyes, these bugs are just a bunch of moving evolution points. Well, evolve. Here I come. With a whoosh, Xiao Teng swung his dragon body and rushed straight into the insect swarm. Boom! 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 It opened its huge mouth and spewed out flames continuously, and insects fell from the sky with flames burning on their bodies. It was a different kind of heavy rain. Ha ha ha! It's so cool to get these evolution points. Xiao Teng was overjoyed, and his evolution points increased like crazy. Wherever Xiao Teng went, no Zerg could survive. Xiao Teng turned into the god of death, wantonly reaping the lives of the Zerg. However, the insects seemed powerless to even resist. Even the spiritual missiles could not destroy Xiao Teng, let alone the insects who were only in the transcendent stage and had mortal bodies. Their attacks were like tickling. Xiao Teng ignored them and was too lazy to even dodge them. They couldn't hurt him anyway. Why is he so strong? This is terrible. We can't win at all. We can't even hurt him. What realm is he in? We are doomed. I don't want to fight anymore, this dragon is too scary. Several insects with higher intelligence felt deep despair when they saw Xiao Teng's massacre, and they had no chance of winning at all. No matter how many bugs rush forward, the outcome will be the same. In the face of absolute strength, it is wishful thinking to kill this dragon by sheer numbers. Queen. Let's retreat. Go around the Qingfeng Mountains and find a home somewhere else. A muscular mosquito ran to the Zerg main brain crying and sobbing, obviously frightened by Xiao Teng's beating. And seeing the dragon getting closer and closer and the Zerg army getting smaller and smaller. The Zerg mastermind finally felt afraid and desperate, really desperate. There was not a glimmer of hope in occupying the Qingfeng Mountains. So it issued two orders. Let some of the insects cover its secret retreat, and other insects rush up to be killed by Xiao Teng, in order to paralyze the dragon and delay time. As the Zerg mastermind, it is the absolute core of the Zerg army. If it dies, then the Zerg Scourge will no longer be the Zerg Scourge, but just a group of weak bugs without cohesion. The Zerg army will instantly become a pile of loose sand. It is no exaggeration to say that an insect like this one that can become the main brain is 1 in a billion. As long as it is in place, it will be able to gather a new Zerg Scourge sooner or later. It left behind a small number of Zerg with higher levels and awakened intelligence to cover its retreat and preserve the fire for the Zerg, while the other weak insects that had no intelligence and only acted according to instinct were given to Xiao Teng to kill. Buzz buzz. With its wings vibrating, the Zerg main brain took one last look at the Qingfeng Mountains and the dragon that was madly slaughtering the Zerg, then fled without looking back. And before escaping, it also issued one final order. Fight to the end. Stop the dragon. The fighting continued from dawn to dusk. Xiao Teng finally raised his head from his immersion in killing and looked ahead. Everywhere I looked, there were only scattered insects left. The Zerg army is no longer the same size as before and can no longer be called a Zerg army. The killing is over. Xiao Teng felt sad and empty inside, and was a little reluctant. Such a large Zerg army that could gain a large number of evolution points was killed. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Teng opened the system panel and saw the series of numbers on it, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This is really fun. With so many evolution points, I can level up several levels. Then let's see how many levels we can reach, Xiao Teng said without hesitation. System, upgrade. Suddenly, several system prompt sounds were heard, which sounded extremely pleasant to Xiao Teng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level of Transcendence. The next level is the 10th level of Transcendence, which requires 1.8 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 10th level of Transcendence. The next level is Awakening Level 1, which requires 10 million evolution points. The system stopped after 2 levels. Xiao Teng's level also remained at the extraordinary 10th level, only one step away from the next evolution. Seeing the last system, Xiao Teng couldn't help but complain. Is the next level Awakening? It actually requires 10 million evolution points. This is too much. After killing all the Zerg, he still didn't get 10 million evolution points. He was still about 3 million evolution points away, which was very close. However, this is also reasonable. After all, he is trying to break through to a new realm. Each realm can be said to be a watershed. If you want to advance, the evolution points required will increase exponentially, even more than 10 times that of the previous realm. And every time he evolves, his strength will increase significantly and his combat power will soar. Xiao Teng also increasingly felt that the spiritual energy in this world was gradually unable to sustain him, a great god. This was an extraordinary realm that could only be achieved in the middle or even late stages of the spiritual energy recovery, but he achieved it within just a dozen days of the spiritual energy recovery. Progress far exceeds that of other creatures in the world. Forget it. I'm already halfway to being invincible. There's no need to rush. As he was about to break through to the awakening realm, Xiao Teng's mentality changed. He felt very relaxed, as if he was playing in the world. Everything seems very calm. Simply put, it's floating. After all, if he breaks through again, even nuclear weapons won't be able to do anything to him, and no matter how many people there are, they won't be able to kill him. He is truly invincible in the world. Even if other creatures were given another half-year to catch up with Xiao Teng, it would still be difficult for them to do so. Because the further you advance, the more spiritual energy you will need, and the speed of upgrading will become slower and slower. After upgrading his level, Xiao Teng's body grew another 10 meters longer, exceeding 100 meters in length, turning into a 100-meter-long monster. Even his teeth are several meters long. Many animals' teeth are not as big as Xiao Teng's. The elemental power in the body also increased accordingly, and more lightning and fire elements could be stored. The range of the flame breath has become 250 meters, and the laser can also shoot 1,500 meters. The next step is to devour talent. Xiao Teng looked at the thick layer of Zerg limbs on the ground. Many Zerg were burned to ashes, but there were still some corpses left that Xiao Teng could devour by deliberately controlling his power. Xiao Teng floated in the air, and a layer of blue light wrapped around the Zerg corpses on the ground, forming a sphere that floated in front of Xiao Teng. Opening his huge mouth, Xiao Teng sucked it all in. Chapter 68. And at the moment when Xiao Teng sucked the corpse into his mouth, a large number of system prompts drowned him. Ding! Endless devouring talent is being activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the B-level talent, Super Ear. Ding! The D-level talent hearing enhancement has been replaced with the B-level talent clairaudience. Super Ear, level B, your hearing is greatly enhanced. Now you can hear sounds thousands of miles away. You can choose whether to hear these sounds. My guess turned out to be correct. The hearing enhancement talent I just obtained has evolved into a higher level talent, the clairaudience. Now, can't this talent be activated freely just like my clairvoyance? The first talent swallowed was the super hearing, which can be combined with the clairvoyance. Xiao Teng felt that this talent was very good. Combined with his clairvoyance, he could detect every move within 1,000 miles. This can already cover the entire Qingfeng Mountains. And this is not the end yet. After all, these are the corpses of the Zerg army. Even if many of them have been burned to ashes, there are still a lot of them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the B-level talent advanced self-healing. D-level talent intermediate self-healing has been replaced with B-level talent advanced self-healing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the A-level talent superspeed regeneration. The B-level talent advanced self-healing has been replaced with the A-level talent superspeed regeneration. Then a series of system prompts sounded, and Xiao Teng looked overjoyed. Holy crap! This self-healing talent can actually evolve so many times. This talent has great potential. His self-healing talent has evolved step by step from low level to intermediate level, advanced level, and now to a brand new talent, superspeed regeneration. Xiao Teng couldn't wait to click on the talent introduction, feeling extremely excited. Superspeed regeneration, level A. Your body's self-healing power is greatly enhanced, and your self-healing speed increases by 1000%. It consumes a lot of energy, and even broken limbs can grow back. Now you can regenerate limbs. Limb regeneration. From self-healing talents to limb regeneration. The span this time is a bit big. Is this the next step of immortality? Xiao Teng felt that there was something to look forward to. This talent had evolved so many times, he felt that it was very likely to evolve once more. Xiao Teng felt that this talent was very useful. It greatly improved his ability to survive. As long as he consumed energy, he could grow broken limbs back. It doesn't matter if you are seriously injured, or if you lose limbs in battle, you can grow them back anyway. Of course, Xiao Teng now has very few chances of getting injured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the S-level talent Advanced Enhancement Aura. Ding! The B-level talent Primary Enhancement Aura has been replaced with the S-level talent Advanced Enhancement Aura. Holy shit! S-level talent! Seeing this system message, Xiao Teng was immediately cheered up. This is his third S-level talent. The first is the Ultimate Enhancement, which increases his speed, strength, and physique by 15 times, and the second is the True Dragon Bloodline, which gives him the potential to transform into a dragon. And this third S-level talent? It's about group buff. Moreover, the Primary Enhancement Aura was also a talent that Xiao Teng had before, but it was replaced after he swallowed the Advanced Enhancement Aura. This also shows that this talent can also evolve. He skipped the intermediate level and went directly to the advanced level. After all, his SSS level talent, Endless Devouring, was a talent he obtained directly from others. Normally, these talents evolve step by step into advanced talents. And because he had Endless Devouring, he skipped the intermediate level and evolved directly into a high-level talent. Restraining his excitement, Xiao Teng quickly opened the panel and checked the talent introduction to see what the effect was. This S-level talent did not disappoint Xiao Teng's expectations, and the effect shocked him greatly. Advanced Enhancement Aura, S-level gives the designated creature a reinforcement aura, which can increase the designated creature's overall ability by 300% and lasts for 24 hours. The current number of halos that can exist at the same time, 10,000. Upgrade the talent to improve the effect. The aura can only target creatures other than yourself. Wait, how much? When Xiao Teng saw the number of simultaneous halos in the introduction, he was in a trance for a moment, then he became excited and joy filled his heart. 10,000 units that can be strengthened. Seeing this, Xiao Teng just wanted to say, it is worthy of being an S-level talent, this is really against the will of heaven. Once the talent reaches S-level, it will be a qualitative change. 10,000 units can fully cover all the subordinates Xiao Teng has recruited. Under the influence of the aura, all abilities of these 10,000 creatures will be increased by 300%. This effect. It's so awesome. With this talent, Xiao Teng can create an army of exotic beasts. The power of each beast is 3 times that of an ordinary beast. If someone on the human side had this talent, he would definitely be able to become a general. Seeing this, Xiao Teng decisively buffed his subordinates in Qingfeng mountain range. And at the moment when he applied the halo to them, Xiao Teng immediately felt that 1/10 of his strength had been drained away. Sure enough, this talent does have a cost, and that cost is my physical energy. However, this consumption is not very large compared to its effect. Moreover, Xiao Teng's physical fitness will also increase as he levels up, and this shortcoming will be further weakened. Could this talent be the same as the self-healing talent, and it can continue to evolve? When Xiao Teng saw the word advanced, he murmured. According to experience, talents with prefixes in front of them can evolve step by step and have unlimited potential. The talent evolution usually has a probability of evolving as the level increases, or by eating natural treasures with special effects. S-level talent evolves again. Wouldn't this be an SS-level talent if it evolves further? Xiao Teng couldn't help but breathe hard. Chapter 69. Swallowed an S-level talent, but this is not over yet, the system prompts are still continuing. Xiao Teng suppressed his excitement and continued to check his newly acquired talent. I also devoured several talents this time. I made a lot of money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the A-level talent Elemental Resistance. Element Resistance, Level A. All elemental attacks will be reduced by 20% on you. Elemental Resistance Talent. Xiao Teng was surprised. Another resistance talent. And its elemental resistance. Including elemental resistance, he now has 3 talents in resistance. They are Explosion Resistance, which reduces explosion damage by 50%, Mental Resistance, which reduces the effects of mental talents by 50%, and Elemental Resistance, which reduces elemental attacks by 20%. The power of elemental talent is unquestionable. It reduces all types of elemental attacks by 20%. Basically, all powerful monsters have elemental talent, and it is widely used. This effect is very powerful. This talent is really great. My defensive ability has become stronger again. Although basically no beast can penetrate Xiao Teng's defense, no one would dislike having too much talent. And soon, the next system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level talent for Poison Resistance. Toxin Resistance, Level B. Your body has acquired resistance to poison, reducing the effect of toxins on you by 50%. Another resistance talent, Poison Resistance. Xiao Teng nodded. This talent could effectively prevent him from being killed by the poisonous Lao Lu. If someone with an SSS level talent for toxins appears one day, he might be in big trouble. And with this talent, he doesn't have to be afraid. The benefits given by the Zerg army this time are indeed many. How many talents have been devoured by them? Wagging his tail happily, Xiao Teng was in a very good mood. The system prompts are still continuing. And this last talent also made Xiao Teng's heart skip a beat, because this last talent was actually an elemental talent. His third elemental talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring an A-level talent Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone, A-level manipulate the dark element. You can use your shadow to create a dark clone. The dark clone only has 40% of the original body's ability, including talent bonus. The clone has no independent consciousness and needs the host to split. Controlled by God, when the clone exists, it will continue to consume mental energy. When the clone dies, the original body will suffer backlash. Dark Elements. Shadow Clone. My third elemental talent is actually the dark element. I've never seen this before. Xiao Teng has killed many strange beasts, but he has never seen a few that have mastered the talent of dark elements, which also shows that dark elements are very rare. The most common elements are earth, fire, water, wind, and thunder. Dark elements are so rare. This also means that this talent is very rare. And the effect is powerful too. With one more clone, you can do more things. It is equivalent to having an extra helper to help him gain evolution points. The clone only has 40% of the original body's ability, and has many limitations. If it dies, it will backfire on the original body. If it were used on other exotic beasts, the effect would probably not be so strong. But 40% is enough for me. Just based on Xiao Teng's current extraordinary level of 10, even if it is only 40%, his clone will have the strength of an extraordinary level 1, not to mention the bonus of many talents. This is also the last talent to be devoured, and the system prompt stops here. Having obtained such a practical talent, Xiao Teng was itching to try it out immediately. Dark elements, are they related to shadows? Xiao Teng calmly felt that the dark elements were not like other elements that could be seen everywhere in the air. They were hidden in the dark corners of the world, on the other side of the light. The shadow of a living thing was a collection of dark elements. The breeze blew, and the moonlight was cast on Xiao Teng, lengthening his shadow. Thanks to his huge body, his shadow was also very large. And the next moment, as his talent was activated, Xiao Teng's shadow seemed to come alive, constantly changing its shape, and finally turned into a dragon that looked exactly like Xiao Teng. However, the clone's entire body was black, and almost no light could penetrate. It was as if all the light had been absorbed, making it pitch black, and its eyes were extremely dull. Xiao Teng walked around the clone and exclaimed in admiration. Not bad, not bad. It's exactly like me. But it looks a little dumb. Xiao Teng's mind moved, and the shadow clone opened its huge mouth, and a laser spewed out of its mouth. The dragon's head swung, knocking down rows of trees. The clone's laser range is not as far as the original body, only 600 meters, and its power is obviously not as strong as the original body. Xiao Teng did not feel any discomfort when controlling the clone. The clone was like one of his limbs, as if it was an original part of his body. It was an extension of his body. When controlling his clone, Xiao Teng was equivalent to having two bodies with one consciousness, and the two bodies shared one consciousness. This also increased Xiao Teng's mental energy consumption. If I keep using it, my mental strength will be a bit overwhelmed. I need to find more talents that can enhance my mental strength and consume them. All of Xiao Teng's previous talents were to enhance his physical strength, but there were few talents to enhance his mental strength. This also led to the fact that Xiao Teng's mental strength was not actually much higher than that of the same level, and was still at an average level. Come back first. Having satisfied his curiosity, Xiao Teng decided not to use the clone indiscriminately until he had figured out its purpose, and to summon the clone back first. As his mind moved, the shadow dragon quickly turned into a pool of black substance and returned to Xiao Teng's feet. It was quiet and peaceful, and it was impossible to tell that it was a living creature. Boss! Is this your clone? So handsome! After the demonstration, Xiao Teng's operation also caused exclamations from his subordinates. The boss has become stronger again. That's right. Boss, you are the fastest growing beast I have ever seen. With the boss here, I feel my future is bright. Yet, the gap between me and the boss is getting bigger and bigger. After killing the Zerg and rising several levels and then absorbing so many talents, several of his subordinates also clearly felt the change in Xiao Teng's aura. It became even more terrifying. If they didn't know Xiao Teng wouldn't hurt them, they would definitely turn around and run away the moment they saw Xiao Teng, as fast as they could. Therefore, their admiration was genuine. Xiao Teng's growth rate was truly abnormal. Xiao Teng waved his paws and said modestly, "Haha. It's just so-so." However, he was still very happy to hear the praise from his men, and his tail was wagging loudly. "Oh, right. Boss, since Qingcheng is already our territory, can we go there anytime now?" Looking at the city in the distance that had become pitch black after being burned by the raging fire, Huang also raised this question. Their territory now includes not only the Qingfeng Mountains, but also the human city Qingcheng. Yes. Boss, I have never been to a human city. I can't wait to go and see it. This sentence was said by King Kong, because he had read many human books before and showed great curiosity about everything human. Now that he has the opportunity to enter human cities and learn more about humans, how can he not be excited? Hearing this, Xiao Teng turned his gaze towards King Kong. King Kong looks like a giant black gorilla 10 meters in size, which is an enlarged version of an ordinary gorilla. What makes King Kong different from ordinary gorillas is his eyes full of wisdom. Xiao Teng saw the desire for knowledge in King Kong's eyes. It seems that this is still an intelligent ape. Behind King Kong is a tribe of monkeys, all of them jumping up and down with excited looks on their faces. The other members of the monkey tribe are more naughty. They are tired of the deep mountains and old forests. They like the more exciting human cities with more new things to explore. Looking at King Kong's fanatical gaze, Xiao Teng couldn't help but ask. Do you really want to study humans? Chapter 70. Hearing Xiao Teng's question, King Kong was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly and spoke loudly. Boss, even though humans have always been abominable and killed many of our compatriots, they also have things we can learn from them. Their technological level and civilization have always been superior to ours. I have read in human books that the ancestors of humans were monkeys like us. So I thought, if humans can do it, why can't we do it? After all, we are the ancestors of humans, so, boss, please let our monkey tribe move into Qingcheng. This way we can learn everything about humans more easily and defeat them. King Kong spoke a long paragraph in one breath, and then looked at Xiao Teng anxiously. There is no doubt that after experiencing several bombings by humans, the strange beasts in Qingfeng Mountains hate humans to the core and have developed deep prejudices against humans. It was just worried that the boss would regard it as an alien because it liked human culture, so it said a lot in one breath. Daring to express such an idea is also a gamble, and it has even prepared for the boss to be angry. However, Xiao Teng did not get angry as he expected. After a moment of silence as if he was thinking, Xiao Teng readily agreed. Xiao Teng nodded, then waved his claws. Since you have such ambition, then go ahead and do it. From now on, Qingcheng will be the new habitat of your monkey tribe. Since his subordinates had such ambitions, Xiao Teng naturally would not stop them. Monkeys are very similar to humans. They have flexible hands and can walk upright. The only difference between them and humans is intelligence. After the revival of spiritual energy, even the gap in intelligence was eliminated. The only difference between them and humans was thousands of years of technological accumulation. If the monkey tribes were given 1,000 years to develop, they might become the second human race, or even replace humans in the ecological niche. Xiao Teng felt that this was very possible. In the era of spiritual energy revival, everything was possible. King Kong is a leader among the apes who has a strong spirit of scientific research. Under his leadership, and with humans as a learning object, the civilization of the ape tribe will develop rapidly. According to his observation, when he visited the monkey tribe before, they had already entered the Stone Age. They use tools made of stone and vine, and eat cooked food like humans. Well, let's give the monkey tribe some time to develop. In time, perhaps they can really replace humans and become the second race on the blue planet to develop a developed civilization. Alien beasts developed civilization to replace humans. Xiao Teng rubbed his chin with his claws, thinking about it. It was very interesting. After getting Xiao Teng's consent, King Kong let out a roar and kept beating his chest with his hands, looking very excited. Then, it led many monkeys back to the hill where they originally lived to prepare their belongings for moving. Take the spiritual stone mine for example. It also needs to be fully utilized. It must be mined first and then transported to Qingcheng. This is a huge project. Boss, there are so many corpses on the ground, can we eat them? The other strange beasts were very interested in Qingcheng, which had occupied humans, but Hu Yuming was staring at the numerous Zerg corpses on the ground with glowing eyes. Hu Yuming has no interest in humans. These hateful humans are all enemies. Only by becoming stronger can he kill more enemies. What he cares about is that after the wars are over, the ground will be littered with the corpses of the Zerg. If it eats all these corpses, it will gain a considerable amount of spiritual energy and its strength will be further enhanced. Eat it. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Xiao Teng agreed. Although Xiao Teng could also eat corpses to gain evolution points, these corpses were too few for Xiao Teng's massive upgrade needs. It would be better to gain evolution points by killing. Therefore, it is usually assigned to subordinates. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuming immediately pounced on the corpse of an insect and started tearing it apart. Xiao Teng glanced at Hu Yuming, who was concentrating on eating meat. It had to be said that Hu Yuming had always been the monster under his command that most desired to become stronger. Thanks to his desire to become stronger, Hu Yuming's combat effectiveness has always ranked among the top among the monsters under his command, second only to Ahuang who has an indestructible body. Even though his innate talent was not that outstanding, he relied on his desire to fight back and finally successfully awakened his S-level talent. Finally, Xiao Teng looked at the strange beasts below and said, "After such a great battle, I believe you are all tired. Eat some corpses first to improve your strength. The beasts in our Qingfeng mountain range will never stop at just one small mountain range. Boss, do you mean we should start expanding? Hearing Xiao Teng's declaration, Huang immediately asked excitedly. After hearing what Xiao Teng said, the other strange beasts immediately pricked up their ears. Expansion, what an exciting word! Expansion means that they can obtain larger territory and more resources. That's right. From the current perspective, the closest place to our Qingfeng Mountains is the Great Basin. We can start from there. After becoming stronger, there is nothing in the world that can threaten Xiao Teng, and Xiao Teng also has a great ideal, which is the unification of the world. Take the entire blue planet into your own pocket. As the saying goes, a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow. Xiao Teng needs another 3 million evolution points to break through to the awakening realm. The Qingfeng Mountains had just experienced a war, and the number of beasts had been greatly reduced. If we were to continue killing them at this time, we would be pulling out leeks at the root. Therefore, apart from eating a lot of spirit stones, the only option left is expansion. Okay. Ha ha ha. I like fighting. Beiji laughed out loud and was full of ambition. After joining Xiao Teng, it discovered that Xiao Teng had so many powerful beasts under his command. If it didn't make some achievements, it would probably be easily forgotten by the boss. Therefore, expansion is exactly what he wants to express. I have decided to expand in 5 days. You should prepare yourself in the next few days. Rest and recuperate, and improve your strength. A wider world is waiting for us. After saying this, Xiao Teng felt very satisfied as he looked at his ambitious subordinates. It seems like everyone's fighting spirit is very high. Speaking of expansion, I know where to put this clone. An idea popped up in his mind, and without staying any longer, Xiao Teng swung his body, rushed into the sky, and then went straight to the river where he massacred the crocodile tribe. In Xiao Teng's impression, the Scarlet River has become clear again, and the blood flows along the river to the big river and then into the sea. The sea. Xiao Teng's eyes flickered and he felt emotional. As a dragon, he loves water very much. He had never been to the sea since the revival of spiritual energy, but just by imagining it, he knew that the sea would definitely be much more dangerous than the mainland. Before the revival of spiritual energy, creatures in the ocean were stronger than those on land. After the spiritual energy is revived, the strange beasts there will be stronger than those on land. After all, they are larger in size, but they cannot go ashore due to their body structure. If they can really break away from the constraints of sea water one day, then the creatures on land will probably face an invasion from marine creatures. These are all things for the future. Not a bit of the blood rain that falls into the sea is wasted. After experiencing 2 baptisms of blood rain, I wonder to what extent the creatures in the ocean have evolved. Let the clone go into the sea. To be on the safe side, Xiao Teng did not let his main body enter the ocean directly, but sent a clone there instead. The clone has the extraordinary strength of the first level, which is far beyond that of other exotic beasts in the world and is enough even in the ocean. With a thought, Xiao Teng's shadow fluctuated violently, and then slowly formed a dragon that looked exactly like him. This clone can also speak and convey Xiao Teng's thoughts. Except for its relatively weak strength, this is another him. See, here I come. With a splash, the shadow dragon swam into the river, drifting along the river bottom all the way down to the sea. The shadow clone simply followed the river into the sea instead of flying over in a swagger, because Xiao Teng did not want to attract human attention. After all, his clone is relatively weak and its speed cannot catch up with the speed of sound. It would be troublesome if it was discovered by humans, and the clone cannot withstand the attack of a nuclear bomb. As for how long this journey would take, Xiao Teng didn't know. It would take at least a few days to cross half of Dragon Country and reach the sea. After summoning his clone, Xiao Teng was able to do 2 things at once. If one person controls 2 bodies, if the main perspective is from the original body, the perspective of the clone will become blurred and the actions of the clone will become very stiff, and vice versa. In the past few days, Xiao Teng focused his attention on his clone, while his real body ate spirit stones and did some simple work. The river bottom was pitch black, but it had no effect on Xiao Teng. He could see at night very early on. Let me think, the river in Qingfeng mountain range goes all the way down and eventually reaches the South Daxia Sea. That's right. It's the South Daxia Sea. After speeding all the way, 2 days later, Xiao Teng arrived at the river's mouth through the river. During this period, because his body was too large, he was discovered by humans, who sent small warships to stop Xiao Teng. Because his entire body was hidden under the river, and Xiao Teng had swam some distance away from the Qingfeng mountains, they did not recognize Xiao Teng as the dragon that destroyed Qingcheng. Fire! Boom! 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 Several torpedoes bombarded Xiao Teng's scales with bubbles. Xiao Teng just felt a little itchy. Even if it was a clone, his defense could not be penetrated by ordinary torpedoes. Crash! How annoying! Xiao Teng roared and swung his body, creating huge waves. He overturned the warship with his tail, causing a huge hole in it and causing it to continue to sink. A huge python-like monster was discovered at the mouth of the South Daxia Sea. The officer on the ship shouted in despair. Humans are like shit-stirrers. After dealing with the warship, Xiao Teng sped up, left the estuary and rushed straight into the sea. Once he reached the sea, he was free from humans. Everything was fine along the way and he didn't encounter any nuclear bombing. It's just that there is a record of a new terrifying beast on the human side. As soon as he entered the sea, Xiao Teng instantly felt something was wrong. Why does it feel a bit quiet here? Something's wrong. There should be more creatures in the ocean than on land. Xiao Teng felt a little strange and continued to swim forward. At first he thought that the creatures in the ocean were afraid of him and hid when they saw him. However, after he held his breath, the situation remained the same. Then he suddenly thought of a possibility. Shit, could it be that humans have already bombed the ocean with nuclear weapons? Can any creature survive in an ocean that has been contaminated by nuclear power? Even if there are creatures that can survive, they should have awakened a talent that can withstand nuclear pollution. As he continued to swim and soak in the nuclear-contaminated ocean, Xiao Teng felt uncomfortable all over. Although his life was not in danger, his body hated this situation. This place has indeed been bombed by nuclear weapons. Xiao Teng can now be sure that most of the creatures in the South Daxia Sea have died from nuclear pollution. It's a wasted trip. No, it's not a wasted trip either. This is a great opportunity to devour talents that ignore nuclear radiation or even feed on it. Moreover, not all creatures in the South Daxia Sea died. Many of them moved to deep sea areas and survived. It's just that in the shallow sea areas, where the nuclear pollution is most serious, there is almost no biological activity. Xiao Teng held his breath and moved forward towards the deep sea. Suddenly, a 20-meter-long swordfish with a 10-meter-long sharp horn on its head rushed towards Xiao Teng. Ancient Swordfish, 8th Transcendental Stage, Talents, Super Impact, D-Level, 10 times Strength Amplification, B-Level, Acceleration, C-Level, Nuclear Radiation Mutation, A-Level. Xiao Teng was delighted when he saw the panel on top of the swordfish's head. Sure enough, there is a talent for nuclear radiation. Chapter 71. The sharp long horn flashed with cold light and rushed towards Xiao Teng. Swordfish rely on the sharp horns on their heads to string small fish together and kill them. After evolution, the horns on their heads became even sharper. You dare to attack me? Has the nuclear pollution really ruined your brain? He swung his body and dodged the charge of the ancient swordfish by turning sideways. Then he stretched out his claws forward and grabbed the sharp horn on the top of the ancient swordfish's head. The ancient swordfish was still struggling, but unfortunately its most important horn was controlled and it couldn't break free. Only then did Xiao Teng take a closer look at the appearance of the ancient swordfish. He had to admit that it was really ugly. His face was full of pits and his body was covered with pustules. It was obvious that this was due to the effects of nuclear radiation. He looked like this and had no desire to eat. Could it be that the talent of absorbing nuclear radiation and mutation will also affect one's appearance? Should I swallow this talent? At this time, Xiao Teng couldn't help but take a few more glances at the information panel above the ancient swordfish's head. Nuclear radiation mutation. You are no longer harmed by nuclear radiation. When in a nuclear radiation environment, your speed, stamina, and strength increase by 200%. In a nuclear radiation environment, your body may mutate at any time. Current mutation, your body has undergone unknown changes, and your size has increased by 50%. Your body is covered with pustules. Your vision has been greatly enhanced. Your IQ has dropped by 80%. After reading it, Xiao Teng concluded. This talent can only be used by the European Emperor. The mutation caused by talent is completely uncontrollable. If you are not careful, you may turn into an ugly monster, but it is also possible to mutate into very powerful effects. Imagining a dragon covered with pus-filled boils, Xiao Teng couldn't help but shudder and became conflicted. Thinking of this, Xiao Teng's eyes focused, and he gently exerted force with his claws and tried to pry it apart. Snap! Roar! After its horn was broken, the ancient swordfish let out a miserable cry and looked at Xiao Teng with eyes full of fear. You must be living in pain because you are so ugly. You should rest in peace. Sizzle! The laser swept across and killed the ancient swordfish. Ding! Kill the 8th level ancient swordfish, evolution points plus 8531. Letting the body of the ancient swordfish fall to the bottom of the sea, Xiao Teng decided not to devour this talent. It's just an A-level talent, there's no need to take such a big risk. There are more than 8,000 evolutionary points for each one. The creatures in the ocean are indeed stronger than those on land. Anyone you encounter is at the 8th level of transcendental cultivation, which is considered the elite among the elites on land, but is very rare. Crash! The smell of blood spread, and suddenly there was movement from deeper in the sea. Black figures surrounded the corpse of the ancient swordfish. They opened their huge mouths and used their sharp teeth to tear apart the flesh, even fighting each other to get more flesh, causing more blood to spread. Gradually, more and more black shadows gathered, probably dozens of them. All of them were huge, any one of them was more than 20 meters long. Most of these creatures are sharks of various species. Sharks are very sensitive to the smell of blood and can find food quickly. Any smell of blood cannot escape their detection, and sharks of different species also fight with each other. There will be more creatures on the seafloor. He looked indifferently at the creatures fighting for food below, with lightning elements gathering in his mouth. He shook his head and continued to bombard the group of creatures with lasers. Suddenly, screams were heard. Ah! Enemy attack! Who the hell is that? Who broke my tail? Up there! There's a giant python! Stop fighting, let's go together! Kill him first! Okay! Who told him to beat up so many of us at once? He deserves to be beaten up! What a huge python! Eating it will surely give me a lot of spiritual energy. You dare to hit my brother? I will tear you into pieces. At this time, Xiao Teng was in a state of concealing his breath. These sharks did not feel that Xiao Teng was much stronger than them, so they all looked angry and wanted to eat Xiao Teng. As for Xiao Teng's size of hundreds of meters, it is actually not that big in the ocean. They have seen blue whales that are 300 meters long, and his size does not pose a deterrent to them. Great! They're all here. So I don't have to chase them. Xiao Teng was overjoyed and his eyes lit up. What he hated most was wasting time chasing prey. He let them surround him. It would be difficult for him to escape if they got close enough, so he could kill them all later. All the sharks stared at Xiao Teng with eager eyes. Seeing the giant python right before their eyes, they did not move forward and kept pushing each other away. It's a bit big. Who will go first? Of course we will go together. Do you want me to die first? It must be your tribe that went first. I was bitten by you just now. How can we let the wounded take the lead? Nonsense. It was obviously your tribe that hurt us more badly. Several of my brother's teeth were knocked out. Nima. It was you who bit us and knocked our teeth out. Xiao Teng was speechless as he watched them shirking responsibility and not daring to attack. What a mob! Roar! Not bothering to listen to their quarrel, a laser shot out, cutting them in half. In an instant, the blue sea was dyed red, and body parts were everywhere. Oh my god! How can he be so strong? Run! The sharks that were still alive suddenly felt their scalps tingling, and the sharks that were originally surrounding them all scattered, each trying their best to avoid Xiao Teng's laser. They had never run so fast before. Anyone hit by the laser could not survive. The sharks were all scared silly. Don't kill me. I'll be your little brother. Get lost. You are only fit to be food. Ding. Kill the third level spiny shark, evolution points and 35-36. Ding. Kill the fourth level sharp tooth shark, evolution points plus 43-69. Ding. Kill the second level red-eyed shark, evolution points plus 23-61. A minute later, all the sharks were killed by Xiao Teng. These sharks are all at the transcendent stage or above, and their efficiency in killing creatures in the ocean to gain evolutionary points has been greatly improved. After all, if their level was not high, they would have died from nuclear pollution long ago, and creatures in the mortal stage would not be able to survive at all. Xiao Teng took a closer look and found that these sharks did not have the talent to resist nuclear pollution. It might just be that they were at a high level. In addition, their habitat was in the deep sea, so they would not die even if they were only exposed to a little nuclear radiation. Warm up, there should be powerful sea beasts in the deep sea. Xiao Teng just heard their conversation. One shark had seen a 300-meter-long beast, and Xiao Teng also wanted to see it. He had never seen a creature larger than himself. Chapter 72. At the same time, somewhere deep in the South Daxia Sea, a giant blue whale with a body length of more than 300 meters was lying motionless on the sand at the bottom of the sea, covered in injuries, making bursts of faint and vast sounds, and staring at the sea with hatred in its eyes. Then, the blue whale's huge mouth opened, and a powerful suction force was released. In an instant, a vortex formed on the sea floor with the blue whale as the center. Countless marine creatures could not resist this strong suction and were drawn into the blue whale's huge mouth, reaching its stomach in one step. As it continues to devour marine life, the wounds on the blue whale's body are also rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it swung its huge body, swaying and straightening its body, floating in the sea water, slowly moving along the seabed, eating all the way, and countless marine creatures were buried in the belly of the fish, causing a stir on the seabed. Caused a disaster. In the past few days, Xiao Teng has been hunting countless marine creatures in the deep sea, and gained a lot of evolutionary points. He has also devoured several talents, the most valuable of which is the talent that can absorb nuclear radiation as energy to replenish himself. Nuclear radiation transformation. Level B. You are no longer harmed by nuclear radiation, and you can absorb nuclear radiation and convert it into nuclear energy. Another one modified Xiao Teng's heart so that he could use nuclear energy, which coincided with the nuclear radiation transformation and gave his nuclear energy a place to be used. Nuclear-powered heart. Level A consumes nuclear energy in the body to enhance all your abilities by 200% based on basic attributes. The creatures in the South Daxia Sea have indeed awakened their talent for nuclear radiation. Hey, now I am not afraid of nuclear radiation at all. I can even use nuclear radiation as energy to strengthen myself. Xiao Teng was still very satisfied with this trip to the South Daxia Sea, especially since he had acquired the talent related to nuclear radiation. This wave directly made him immune to the damage of nuclear radiation. As long as he can withstand the power of nuclear weapons, the subsequent nuclear radiation can replenish his energy. Although the biological life in the South Daxia Sea has decreased a lot due to nuclear pollution, the living creatures that survived have become stronger. The biological potential of the South Daxia Sea will be the greatest. Creatures that can survive nuclear pollution have more or less unique skills. If they land on land in the future and counterattack humans, a group of guys who are not even afraid of nuclear weapons will attack human cities. Tisk tisk tisk. Thinking about that scene, Xiao Teng also felt that human beings had brought it upon themselves and cultivated such a group of terrifying guys. I killed 1 million evolution points in just 3 days. I will be able to break through in a little while. The expansion date set by Xiao Teng is approaching. After killing another wave, switch to the main body. After being bombed by nuclear weapons, there are still too few creatures in the South Daxia Sea. If we go to other sea areas, there should be more creatures. Xiao Teng continued to swim forward, hoping to encounter a wave of fish and then leave here and go to other sea areas after killing them. Suddenly, Xiao Teng felt a strong suction force coming from behind him, and the mane on his body was blown back by this suction force. Hey, what the hell? Xiao Teng froze his figure and was not sucked in. But many small fish next to him couldn't resist the suction and were sucked in. Xiao Teng activated his clairvoyance talent and took a look, and found that it turned out to be a giant whale with a body like a hill. It was about 300 meters long, huge, and covered with a layer of frost. It looks like a strange beast that has awakened the ice element. The open mouth alone is more than 100 meters long, and the powerful suction force comes from the mouth of the giant whale. Frost Whale, Extraordinary Level 3, Talent, Devouring Recovery, B-Level, Frost Breath, B-Level, Ice Elemental Affinity, C-Level, 10 times Physical Increase, B-Level, 10 times Strength Increase, B-Level, Super Absorption, Level B, Ice Blade, Level B. It has to be a whale. After its spiritual energy is revived, it can grow so big. It's so terrifying. Xiao Teng is already at the 10th level of extraordinary but is only 100 meters long. A 3rd level extraordinary whale is 300 meters long. It has to be said that the talent of this race is really not to be underestimated. Before the revival of spiritual energy, body size equals combat power, and this can also be applied in many cases after the revival of spiritual energy. A large body also means greater strength, thick skin and flesh, and the ability to withstand more damage. Extraordinary Level 3, this level is also the highest creature Xiao Teng has ever seen. Maybe it's because of the big mouth, so he eats a lot and gains a lot of spiritual energy. The first extraordinary creature I kill is decided to be you. Xiao Teng was also very curious about how many evolutionary points a creature in the extraordinary period would be given. So, Xiao Teng decisively relaxed his body and allowed himself to be sucked over on purpose. The frost whale was happily using his natural talent to suck some small fish into his stomach, but suddenly a 100-meter-long dragon appeared in front of him, scaring him. Hello! Xiao Teng was facing him, grinning and greeting him. The frost whale was startled and the water condensed into ice. Several ice blades formed around it and shot towards Xiao Teng quickly. The response has been good. Snap! The ice blade hit Xiao Teng and shattered into ice chips, and nothing else happened. Who are you? Where are you from? I have never seen you before. Seeing that it couldn't even break Xiao Teng's defense, the frost whale stopped attacking and started chatting with Xiao Teng. Why should I tell you? The frost whale was very annoyed by Xiao Teng's attitude. No one had ever dared to talk to it like that, but it could only hold back its anger and continue chatting with Xiao Teng to divert Xiao Teng's attention. Powerful Dragon King, there is actually no need for us to hurt each other. There is no conflict of interest between us. The ocean is huge, and there is not much food here. It is not a good territory. If you want this territory, I can leave here and give it to you. Who says there is no food? Isn't the food right in front of us? Food is right in front of you? The frost whale was stunned, his mind still hasn't figured it out. Xiao Teng smiled playfully at the frost whale and shot out a laser from his mouth, piercing through the frost whale's body amid its screams. Thanks to the huge body of the frost whale, the laser easily hit it, creating a hole in its body and blood gushing out. Aren't you food? You're so big. I can't even finish it. A 300-meter-long whale is indeed too much to eat. You're going too far. The frost whale was angry, feeling that its life was slipping away, and Xiao Teng's murderous aura was still there. Xiao Teng really regarded it as food. The ice element gathered in his mouth, and a majestic breath of frost spewed out towards Xiao Teng, freezing all the sea water that passed by. Xiao Teng was also wrapped in the freezing sea water. Humph! You're so shameless as to treat me as food, and this is what happens to you. Chapter 73. Snap! As soon as the frost whale finished speaking, there was a sound of ice cracking, and the frozen sea water also cracked into a spider web-like crack. So fast! The frost whale was startled. It didn't expect Xiao Teng to break free from the ice so quickly. It quickly opened its mouth and continued to spit out frost to continue freezing Xiao Teng. Snap! In an instant, the ice shattered into pieces. Xiao Teng shook his body and raised his claws. Lightning spear! With a crackling sound, thunder elements gathered, and a blue spear emitting an extremely dangerous aura formed behind Xiao Teng. To deal with the extraordinary third-level creature, Xiao Teng needs to use his strongest single attack. What the hell? The frost whale was obviously panicking, and felt a chill on its back. The spear felt very dangerous to it, and it would definitely die if it was hit by it. The frost whale quickly sent a message to Xiao Teng. Wait! Let's discuss this. Go! Before the other party could finish his words, he aimed at the frost whale's open bloody mouth and blasted the lightning spear at high speed, colliding with the ice elements gathered in the frost whale's mouth. Boom! The ice element dissipated in an instant. The lightning spear pierced through the body of the frost whale and exploded in its mouth. The dazzling blue light enveloped the whale. After a loud bang, the huge body of the frost whale shattered into small pieces. Peace! Tiny bits of flesh and blood were floating everywhere in the ocean, and the water turned blood red at this moment. Ding! Kill the extraordinary third-level frost whale, evolution points plus 32514. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Teng's eyes lit up, more than 30,000 evolution points. Killing a creature in the extraordinary stage can earn you over 10,000 evolution points, which is 10 times that of the transcendent stage. It would be better if there were more extraordinary creatures. This way it would be easier for me to level up. Xiao Teng used his telekinesis to control a piece of the frost whale's corpse and swallow it, putting it into his mouth. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level talent swallowing recovery. Devouring recovery, level B. When you devour flesh and blood, your injuries will recover quickly. I remember this is the innate talent of the frost giant whale. I actually swallowed it. I'm so lucky. Another recovery type talent. Xiao Teng already has 3 recovery type talents. Healing infusion, super speed regeneration, and devouring recovery. With so many recovery talents, even if I get injured I can recover quickly. Whether it's using spiritual energy, devouring corpses, or healing yourself if all else fails, there are many ways to recover. Looking at the corpse of the giant frost whale that was broken into pieces, Xiao Teng said, with the nourishment of these corpses, another strong man will be born in the South Daxia Sea, or several strong men. The total amount of spiritual energy will not change, and the death of one strong man also represents the birth of another strong man. Xiao Teng did not finish eating the body of the frost whale. When the whale dies, all living things come to life. The death of the frost whale brought a feast to the creatures in the South Daxia Sea. We have killed many creatures in the South Daxia Sea. It's time to move to another place. It's not good to always kill in one place, and the leeks need to be harvested in turn. After taking a last look at the South Daxia Sea that had turned into a sea of blood, Xiao Teng chose a direction and left. While on his way, Xiao Teng switched the main perspective to his original body. Ding! Swallow the Spirit Stone, evolution points plus 300,000. Xiao Teng raised his head from the Spirit Stone vein. In the past few days, his main body had been gnawing at the Spirit Stone vein, leaving a large and obvious gap in the vein. At this time, the cave that hid the Spirit Stone ore vein had been enlarged dozens of times by Xiao Teng using laser, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate his 100-meter-long body. Boss! Today is the day of the big expansion. Seeing that Xiao Teng's eyes had regained their spirit, Pangolin reminded Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng looked at the pangolin and found that its body had grown to 8 meters in size. It was covered with hard brown scales, one on top of another. The claws on its two front paws had also become longer and sharper. He looks like a professional digger. Today's pangolins stand entirely on their two strong hind legs, with their two front paws tucked in front of their chests, like a Tyrannosaurus rex, using their tails to support their bodies and walking on tiptoe. Mountain Breaking Stone Beast, Extraordinary Level 1, Talents, Burrowing, Sea Level, Extreme Digging, Sea Level, Heavy Armor, B Level, Powerful Claw Attack, D Level, Explosive Claw, B Level. Liashi, have you made a breakthrough? Hey! That's right, boss. I've become stronger. As he spoke, Liashi raised his sharp claws in a show of force and swung them towards the spiritual stone vein beside him. Bang! When the claws collided with the spirit stone, there was an explosion sound, as if something had exploded. Sparks flew, and looking at the spirit stone vein, it had been shattered into pieces as if it had been blown up by a bomb. Looking closely, the claws of the stone splitter are covered with a layer of oily substance, which will explode when there is intense friction, so the stone splitter's claw attacks also cause explosive damage. Not bad, keep up the good work. Xiao Teng praised. It seems that Liashi has not been lazy in the past few days and has worked hard to improve his strength. Hey, boss, I will. After receiving Xiao Teng's praise, Liashi scratched his head embarrassedly. Boss, in order to prepare for the big expansion these days, everyone has been practicing hard. Every day they are either devouring spirit stones or going out hunting for exercise. When Xiao Teng woke up, Huang popped his head out from the side. Huang's body had grown larger and was now more than 50 meters long. His level had also reached the extraordinary third level, but his talents remained the same. Where did Tiger Wuming and the others go? Xiao Teng looked around and found that only Pangolin, Huang, and the blood-refining wolf pack were in the cave, eating spirit stones. Boss Hu Wuming and his other companions have gone out hunting. They said that they are tired of staying here all day eating spirit stones and want to go out and stretch their arms and legs. Xiao Teng nodded and waved his hand. Well, it seems that you are all ready. Gather everyone together and then march towards the Great Basin. As you wish, King. I will let the wolf cub inform them. Seeing Xiao Teng speaking, Shuelian also took the initiative to take the order to pass on the message. Xiao Teng looked over and saw that at this time, the number of the blood-refining wolf pack had increased by more than a dozen wolves, and some lone wolves had joined. These new wolves had also magically evolved into blood-refining wolves. The image of the entire wolf pack was they all have red hair, and when they run they look like a red tide. The number of wolves in the pack is currently around 40. Shuelian's body lengthened to 12 meters, and his level reached the extraordinary second level. The average level of other wolves also reached around the 9th level of the transcendent stage, and many wolves were about to be promoted to the extraordinary stage. The wolf pack's strength grew further, and these wolves all awakened their bloodthirsty and blood-tracking talents. They were natural hunters, good at fighting and searching for enemies. After the war, Qingfeng Mountains were completely controlled by Xiao Teng, and his men were everywhere. After having their own younger brothers, Hu Wuming and Cai Chong occupied a piece of land in Qingfeng Mountains, divided the territory, and hunted within their own territory. At this time, the Qingfeng Mountains had been almost divided up by them. As they were all Xiao Teng's subordinates and had fought together, the relationship between them was very good. When they meet each other, they will hunt together and share food, creating a harmonious and prosperous scene. As for the other weak animals in Qingfeng Mountain Range, they were all treated as food resources. After all, animals are prey to the law of the jungle, and the weak can only become food for the strong. They always have to eat. However, they have to control the number of prey they kill when hunting. They cannot hunt too many, otherwise they will exhaust the resources. So they also feel the necessity of expansion. If they only kill in one place, food will not be enough sooner or later. In order to obtain more spiritual energy resources, to become stronger, and to evolve faster, the only option is expansion. Moreover, they are quite powerful themselves, so why can't they gain more territory? At this time, including these younger brothers, Xiao Teng has more than several thousand exotic beasts under his command. These are exotic beasts whose abilities are enhanced 3 times by the halo effect, and are stronger than exotic beasts of the same level. Adding them together, it's like a small beast tide. At this time, in a forest somewhere in the Qingfeng Mountains, a group of colorful tigers were carrying out a hunting operation, led by a 15-meter-long blue giant tiger. They were rounding up a herd of up to 100 goats. Meow! The goats bleated and swung their sharp horns above their heads, protecting the old, weak, and sick in the middle and pointing their sharp horns at the predators. The goats also learned to eat meat after the revival of spiritual energy. They also hunted in groups, and were very arrogant because of their numbers. Almost all the lone exotic animals were eaten by them. However, such a group of arrogant goats, numbering hundreds, were surrounded and hunted by just 6 tigers. They huddled together and roared angrily. A goat leader came out in front to talk to the tigers. "This is our goat tribe's territory, you tigers, go back." After hearing his words, the tigers looked at each other as if they had heard some huge joke. "What did I hear? That's hilarious. Food wants to have a territory. After eating meat for a few days, you've become so bold. Little fat sheep, do you really think you are hunters? Boss Wuming, stop talking nonsense to them. I'm drooling. Little fat lamb, it smells so good." There was disdain in the eyes of several tigers. To them, this was just an ordinary hunting operation. In the past few days, they had already wiped out several herbivore groups. "Let's go! Roar!" The tiger roars in the mountains, majestic and awe-inspiring. As if suppressed by their blood, the fear of being preyed that they had endured for tens of thousands of years was awakened. The goats suddenly trembled in fear, not even having the courage to resist. They became a pile of scattered sand and each ran away in their own way. After the revival of spiritual energy, the scene of this beast hunting herbivores has not changed at all. Those who run slowly will become food. There was a bloody storm, the goats' screams were endless, their flesh was torn by their teeth, and their horns were broken by a slap. The goats were powerless in front of the tigers. Except for Hu Wuming, who was at the 3rd level of the extraordinary stage, the levels of these tigers had also reached the extraordinary stage. They were simply not something that the goats, whose average level was still at the 1st level of the transcendent stage, could handle, not to mention that they had been buffed by Xiao Teng. A few goats tried to escape during the chaos, but they didn't get far before they were crushed to death by a green whirlwind. "Want to run? Can you outrun me?" After a while, the forest was littered with corpses of goats. There was no goat standing, and basically no goat that could run away. The entire herd of goats was wiped out. Brothers! Let's eat! Roar! There was joy in the tiger's roar. Rather than devouring lifeless spirit stones, they preferred to use this method to gain spiritual energy and accelerate their growth. The occasional hunt keeps their brains stimulated. Why do Brother Huang and the boss like to eat spirit stones so much? I can't stand eating only spirit stones every day without any exercise. While devouring the flesh and blood, Hu Yuming complained in his heart. I'm sorry to disturb you while you're eating, but the boss is calling us back to prepare for the battle. A blood-refined wolf found Hu Yuming's group of tigers based on the smell and whispered that it didn't want to disturb them while they were eating, but it was Xiao Teng's order after all. I see. Let's calculate the date. Today is the day to prepare for the expansion. We will go back immediately. When they heard Xiao Teng calling them back, the tigers did not dare to delay for a moment. They left the corpses they had not finished eating and set off immediately. At the same time, on a hill in the Qingfeng Mountains, Cai Chong also led a group of birds to find a hill and settle down. It's about to break out of its shell. Yes. There is spiritual energy flowing around him before he even hatches. He looks like a child with great potential. After all, he is Kai Sheng's child. He has inherited her bloodline, so his abilities must be as strong as Kai Sheng's. A dozen birds and beasts were chirping and talking around a fiery red egg. They were trusted by Kai Chang and stayed to guard her eggs. Kai Chang could also spare some time to go out hunting and improve her strength. After the spiritual energy was revived, in addition to being drenched in blood, Cai Chong used her own blood and the blood of her prey day and night to water the egg, so that it could absorb spiritual energy and thrive even in the egg. After much effort, this egg doesn't look like an ordinary bird egg. Not only has the color changed, but the eggshell is also very hard and won't be easily damaged. It's very difficult for the little one inside to break out of the shell. You have to have a certain level of strength to do this. This is why, after so long, it is still an egg. Suddenly, a blood-refined wolf ran up the hill, panting, and said to the birds and beasts that stayed behind. The boss wants you to gather over there and get ready for expansion. I understand. I'll go inform Kai Shang right away. A pigeon cooed twice, responded to the blood-refining wolf, then flapped its wings and took off to inform Cai Chong who was out hunting. More blood-refined wolves arrived at the wild boar herd. Far away in the Qingcheng monkey tribe, they only left half of their members to guard the home. The rest of the members responded to Xiao Teng's call and headed towards the area where Xiao Teng was to gather. Chapter 74. Boss! We are here! With a few majestic tiger roars, 6 huge tigers quickly rushed towards Xiao Teng. When they ran together, even the ground could be felt slightly shaking. Boss, we're here too. Beiji also arrived at the scene leading hundreds of wild boars. At this time, Beiji also advanced to the extraordinary second level. His entire body was 12 meters long, his body was strong and his waist was round. His 2 huge fangs flashed with cold light. The most conspicuous thing was that he was also covered with a thick layer of the metal armor looks extremely heavy. Beiji, however, was able to move freely even with this thick layer of iron sheet, charging forward with all his might and being invincible. This layer of metal armor is also Beiji's secret weapon. It has the ability to control metal. When necessary, these armors can be transformed into sharp metal blades to pierce the enemy's heart, catching the enemy off guard. Metal Behemoth, Extraordinary Level 2, Talents, Tenfold Physical Enhancement, B Level, Metal Manipulation, A Level, Super Impact, C Level, Tenfold Strength Enhancement, B Level. Beiji, the equipment you have is so cool, can you give me a set too? Seeing that Beiji was wearing some thicker metal armor, Hu Yuming surrounded Beiji and marveled at his admiration. He even stretched out his paw to try some. The other giant tigers also looked at the shining metal armor with shining eyes, and looked ready to make a move. Beiji shook his head, waved away Hu Yuming's moving claws, stepped back a few steps, kept a distance from Hu Yuming, and stared at him speechlessly. Do all cats have this problem? Why do they love to move around so much? Don't move. This is my secret weapon. I can make you a set, but you don't have the ability to control it like me, and you can't use it flexibly. And aren't you a speed type? It's just a nuisance. Beiji looked at Hu Yuming warily, afraid that it would come over again, and tried to dissuade him. That's true. Hu Yuming sighed, but didn't give up and looked at it a few more times. Xiao Teng also looked at Beiji and Hu Yuming. After not seeing them for a few days, they had become stronger again. Beiji has reached the extraordinary stage. By this calculation, several of his generals should have reached the extraordinary stage as well, and they can be considered top-level warriors at this time. Before long, a loud cry was heard in the distance, a large shadow descended from the sky, and Cai Chang also arrived with a group of birds and beasts. Kai Chang's level caught up and reached the extraordinary third level. Her wingspan was as long as 20 meters. Dazzling flames burst out from her body. The temperature around her was extremely high, and she looked like a fiery red sun. Boss! Cai Chang landed on the ground, stepped back 1 foot, placed her wings on her chest, and saluted Xiao Teng. Well, no need to salute, get up. Xiao Teng raised his paw slightly, indicating to Cai Chang that she didn't need to bow, as he didn't care about such things. The fire element in Kai Chang's body is more active than before, emitting heat all the time. When flying, it will bring up a heat wave, which can cause a forest fire if you are not careful. Now the only one left is King Kong. King Kong leads the monkey tribe to live in Qingcheng. They are the farthest away and the slowest, which is reasonable. Boss! We are late. After a while, King Kong also arrived with many members of the monkey tribe. Seeing that his friends were waiting for him, King Kong felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Not surprisingly, King Kong also successfully reached the extraordinary first level. The whole gorilla looked stronger, but his appearance did not change, he looked like a muscular man. However, Xiao Teng knew that King Kong was not the kind of guy with strong limbs and a simple mind. This guy had developed both intelligence and physique, and was evolving towards humans. Boss, we have made a major discovery in Qingcheng. King Kong said breathlessly. What discovery? Xiao Teng asked puzzledly. It's like this. We found an underground laboratory in Qingcheng that was not invaded by the Sea of Fire. There are still a few humans who survived inside. They seem to be doing some experiments on strange beasts. Regarding the experiments on strange beasts, Xiao Teng remembered what Zhang Qiang had reported to him before. It seemed that humans were researching some kind of fusion beast and wanted to train a group of strange beasts to fight for them. Could this be an experiment related to the fusion of beasts? What did you do with them? Boss, I don't dare to make the decision. Those humans are still alive. However, I think that experiment is too cruel, so I won't let them do it. Thinking back to the scene when it just entered the underground laboratory, King Kong's scalp still felt tingling. The laboratory was filled with the screams of animals. There were all kinds of strange beasts, some of which were locked in cages, with scars all over their bodies and their hair falling off. Others were immersed in petri dishes, their bodies full of tubes, their eyes tightly closed, looking like they were worse off than death. Others have turned into corpses, with the heads and bodies of different animals spliced together, which looks very disgusting. Humans are such an evil species. I must never learn from them in this regard. King Kong couldn't help but shiver and thought to himself. What Zhang Qiang said is true. They are indeed conducting research on fusion beasts. If any of the beasts that survived the experiment have great potential, bring them to me next time. Bring it on. After thinking about it, Xiao Teng said to King Kong. He was also a little curious about what the fusion beasts that humans were researching were all about. If there were any successful examples, he would also like to take a look. As for the others that seem to be unable to survive, you should help them end their suffering. Okay, boss, what about those humans? Should we kill them? It seems that there are still quite a few surviving humans in Qingcheng. Xiao Teng left Qingcheng in a hurry, and Qingcheng had a large population, so he missed a few places that were not burned by the fire. Some humans have also hidden in underground air raid shelters, and it is impossible for Xiao Teng to search them out one by one. Now that he thinks about it, there may still be several thousand people left in Qingcheng. Those who are willing to submit to my rule can stay, and those who are not willing will be dealt with. These humans will be managed by your ape tribe for the time being. Haven't you always wanted to learn human culture? These humans should be able to help you. King Kong was stunned. Does the boss want to capture a group of humans as slaves? It's exciting just thinking about it. Okay, boss, I'll do as you say. We'll deal with these things after we return from this expansion. With just these few people, they can't make any waves. Seeing that everyone was present, Xiao Teng looked towards the west, a place he had never set foot on. To the west of the Qingfeng Mountains is a vast expanse of land. Looking from the sky, a sunken terrain is clearly visible. Here, there are green mountains and clear waters, rich ecology and abundant resources. Set off! Good! Roar! The cries of various animals rang out, shaking the sky, full of fighting spirit and confidence in these expansions. After all, with the boss around, they have never lost, even defeating humans. The animals in the Great Basin are no match for the boss. Chapter 75. The Great Basin is the closest forest to the Qingfeng Mountains, where hundreds of brown bears live. The leading brown bear has reached the 7th level of Transcendental Realm, and is the brown bear with the best level and the best talent. They live at the junction of the Qingfeng Mountains and the Great Basin. The brown bear leader is 8 meters long, with thick limbs, and is covered in a layer of armor made of earth elements. The armor covers the vulnerable parts of his body, and his defense is amazing. A cave filled with animal skins, bones, and empty beehives. The brown bear leader was enjoying the honey brought by his subordinates. Both of his paws were covered with honey, and he looked indecent. There were several bruised brown bears massaging him with drool. The brown bear leader narrowed his eyes and looked the look of enjoying. As spiritual energy revived, bees also mutated. It was not easy to obtain honey, and only the leader of the brown bears could enjoy the precious honey. It ate with gusto. Suddenly, a little brown bear crawled into the cave, looking panicked and shouting loudly. "My king, something bad has happened! My king, something bad has happened! My king, I am fine!" The brown bear leader said in a muffled voice, climbed up from the ground reluctantly, and lifted up the little brown bear lying on the ground with one paw. "What's the matter? If you dare to disturb me while I'm eating unless it's something serious, you're dead!" The little brown bear said quickly in fear. "Report to the great king. A group of strange beasts are coming from the Qingfeng Mountains. They are so ferocious, they kill everything they see. They are about to enter our territory." "What? Damn it, they don't stay in their own territory, they come here to die. Don't be impulsive, my king. They are very powerful. I have killed many strange beasts, but they are no match for me." The little brown bear said tremblingly, and hurriedly tried to persuade the leader to calm down. After seeing the huge force, he actually wanted to persuade the leader to move away from here and find another habitat. Bang! With a crisp slap, the little brown bear's face suddenly swelled up into a big bun. "You are a guy who helps others to become more ambitious but destroys your own prestige. I want to see what they are capable of." The brown bear leader threw the little brown bear aside, slammed it into the wall with a bang, and then ran out of the cave. However, as soon as he ran out of the cave and felt the ground shaking slightly, the brown bear leader's eyes widened. The air not far away was filled with the smell of blood. Its men were being slaughtered crazily by a 15-meter-long green tiger. Hu Yuming is quite fast, so he is the first beast to arrive at the brown bear's territory. The rest of the large group will arrive soon. Seeing that the brown bear here was very weak yet dared to attack it, Hu Yuming killed a large number of them without mercy. Stop! Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you come to my territory? Do you want to die? Roar! The brown bear leader roared fiercely, then roared at several brown bears coming out of the cave. You guys come with me. Several brown bears looked extremely reluctant. After all, the blood on Hu Yuming's body was too shocking. They had never seen such a powerful beast and were filled with fear. However, if they don't go up, the cruel leader will definitely kill them. However, they won't have to worry about this problem soon. Because, as soon as the brown bear leader roared that sentence, several invisible wind blades flew over and beheaded the brown bear leader flatly. The brown bear leader still looked ferocious when he died, as if he didn't react at all before his head fell off. Don't kill us. The leader is dead, so there is no point in fighting. Several brown bears immediately lay down on the ground and begged for mercy. Hu Yuming saw them and walked towards them. The brown bears were trembling and didn't dare to look at Hu Yuming at all. Do you have any spirit stone mines? Hu Yuming asked. What is a spirit stone vein? Several brown bears looked confused and had no idea what Hu Yuming was talking about. Then you are worthless, just wait for death. Several wind blades attacked, and Hu Yuming cut off his hands and feet. At that time, the order given by the boss was to only keep the forces that had spiritual stone veins or natural treasures, and then enslave these forces to mine spiritual stones. If any gifted beasts are brought here, they can stay if they are willing to submit to Xiao Teng, but will be killed if they are unwilling. These brown bears don't even know about the spirit stone veins, so they are obviously worthless. As for taming them, Xiao Teng now has many exotic beasts under his command, so he is not short of them. Brother Hu, you're hitting too fast. A Huang and other alien beast armies also arrived, but all they saw was blood all over the ground. Most of the surviving brown bears had their limbs cut off and were lying on the ground waiting to die. It's because they are too weak, and they didn't know what was good for them and attacked me first. Moreover, they don't even have any spiritual stone veins, so they are of no use at all. I curse you to die a miserable death. How dare you torture me like this? If you want to kill me, do it to me. What a bunch of cowards! Roar! We brown bears will never be slaves. Give me a quick death. Several brown bears with severed limbs were lying in a pool of blood, howling ferociously. It would be better to let them die than to torture them like this. Don't worry, the boss will be here soon, and you will die soon. Hu Yuming didn't even look at them, he just shook his claws to get rid of the blood. After a while, a strong wind blew, and Xiao Teng came roaring from the sky. The huge wind and waves bent the trees. Boss, these are specially reserved for you. The strange beasts in the Qingfeng Mountains were divided into several groups and marched forward to conquer the local forces in the Great Basin to speed up efficiency. They followed Xiao Teng's orders and left some strange beasts for Xiao Teng to kill, while Xiao Teng just sat back and enjoyed the achievements. Well done! Xiao Teng floated in the sky, staring coldly at the brown bears on the ground. The brown bears lying on the ground were all frightened. Several brown bears that were shouting fiercely also shut up, shocked by Xiao Teng's breath. How come he's so big? It's so scary, this breath. There was no mercy in Xiao Teng's eyes. He raised his paw to summon the lightning field. Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck in the sky. Dozens of thick lightning bolts fell, slaughtering all the brown bears and ending their suffering. Ding! Kill the mortal level 10 brown bear, evolution points plus 1056. Ding! Kill the mortal 9th level brown bear, evolution points plus 963. Ding! Kill the first level Iron Jaw Bear, evolution points plus 1366. The system prompts that the evolution points have been credited. Keep going. After speaking to Hu Yuming and Huang, Xiao Teng continued to fly to the next troop location to continue harvesting. Chapter 76. The brown bear population was wiped out, and this happened all over the Great Basin. The wood rat colony is a group of wild mice, numbering more than 6,000 individuals. It is the largest population in the Great Basin, and they reproduce a lot and grow fast. After the spiritual energy was revived, the newborn mice could reach adulthood and reproduce in just a dozen days. Although the individual strength was not very strong, only about the 8th level of the ordinary body, but because of the huge number, no beast wanted to be beaten up. The basin occupies a feng shui treasure land. The woodland rat group naturally has a leader, the woodland rat king, who is 3 meters long and has a pair of large front teeth that seem to be made of steel. He is extremely lethal and can destroy anything he chooses. He is at the 3rd level of metamorphosis, which is only considered to be a medium level in the Great Basin. However, among the average level of the forest mice, which only have mortal bodies, they are already a standout. The wood rat king was lying on a big rock, gnawing on a buffalo carcass with relish, when suddenly he felt dust flying in the distance and the ground shaking violently. What's going on? The woodland rat king quickly stood up and looked into the distance vigilantly, not even eating the beef in his paws. Rat king! A group of beasts are coming from the Qingfeng Mountains. They want to see you. If you don't come out, they will slaughter our tribe. A mouse hurriedly climbed up the rock where the woodland rat king was and reported to the woodland rat king. The rat king was shocked. Massacre! They come with bad intentions. Let me go and see. How many of them are there? When he heard that they were going to kill, the woodland rat king's eyes narrowed and he asked this crucial question. If there are not many of them, use group fighting tactics to drive them away. It doesn't matter if some mice die, it can also reduce the burden. Anyway, they will be able to reproduce again soon. They have nothing but a lot of rats. About 200 or 300. At least not as many as us. Humph. There are only 200 or 300 of them. They really don't know how powerful our rat group is. We can drown them with just a spit. Quick! Gather all the rats and get ready for battle. Yes. Taking advantage of this time, the rat king and his mice shouted everywhere, and immediately the group of woodland mice went into a state of preparation for war and gathered all the mice. The woodland rat king stood on a rock, making a pre-war mobilization to the densely packed rats below. There is a group of foreign beasts coming with bad intentions. We must let them see the elegance of our forest rat group. My united people! Let us work together to deter these hateful foreign beasts. Squeak! Squeak! There was a sudden squeak in the rat colony, and thousands of rats responded to the call of the rat king with great momentum. Walk! The rat king led more than 6,000 rats and came to the wild boar tribe led by Beiji. Beiji snorted and said impatiently. You're so slow. If you were a step later, I, the old pig, would be itching to bite you. I heard you wanted to see me. The rat king took a step forward, looking proud. With the support of more than 6,000 black mice behind him, the woodland rat king felt very safe and confident, and even spoke louder. Beiji was very disgusted by its arrogant look. Why are you so arrogant? I will beat you into a pulp after completing the process. So, Beiji raised his voice and asked. That's right. You are the king here. Let me ask you, do you have any spiritual stone mines or natural treasures? The wood rat king was not to be outdone, he stretched his neck and stared at Beiji and said. Why are you shouting so loudly? What if I have it? What if I don't? Do I have to tell you if you ask me? Damn it, I can't stand it, this damn rat is so arrogant. Boss, let's kill it. A wild boar saw that the head of the woodland mouse king was about to touch Beiji's head, and suddenly felt angry. Such a small mouse dared to yell at them. Okay. I knew you were here to fight us. Rat people. Come on. Let these foreign beasts know how powerful we are. The woodland rat king roared loudly, and the swarm of rats behind him suddenly surged. Kill! 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 Beiji frowned, shook his head, and suddenly leaned forward. Pa! With a loud bang, Beiji raised his fangs and directly pushed the woodland rat king in front of him away. The king flew several hundred meters and embedded himself in a rock wall, turning into a pile of rat cakes. Then, Beiji continued to step forward and stepped on a mouse that was rushing forward, crushing it into a pool of shapeless meat paste. The metal armor on Beiji's body also disintegrated instantly, turning into hundreds of metal knives, which killed a large group of woodland mice with a few whooshes. Retreat! 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 This was too fierce. The rats didn't dare to rush forward anymore. Instead, they pushed each other backwards, trying to retreat. Looking at the group of rats that were intimidated and dared not move forward, Beiji roared. Who dares to go up? This is the fate. Beiji walked up to a mouse, and the mouse immediately trembled. Beiji asked the mouse. Let me ask you. Do you have any spiritual stone veins? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse was so frightened that it was trembling and couldn't even speak. Pa! Beiji took another step forward, and the mouse turned into a mouse cake. Then it walked to the next mouse and asked the same question. What about you? Do you have any spiritual stone veins? Yes. A little bit. Fearing the same fate, the mouse swallowed and said quickly. Really? Take me to see it. Beiji was delighted. Soon, the mouse brought Beiji to a mine of spiritual stones. This spiritual stone vein is also in the cave. It is buried very deep and needs to be dug out. Beiji was very happy when he saw the spiritual stone veins with rich spiritual energy. With so many spiritual stone veins, he could report to the boss. From now on, you will be responsible for digging out these spiritual stone veins for me. Whoever dares not to dig them will die. Do you hear me? Looking around at the dark group of forest mice, Beiji said majestically, crush these mice to your heart's content. Squeak. Yes. Yes. Rats are relatively small and are very good at digging holes. There are many of them and they can give birth to many offspring in a litter, so they are the best black slaves. As for resisting the wild boars, forget it. The gap in strength is too big. Although they are numerous, one wild boar with the bonus of the halo can deal with dozens of mice. You can't win at all. Wow! So much spiritual energy, it looks like a good harvest. At this moment, a voice with great pressure was heard. Boss! We have occupied a vein of spiritual stone ore, and I have also enslaved a group of woodland rats to mine these spiritual stones for us. Upon hearing this voice, Beiji immediately lowered his head respectfully. Chapter 77. A strong wind blew by, and Xiao Teng came here under the surprised gaze of the mice. Squeak! What a strong aura! How can such a strong creature exist? I felt like I died after it took one look at me. Are all the beasts in Qingfeng Mountains so strong? This is incredible. I feel like I am not even strong enough to match them. Seeing Xiao Teng appear and Beiji's very respectful look, the rats became even more desperate. Only now did they realize that Beiji was not the strongest and there were stronger ones in Qingfeng Mountains. There are always mountains higher than another one. Some mice who originally had thoughts of resistance gave up completely and could only helplessly accept their fate as slaves. Xiao Teng was also delighted when he looked at the spirit stone vein that was blowing out spiritual energy. Haha! There actually is a spiritual stone vein. If I let these rats mine it all, I can eat it all in one go. I'll leave these rats to your wild boar group to manage. Make sure they mine the spirit stones as soon as possible. Yes. Beiji replied. One step closer to breaking through to the awakening realm. Spiritual stone veins are usually hidden in rock layers, and it takes a lot of effort to mine them without any waste, so these black slave miners come in handy. He will also be able to swallow spirit stones more efficiently. Moreover, with so many spirit stone veins, the strength of his subordinates can be continuously improved. The reason why the strength of strange beasts in the wild is still at the level of mortal bodies is that they often cannot find a source of spiritual energy to absorb. After all, it is still the early stage of spiritual energy recovery, and there is very little spiritual energy between heaven and earth. It can only be obtained by killing other strange beasts and eating their corpses. Hunting other animals would put one's life in danger, and spiritual stone mines were usually occupied by powerful forces, making it difficult to obtain spiritual energy and improve one's rank. Therefore, the strong will become stronger, and the weak will gradually die out. Resources are limited, and you need to fight for them on your own. This is the world of great contention. I don't know when the next bloody rain will come. Xiao Teng looked up at the sky. It had been more than 10 days since the last bloody rain. After each bloody rain, a large amount of spiritual energy would be brought to the blue star, raising the average level of creatures on the blue star. This is also a good thing for Xiao Teng. The higher the level of the animal he kills, the more evolution points he will get, and the faster he will level up. Also, the blood rain always feels very strange. It suddenly descended on the blue star, and no one knows how it came. The blood rain has the scarlet color of blood, and the smell is also authentic bloody, just like real blood. Xiao Teng remembered that the corpses of animals actually contain spiritual energy, and the blood rain also contains spiritual energy. Could it be the blood of some kind of cosmic creature? Thinking of this, Xiao Teng came to a very scary guess. How big would a creature that could bring a bloody rain to the entire blue planet have to be? It would have to be at least as big as a planet, and even though I'm at the 10th level of the Transcendent, I'm only 100 meters tall. This size is nothing in the universe. Little Karami, it may be just a speck of dust. I can't even get out of the blue star now. Thinking of the universe and the starry sky, Xiao Teng felt that he was not strong enough now. Even if he was invincible on the blue star and nuclear weapons could not hurt it, he was still very weak in the universe. Why did blue star suddenly revive its spiritual energy? It's also very strange. Forget it, don't think too much, just take it one step at a time. Xiao Teng shook his head. It had only been half a month since the spiritual energy was revived, and he was even eyeing the starry sky. It was really too far-fetched. At least he had to transform into a dragon before he would have the strength to look at higher places. At a glance. With my little brother, efficiency is fast. Another force has been dealt with. Next, we will go to Kaichang. Xiao Teng released a field of wild thunder, killing as he went, madly harvesting the lives of the strange beasts in the Great Basin, and his evolution points continued to increase. Just as Xiao Teng's men were carrying out the Great Expansion campaign in full swing, a faint smell of death was detected in the very center of the basin, which was also the lowest point in the terrain. A giant scorpion king with a body length of more than 20 meters, ferocious mouthparts, and dark purple body. It has a pair of huge, extremely hard pincers that can crush steel, and a long upright tail with a sharp spike at the end. Green venom drips from the spike drop by drop. Tick! The venom dripped onto the ground, and a small pit was immediately corroded on the soil. This was not only venom, but also extremely corrosive. Within a 1 kilometer radius of the scorpion, flowers and plants withered, flesh and blood quickly turned into bones, there was no life, the air was filled with the smell of rotting corpses, and the surroundings fell into deathly silence. The atmosphere was very strange. And in this silence, there is a sound that continues. Clank! 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 This was the only voice left in the entire field. Looking closely, the Scorpion King was calmly hovering over a large piece of spiritual stone. He crushed the stone with pliers and mechanically put the pieces into his mouthpiece one by one. Looking further away, in this 1 kilometer area, there are spiritual stones scattered everywhere, and the spiritual energy is magnificent. Compared with other places, it is like coming to another different space, full of spiritual energy. The attraction is very great. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long fawn came bounding to the edge of the territory. It licked its lips, looked around, and made sure that everything was quiet and no predators would suddenly appear. Then it finally endured the attack. Can't resist the temptation of spiritual stones everywhere. The deer stretched out a hoof, knowing there was no danger, and relaxed its guard. Then its whole body entered the ominous area, and it was about to stretch its neck to reach the spirit stone on the ground. But suddenly a black mist rose from the ground, carrying an ominous breath of death, and wrapped around the deer. The deer was startled and wanted to run away, running as fast as it could on all 4 hooves. However, the mist seemed to be stuck to its body and it could not be shaken off, wrapping around it tightly. Yo! A scream was heard, breaking the illusion of silence. In less than half a minute, half of the deer's body turned into bones, and the flesh and blood seemed to disappear out of thin air and was absorbed by the black mist. The fawn, which had lost half of its flesh and blood, could no longer stand. It fell to the ground with a thud, and looked towards the center of the basin with empty eyes. There were many more piles of bones like this one, scattered all over the ground, almost forming a mountain. And further away, there was a giant scorpion with a dark purple body, looking towards here with an obscure look in its eyes. Another prey has been caught. As the black fog sucked away the life force of the little deer, it turned into a pile of bones. The aura of the Scorpion King was slowly rising. The center of the great basin once again returned to its former silence. Chapter 78. In the vast forest, the laughter and joyful chatter of several people could be heard from 3 armored vehicles. There were also several helicopters following closely in the sky, as if they were escorting them. In front of them was a herd of wild deer being chased. A young human leaned out of the car with a wild smile on his face. He produced a thunder ball in his hand and blasted it towards the fleeing deer in front. Boom! There were explosions and smells of burning. A fawn at the end of the group was hit and turned into charcoal. With the death of its companion, the herd ran even faster. A burst of wild laughter rang out. Ha ha ha! Run! Run again! Try my thunder ball! Woohoo! Field combat is so cool! This kind of feeling of hitting the flesh with every blow is incomparable to the practice room. Among the herd of deer desperately fleeing. But at this moment, a female deer next to the fawn suddenly stopped and kept nudging the charred body of the fawn with her nose, with a sad look in her eyes. Faced with the rapidly approaching armored vehicle, the doe let out a cry and watched the herd of deer go away. Then she turned around resolutely and stood in front of the body of the fawn. The young man frowned and said unhappily, "What do you mean? Do you think you can avenge your child? Let it see how powerful we are. Let's knock it away." Okay. With a joking laugh, the red-haired man in the driver's seat stepped on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle roared like a beast and rushed straight towards the doe, blocking its way. This armored vehicle has also been modified. It has great horsepower, spikes installed on the front, and is electrified. Its destructive power is not something that ordinary creatures can resist. With a puff sound, the doe was knocked more than 10 meters away by the armored vehicle, bleeding profusely and losing her life. Keep going. It feels so good. There was a cheer in the car, and a black-haired woman lifted her hair and said with a smile, "Yes. Actual combat is more exciting. I applied many times before the commander approved this actual combat exercise. The commanders are always worried about letting us fight against the monsters. Our extraordinary team will specialize in killing monsters in the future. Without actual combat experience, how are you going to fight on the battlefield in the future? Besides, these beasts are not as strong as we imagined. The officers only let us hunt outside the area. Now that we have entered the Great Basin, the beasts here are not that powerful. The people in these off-road vehicles are an extraordinary team. Even in the Spiritual Energy Bureau with many experts, their extraordinary team is ranked in the upper middle level, and there are many members with A-level talents. They were very bored of beating dummies in the practice room, so they asked their superiors for permission to practice in the field. After several rounds of persuasion, they finally agreed to the application. However, the commander only allowed them to hunt some mortal beasts on the outskirts of the basin and did not allow them to go deep into the hinterland. It's just that we have come out with great difficulty. How can we be satisfied with just killing the weak monsters outside? Most of the exotic beasts in the mortal body stage have not even entered the realm of transcendence. To put it nicely, they are exotic beasts, but to put it bluntly, they are just ordinary wild beasts with some special abilities. Everyone in the armored vehicle used their talents to attack the herd of deer in front of them, enjoying the thrill of killing. Some close combat team members got off the car with long knives and spears and rushed towards the deer, applying the skills they learned in the training room to the exotic beasts. Within a short while, the group of deer was all killed. While searching for the next group of strange beasts, several people started chatting. Did you hear about it? A dragon appeared in the Qingfeng Mountains a few days ago, and even spiritual missiles couldn't kill it. I heard, this is big news. It's quite famous. That dragon should be the fastest evolving creature in the world. There is no such beast even abroad. Now it has been ranked as the #1 alien beast in the world. Now, it ranks first on the list of strange beasts. He and the second place are simply ahead of each other. So what if it's first? In the end, he was forced back by the leaders of the Spiritual Energy Bureau, and we won again. The senior leaders of the Spiritual Energy Bureau regard this incident as a shame, so they will definitely not publicize in front of the crowd that they were actually threatened by Xiao Teng to cut off 2 pieces of land to achieve a peaceful situation. However, when publicizing to the outside world, it was said that they successfully drove back the dragon and saved many lives. As for ceding land and other matters, the terrifying strength of the dragon was simply overshadowed. This is also a measure to stabilize people's hearts and not cause people to panic. That's right. There haven't been any strange beasts that can compete with us. Isn't the Qingfeng mountain range right next door to us? Do you think we will encounter that dragon? He was hit once by us with a spiritual missile. It was a spiritual missile. Even if he is not dead, he is disabled. How could he dare to be so arrogant? He should be hiding in a corner to lick his wounds. The young man who fired the thunderball raised his eyebrows and laughed, ha ha ha. That's right. Maybe we are lucky enough to meet him and we can still catch him. While several people were chatting and laughing, a pair of vertical pupils looked in the direction of these armored vehicles. There is actually a group of humans here. Let's kill them. On the way to find Cai Shang, Xiao Teng used his ears and clairvoyance to discover this extraordinary team very keenly. After hearing what they were discussing, Xiao Teng had a very evil thought in his heart, turned around and flew towards them. Anyway, his speed is very fast, and it won't take long to kill these humans. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark and it rained? I remember the weather forecast said there would be no rain today. A member of the extraordinary team looked at the dark sky and wondered. I don't know. Maybe the weather forecast is inaccurate after the spiritual energy is revived. It's really unlucky. The black-haired woman gave her own guess. Several people looked at the rainy sky with confused expressions. After finally getting out, the weather was not good. Wait. What is that black line in the sky? The red-haired man pointed at the sky with a horrified expression on his face. Mortals, you seem to want to see me. In the clouds, they saw a giant beast over 100 meters long, sprinting towards them at the speed of sound, whipping up a gust of wind. Xiao Teng was lifted up by the clouds and surrounded by thunder elements, looking at them with a smirk on his face. FK. Dragon, dragon, dragon. It's the dragon from Qingfeng mountain range. The red-haired man was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. Why is he different from what was said above? He doesn't have any wounds on his body. This is too damn big. Stop talking and run. The red-haired man turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. How boring. You are just like Ye Gong who loves dragons. Summoning the thunder field, several strong lightning bolts struck the crowd. An armored vehicle was hit and disintegrated on the spot. The fragments were blown hundreds of meters away, and the people inside were turned into minced meat. FK. So strong. The red-haired man turned the steering wheel wildly and dodged several thunderbolts, but what greeted him was a spear with an even more terrifying aura. Ding! Kill the second-level mutant human, evolution points plus 2361. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Swallowing failed. Xiao Teng was flying in the air and saw from afar Cai Chong leading hundreds of birds and beasts confronting a group of black foxes. With the help of his super hearing, Xiao Teng could hear their conversation clearly. Cai Chang stood on top of a tree, with flames surging around it. It looked down at the dying leader of the Black Fox clan. It was a black fox only 2 meters long, lying on the ground with wounds all over its body. It was very small, and its level had reached the 8th level of Transcendental. Not only that, the figure of this black fox looked very illusory. Black particles were constantly emerging from his body. They had just fought, and it was obvious that Cai Chang won. However, at the last moment, Cai Chang spared the life of the Black Fox leader and asked the Black Fox. I see that you are quite capable. Do you want to join us and serve the boss together? Xiao Teng had previously told them that if they encountered any powerful exotic beasts, they could consider letting them join, but if they were unwilling, they could be kept and killed by him so that he could devour their talents. Therefore, after the fierce battle with the leader of the Black Fox clan, Cai Chong also had this idea. The opponent has the ability to turn his body into nothingness. During the period of nothingness, he cannot be harmed and is very difficult to deal with. If it were not for his level crushing and halo blessing, it would be difficult for him to win. Hearing Cai Chang's question, the Black Fox leader was stunned and said in surprise. You guys still have a boss? You're so strong, why are you willing to be someone else's subordinate? The Black Fox leader was very surprised. Cai Chang's strength was second to none other than the Scorpion King in the center of the Great Basin. Yet, such a beast would willingly submit to someone else. The only person it can think of who is much stronger than the current monsters is humans. Like the Qingfeng Mountains, the Great Basin was also harassed by human armies, and many foxes were killed. If it were not for humans, how could there be only a few dozen of their Black Fox clan left? Thinking of this, the Black Fox leader narrowed his eyes and asked. Your boss is not a human. I will never submit to humans. They killed many of our compatriots. I will never surrender to my enemies. No, you're wrong. Our boss is a dragon. He's much more powerful than me. Even humans can't match him. Speaking of Xiao Teng, Cai Chong also had a look of pride. If Xiao Teng had not repelled the human army, their Qingfeng Mountains would now be bombarded by human cannon fodder. Come to think of it, I seem to have noticed that your area is also being harassed by humans. However, soon, our boss will drive all the humans here out, so that they will never dare to set foot here again. Dragon? You, a bird, would actually submit to a dragon? If your boss is also a fox, I might consider it. Although I admire your courage to fight against humans, I'm sorry, I think there is a saying that you have heard before, the hearts of my kind must be different, and I will not join you. The Black Fox sneered, obviously not believing what Cai Chang said. Even if the other party was very powerful, his spiritual energy had only been revived for a few days. How powerful could he be? At best, he is at the level of the Scorpion King in the center of the Great Basin. As for driving the humans away, Black Fox thought Cai Chong was just bragging. Human weapons were terrible and could not be resisted by flesh and blood. The Black Fox was about to stand up and speak, but soon, it suddenly caught a glimpse of a huge black figure in its peripheral vision. Its steps trembled and it almost fell down. "What's wrong?" asked the Black Fox next to him. "There is a powerful aura coming towards us," the Black Fox leader said vigilantly. "You don't have much time left. Our boss is here. This is your last chance. You decide whether to join us or not. I feel sorry for you. You should join us in fighting against humans because you have such strength." Cai Chong stopped talking to the Black Fox leader and turned her head with surprise in her eyes. She flew down from the tree top and saluted Xiao Teng, who came over quickly. "Boss, I found a very powerful black fox and I am trying to persuade it to join us." Xiao Teng nodded slightly. "I know, leave it to me next. I'll talk to it." Xiao Teng looked towards the Black Fox leader, and the information panel above his head soon appeared. Shadow Fox, 8th Transcendental Stage, Talents, Void, A level, 10 times speed increase, B level, Dark Element Affinity, C level, Shadow Kill, B level, Breath Containment, A level. Voidization, Level A. Consume the spiritual energy in the body, and transform the body into the void, hiding the breath. During this period, it will not be affected by the real world and will be difficult to detect. Etherealization? This talent is interesting. It won't be affected by the real world, which also means it won't be attacked. If you use this talent well, wouldn't it be like opening a golden body? Moreover, this black fox has awakened a very rare dark element and has the talent of concealing its breath. It is also very small in size and is obviously a good material for being an assassin. So Xiao Teng was also moved. This black fox is really powerful. Xiao Teng summoned a lightning spear and waved it to the side. The lightning spear immediately flew towards a mountain. After a sudden earthquake, half of the mountain was blown up. Looking at the astonished black fox leader, Xiao Teng knew that it was intimidated by his strength, and asked, "I am their leader. Are you willing to submit to me?" Did you summon that thing just now?" The black fox leader swallowed and turned to look at the half of the mountain left, a little bit in disbelief. It was very sure that if this shot hit itself, it would not be able to withstand even one blow. What was even more fatal was that the spiritual power in its body had been used up in the battle with Cai Chong just now, and even the virtual transformation was useless. "Not out." Without answering its question, Xiao Teng raised his claws, and the lightning elements gathered and condensed into a blue spear, floating above his claws, emitting a terrifying aura, proving it directly with action. "If you don't want to surrender, this shot's target is you," Xiao Teng said coldly. "It's obvious that if you don't surrender you will die." The black fox leader was sweating coldly as he looked at the spear flashing with lightning. "But then again, I am willing to surrender." When faced with the threat of death, the black fox leader chose to follow his heart because his life was more important. And the opponent was really powerful. At this moment, the black fox leader realized that Cai Chong had not lied to him. Their boss was really much stronger than them. Chapter 79. Seeing the black fox leader surrender, Xiao Teng threw the spear in his hand far away, blowing up the other half of the mountain. During this period, some innocent exotic beasts were affected and a lot of evolution points were earned. "My name is Xiao Teng, you can call me boss, from now on you are the 9th general under me. Since you are all black, I will just call you Xiao He." "Yes." Xiao He lowered his head to show his submission. Xiao Teng grabbed Xiao He and poured spiritual energy into it to help heal its wounds. Xiao He grimaced in pain but did not struggle, knowing that this was for its own good. The wounds on its body were healing quickly. "Thank you, boss." After the treatment, Xiao He was still trembling and said, Do you have any spirit stone mines here? Xiao Teng asked. There is one. Xiao He replied. Very good, I will call a group of wood rats to mine these spiritual stones later, please do not stop me. Wood rats? They have also submitted to the boss. Xiao He was shocked. Could it be that even that group of rats had been taken under the boss's command? Haha, I don't think highly of their strength. They are just black slaves. Xiao He suddenly didn't know what to say. So many mice actually said they looked down upon them and just wanted to be their slaves. Their Black Fox clan was declining in population and couldn't beat those stinky mice. Afterwards, Xiao Teng and Xiao He chatted for a while and learned that a total of 4 spirit stone veins had been discovered in the Great Basin, 2 of which were in Xiao Teng's hands, 1 was in the hands of a giant scorpion in the center of the Great Basin, and the last one was occupied by humans. Giant scorpion? What's it like? Xiao Teng asked. The giant scorpion is very powerful. It alone occupies a spiritual stone mine. It can form a large-scale domain around itself, and any creature that enters the domain will die. We don't know exactly how much it has grown. I dare not go there. Our several major tribes fought tooth and nail for the spiritual stone mines, but no one dared to mess with the giant scorpion. It might be better to say that it is the hidden king of the Great Basin. Thinking of the giant scorpion, Xiao He felt a palpitation. At the beginning, he wanted to challenge the giant scorpion by relying on his ability to become invisible so as not to be hurt. But when it saw the giant scorpion, it found out that its territory was so vast that the spiritual power in its body could not sustain the virtual state for long. It had to remain in the virtual state the whole time to have a chance of defeating the giant scorpion. So, at that time, Xiao He just took a look at the giant scorpion and ran away in shame. If it hadn't been for its virtual transformation, it might not have come back. Oh? I'd like to go and see for myself. Xiao Teng became interested. He wanted to see the powerful Zerg. It would be even better if he could devour its talent. Before leaving, Xiao Teng added a strengthening halo to the Black Fox clan. Xiao He had a look of amazement on his face, and he moved his body. Not only were all the wounds on his body healed, but his body was also 3 times stronger than before. He was now far superior to his peers. This kind of power was created by the boss. Yes, you guard the territory well and seize the time to become stronger. I will take the entire Great Basin as my territory. Before leaving, Xiao Teng instructed Xiao He that half of the large basin had now been occupied by Xiao Teng's men, and 2 of the 4 discovered spirit stone veins were also in Xiao Teng's hands. However, this is not enough. I need a lot of evolution points to level up. The more I advance, the more I need. I can only get more evolution points by consuming resources from other places. Xiao Teng flew towards the center of the basin. Through his clairvoyance, he saw a dark purple giant scorpion with a body length of 20 meters in the center. However, because he was not close enough, the panel could not display it, so he could not see what it was. A few levels. The closer he got, the richer the spiritual energy Xiao Teng felt. There were spiritual stones everywhere, and it was like he had arrived in a paradise. There were not only spiritual stones, but also dry bones everywhere. Some of them looked very fresh and were steaming, and it was obvious that the person had died not long ago. These are traps to attract other monsters. Xiao Teng quickly guessed the purpose of these spirit stones scattered all over the ground. They were obviously baits to attract other strange beasts to their deaths. It can be seen from those bones that if there really were so many spirit stones to eat here, they would not have waited until now and would have been gone long ago. This Zerg is quite intelligent and knows how to set traps. Most Zergs have not awakened their intelligence and are very weak, so they can only be hunted and killed by other strange beasts. Zergs with awakened intelligence are very rare. As Xiao Teng stepped into the giant scorpion's territory, a black mist suddenly emerged from the ground, rising hundreds of meters into the sky and entwining around Xiao Teng. Sizzle! As soon as the black mist touched Xiao Teng's scales, it made a sizzling sound, as if something was corroding. However, there were only sounds, but no harm was caused. The black mist was blocked by the scales and could not penetrate at all, not even breaking Xiao Teng's defense. Xiao Teng looked at the black mist that was tightly wrapped around his body with great interest. Xiao Teng guessed that the black mist was highly corrosive and could corrode flesh and blood. Moreover, this is a domain-type talent. Once entering a specific range, the black mist will automatically seek out a target to corrode, and the final result is that it will turn into a pile of dry bones below. After the observation, Xiao Teng released the lightning element in his body and directly dispersed the black fog. The black fog was dispersed, and the Scorpion King who was eating spirit stones in the center of the basin suddenly stopped with his pincers, his eyes revealing an unknown emotion. The prey escaped. I'm not the prey. In front of me, you are the prey. Xiao Teng quickly flew in front of the Scorpion King, and the panel above the Scorpion King's head also appeared. Death Mist Poison Scorpion, Extraordinary Level 1, Talents, Death Mist Field, S Level, Highly Toxic Tail Sting, B Level, 10 times Strength Amplification, B Level, Gigantic, C Level. Death Mist Field, S Level transform the 1 km radius within the area into a Death Mist Field. When a creature is in the Death Mist Field, it will be attacked by the Death Mist. You can absorb spiritual energy from the corroded flesh and blood. The domain range and the attack power of the Death Fog increase with the level. The current range is 1 km. It's actually a beast in the extraordinary period. It has an S-level talent that allows range attacks. No wonder it's upgraded so quickly. After seeing the talent of the Death Mist Scorpion, Xiao Teng also understood why the other party became the king of the Great Basin. This type of range attack is very popular in terms of obtaining spiritual energy, not to mention that it is an S-level talent with a range of 1 km. It is no wonder that the Death Mist Scorpion can grow to the extraordinary stage. Prey. Seeing Xiao Teng appear in front of him, the Death Mist Scorpion tilted its head and looked at Xiao Teng, as if it had no emotions, and there was no fear in its eyes. Chapter 80. This scorpion is a bit stupid. It doesn't even know how to be afraid. I take back what I said about your high IQ. Looking at the dazed look of the Death Mist Scorpion in front of him, Xiao Teng thought that the IQ of the Zerg was really touchingly low, and there were only a few with whom he could communicate normally. Even though he is already in his extraordinary age, his IQ hasn't improved much and he still looks stupid. However, if they had the wisdom of the Zerg mainframe, this low intelligence would become an advantage. They would not know fear nor death and would only blindly follow orders. They would be the most terrifying army. Thinking of the Zerg mastermind, Xiao Teng suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to see any bugs that looked like the Zerg mastermind in the wave of Zerg he killed before. Did it run away? It doesn't matter. I hope it won't be hit and can keep up the good work and continue to create Zerg Scourge for me to kill. It is usually very difficult to gather so many creatures. Xiao Teng recalled. If there hadn't been the Zerg Scourge, he wouldn't have reached the 10th level of Transcendence so quickly. The Death Mist Scorpion swung the stinger on its tail and attacked Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng reacted quickly and grabbed it, hanging it upside down in the air by its tail, waving its 2 huge pincers in vain. Die! It was impossible for such a beast to be his subordinate. Xiao Teng had no mercy. He opened his huge mouth, gathered the lightning element, and spit out a laser from his mouth, blasting the Death Mist Poison Scorpion several hundred meters away, flipping its shell open. The white flesh inside was exposed, and the whole body was black, turning into a charcoal. Ding! Kill the extraordinary first level Death Mist Poison Scorpion, evolution points plus 15336. 15,000 evolution points, not bad. Xiao Teng activated his telekinesis, and a layer of light blue light wrapped around the body of the Death Mist Scorpion and brought it in front of Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng grabbed it and put it into his mouth to chew. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the S-level talent Death Mist Field. FK. I'm so lucky that I got an S-level talent right away. When Xiao Teng heard the system, an excited expression appeared on his face. Xiao Teng didn't expect that he would actually swallow the Death Mist Poison Scorpion's innate talent. Counting it all, this is his 4th S-level talent. Moreover, when this talent came to Xiao Teng, the range was not just 1 kilometer, but 30 kilometers. No one can resist the attack power of the poisonous fog. Once he activates this talent, all creatures within a 30-kilometer radius will die, regardless of their strength. What a great lawn mowing skill! After obtaining a new S-level talent, even a new spirit stone mine was not as attractive as it used to be. Xiao Teng couldn't wait to try it out. After Xiao Teng went back and arranged for people to guard the spirit stone veins and for the forest rats to dig the spirit stone veins, he couldn't wait to fly to a forest in the big basin. Death Mist Field. The moment Xiao Teng activated his talent, all the animals within a 30-mile radius of Xiao Teng suffered a devastating disaster. Black fog was everywhere, chasing after all the creatures in the area. Once stuck, it would be like a maggot attached to your bones that you couldn't get rid of. It is useless to hide anywhere, in a cave, underground, in the sky, as long as it is within the scope of the area, there is nowhere to escape. The cries of countless animals rang out in the forest. Within just a few minutes, thousands of white bones appeared in the forest. And Xiao Teng's evolution points are also growing crazily. Ding! Kill the 2nd level Metamorphosis Wooden Deer, evolution points plus 2533. Ding! Kill the 1st level Giant Ape, evolution points plus 1236. Ding! Kill the 3rd level Wind Spirit Leopard, evolution points and 3665. Ding! Kill the mortal level 8 Squirrel, evolution points plus 861. In just a few minutes, more than 1 million evolution points were credited to his account. Xiao Teng was delighted as he looked at the ever-increasing evolution points. As expected of an S-level talent. It's so cool to earn evolution points. At this rate, I'm not far from breaking through to awakening. I'll break through to awakening in one go. Ha ha ha. The Great Basin is not like the Qingfeng Mountains which were ravaged by Xiao Teng and the Zerg Scourge. The biological resources here are still very rich, so there is no need to worry about them killing them all in the short term. After killing at one place, Xiao Teng flew to a farther place and continued to release the death fog field. Soon, the flesh and blood of creatures in another place were corroded, and the place was lifeless, with no living creatures surviving. Just when Xiao Teng was enjoying mowing the grass, a big shock occurred at the Spiritual Energy Bureau. Everyone looked at the video sent by the drone, with their brows furrowed and their heads ached. Although the Qingfeng Mountains have become Xiao Teng's territory in a restricted area for humans, and drones and helicopters dare not enter, the Great Basin still sends helicopters to hunt exotic beasts and detect natural treasures and spiritual stones. Mineral Vein. There is also a spirit stone mine that is being mined there, which supplies the Spiritual Energy Bureau with a lot of spirit stones for talent training. That dragon actually ran to the Great Basin. Does this count as breaking his promise? A young-looking officer from the Spiritual Energy Bureau leaned his hands on the table and asked another middle-aged officer from the Spiritual Energy Bureau. That doesn't seem to count. At the beginning, he just said that he would not attack human cities. It seems that he really did not come to attack the city. He is just expanding his territory. Another Spiritual Chi Bureau officer answered uncertainly. What? Aren't the Qingfeng Mountains enough for him to live on? He even wants the big basin. His ambition is too big. The young soldier pounded the table angrily. Why don't we send someone to talk to him and ask him not to take our spirit stone mine? It seems that he has already taken possession of the other 3 spirit stone mines, said the middle-aged officer. It's so fast. The young officer was surprised. It only took 2 hours from the time Xiao Teng was discovered to the time he took control of the 3 spirit stone mines. In 2 hours, he was almost able to expand a new territory. It is indeed very fast, but there is nothing we can do. We only told him not to attack human cities, but we did not say that he should not expand his territory. There is no one living in this large basin. The middle-aged officer sighed. He really didn't expect that Xiao Teng would plan to expand his territories so soon. By the way, the extraordinary Team 4 seems to have disappeared in the Great Basin. I suspect it has something to do with this dragon. Is there any doubt about this? It must be Jiao Long who did it. He has always hated us. We must send someone to talk to him. This is too lawless. Report this to Deputy Director Yang right away. There's a spiritual stone mine there. We can't just watch him take it away. The middle-aged officer picked up the walkie-talkie and told Deputy Director Yang that Xiao Teng's activities were discovered in the big basin.